Recorded Books presents Double Blind 3, Nikta's Favor, a modern lit RPG by J. McCoy, narrated by Ramon Diocampo. Chapter 239. They called it The Summit. Despite being lofty, the name fit. A meeting of the minds of opposing factions that Nick and I had been working toward uniting for nearly a month, spreading rumors of the court, utilizing Nick's charisma by having him go out of his way to aid the Adventurers Guild in their newly established interest in climbing the gilded towers for resources, while I vouched and fought alongside him as Matt, all the while whittling away at Sonny's loyalists as Mirden, poaching or otherwise eroding his confidants and trusted underlings until the power he held in the Order of Parsi was a shadow of its former self. All bark and little bite. He still had holdouts, of course, enough that we needed to take the threat he posed seriously. With his native gravitas and willingness to commit to decisive action, Sonny was a captivating leader, the sort people naturally flocked to. But he was too volatile, and as such made more enemies than he could realistically track. I'd effectively negotiated myself out of the room, serving as a heel to Aaron, harassing, undercutting, and otherwise toxically edging him out until Tyler, who, according to Cruel Lens, wasn't planning on giving the other guild leader much of a chance to begin with, apologetically told me to take a walk. As the kind of empathetic person who gave more of an ear to someone who was being shouted down, Tyler would be more open-minded toward whatever Aaron had to say now, while Aaron trumpeted the Order's prime objective of instating the court and stopping the transposition while subtly pinning every underhanded action the Order had ever taken on Sonny. We'd played our cards perfectly, and an alliance was almost guaranteed. It would be temporary and likely to fall out. The Order and the Adventurers Guild were simply too different because of the caution of the latter and the dubious morality of the former. But with me and Nick smoothing the edges on either side, we had a real shot at making progress now. The month had flown by, every day a Gaussian blur of negotiations, combat in the tower, and extracurriculars with my newly formed strike team. It was both more and less work than before. I was doing less of the nitty-gritty myself, taking a back seat and letting Nick take the spotlight. As he should. According to a recently uncovered prophecy, Nick, my oldest friend, was the avatar of legend after all, strongly implied, if not directly stated, to be a manifestation of Arthur. The Arthur, namesake of Arthurian legend and lore. If you're rolling your eyes at the word prophecy, congratulations, you're adequate on the uptake. This was all a sham, of course. With this system, nothing was free, nothing was accidental, and the only handouts given were bestowed with the expectation that something equal or greater in value would eventually be returned. The interest always came due. Eventually. In our case, the primary cost of Nick's sudden uptick in status was a simple one. With the so-called prophecy centering on the classic setup of retrieving a powerful sword from its upper reaches, the tower wanted to be climbed. There was undoubtedly something sinister or questionable driving that desire, but at least in the short term, it gave us a greater goal that served as an excuse to shore up our forces and get organized. Nick and I had pushed into the mid-30s of the tower on our own at first, intending to limit the complexity of adding outside players before we realized the unfortunate reality. The Gilded Tower simply wasn't the adaptive dungeon, and while its early floors had been almost trivially easy, the population of users plummeted past the 20s, while the number of monsters, hazards, and traps only grew. The increasingly dangerous ventures culminated with the two of us walking out of the absolute death trap that was floor 34, covered in the blood and viscera of countless monsters, nursing multiple wounds and nearly overdosed on health potions before we'd accepted the grim reality of the situation. If the dungeon kept up this exponential ramp, it simply wasn't something we could feasibly handle on our own. Even a large-scale organization like the Adventurers Guild or the Order would likely struggle, eventually. Realistically, we needed two of them. Two competent, well-organized groups of users capable of pushing through some of the most difficult scenarios and encounters the system had on offer outside of the transposition itself. Which brought us here. What's taking them so long? As I stared up at the distant building where the summit was still taking place on one of the upper floors, I could feel my confidence fraying at the edges. I'd coached both Aaron and Nick to the best of my ability on Tyler's inconsistent truth site, but it was still possible he'd caught them out and things were getting heated. I'd left Azure in the room, and he'd alert me if things went terribly wrong. But the time they were taking made me nervous regardless. "Matt!" Iris droned out from behind me. She put her hands on her hips and was glaring in my direction. "Yes?" I drew out, mocking her. Her knitted-together brows grew tighter. "I thought you wanted to spend time with me." "I do." "And that there was nothing more you could do about the meeting." "There's not." "Then stop dragging your feet and come on." My sister took my hand and led me through the orchard of gray-blue trees with golden blossoms sprouting up from the asphalt. Ever since Iris had awakened to her system abilities, she'd been more assertive. In my opinion, it was a well-earned improvement. She was a support role with a strong architectural focus, and she'd put her abilities to use almost without rest around the region, building everything from barricades to repairing buildings. We passed through the section of my region where the trees that came with our bonus were heaviest, giving way to more mundane urbanity beyond. Only there was a recent addition, recognizable not only from its sprawling shape and scale, but the simple blue cross that crowned it beside oversized letters in a clear font. Region 14 Hospital. "That wasn't there before," I said slowly. Iris shifted uncomfortably, a lock of curly hair falling in front of her face. "People are always getting hurt around here, and I know the Adventurers Guild has their own infirmary, but we have more than a few doctors in the region with nowhere to work after the big one in 13 went dark with the rest of the region, and I thought it was a good idea." "Is it just bones?" I asked, still staring at the building. I had spent little time in my own region lately, but it felt like Iris's latest creation had gone up almost overnight. "There's some guts, not completely filled out, but there's a lot. It's converted from some abandoned flats, so it's still wired to the same endless source of electricity powering the rest of the dome with backup solar-powered generators, and there's a bunch of medical equipment. We even have a top-of-the-line MRI machine." I glanced at her, and she flushed and looked away. "No, I didn't make it. Even if I had the materials, anything that complex is still a little too difficult for me. It was donated," Iris said. "Kinsley?" I asked. Iris nodded. "She's been very supportive of this venture, other than reserving a basement edition for her people's research and lab work, probably because of, you know." I didn't, but I could guess. I'd been gravely wounded on the tail of the first transposition event, and while both old and new allies had interceded and taken care of me, their intervention didn't change the fact that they'd had nowhere to put me. The nearest hospital was in Region 13, a region that was now completely off the map and covered in dark clouds, which no one had wanted to venture into for obvious reasons. With her considerable resources, Kinsley had managed to throw together a last-minute home care setup in a mostly sterile environment. From the accounts I'd heard, given the severity of my condition, it was still a close thing. It was obvious what happened here. Not only had Iris seen and considered that problem, she'd come up with a solution that solved it for everyone in our region, and potentially neighboring regions beyond. That was just the sort of person she was. Iris shifted uncomfortably from how long I'd been silent. "Sorry. I know you don't like hospitals." "No, just wrapping my mind around the fact that this was all you." I smiled and mussed her hair. "From the looks of it, you did exceptionally well." She perked up at that. "Oh? Really?" "Really?" "Do you want a tour?" To the far right of the more pedestrian grays and whites of the hospital, there was a splash of color outside what I guessed was the pediatrics wing, a sprawling mecca of wood and multicolored plastics. I pointed to it, and Iris flushed. "Let's start there." After a short walk, we arrived. Fresh peat shifted under my shoes as I stepped within the wooden beams that encased it. One of the tall, considerable trees that were native to our region had been planted in the center, providing shade. The carefully crafted area was complete with climbing ropes, a tall swing set, and railed wooden fort-like structures. The sprawling, maze-like fort led out to a mix of spiraling and straight tubes. It felt like the sort of playground that didn't really exist anymore, blown up to a grand scale by the mind of a child. Which was likely exactly what it was. Sensing the architect put a little extra attention here, I signed, taking it all in. Started as a way of giving kids cooped up in hospital rooms with nothing communicable something to do. Iris shifted from side to side, looking down shyly. But it got away from me a little. Is it too wasteful? There was a pang of guilt when I realized her accomplishment embarrassed her. I could relate, slightly. I felt similarly every time I spent a large amount of salve on an expensive item at a crafter or the store. We'd come up with nothing, and though our prospects and resources had risen astronomically, the trauma of scraping by with almost nothing for over a decade had left its mark. "Dunno," I said blindly, walking to the base of one of the taller structures and grabbing a handful of rope before I looked back at her. "Gotta stress test it, to be sure." Iris's face brightened, and she chased after me, grabbing onto the rope net and taking the lead as we climbed to the summit. She took me through the wooden palisades not with the enthusiasm of a child, but the eye of a designer, pointing out how, even though it looked like a winding maze, everything flowed easily to one outlet or another, demonstrating the stability of a rope bridge as we passed over it. I finally lost patience when she sat on the base of a slide and began regaling the temperature resistance of this particular bend of plastic composite. While she talked, I reached down, grabbed her shoulders, and shoved her down it. An affronted cry turned to muffled giggles, echoing up through the plastic as my sister slid down her creation. I waited long enough for her to clear it, then followed suit. Despite being a little too tall, I slid down easily, the plunge smooth and frictionless. She was waiting for me at the base, trying to look stern. "That was rude," Iris signed. I smirked. "Considering all the thought you put into it, I just figured you should experience it for yourself." "It's not for me. It's for kids in the hospital and the region," Iris insisted, staring at her knees. "Why can't it be both?" I lounged on the base of the slide, reclining somewhat as I considered what could be happening in my sister's head. With the ordinator clusterfuck, infiltrations, and the long string of disasters that followed the system's appearance and subsequent dome that locked us all in, I hadn't been able to spend much time with her. But this change in her, a sort of knee-jerk refusal to partake in leisure activities, had started before the dome itself. At least part of that was my fault. After a breaking point, I'd been honest with both of my siblings about our previous financial situation, purely because I couldn't handle it all myself. They'd both risen to the challenge in their own way, and as a result, our family had survived. But the abridged childhood that resulted had taken a toll on both of them in different ways. I spoke slowly, signing the words to ensure she caught them. "You know, even though it might not seem like it, our situation is far better than it used to be." "How can you say that when there are monsters now?" There were always monsters. They looked and acted like humans, but they were there, lurking beneath the surface, sowing chaos. And events where a bunch of people die. Before there were hurricanes, earthquakes, and natural disasters, was it really that different? Iris squinted at me irritably. "Yes." I ran a hand through my hair. "Okay, fine. I'm being a little reductive." I ignored Iris as she signed. "A little?" "But just take a second and look at the good. We're not an eviction notice away from disaster. Mom hasn't had a drink in months, and for the first time we have real allies. People willing to go to bat for us. And sure, maybe the world we live in has changed, and there's a lot that's scary and new. But it's not all on me, you, and Ellison anymore." "Even if that's true, I have responsibilities now," Iris signed, visibly grappling with what I was saying. "Of course you do. And I'm not trying to diminish your accomplishments or take those responsibilities away. Given what you've already managed, that would be both short-sighted and cruel." I thought about everything she'd been through, the bullying, the close calls, and I pulled her to me, hugging her gently. When we parted, I enunciated carefully, making sure she could read the words. "What I'm saying is, after a job well done, like this," I pointed to the playground and the hospital beyond, "it's okay to let yourself be a kid again, even if it's just for a moment. It's okay to want things for yourself and enjoy life. You're a selfless person, and I think at some point you connected that selflessness to depriving yourself of simple joys. You never ask for things, or do anything that might inconvenience others. I don't want to be a burden, Iris whispered. There's a difference between being a burden and taking time to let yourself be happy. I jerked a thumb toward the playground. Now get back up there. You gotta make sure it's safe, right? Iris opened her mouth, undoubtedly about to insist that her creation was in fact safe, when she seemed to connect my advice with a suggestion. She smiled and scampered off. Not long after, I heard her laughter ring out again and again. The relief it gave me was a fading balm. According to my brother, one of the few users inside the dome with future knowledge, Iris was important. He'd been cagey on the details. Ellison generally was, even before he'd lived multiple iterations of the same timeline. And, in my experience, important was a double-edged sword. If she was as important as he thought, I wanted Iris to have as many carefree days as she could before her life took a more difficult turn. Maybe my fears were in vain, and Haster's intended outcome of stopping the transposition altogether would succeed swimmingly. But I had to do what I always did. Prepare for the worst. A violet notification light appeared in the corner of my vision. I focused in on it, expanding the semi-transparent messaging user interface. Ellison. FBR. It was a text code we used in the old days, the closest analog our family had to a code red. Fucked beyond reason. My pulse, relatively calm moments before, picked up speed. I started to type out a longer message, asking him what was happening. Then I realized the significance of the acronym. Ellison had used code in a direct system message, which meant one of two things. Either our communications were compromised, or he was in a situation where he needed to be as brief as possible. I matched his brevity, starting with the most pressing question first. Matt, are you hurt? Ellison, no, not really. Something didn't go my way, but I'll be fine. We have a bigger problem. The next message came in before I could respond, chilling me to the bone. Ellison, was supposed to meet a particular person at a specific time, but they weren't here. Knew I was coming. Left something nasty for me. Something changed in a big way. I didn't even want to know what my brother considered nasty. It was also like him to understate his injuries. Ellison had lived through this timeline more than once, the loop starting from a few days before the dome came down, and as a byproduct, he'd seen the worst the system had to offer. He wasn't able to share much without risking the butterfly effect, but what he had shared had been chilling. Matt, drop a pen. Ellison, no. Forget about me and listen. Something happened that wasn't supposed to happen, which means we're off route. The chill slowly manifested into fear. Ellison had been waging a mostly solitary war, using his knowledge from prior loops to protect us from the larger threats and putting a stop to catastrophes before they came to bear. If this version of the present had somehow diverted from his prior experiences, he'd be hamstrung in his ability to act in that capacity. Matt. Retreat and fortify? Ellison. Wellness check. Lip reader first, then everyone else who matters. Matt. On it. One final message came in, distracting me. I'd been scanning the playground, trying to find Iris. She was still giggling and happy. Ellison. Could be a false alarm. Just the last time this happened, it turned out to be really, really bad. The feeling of impending peril grew stronger. I banged on the side of the wood paneling lining the playground hard enough that Iris would feel the vibration and come down. The tube slides were slightly transparent in the direct sunlight, and I watched a dark shape slide down the spiraling tube until Iris popped out head first, a half-smile on her face. What? She said, hesitating when she saw my expression. There was a creaking noise above her. It seemed to come from the playground itself, toward the top of the slide. A loud thud followed as another dark shape leapt into the tube Iris was still supine at the base of and descended directly toward her. I ran. Chapter 240. Time stretched thin. There was a blur of darkness behind her, something almost imperceptible to the eye. The sound of a low, moaning growl combined with the smooth swish echoing down the plastic slide was profoundly unsettling. If my sister had all her senses, she would have heard it too. But while she was astoundingly perceptive in countless other ways, no amount of wishful thinking could change the fact that my sister was deaf. The button at my pocket popped open with a flick of a thumb, and I drew Broken Legacy, flipping the tip of the blade between my fingers and preparing to throw it. The weapon housed one of my summons, and if I could thread the needle between my sister's upper torso and the exterior wall of the slide behind her, it would place a giant, pissed-off wolf between her and whatever the hell it was hurtling down the slide. "What if you miss?" An intrusive voice whispered, forcing me to hesitate for a fraction of a second. Iris had no context for what was happening. From her perspective, I'd gone from lounging to running straight for her. We had a lot of trust, but she was still a kid. I was experienced enough to know I could hit my mark. I'd spent plenty of time with the blade and made more difficult throws in the past from greater ranges, but that wasn't accounting for human error. If she flinched, it was over. I wouldn't make it in time. Whatever it was had reached the bottom, and I could see nothing more than a maw filled with countless teeth homing in on her, glistening with saliva. There were options. Not many, but a few. All of them involved breaking my own rules. I did it without hesitation. Command, a new ordinator ability, extended from my fingertips in a nearly imperceptible spear of blue light. It meant temporary resistance from Iris's mind, like she was poking at it, unsure of what it was, but accepting just the same. Roll over the right side, now. My sister responded immediately, awkwardly scrambling off the slide, just as a twisted, nightmarish amalgam of teeth and flesh snapped viciously at the bottom of the slide. It was an asymmetrical abomination, and what little I could see of it was impossible to make sense of. Devoid of an obvious target, I plunged Broken Legacy in the sickly yellow flesh above its mouth. It squealed, shrieking as Talia took form and ripped into it in a mess of growls and guttural tearing. A yelp followed. "It's strong," my summon warned, pained voice speaking directly into my mind. "How strong?" "I may only buy you a small window. Run!" I was already scooping up Iris, leaving a small, child-sized imprint in the peat as I held her to my chest and ran. There was more movement at the corner of my vision, monstrous and hulking. Whatever they were, there were more of them. I reached in my inventory and grasped the flight charm, intending to fly directly back to the Adventurers Guild meeting hall. A shadow loomed overhead, shattering my focus. A macabre raven with 5 eyes stared down at me, pumping its wings above. Several others circled at a higher altitude. Shit. They look agile, and the charm takes a while to wear off. Can't risk flight. Iris said something, but I couldn't hear her, my mind too full, trying to simultaneously send out an emergency message to everyone I knew and get a grip on what was happening and why. Outside of dungeons or other realms of Floros, native monster attacks were rare, which implied that this thing was either someone's creation or under their direct influence. They were targeting either Iris or me. I had a hard time believing the former. Iris was too valuable of an asset to kill. At most, an antagonistic third party would want to kidnap or take her hostage, but the latter made little sense either. If I was out and about as Mirrodin, there was no shortage of people who'd want to swing at me, given the price on my head. But here in my home region, I was acting as Matt. Matt, who held the status of leader of a region that traded mostly on the value of its enchantable lumber and was heavily connected with both the Merchants and Adventurers Guild. He was supposed to be almost untouchable. Apparently not. I finished the emergency message and fired it off slipshod to every friend or acquaintance who owed me a favor in my contact list, embedding a location pin, praying that we'd have backup before it was too late. A landslide of messages returned, all of which I ignored as I ran, pressing into the more heavily wooded area for cover and making as much ground as I could. In my arms, Iris squirmed, face contorted in panic as she whisper-cried and began to hyperventilate. I swore internally and swerved, ducking beneath a branch and planting my back to a large tree. I looked down at her and mouthed, "Deep breaths, kiddo," demonstrating by taking a few exaggerated inhales and exhales myself. She was still ghostly pale and scared, but she caught on quickly, breaths spreading out and normalizing. "Head hurts. What's happening?" she whispered. The headache was an unfortunate side effect of command. Unlike most of my abilities, it wasn't subtle. The target would feel the influence as coercion, and a successful cast meant they were forced to carry out what I commanded in a painfully short-term window. And if the actions went against character, they'd come back to themselves clearly understanding what had transpired. Figuring that out. Watch my back? Truth be told, I wasn't really expecting her to. Iris had been shielded from most of this since the beginning, outside of some of the early event and riot, and as an unfortunate byproduct, this was her first real brush with mortal danger. She'd be doing well if she didn't freeze up completely. It was more about giving her something to do, blunting the trauma of helplessness. Still, Iris nodded, her lips tight and quivering. I took a half-second to scroll through my messages until I spotted Grit and Ire, the hired mercenaries who escorted me whenever I left the region as Matt. Grit's messages were mostly expletives, but Ire was mostly coherent. According to him, they were en route, and Ire also sent the coordinates for a nearby block corner where they'd stop. Less than 100 yards away. I oriented myself eastward and ran, huffing as the greenery blew by, trying to run straight and keeping my head on a swivel for threats that might have been lurking behind the large trunks of nearby trees. Heavy footsteps crunched through the asphalt behind me, gaining ground as I catapulted through the urban forest, eyes set on the white glow of the tree line until I broke through, tripping and awkwardly stumbling, trying to find my balance without dropping my sister. My eyes slowly panned up to the intersection. This was larger scale than I'd realized. The monsters looked less like monsters in the clear light of day. There weren't many of them, but the warped human faces mounted on monstrous bodies and the sheer deadliness of those bodies ensured no one would take them lightly. A few fights had already broken out. And the pavement, where Grit and Ire were meant to arrive, was empty. "Someone throw me a fucking bone here," I snarled, summoning my system Prius and loading Iris into it. My sister scrambled into the passenger seat, leaning back, her eyes wild. "It's going to be okay," I told her, only to be cut off by an overhead screech. The ravens from before had found us. A giant bird ahead of the pack was diving straight down at me on a collision course, its talons outstretched. Page's quick-draw shot my hand crossbow's butt into my palm, and I focused on the raven's middle eye, my wrist automatically adjusting to correct the shot. The twang of a bow matched my trigger pull. The raven spiraled from the twin impacts, one of them exploding, plummeting off course and spiraling downward, caving in the roof of a nearby car with considerable force. A few slabs of sidewalk away from me, an archer stood from a kneeling position. The recent addition of a floating cowl that floated behind him beside the thickly weaved body armor, green eyes, and tightly coiffed blonde hair made his visage almost nauseatingly picturesque. Fed turned Prince Charming. "Nice shot, kid," Miles said, knocking another arrow. Chapter 241. Miles picked off 2 more of the massive ravens with comfortable ease, scattering the remnants of the flock. With some negotiation, Miles had spent the last few weeks paying off his bounty in service of Nycta, eliminating what she considered to be minor pests from her realm. That had been a revelation to both of us at the time, that the deities that interfered with day-to-day life within the dome had realms of their own, pocket dimensions that reflected their preferred environment. As a result, he'd been out of play for most of the month, and as the one who got him into that mess to begin with, I aided him as Mirrodin to the best of my ability. "Thought you got punched out," I said, maybe a little too casually. "Sorry to disappoint." Miles squinted and fired off another arrow into the forest. There was a resulting squeal and thump of something heavy hitting the ground, but reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. "Any idea what we're dealing with?" I asked. "Necromancy. What else?" I noticed the similarities and hoped I was wrong. 100%? They're dropping human cores, so yeah. But this is a cut above the usual shit. Miles squinted. For one, they're less single-minded than I'm used to seeing, capable of retreating and rethinking their approach. He pulled back his bowstring and fired. I felt the wind from the arrow as it slammed into the heart of a pieced-together bear wearing a woman's face, knocking it flat. And I could be imagining it, but I'm pretty sure they're feeling out sight lines. We need to split. Now. That was all the prompting I needed. I hopped into the driver's seat as Miles popped the trunk, hopping into the back as I started the car and stepped on the gas. He left the trunk open, giving himself wide clearance to fire from. "What tipped you off?" Miles asked. In the rear view, I saw him reach up to grab a rear seat to steady himself as I spun the wheel, careening around a turn. "Huh?" "Got your message seconds before the fighting started." That presented a grim timeline, taken altogether. I thought quickly, trying to come up with something he'd accept. Before I could answer, something in my face gave it away. Miles' expression darkened. "It wasn't a coincidence. They're here for you. Came at you first, blew things up when it didn't stick." Not me. Her. I angled myself so Iris couldn't read the words. First monster we encountered beelined for Iris, and wasn't exactly pulling its punches. Miles blinked. You're joking. Do I strike you as someone with a sense of humor? No. A puzzlement grew in Miles' expression. That doesn't make any sense. It was difficult to overstate the value of what my sister brought to the table. She'd helped numerous other regions with rebuilding efforts since she'd awakened to her ability. Some of that was diplomacy. Other times it was simply spontaneous, out of the kindness of her heart. While healers and crafters existed, they were in the severe minority, with most user abilities centering on destruction in some form or another. Piss anyone off lately? Miles asked, letting the question hang. More people than you realize, but no one who knows me as Matt. No, I said aloud, before I realized what he was implying. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. You think someone's targeting her to get to me? Could be trying to make some sort of example of you, or piss you off as a distraction. Why? Dunno. Regardless, they're idiots, because there's no unringing that bell. A tiredness permeated his expression. Escalation, I said coldly. Miles shook his head. Again, I really hope I'm wrong. There's enough dark shit going around without people cartelling the loved ones of region leaders. Ahead, 12 o'clock. The Prius, previously pushing 40 on the crowded city road, came to a shrieking halt. I slammed against the wheel, pain radiating through my body as the horn sounded a keening wail. Painstakingly, I pushed myself back, and the honking ceased. A trickle of blood dripped down my forehead. The hood came loose in the impact and was bent straight up, blocking any visual of what I'd hit. Despite keeping an eye on the road, I hadn't seen it. I glanced back at Iris. You okay? My sister was wincing in the rear seat, an abrasion and the beginning of a bruise, starting where the seatbelt had bit into her shoulder. She nodded. Behind her, Miles was already gone. Where the hell? My question was answered with a sound of whining metal, increasing in volume. A bloody hand gripped the hood, fingertips denting the metal as it was torn free. Not bloody. Skinned. The creature before me looked like Frankenstein's flayed minotaur, stitched together from countless bodies, human and animal. Its sharp teeth and open-cavity nose were lopsided, and it drew breath in rasping gasps, fogging the windshield. It left red smears wherever it touched. Found you, it said, voice a low rumble. Iris screamed. I slammed on the gas with every intention of running it over. It clung on instead, face twisted into a rictus of anger as I swung the wheel to the right, taking it clear off the road and through an alley, pumping the gas. There wasn't an outlet to the other side, just a sheer brick wall that we smashed into, pinning it against the wall with the vibration of crumbling brick. The Minotaur grunted. Slowly it reached down and grabbed the bottom of the car, arms bulging as the front wheels lost purchase. It smiled wide, its half-melted face the stuff of nightmares. Seemingly from nowhere, a black hand gripped its shoulder, the person it belonged to dancing away as ice raced up the Minotaur's body, freezing it in place. It roared and writhed, trying to break the ice as it accumulated despite its limited mobility. For a moment it looked like it might succeed. Then an arrow took it in the side of the head. Its unfrozen parts slumped, leaving it half ragdolled, half standing as the ice encased it. Say was only half in disguise after she got the call. She'd managed the sunglasses, and the augmenting armor that smoothed her curves made her upper half look relatively normal, but merging into her torso were legs with too many joints that bent the wrong way. Black chitin covered her from legs to jaw. She bent down next to the driver's side window, staring at us through dark, round sunglasses. You good, Iris? Helpline? Yeah, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt and wincing from the impact. Before, this much would have probably been enough to put me under, but a couple weeks ago I'd finally buckled and raised my toughness stat. Thanks for the assist. Needed to hit it with something big, but couldn't risk missing. Miles jogged over. Beside the car, Say twisted around to stare at him, her expression standoffish. Lucky I was nearby. Or maybe not, since I live here. Gotta wonder, what were you doing in the area, Miles? The usual. Heard something big was going down and found myself loitering nearby. Wasn't what I expected, Miles said, stopping a few paces from her. If her appearance put him off, he didn't show it. Now, can we get him to safety, or do you want to stand around sticking fingers in each other's faces? Say ignored him and lowered her voice only I could hear. Gemini's on their way. Nothing from numbers, but it's early. It's the middle of the day. For him, that's early. Probably sleeping off a hangover. Orders? I immediately understood. Gemini referred to the system titled Gemini Mages, Astrid and Astria. Numbers was Max, an estranged officer class capable of estimating probability of an endeavor within a certain range that I'd poached from Roderick's lodge. Numbers, Gemini, and Say formed the entirety of my strike team. Mirden's strike team. Matt, tell them to trail and provide support. Say, and if they ask why they're helping some random region leader? Matt, Mirden's orders. Say accepted that, though her expression seemed to indicate that she thought my continued caginess with a strike team was unwise. At the beginning, I'd started out intending to hide my ordinator persona from everyone. That had proved next to impossible rather quickly, and I'd looped in Say and a handful of others, which had helped. Say would probably prefer it if I brought all the members of the strike team into a room and took my mask off, but there were already too many people in the know. I skimmed my messages. Grit and ire had gotten held up due to a massive outbreak of fighting on one of the center throughways. Roads are in a bad way, so vehicles are out, I called over to Miles, who took that as his cue to finally come closer. Any ideas? Miles rubbed his chin. I normally suggest taking this vertical with the flight charms, but... The Ravens, I said. Yeah. Conspicuously absent overhead since we culled the herd. Still tempted to try it. Probably would if we were transporting a potential target. Then we're SOL and on foot. It's what, 8 blocks from here? That's a lazy Sunday morning walk. Miles smiled, radiating confidence that read as false. He was trying to keep morale up, but something about this situation had unsettled him. There was a resonant crack of breaking ice. Chapter 242. Despite being pinned between a brick wall and a ton of vehicle, the arrow still planted firmly in its half-destroyed head and frost covering its entire body. The Minotaur was moving. What the fuck? I drew my hand crossbow at the waist and fired through the windshield. The bolt landed lower than I'd intended. Surprise throwing off my aim. Bolt stabbing through the creature's neck instead of its head. Black ichor spewed from the wound. The rainbow of dark oil covering the windshield and dripping through the spider-webbing puncture. Without hesitating, Say slammed a studded, enchanted metal stick into its forehead like the bases were loaded, and there was a pair of wet thumps as its head recoiled from the impact, bouncing against the brick and slamming down into the engine block. Miles fired an arrow into its incapacitated head, then another. When he lowered the bow, his satisfied smirk from before was nowhere to be seen. I thought you killed it, Say snapped. She stepped backward shakily. Should be dead. Necromancer creation or not. Miles frowned. Ability packs the impact of a 50 cal. Even if it didn't do enough immediate damage to the brain to put it out of commission, the connecting vertebrae should be toast. There was motion in the rear view. Iris had curled up into a ball, her knees flushed to her chest, breaths coming in quick gasps again, hands on her head, shielding her view. Before I knew what I was doing, I stepped out of the car and withdrew a new acquisition from my inventory, a rare quality serrated blade I'd picked up mainly for gathering and harvesting valuable ingredients. Jaded eye warned me I was on the outer fringes of socially acceptable actions, and my current course might tip my hand to Miles. But when I looked at Iris again, traumatized and terrified in the back seat, I found that, at least at that moment, I didn't care. Keep an eye on the road? I asked Miles, my voice cold. Yeah, Miles said slowly, sensing what I intended from the blade in my hand, walking backward a few steps before he turned to keep watch. Don't take too long. Take Iris? I said to Say. Say nodded grimly, pulling the passenger seat open and fishing my sister out, angling her head from the downed Minotaur. I gripped Blade of Woe, looking for weak points. At first I thought it wasn't working, as nothing in the creature lit up at all, until I saw Say's nearby vitals light up like a Christmas tree. Is it actually dead? Not trusting the info, I fired off Suggestion next. It was the most subtle of my mind-influencing abilities, and served as a litmus test for whether the stronger abilities would work. And if this second death stuck, I get no feedback whatsoever. There was a spark of awareness still burning within the darkness of the creature's mind. It was still alive. When I exerted influence and attempted to lull it back into unconsciousness, my connection was violently severed. For a moment I reeled from the snapback, weathering the psychic storm, then stared down at its motionless form, grimacing in distaste. Okay. Hard way, then. I decapitated it first, carving through the muscular neck and dense spine. I'd used the rare classification blade to great effect on tough-to-carve-through materials, but it still took longer than I expected, and I was thoroughly winded by the time the blade finally cleaved through. If the neck was any indication, completely dismembering the thing would take all day. So next, I settled for severing as many tendons as I could, carving into sections of muscle that would most hamper its mobility. From the outside, it might seem a little macabre, maybe even like a waste of time. But in theory, the worst thing you could do with a regenerator was leave it be after you spent the effort and resources to bring it down. There were really only two viable options. 1, figure out its critical weakness. Or B, inflict catastrophic damage that would take too long to repair. 1 would be ideal, but I didn't have time, so I settled for B. All throughout, I could feel Say watching the process, her stare unflinching. She'd taken her system transformation hard, a penalty for being in a trial after it closed, and she'd come out the other side a harder, colder person. We had a lot of history, but were on shaky ground of late due to the temporary alliance with the Suits. They played a role in what happened to her, and I suspected the only thing stopping her from attempting to march straight into the summit and spill Aaron's brains all over the table was that most of the strike team's activities involved hunting, capturing, or otherwise eliminating members of Sunny's faction. Say still wasn't happy about cooperating with the group in any capacity, but seeing how Sunny was the one who botched Nick's recruitment, which led to the series of events that trapped her in the trial and led to her transformation, I hoped eventually serving her his head on a platter would function as a stopgap. No, not literally. Miles whistled low from the mouth of an alley, catching our attention. He spoke in a low voice. "That's the bell. Scalpels down, kids. Biology class is over." "Chimeras?" Say asked. Listening while they conversed, I picked up the pace, grabbed a canvas bag from the Prius's trunk, and unceremoniously shoved the Minotaur's head until it was mostly inside, save one curved horn sticking out from beneath the tie-off. His body had been relatively motionless, and I hadn't felt another spark from his mind yet, but I wasn't taking any chances. I also wasn't done. From what little we understood, the inventory the system gave everyone inside the dome was essentially a small pocket dimension. In theory, it could store anything from the leaf of a plant to a mid-sized vehicle. Any ingredients placed inside, no matter their shelf life, wouldn't spoil unless they were withdrawn, their biological timers essentially paused. It was unfortunately inconsistent. System vehicles, for example, could be stored easily, while non-system vehicles could not. And despite the obvious potential utility for live capture of small monsters and other specimens, it didn't work that way. Any creature had to be unconscious to be stored and came out flatlined. The latter was what I was banking on. There was almost a tangible relief when I successfully inventoried the skinned creature's head. Miles peeked around the corner and turned back. 4 of them now, heading this way, moving with purpose. Not as fuck you big as nightmare fuel over there, but big enough to be a problem." "They see you?" Say asked, rubbing Iris's back with one hand. "No, but smart money says they know where we are. Could be using the ravens to scout." Say chucked her thumb toward the dead-end back of the alley. "No outlet. Need to make a break for it before they close the distance." "Even if one of us stays behind to stall them, too high of a chance they'll ignore us and rush straight for him." I looked up at a series of spiraling ladders, extending upward in ascending rectangles. "Fire escape? Buildings are close together. Not great with the birds, but maybe we could go up and climb down to the next street over." Miles nodded. "That'll work. I'll take the car and run interference. Might buy us time if they think you're still in it. Just try not to be up there for too long." While Miles busied himself with the car, I climbed on top of a dumpster, then leapt up to the bottom platform of the fire escape, seizing the ladder in both fists and hoisting myself up. Say followed in the same path and lifted Iris above her head. "Miles," I called out. "Yep." "Thank you." Miles nodded, slipped into the driver's side, and started the car. Before long, we were running across the rooftops, my damaged Prius chugging the opposite way on the road below, directly toward our pursuers. Chapter 243. The gaps between the first few buildings were close enough that most users, even partially spec'd into agility, could have covered the gaps easily. This last one, however, was significantly longer. I'd had Audrey, my flower fang summon, fashion a makeshift harness for Iris, using her mostly thornless mobility vines. My sister had fallen silent since the Minotaur Chimera's interception, and despite a reasonable fear of heights, hadn't reacted to any of it. I pinwheeled on the loose gravel of a rooftop, balance returning to me, then turned, ready to catch Say as she leapt across. Say cleared the gap easily. She'd put too much energy into the jump, if anything, and I grunted as she clung onto my forearm to steady herself, feet sliding across the gravel roofing. Her eyebrows shot up, her mouth set as she saw something behind me. Bird! I spun. The raven shot upward, attempting to hover out of reach. Its wings and oversized body weren't built for that, so the result was an awkward climb. Still, that climb placed it out of the effective area for my hand crossbow. There was a chance I could still draw my bow and make the shot, but if Miles was right that they were communicating, any second now it would broadcast our location to the rest and we'd be overrun. No choice. I didn't have time to feel it out or test the waters for its reaction to my influence, and as much as I didn't enjoy using the ability as an answer for everything, nothing else was fast enough. Subjugate. As of now, I am your favorite human. Do everything you can to help me and mine. A wave of exhaustion tugged at my eyelids as nearly half my mana drained away. But none of the mental pain from a failed attempt. It had come down to a wager on whether all the necromancer's creations had psychic protections, and I guessed correctly that the birds would be more simple than their human counterparts. The bird swooped down and landed. It hopped frantically on the gravel and cawed at us angrily, flapping its wings and kicking up dust. For a moment I thought it had shrugged off the effects of the spell, or that it had some sort of resistance that kicked in, before I realized it was pushing us toward the roof access structure. Matt, is it about to peck our eyes out, or do you have it? Say yelled. Got it. Get inside, I shouted, twisting the push-down handle and throwing my shoulder into the door. It swung open, and we both made it in a second before a handful of massive shadows flitted over the rooftops. The raven I'd subjugated was too big to enter, but it pressed itself against the open door, shielding us from view. After the danger passed, it stuck its considerable head through the door and stared at us with all 5 eyes, then tapped its beak on the concrete with a considerable click. When no one reacted, it tapped its beak again, then spoke aloud, its voice hoarse and raspy. Treat! What? It tapped its beak again, and I could have sworn I detected a trace of sass. Good bird. Treat! Interesting. It had been trained with traditional positive reinforcement, either before or after it was supersized and sprouted extra eyeballs. That added to the likelihood its necromancer master was a user rather than system-created. Technically, I didn't have to give it anything. The raven was caught in the thrall of subjugation, so it would listen and implement anything I said and take it as gospel, even if I told the monster it no longer desired treats, or to forget how to fly. Under the effect of subjugation, any creature or person would follow my commands to the letter for the next day, with all the capacity for potential misuse that implied. Whether it was a monster or a human, I didn't want to go that route. Instead, I pulled one of the many fillets I kept on hand in my inventory out and tossed it to the creature, and another. Then one for Audrey when she started whining about the stupid bird eating my meat. The raven snatched the steak from the ground and turned its head upward, gobbling it down and chortling with pleasure, clearly enjoying the meal. Mindful of my younger sister strapped to my back, I reached out to the raven with suggestion, more to communicate than influence. It had a sharp mind for an animal, and as I'd suspected, it wasn't enslaved. It was trained. In exactly a day, the influence I hold over you will fade. You will regain your faculties and your will, and naturally you'll be angry. However, I want you to remember this moment. You attacked me first, yet I saved you from the consequences of that, rewarded you for your help, despite your transgressions. And if you enjoy the deliciousness of the reward as much as you appear to be, perhaps you should contrast your experience here with what would have happened if your master was in my place. And know that if you choose to serve me, there are many rewards yet to come. I used a version of this in a handful of human and monster test cases and received positive results. The additional prompting I was doing had to be more subtle on a human, but I found more direct language helped. Suggestion would translate my words into an amalgam of thoughts and ideas the target was more likely to understand, but it couldn't guarantee that understanding. I stopped mid-chew of the second fillet, swallowing. Its intelligent eyes seemed troubled. Then the moment passed, and it tapped its beak again. I tossed it a third slab of meat, then withdrew a fourth, much to Audrey's dismay. I withheld the final slab, tearing raw pieces off as I went. "How many are there?" The raven leaned backward, doing something unseen, then placing a pile of gravel. It used large pieces as markers, counting to 9 until it shoved a pile of gravel in from the roof. "A lot." "Any chance you can speak your master's name?" The raven huffed. "That's a no." I ran through a few more questions with mixed results until I came to the final query. "We have some ground to cover. This is a lot to ask, but now that we've bonded, any chance you can provide oversight? Help protect us from threats on the ground and steer the other flocks away before they see us?" A hesitation. "More treats?" I turned its head to either side, listening carefully for an answer. "Oh, yes." A confident squawk gave me my answer. Chapter 244. The tide was already turning. I caught glances of it in the vertical windows that lined the building's stairway. Groups of armored and armed users, strategically picking apart chimeras. Whoever the necromancer was, they didn't have much of a plan B. They doubled down on plan A, hiding a few dozen powerful and undoubtedly expensive to produce chimeras in our region to sow chaos and cover the assassination attempt. The remaining chimeras had more or less accomplished that initial objective. Problem was, even on an ordinary day, Region 14 belonged to the cross-categorization of well-defended and not to be fucked with. And assuming that the members of the Order fighting alongside Adventurers Guild mainstays meant the deal had gone through, that listing had just been bolded and underlined. I took time to resummon Talia before Astrid and Astria met us at the base of the stairs. As they shared the same half-shaved light hair and ensemble down to the golden wood wands and dark mage's robes, it was impossible to tell them apart at a glance. Astrid stood with her back straight and was acerbic, the clear leader, while Astria lurked in the background, meek and lilting. But they both looked and acted more alike than they once had, Astrid losing some of her innate confidence, and Astria finding some to speak of. "Sorry, lot of stuff to wade through out here," Astria said, her voice low and shy. "Don't apologize to them. We're the ones out here risking our butts for some spoiled asshole." Astrid's eyes locked on mine as she barred the door. Say snorted and elbowed me. "Second part anyone would agree with, but spoiled? Girl's gotta recalibrate her people senses." It was amusing seeing this side of them. You'd never know it, witnessing the headless chicken hustle to secure the perimeter, but the girls were stone-cold hitters, some of the best I'd worked with. I found them for the second time in the sewers. Nick and I were chasing down a lead. Our resident deity directed us there, hoping to lock down the Queen, one of the 5 remaining members of the Order's court, a key piece in Haster's win condition. Why we'd find royalty mixed in with sewage and shit, he never answered. Never found her either. What we had found, huddled together inside a makeshift lean-to, cobbled together in one of the many maintenance runoffs, were the twins. The 2 of them had been lying low ever since the events of the transposition, unsure of whom to trust, understandable given the confusing detonation at the end, and had been operating mostly on their own, exploring the sprawling subterranean sections of the city and delving into dungeons that appeared there, which apparently were not infrequent. Nick encountered them first, and they'd almost immediately run him off, sporting a battered ego. When I followed up as Mirden, later, I'd received a much warmer greeting. Astrid had apparently connected with me over the events of the transposition. From her account, what had happened to me was apparently an influence in their ongoing refusal to sign with any large guild. I got the feeling they wouldn't have anyway. Aligning with any large group went against a core tenet of the transient code. Trust individuals, never institutions. I owed them both, and even if I hadn't, they were too powerful to leave on their own. My solution to Astrid's problem was the strike team. It was, functionally, a small group of users with varying alliances and backgrounds that took on contract work I was mostly self-funding. Mirrodin provided access to the Merchants Guild site at the Allied Guild discount, sniffed out jobs, and the strike team carried them out. Astria glanced at Say. "Do you want to say the thing, or—" "Right." Say cleared her throat. "Report." "Not fucking good," Astrid said. She grunted as she finished the barricading, stumbling back as something slammed against the door hard enough to leave an imprint. "Bunch of lizard people chased us here. We thought about diverting to lead them away, and that we'd go at least another decade without muttering about lizard people. But with the way you were hollering, Exo, figured we should just push through," Astrid finished. Say bristled at the tag, doing her best to ignore it and nodding. It was an unfortunate nickname, mercifully limited to the strike team, more unfortunate that it was accurate enough to stick. Whatever she said went when Mirrodin wasn't present, and, well, she had an exoskeleton. "Thought it was clearing up out there," Say said, perturbed. "It was," Astria said. She hesitated. "The ones clawing at the door were being pushed back by a larger group. Then they spotted us and peeled off. Just dropped what they were doing." "That doesn't make sense." Say's brow furrowed. "Were you the only mages in the area?" "Not even close," Astrid groused. "There was several levitating in the group they abandoned." Icy fingers tightened around my spine as I realized why the twins had been targeted. They were both female, and despite their power, diminutive, closer in size to a child than an adult, just around Iris's height. The necromancer hadn't bothered with a detailed description for his rank and file. Judging from Say's grimace, she'd reached the same conclusion. "Whoever you are, congratulations. You've cemented yourself at the top of my to-do list." Say glanced at my back, where my sister was still silent and restless, then back to the twin mages. "For now, just assume that these things are going to act like idiot magnets, and plan accordingly." Astria angled her head toward Astrid. "Is she just calling names as usual, or giving genuine advice?" "Yes," Astrid said. "So, what now?" Say elbowed me. "Back up to the second floor so we can recon and kick out a window?" Maybe I'd recognized the civilians most likely to be targeted if we bypassed these things. Maybe I was just pissed. Either way, I didn't feel like taking a detour. "May I just pack a punch?" Say chewed her lip, probably annoyed at me for asking questions I already knew the answer to. "When they need to, yes." "Why bother finding a way around when they're all grouped up and vulnerable?" I said. All heads slowly turned to look at me. "Claiming this region must have fucked up your—" "Ow!" Astrid cut off mid-sentence as Astria smacked her upside the head. Instead of squabbling with her sister, Astria waited, watched Say attentively. "Orders?" Say thought about it. "Depends. Got anything heavy and directable that'll blast through but won't bring the building down around us?" "Boreas Embrace?" Astria looked over to Astrid. Astrid raised an eyebrow. "High profile. But it'll work. Man is about equal between us. Prep or incantation?" "Prep. You're the better shot." "Yeah, that's why. Nothing to do with being nervous you'll miss." "Hush." Though I'd seen it before and was too distracted to properly appreciate the moment, it was great to see how far they'd come as a duo. When I'd met them, between Astrid's hovering and her own social anxiety, Astria had barely strung together sentences. She'd hidden in her sister's shadow to the point she almost faded into the background entirely. Some of that still lingered, but for the most part she was far better at taking initiative. We moved toward the rear of the stairwell, as far back as we could go without pressing our backs against it. Say took the stairs two at a time, checking windows on the second floor, and confirmed it was clear of anything beyond monsters. Astria knelt, reaching down with glowing hands and pressing against the concrete. Two curving lines extended from beneath her gloves, forming a perfect circle so bright it was difficult to look at. The longer she maintained it, the more complicated it became. A mess of undecipherable runes scrawled within smaller circles. 2 imprints formed in the center, one slightly in front of the other, oblong and asymmetrical compared to the rest of the circle, until Astrid stepped directly onto them, obscuring them from view. I shifted Iris to my front. Astrid raised her wand, pointing it at the door. It had dented inward enough that we could hear the scrabbling of the chimeras on the other side, which were picking up the pace now that they were making progress, scaled fingers and flicking tongues pushing inward, trying to widen the gap. Shatter. Astrid mouthed the word, and all the considerable mana from the circle drained into her, leaving only dull etchings and the imprint of a circle on the ground. She floated upward around a foot, braced her wand with both hands, and loosed. Chapter 245. The skull-shattering explosion mimicked the echo of a howitzer cannon. I lost presence for a moment and stumbled to the side, a trembling hand reaching up toward a wetness on my cheek. My left ear, closest to the explosion, was bleeding. I grimaced and quaffed a health potion, making my way toward the twins alongside Say. "Got him." Say was leaning on Astrid, squinting through the gaping hole that yawned open where the door used to be, beyond masked by enough dust to pass as a sandstorm. As the dust receded, scaly corpses came into view, chunks of their bodies missing, cleanly cut through by the laser. "Think so," Astrid huffed, breathing hard but otherwise undeterred. Considering the scale of what she'd just managed, the lack of tiredness was off-putting. And a little disturbing. The twins were strong, to be sure, but they hardly dominated the competition. It was a reminder that every user still alive had been continually getting stronger, driven toward progression by the impending threat of another transposition event. Magic stood out because it was flashy and could cause catastrophic damage from a distance, but many melee users were advancing far beyond the realm of human potential in both defensive and offensive capacities. I was at a higher level than most. The combination of the Allfather's backing, stumbling upon the adaptive dungeon, and early access to Kinsley's store had allowed me to get an early head start, one I'd capitalized on to the best of my ability. Subsequently, the string of misfortunes and contentious paths that led me here helped widen the gap. Between pushing higher up the tower and clashing with problem members of the Order, I'd tried to continue that thread. But there was an uncanny sense lately that the gap was closing. If I needed to deal with a user like Astrid, powerful but lower level than me, the methodology was simple. Create enough of an opening to force subjugation through and either direct them to turn their wand or weapon on themselves, or use them against their allies. But if the user was equal to my level or higher, that was a problem. In an ideal environment with plenty of space and places to hide, I could punch far above my weight class. But this was the real world. You didn't always get to pick your battles. If the wrong users ambushed me at the wrong time, I was in a world of trouble, especially with family in the mix. My eyes trailed to my sister, still ashen in Say's arms. "We need to get going." We darted across the street in loose formation, keeping me and Iris in the center to shield us from view as we circumvented the small groups of users pushing back monsters, slowly making our way through back alleys and side roads until our destination loomed in the distance, less than a half-mile away. Say nearly took a step before her eyes glazed over, and she swiped a finger across her invisible UI. "Max is on comms and in range. Better late than never, I guess." "Max?" I asked dumbly, giving Say a pointed look. Minor mistakes could easily sum to disaster. Though the strike team didn't require my presence to function, I spearheaded things often enough that the 5 of us had a working chemistry. Say, the only person present who knew Mirden and Matt were the same person, had to take special care. She startled and glanced over at the twins. To their credit, they were too preoccupied with our surroundings to notice the slip. "Ops guy. Can hold his own in combat but has advanced reconnaissance feats." Switching gears, I played the role of an annoyed VIP whose life was in danger. "There are no freaks in sight. Whatever the hell the attack was about, they obviously focused on the outskirts. It's right there." I pointed at the building. "Quick jog and we're home free." "Confident enough to bet your sister on that?" Say challenged. When I scowled and didn't answer, she continued. "Just sit tight for a second. Max will get back to me, and we'll—" Her eyes flicked to her UI, and Say's expression froze. The already light skin around her chitinous material paled ghostly white. The private message came a second later. Say, Max is giving us a 1. Matt, what was the query? Say, the chance of all 5 of us making it to the tower. Icy fingers gripped my spine. Max's estimations were useful, but you couldn't always trust them. A positive rating, 15 being the maximum, only factored in elements that were currently present. A 15 could easily change to a 3 if some sort of threat beyond its range entered the fray. But for him to give us a 1? There was something insidious in play, a massive ambush, or something just as devastating. Say, what the fuck do we do? I considered our surroundings. The alley didn't have any defenses, anything we could barricade, save 2 large dumpsters with rusted wheels and a small mound of trash. The dumpsters could provide some cover in a pinch, though not much, especially under any heavy sustained fire. My instinct was to move, get the hell out, and find a place to hide. But if we moved before we knew where the danger was coming from, it'd be all too easy to run into it. Matt, hold until he narrows down the query. Astria had noticed the lapse and tracked back to us. Something wrong? Say nodded, her mouth tight. Serious threat, waiting on Max's cooldown for more info. A flight of shadows from above broke up the light, and there was a warning cry from the massive raven. It circled overhead, calling repeatedly each time it left the left side of its circle, the call increasing in urgency. Goo-bah! Something roared. Everyone present immediately covered their ears and winced. Beyond the deafening volume of the scream, it was strange. For one, it was guttural and raw, as if the creature who made it was malformed or injured. Second, it was broken up in the middle. In abstract, it almost sounded like 2 unintelligible words, the phonetics lost in pure, unbridled fury. An oscillating whoosh followed, not unlike helicopter blades. Seconds later, a long pole with a bright yellow triangle on one end that was spinning almost too quickly to make out smashed into the raven, sending it crashing onto the building below. In the wake of the impact, the decapitated minotaur staggered into view on the street below. It hadn't completely regenerated, and considering the damage to its ligaments and muscles, I had no idea how it was still standing. Headless and bleeding, it came to a standstill and pointed a gnarled finger at me. Goo! Bah! Give it back. Well, fuck. Beyond cutting off the head and taking it with me, I'd done an astronomical amount of damage to the creature's body after it was down for the count. Hard to imagine I was worried about overkill when this was the result. The fact that it was still standing at all bothered the shit out of me. Sure, it was probably the product of a necromancer, and undead creatures tended to flaunt the rules, but come on. It had a gaping hole where its neck should be. It was down 3 senses and still managed to track me. I stepped to the side, and its body shifted slightly, staying on target. That shouldn't be possible, unless it was being directly controlled, and it was still communicating, still showing personality, unless... It's following the head. I began to back away. The Minotaur advanced toward me with lumbering footsteps, paying no mind to the others. Astrid charged up a spell, Astria supporting from behind. Tell them to stop, I murmured. Say's head snapped back toward me. What? The Mage Twins. Stop them. Gemini, hold, Say said, using their official call sign. What, so furless, furry Doulahan can roll us over? Astrid snapped. It probably can't see you, and even if it can, its priorities have changed, I said, projecting as much confidence as I could considering the circumstances. It had taken out the bird, but only because the raven was actively hindering it, and I got the feeling these things could sense each other. Crack open the manhole and take the girls down into the sewer. Give me a minute to lead him away, then scorch concrete. She stared at me. I don't care how good you think you are. That thing will tear you to shreds. It's got to catch me first. Matt, get Iris to the Adventurers Guild. Make sure Tyler knows what's happening. Send as many people my way as you can. I'll keep the pins coming. Max gave us a near-zero chance of making it to the tower together. If I wanted to get Iris clear, that meant improvising. I had the beginnings of a plan. It probably can't see you, and even if it can, its priorities have changed, I said, projecting as much confidence as I could considering the circumstances. I'd taken out the bird, but only because the raven was actively hindering it, and I got the feeling these things could sense each other. Crack open the manhole and take the girls down into the sewer. give me a minute to lead him away, then scorch concrete. She stared at me. I don't care how good you think you are. That thing will tear you to shreds. It's gonna catch me first. Matt. Get Iris to the Adventurers Guild. Make sure Tyler knows what's happening. Send as many people my way as you can. I'll keep the pins coming. Max gave us a near-zero chance of making it to the tower together. If I wanted to get Iris clear, that meant improvising. I had the beginnings of a plan. Hard to say if it was a good one, but it was better than nothing. Say took Iris and helped her and the twins into the sewer. Memory guided me as I flew through the UI, pulling up Kinsley's store and making a very specific purpose. I spammed through the invasive warnings and prompts letting me know my purpose had been logged and selecting construction in the reason field. Considering that you had to be on the approved list, generally a non-fledgling member of a respected guild or vouched for by one, to make purchases on this section of the site, the warnings were probably unnecessary, but better safe than sorry. 40,000. Selvi withdrawn. Your new acquisition will be delivered to your inventory after the waiting period. 20 minutes. No small ask when the battlefield had a way of turning minutes into eternity. I withdrew the bag from my inventory and fished out the contents. Considering how alive the body was, I half expected the head to animate, maybe even speak to me. But compared to the body, it wasn't looking so hot. The once red tissue was dull burgundy, the texture hypoxic and prune-like, eyes rolled up into the back of its head. Well, with any luck, that means most of its intelligence and higher reasoning were out of commission. Ahead, the Minotaur was still advancing slowly, hand held out. Looking for this? I hefted the Minotaur's head by the base of the skull, then reached up with my free hand, cocked my middle finger behind my thumb, and delivered a meaty flick to its nose. The reaction was immediate. The creature roared, warbled voice full of rage and hatred, and rushed forward. Chapter 246. My pursuer was having trouble navigating. Pre-headless status, I would have placed him in the annoyingly crafty brute camp, high on the short list of foes I generally prioritized avoiding direct conflict with. Post-headless, he ran full tilt and barreled into and or over anything in his way. Considering his ample mass and speed potential, he still wasn't a joke. If I panicked or got stupid enough to run in a straight, unobstructed line long enough for him to get his massive hands on me, that would probably be the end of it. But my ability to panic was more or less a dead nerve. It had been beaten out of me, time and time again, diminishing with every instance I was forced to take something ridiculous in stride. It still happened, typically when someone I cared about was under threat. If Iris was still in danger, I wouldn't have been nearly as clear-headed. But I trusted Say, and I was pretty sure Headless was the reason for Max's disturbingly low evaluation. Now that he was fixated on me, Say could take her time getting my sister to safety, using Max's ability to make sure the way ahead was safe. Here he comes. I slowed and pressed my back to the passenger side of an oversized, gas-guzzling SUV parked on the side of the street, facing down the overgrown monster speeding toward me. Despite the juddering gait and awkwardness of his ruined legs, he was still unbelievably fast. At the last second, with perception screaming for me to move, Audrey's vines shot from my sleeve, anchoring on a distant light pole and launching me out of the way. Every pound of Headless's considerable bulk slammed into the sedan, shattering windows and crumpling the frame, pushing it up onto two wheels. The truck and engine block were bent inward, leaving him thrashing and half stuck. "So close," I called behind me, feeling grim satisfaction when the mockery was met with an angry roar. I kept running, making as much distance as I could before Headless could free himself. The first 5 minutes had been deceptively easy, effectively playing Matador with a blind bull. But slowly, almost too gradually to notice, my pursuer had been growing more coordinated. He was either regenerating faster than I could hurt him, or getting better at wringing efficiency from his injured state. Neither was good for me. At this rate, he'll run me down before we get to the reservoir. Need to keep him on the back foot. It'd be easy to ditch him if I wanted to. I could toss the head, but that meant taking the risk he'd revert to previous orders. Or I could zigzag across the region until he lost me. But he could just follow the head and find me again. So it was a question of keeping his attention, maintaining enough distance that I could lead him to the reservoir, and buying time for my purchase to arrive. A small cluster of monsters raced toward me from the opposite side, goblinoids with long ears and wings too short to function. Cutting them down would take too long, so I didn't bother. Instead, I cast Probability Cascade on the 4 front runners, stoking their ire and ensuring they'd arrive simultaneously. Then threaded the needle, sliding between 2 stinking bodies and past them. They smashed into each other and snarled, lashing out with claws, biting, fervor replaced with confusion when they realized they were fighting each other. The back line was hesitant, confused by why the leaders were fighting. I shot a crossbow bolt through a goblin's ankle, then grabbed the leader, a goblin about a foot taller than the rest, by the forehead, and covered his eyes with my palm, using the second of surprise to knock his sword hand aside and slit his throat, spinning him in a mockery of a dance. The arterial blood spray of their once leader covered them, and the warlike growls turned to craven shrieks. They ran. I reached out with suggestion this time, guiding the forerunners to retreat directly into Headless. He battered them aside, sending their broken bodies careening over the pavement. From a glance, he was more annoyed than waylaid, but the sudden interference had slowed him down. There's more than I thought. The influx of monsters wasn't slowing down. If anything, there were more of them now that I was farther from the center. Few casualties on our end, from what I could see, thanks mainly to their disorganized movement and lack of coherence, serving as fodder while the real mission was carried out. No matter how I looked at it, the flagrancy with which resources were expended scared me more than anything else. Everyone was hoarding whatever, salve, items, favors, in anticipation of what came next. I had more money than I'd ever had, especially by pre-dome standards, and despite that, was hesitant to spend, because there was no forecast for when the tornado was going to hit, when this or the second transposition was going to happen, and people we cared about would be thrown into chaos. The reasonable, albeit primal response was to hunker down, scan the tree line for any potential threats, and stockpile until we had the misfortune of discovering exactly what disaster we were preparing for. Even if the mystery necromancer had more capital than God, this was an enormous waste. There were easier ways to get at me. Far easier ways to get at my sister. More to that point, if this was a strike at me, it was concerning. Matt had fewer potential enemies, less willing to escalate the ongoing tensions between regions and guilds to targeting connected innocents. But if it was someone who knew I was Mirton, almost anyone capable would take a shot at me. Considering what they'd thought I'd done and the bounty on my head, there was plenty of motivation. If the neck-breather didn't rip me to shreds, I needed to get aggressive. Narrow down possibilities on Matt's side as quickly as possible before I went nuclear. Nick, so I know you said not to leave Aaron and Tyler alone for any reason or in any circumstance, but... Matt, negative. I have it under control. Nick, leaning out the window, man, and gotta be honest, that's not what it looks like. Matt, do not leave them unsupervised. Do not fuck this up. You dip and one of them bites it. We're blown. Month of work out the window. Nick, relax. Kumbayas are already sung. There's a confirmed agreement. Best way to make them safe would be to unsafe in yourself. Matt, that's not even a fucking word. Nick, pretty sure it's an African hymn. But whatever. Now that negotiations are over, they're joining the teams en route to you. Coords, if you please. I swore, jerking out of the way as the Minotaur's thundering footsteps gained ground, belatedly realizing I'd zoned out on a straightaway. Curving misstep, I mantled over a car and behind a light pole, flinching at the clang and shudder of metal, tucking my shoulder and ending up on my back. Above, the battered light pole swayed precariously, whining metal and cracking asphalt teetering toward me. No! As Probability Cascade landed from my fingertips, the pole swung back the other way, teetering toward the road. The tortured bolts at the base tore free, and the pole plunged down, landing directly on Headless and pinning him flat. He struggled, pushing against the concrete with both hands, trying to shove the pole off of him. It barely moved, but from the strength he'd showed, that could be shock. It wouldn't be long until he got it off. I staggered to my feet, preparing to run again before I glanced at the time. It was noon. I barely run this thing for half of the cooldown, and it was already nipping at my heels. It was tempting to cobble him somehow, turn the tables in my favor so I could time this properly. But if I went overboard, that would risk immobilizing him, and to make a serious impact, I needed to get up close, putting me in range of his bulging arms, unless I got creative. I blasted a piece of recently emancipated concrete about half the size of my fist with probability cascade, wedged the toe of my boot beneath it, and sent it skittering toward where the Minotaur's head would be, rock curving with perfect accuracy. There was a hollow thunk, and instantaneously the guttural growling and snarling ceased. The brief silence that followed was immediately shattered as the Minotaur frantically clawed at his throat in a desperate attempt to clear his airway. "Come find me once you handle that." I moved at a brisk jog, putting a more reasonable distance between us now, giving myself room to maneuver. By the time he caught up to me at the reservoir, it was already too late. System notification. Your purchase has arrived. Chapter 247. There were dozens of them, milling around the upward slope that overlooked the reservoir. Odd, malformed chimeras with twisted limbs and human faces bumped into each other, as if whatever commanding presence that directed them until that point had suddenly severed the connection, leaving them stranded and agitated. It probably had. I cocked my head and listened. There was the Minotaur's pounding footsteps growing closer, nearly loud enough to drown out everything beyond them. After a moment, perception prevailed. Human shouts and war cries drawing closer. Keening squeals followed by explosions marked casters in the mix. From the sound of it, it was a decent-sized group making their way down the main road, and barring some significant obstacle, they'd have eyes on me in under a minute. More than likely the group that contained Aaron, Tyler, and Nick, which meant I needed to work quickly. Matt had the misfortune of being perceived as a teenager. This worked to my purposes most of the time and allowed me to slip beneath the radar, but an unfortunate byproduct was that doing anything exceptional would raise eyebrows. I'd already shined a spotlight on Matt once in the wake of the first event, and while saving this region had afforded me certain advantages and a staggering amount of goodwill from the locals, it also meant I'd effectively lost my anonymous status and become a conundrum. And when you're an enigma, people start watching, questioning your every move, critiquing every loss, win, and stroke of luck that comes your way. It doesn't matter that most of them were amateurs. With enough would-be detectives, conspiracy theorists, and meddlers in the cheap seats, eventually someone's going to get it right. I could deal with the Minotaur. The landslide of battery, mockery, and frustration I'd subjected him to practically guaranteed he'd be both desperate and spitting mad, possibly the best state of mind for an opponent to be in. But the decisive blow would be too ostentatious to hide. I needed to frame it in a way that made me look like I was on my last leg, disguise the coup de grace as a Hail Mary. "Go!" Relief from constriction I'd barely even noticed washed over me as Audrey released the makeshift harness from beneath my hoodie and flung herself through the crowd of chimeras, lashing out freely with her attack vines as her mobility vines worked overtime to keep the fragile plant summon out of their reach. Snarls and clawed hands reached for her, but she was too nimble and crafty as she baited them in, letting them almost touch her before she danced away to another part of the crowd. Simultaneously, I made a break for the reservoir, curving around the crowd and pumping asphalt until I reached the railing. 50 feet to the water, nothing but concrete on the way down. Once there, I withdrew the bag that held the Minotaur's head, along with my most recent purchase. The object was smaller than I thought. A black brick that felt solid and cold to the touch, the only hint to its significance a small line of 3 capacitors on the top left side. Just holding it made me nervous. I wiped a damp hand on my shirt and pressed my thumb to the base. A spider web of blue circuitry that looked half magic, half tech lit up on the surface. Only then did I allow myself to look for the Minotaur. He was still coming, his limp all but gone. Exactly what I was worried about. Shrugged off that light pole like it was nothing, out-healing the damage. Audrey arrived with a panicked plop and scrambled to hang onto my leg. "Angry, very, very angry." The chimeras loomed. Some of them started toward us, pausing only when they saw the headless Minotaur stomping his way toward the summit. Either way, it looked like I'd been cornered. Best I could do in so little time. If anyone perceptive stopped before entering the fray and evaluated the situation, they might surmise that something was off. I made a show of looking over the edge as I was considering jumping, using the moment my back was turned to slip the device into the bag, then turned and faced the Minotaur. I held the bag up, giving it a casual spin. He stopped mid-stride, maintaining a charged posture, the surrounding air tensed and charged with violence. "Goo! Brah!" What, so you can tear my arms off after I hand it over? I gave the bag another practice swing. No deal. He took a threatening step forward. I held out a hand. Before I could speak, I noticed a flash of movement. The combined rescue force had arrived. Mostly members of the Adventurers Guild, but I recognized more than a few faces from the Order of Parsi. As I'd hoped, they were playing this smart, using the standoff and the fact that every chimera present was facing away from them to get into position. Their rogues and stealthy types were up front, creeping into striking distance, and several mages were already waiting on rooftops behind the tanks. I bought them time. It didn't have to be this way. Your master, whoever he is, could have just pranced over the region line, sauntered into the Adventurers Guild, and said hello. We could have talked, discussed terms, maybe even consolidated power. But instead he pulled... I made a dismissive gesture toward the gathering. Whatever the hell this shit is. For the first time, the Minotaur didn't repeat the same 2 words he'd been chanting like a mantra. Instead, a low, repetitive huff came from his neck, almost like he was choking or... laughing. My smile was all teeth. Oh, you come into my house, fuck with my people, and you think it's funny? The Minotaur continued to chortle. I moved on, undeterred. Whoever your master is, it's obvious he cares about you. From what I've seen, most of these freaks have the survival instinct of a lemming. But you, the second I hacked your head off and stuffed it into a pocket dimension, your goals changed, shifted to self-preservation in a way that is almost human. His laughter died as I put my arm into it, and the bag spun faster. Guessing he let you keep that because you're not exactly cheap to engineer, and he wanted to protect his investment. Still, it's something we have in common. Wanting to live and whatnot. This is how we both get what we want. There's a device in this bag that's about to open up a portal to a realm of Floros. A random realm. The portal will stay open for exactly 5 seconds. Being at the center of this portal, this bag, and unnaturally your head, will be the first object sucked in. Maybe I'm understanding your abilities, and your awareness works across realms. The creature shivered. Whether it was out of fear or anger, it didn't matter. I was getting to him. My smile turned to a smirk, but I'm willing to bet it doesn't. And if that's the case, I really try to catch this before it lands. Before he could react, I flung the bag off to the side and over the edge of the reservoir, and like a dog after a frisbee, the Minotaur charged after it. Powerful hooved legs propelled him up and over the railing that housed the overlook. He sailed through the air, almost perfectly on target, and grabbed the bag with both arms before he lost forward momentum and plunged downward. I hit the deck and covered my head. Even fully shielded from the blast, the teeth-rattling shockwave of the detonation rocked me to my core. Chapter 248. I reeled in the aftermath of temporal flare. Despite the whimsical name, the crafted explosive device's posting included a list of specifications as long as my arm. It was supposed to be a low-yield payload with a limited radius using a mix of temporal reiteration and straight-up blast power to obliterate anything in a tight circumference. Its effective area was so contained and small that I doubted it would work as a car bomb. It could absolutely ruin the day of the people in either the front or back seats, or annihilate an engine block, but you'd need multiple to achieve all 3 simultaneously, which was both inefficient and something of a relief. History, as always, was prone to repeating itself. With independent crafters on the rise, it was a growing area of argument and discourse among the regions at large. Some wanted to restrict the production and sale of explosives completely, for obvious reasons, while the opposition argued that they flattened the playing field and allowed both low-tier users and civilians to defend themselves against the sort of high-level threats that were commonplace during the transposition. My opinion was mixed. A capable mage like Astrid or Astria was more than capable of creating large-scale destruction that equaled or sometimes exceeded a run-of-the-mill explosive, so in some ways it felt like a moot point. Simultaneously, the idea of placing access to explosives at the fingertips of every gun-toting, propaganda-spouting fringe dweller in the Dome, of which there were many, made me uneasy. If I'm being honest, I wanted that access. Current circumstances served as a suitable example. I'd found myself in a situation where I needed to do more damage than I was capable of. I'd done my due diligence, identified an ideal staging ground, and hopefully reduced my regenerating attacker to dust. I just wasn't sure I wanted to see what happened if everyone else had it. Even my use hadn't been perfect. I wasn't physically hurt and had taken no damage from the blast, but just being on the edges of it had scrambled my senses. As I pushed myself up, I nearly slipped, fighting the misfiring neurons and ruined equilibrium that made me feel as if I was constantly growing closer to the ground. The sound of conflict reached my ears as my hearing returned. More than a few of the chimeras Audrey had angered were still advancing on us, but most of them were turning to face the onslaught of their joint attackers. Mages hurled spells off of rooftops, while an aggressive and well-equipped forward line cut them down in droves. Their attention was split. Still, now that they were under attack, the creatures were putting up a more consolidated resistance, forcing back the adventurers who strayed too far forward with savage ambushes from the side. I disregarded them as stupid, which in retrospect was a poor estimation. They were lacking in general intelligence, but their instincts, the way they fought, gave the impression they were bred for war. And, considering the tide of the battle, they probably would not make it in time. A snake-like chimera, twice the size of the rest, slithered toward me, ahead of the pack, forked tongue slipping out from human lips that were stretched too far back its arrowhead face to be called human anymore. I tried to pull my crossbow, watching helplessly as the targeting bead drifted over the snake's head. Can't aim for shit with a shell shock. Turned around as I was, a blade wasn't going to be much better. I growled, knowing that the only option I had left would likely kill my poor summon, but extended my arm and gave a mental command. Audrey sprung off my shoulder, vines biting into my sleeve as she launched herself from it like a cannonball, landing on the base of the snake chimera's neck and wrapping her vines around it, riding it as it flailed and tried to throw her off. That would give me more than enough time to pop the flight charm and escape, but it would mean abandoning the narrative I crafted. Not to mention, with a size differential, the snake would kill Audrey before she made a dent. On some level, I knew that using my summons this way was logical. If I died, they would also cease to exist. If they died, I could resurrect them once I had the mana to spare. My continuance meant their continuance. Still, I didn't like it. Maybe I was anthropomorphizing them, conflating loyalty with duty, but ever since Hastur messed with my head, it was harder and harder to not see them as people. They'd all stuck their necks out for me, risen far above what was required. Expecting them to do that, as a matter of course, just seemed shitty. "Hold on, buddy!" The shout was audible, even over the din of battle. I looked up, half expecting to see Nick. Surprisingly, the man sailing over a half-dozen monsters directly toward the snake chimera wasn't my friend. I was reasonably certain I'd never seen him before. Short-cropped hair, styled to perfection despite the circumstances, he was wearing the same lightweight variety of armor as me, which looked more like Kevlar composite and was prohibitively expensive. There was a saber on him, undrawn, leaving his hands free. He landed on the snake's head in an almost gymnastic display of dexterity, pressed his palms together, and slapped them down over the serpent's eyes. Audrey got clear just in time, releasing the snake and skittering across the pavement to me as fire raged beneath the newcomer's palms. The snake bucked in its death throes, launching the man high in the air. He sailed backward, head plummeting toward the pavement before he tucked his knees, completing the backflip and instinctually raising his arms in a salute for balance, a dead giveaway that he probably was a gymnast. He snapped out of it just as quickly, sprinting back and forth between me and the oncoming chimeras, holding out his left hand and snapping his fingers, creating a collapsing radius of orange diamonds that radiated brightly. A chimera that drew too close was immediately engulfed in flames, and the others drew back, staring at the minefield with cautious eyes. "We always meet in the strangest places." Saber Guy grinned at me, far too happy considering the circumstances. Now that he was closer, something about him was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I spared a glance to the side when another of the orange mines went off. They were testing the range, but not drawing any closer. Then looked back to the newcomer. "Who are you?" Along the side of his neck, I spotted a tattoo of a human face, so faded and poorly penned it was almost indistinguishable. "Oh, sorry, rolled in with the Adventurers Guild to help out." He pointed to Audrey. "But I was talking to my friend." Chapter 249. Me? Audrey stuttered. I felt a wave of panic resonating from where the plant summon sat on my shoulder. Ironically, more than when she'd kamikaze-charged the snake. She was strange that way. Rarely in niche situations I'd use my summons to speak for me, either to communicate over long distances or speak to people in situations where discretion was required. "Your friend?" I said slowly. Even as I said it, I finally placed the face with a name. Brett. I'd found him in the early days, held hostage by a den of monsters on one of the early floors of the adaptive dungeon. As a naturally suspicious person with the only key to the dungeon in my possession, I'd assumed he was a dungeon construct, same as the monsters, drummed up to create a sense of urgency. When that was proved wrong, it created something of a conundrum because I didn't have the mask back then, and my side objective to not reveal myself to other users was already in effect. Instead of playing along and being forced into a scenario where I either had to aid Brett directly or let him die, I'd gone an alternate route. Used Audrey to communicate and aided from the shadows, while she appeared to save Brett single-handedly. It was such a minor event amid so many cataclysms that I'd nearly forgotten it. Clearly, he hadn't. She came to my aid while I was running for my life. Unexpected. But I'm not the type to turn down help in a crisis. I take it you know each other? I said. "Classic," Brett grinned. "Back when everything kicked off, this petal lady pulled my ass out of the fire. Even told me about the Adventurers Guild. God knows where I'd have ended up without her help." His smile faded. "Do you not remember me?" I shifted my shoulder slightly, jostling Audrey. "What do I say?" Audrey's voice echoed loudly in my mind. "You remember him, right?" I asked. "Yes?" "Then stop yelling and start there. Beyond that, it's up to you. He's your friend." I, yes, let me have all the meat. Very tasty once I learned to skin them and did not have to worry about the fur. Yum, Audrey said. I suppressed a groan as Brett rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "There's an image I was trying to get out of my head." He shifted his head from side to side. "But who cares? And if you're helping out this guy, I'm guessing you're doing well, mate. Good on ya." "Thanks," Audrey said. "Tell you what." Brett walked along the perimeter, refreshing the fire mine simultaneously, talking over his shoulder. "Stick around after the battle. I've gone back and forth on ways to pay you back if I ever saw you again, and I think you'll like what I came up with." He grinned, then seemed to remember himself. "If you can spare her." I shrugged noncommittally, and Brett took that as a yes, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up before he waded back into the fray. My eyes narrowed at that. He was either beyond confident or he knew something I didn't. Almost as soon as the thought crossed my mind, twin comets of plate armor landed with considerable impact, scattering the surrounding chimeras in a shockwave. The first was Tyler, the massive leader of the Adventurers Guild, and the second was Nick. Tyler looked the same as he always had. A good-natured grin split his lips as he spotted me, intact and whole. "Sorry for the delay." "You good, Matt?" Nick called over. With a single-handed sweep, his massive blade, really more greatsword than longsword, but he insisted on wielding it with one hand, carved through 3 chimeras, bisecting them diagonally in a shower of gore. His golden aura burned most of it away before it hit the ground. Even under siege, surrounded by countless foes, he looked every bit the hero. I nodded. Caught the tail end of an explosion, but nothing permanent. "Where's Iris? Lip Reader is at AG headquarters with Say and your mom." "Safe?" Last I'd seen her, she'd been borderline catatonic. "Shaken, but yeah. And before you ask, Aaron's over there," Nick finished, patting over his shoulder. My jaw dropped before I could rip Nick a new one for abandoning him on the battlefield. An unarmed figure in $500 shoes, slacks, and button-up shirt was walking through the throng unimpeded, hands in his pocket. Other than the fact that he looked like he jumped straight off the cover of Forbes, there was little noteworthy from this distance. Until I noticed the barely transparent bubble shielding him from harm. That's new, I said numbly. Up to this point, I'd believed Aaron was a civilian, that he held the helm of the Order through guile and planning alone. Since when was he a user? Not sure what this is. Nick lowered his voice, leaning dangerously close to a row of mines. Still reads as a civilian in the group screen, but if he was keeping his status on the down low, I think it's safe to say he's not hiding anymore. We both knew a person's status in a system screen was anything but ironclad, which meant Nick was basing that assumption off of something else. Something he'd likely tell me later. No fuckery in the negotiations? I asked. Smooth as silk, Nick confirmed, bashing a bare chimera in the head with his shield hard enough that its skull cracked and fell to the ground. 26, he yelled at Tyler. 30, Tyler yelled back, smiling wide. He heaved his massive berserker-style blade in a half-circle, obliterating a half-dozen chimeras. Gonna need a bigger sword if you want to keep up, kid. Size doesn't matter, you bastard, Nick hollered back, redoubling his efforts. It was insane how quickly they'd found rapport. Tyler was a close ally, but he'd always regarded me with a certain degree of caution. Between his now mostly defunct truth-sight ability and uncanny judgment of character, there were likely more red flags in the mix than he was comfortable with. He saw my value and appreciated what I'd done, but he'd always held me at arm's length. I suppressed a flash of jealousy at the ease with which Nick had slid into the guild leader's good graces and focused my irritation where it was actually due. Aaron continued through the throng, approaching the center, maintaining the same casual gait. The force field that surrounded him was unlike any I'd ever seen, more offensive. Instead of simply passively repelling attacks, the chimeras that approached him were seized by invisible hands and uplifted, their limbs, necks, and even tails twisted mercilessly until the creature was broken and discarded, writhing on the asphalt. Since the dome came down, I'd seen plenty of high-level magic, but nothing quite like that. Aaron came to a stop at the center of the melee. When he locked eyes with me, it felt like staring a shark in the face. Slowly he nodded in appreciation. He knows. It was jarring, and more than a little alarming. I was used to my machinations slipping by under the radar, making plays no one would notice, tweaking things in the background so they came to an ideal outcome while everyone else was none the wiser. But Aaron saw the play, and I had a strong feeling he was about to make himself the star of the show. When he spoke, his voice emanated from everywhere and nowhere, booming, unyielding. This region is now under the joint protection of the Adventurers Guild and the Order of Parsi. Hasters will be done. Begone. As his voice rumbled, the chimeras alone trembled, as if the earth beneath them was shuddering, and collapsed into piles of gore. Chapter 250. Power. The thought pervaded above all else as the chimera's gory remains spattered to the ground in a collective squelch that echoed across buildings. It was too loud, too pronounced. Either he'd use some sort of magic to amplify the aftermath, or the effect extended over the entire region. Probably the latter, considering the absence of any sign of battle. There was still yelling in the distance, some more alarmed than others, but lacking the roars, persistent clanging of metal and shrieking of high-tier spellcasts. "Show off," Nick muttered, just loud enough that I could hear. I had to agree. Almost awkwardly, the hundreds of users shifted their attention from fallen foes reduced to fleshy puddles on the ground to the man still pushing his way through them, making a beeline toward me. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he approached. Aaron had irreversibly outed himself. It started this morning when he'd resigned from his position on the Relief Council and revealed his role as a guild leader for the Order. But this was on a different level. Everyone would look at him differently after word of what happened here spread, both within the Order and beyond it. He'd have a lot more attention focused on him now, which I knew from personal experience could be more curse than blessing. Tyler recovered first, sheathing the massive blade on his back and stepping forward, all smiles and diplomacy. He reached out a hand, and Aaron shook it warmly. "Our alliance is already bearing fruit.
Sorry to pull you and yours off the bench so quickly.
It's nothing. Aaron smiled.
Still game for darts later?
Can't see why not, Tyler grinned.
Though that does raise the question of where.
Aaron glanced at me as he spoke.
We'll need to decide the venue. Ordinarily, I'd suggest somewhere nearby, but I wouldn't want to infringe.
This was the play. I'd harangued him in the meeting, going so far as to air out some of our pre-dome dirty laundry and serving as a heel. I hadn't gone overboard or made myself appear irrational, but what I'd said made it clear our working relationship wouldn't exactly be cordial. I looked around at the aftermath, stone-faced. Quite the display for a civilian. Aaron followed my gaze.
Perhaps. This wasn't something I wanted to be public knowledge, but the circumstances forced my hand.
So you are a user, I pressed, dialing back the hostility of the accusation.
Not as you know them.
Aaron waved a hand, his expression thoughtful.
I can't engage with the system as you and the others do, but I'm not altogether lacking in the power that stems from it. It'd be more accurate to call me a divine conduit.
Great. Haster's prophet, I translated.
Of sorts?
He stared at me with that blank, alien stare. It was probably the same look he used to bully clients and employees into submission at the hedge fund my mother worked at before the firm's extracurriculars got her indicted.
I hope with this I've demonstrated our value as allies, a value that is perhaps worth the unpleasant ask of letting bygones be bygones.
There was a tinge of distortion to his voice, indicating that he was amplifying his voice loud enough that everyone nearby could hear it. Most without realizing magic was involved. I had to suppress a smile at the ease with which he was coordinating the stage, moving everyone in it into a clearly defined role. Aaron knew I didn't oppose the alliance, just like he knew I'd use the chaos to create a scenario in which I needed the order to save me. None of this was pre-planned, yet he took it in stride, playing off my efforts to further his agenda. Terrifying as always. There was a moment of tense silence as Aaron reached out a hand. Out of the corner of my eye, Tyler actually held his breath. I smirked inwardly. After all the build-up, it'd be amusing to deny Aaron here, create some trumped-up subtext to slap his olive branch away. But that was little more than an intrusive thought. In reality, doing so would be as pointlessly obstructionist as it was short-sighted. Eventually, almost inevitably, we'd probably find ourselves on opposing sides again. And when that happened, I needed him to not see it coming. Begrudgingly, I shook his hand. Tyler breathed a sigh of relief, and before I realized what was happening, Aaron swept me into a hug. My ears popped as the outside sound dulled, muffling sound from the city and isolating us.
"Rein in your dog," Aaron whispered, voice low and furious.
For a bizarre moment, I thought he was talking about Talia, before I realized what he really meant. Mirden? I asked, smiling thinly. You're the one who let him off the leash.
I cannot run a guild if its members are constantly terrified and jumping at shadows, and there will not be a guild left to run if he continues at his current pace.
Aaron was mostly exaggerating. It was true that I'd been heavy-handed with Sonny's people, but they were generally loyalists who wouldn't have crossed the aisle to Aaron's side anyway. The few who hadn't been staunchly aligned were problems in other ways. As slick and enigmatic as it appeared from the outside, the Order of Parsi was mostly ex-cons, dishonorable discharges, and other undesirables. In a way, I could understand it, even respect it. Even with the world turned upside down, second chances were scarce. I'd be a massive hypocrite if I judged them all based on background alone. But there were some things even I couldn't look past. Still, the fact he was coming to me with this instead of approaching Mirden directly was interesting. It wasn't as if Mirden never showed face at the Order's headquarters. He was there fairly often. If Aaron didn't want to approach him publicly, he could have used a third party to summon him to his private quarters. Instead, he was here, burning a chit of leverage to negotiate with me. Was he perceptive or afraid? Might be overestimating the sort of pull I have with our friendly neighborhood ordinator, I hedged. He doesn't exactly come to me for approval before he does something.
Don't be stupid, Aaron snapped.
Fear, then. He recovered from the lapse almost immediately, tempering the anger.
We both know you'd never surrender an asset you couldn't control, especially to me.
Maybe I'm losing my edge. Aaron snorted. After deciding I'd put up enough token resistance, I rolled my eyes. If I can spare the time, I'll talk with him. Aaron's grip on me tightened.
Oh? Some other, more pressing priority?
Yeah, finding the necromancer just took a swing at my sister, I growled. All at once, Aaron's grip loosened, and he relaxed as he realized what exactly I was negotiating for.
Necromancers are a problem for all of us. A destructive blight on an otherwise fresh new dawn. One capable of this level of incursion is an even bigger threat. You'll have as much support as you need.
Good. Considering that, I'll talk to Mirden as soon as I can. Just before we parted, I forced a series of images to mind and amplified the emotion that accompanied them. Dead dog. First pet. A corgi with bowel problems and a worse back. Dead summons. Dead sister. Dead dad. My vision watered and a single tear rolled down my cheek as Aaron stepped away. He stared at me, slightly taken aback as I shook his hand in front of everyone. Thank you, Aaron, for everything, I said, voice warbling with genuine emotion. Aaron bowed his head.
This was nothing. I look forward to the fruits of our future endeavors.
Tyler nodded, discreetly giving me a thumbs up, while off to the side, Nick couldn't help but shake his head in distaste. Aaron nodded, shooting me a coy smirk as he turned to address the collective group of users, amping up his energy and voice.
Victory is ours.
Go ahead, play to the cheap seats. A raucous cheer went up, only subsiding as he held his hands out to calm him so Tyler could address the group, his voice authoritative and proud.
All right, folks. See a healer if you're injured and help others to safety if you're not. The rest of you, spread out and secure the region. Good job, people. This could have been a hell of a lot worse.
There was a bustle of motion as the users broke away, following orders. Only Nick didn't move. His arm was up, hovering frozen in mid-motion. His face was pale. What is it? I asked, dreading the answer. Among the departing users, more than a few had stopped in place, their faces drawn. Someone moaned, the sound guttural and raw. Pull up your UI, Nick answered quietly. I snapped it open and stared at the recent addition. 13, 23, 59, 49. Shit. Chapter 251. The bustle of motion that followed the Chimera's defeat was chaotic at best. Ellison still wasn't responding to messages. That could be a bad sign, but it could also be nothing. Communication wasn't his forte these days. Iris was fine. Fine, of course, being relative. She'd apparently fallen asleep, and considering how bad things were going to get in the coming days, I wanted her to get all the rest she could. Shortly after the timer appeared, Aaron and Tyler had paired off, probably to discuss how to best manage the inevitable panic. 13, 23, 44, 49. The second transposition event. We always knew it was coming. Guess now we know when. I forced myself to close the UI and stood on the far edge of the reservoir, watching as a mix of civilians and Kinsley's mercenaries recovered the Minotaur's remains. The bomb had done its job, and other than a few large chunks, the rest of him was more or less well-dispersed oatmeal. Sticky oatmeal. One particularly gruff-looking man in dark fatigues was balancing on his tactical knee pads on the off-white concrete, reflective light from an honest-to-God spatula bouncing as he scraped a particularly tough sample off the ground and placed it into a vial. "You sure this is the best use of our time?" Kinsley said. She'd come down to check on me because she was worried, and after seeing the bloodied state of my clothes, was standing a few extra feet away. I get that he was regenerating, but he looks very dead. Super extra dead. I sympathized. The store was probably getting traffic from everyone who noticed the timer. Yet she had people out here on cleanup detail. Still, this was important. I decapitated him, Kins. She blinked. Before you blew him up? More sawed. But, yeah. I peered at her. Then, despite the fact that would dissuade most things from existing, he chased me down to lodge a complaint. Kinsley absorbed that stoically. After a moment, she called out to her people. Make sure you're keeping the samples separated. Steinbeck, a gruff man with a cheery disposition, took a break from whatever he was scraping up and knelt, upright, broadcasting to the rest.
You heard the boss. Handle with care. Wouldn't want to get thrown out a window. A dark chuckle rippled through the mercenaries and civilians. At first, I took it as a generic joke, coloring Kinsley as some power-hungry mob boss, but she shifted from side to side, lips pulling down in a scowl. Did you actually throw someone out a window? No! Kinsley's mouth set in irritation. He jumped. I waited a beat. Like, actually jumped, or was assisted? Yes, actually jumped. She sighed. I've been meaning to tell you that the satellite science team finished up their research, but it's been something of a busy morning. That was the truth. The series of close calls still rattled me, so much so that, with the sudden change of subject, it took a second to place what exactly she was talking about. Haster's potion, I realized. The reward he'd offered me as incentive. Either out of coyness or a twisted personality, he'd refused to say what it did, alleging I wouldn't believe him. As much as I hate to admit it, you were right. Keeping the research team under guard felt wrong, but it probably saved our asses. On that topic, I highly, highly recommend you don't hold on to it and use it as soon as possible. Slowly, I connected the dots. It's that valuable? Kinsley's expression was dead serious. I mean, Jesus Christ, Matt. You're the best friend I have in the world, and I'm tempted to steal it just to auction it off. You have more money than God, I reminded her dryly. Yep, Kinsley nodded, and with upkeep, new acquisitions, paying these idiots decent wages, I'm breaking even until the dust settles. If I auctioned that potion, I'd have more money than the whole chicken-fucking pantheon. Suddenly, I put it together. Kinsley wasn't being coy or dramatic by withholding what the potion did. More accurately, it legitimately spooked her enough that she didn't want to say whatever it did out loud. What the hell is it? So, the guy you threw out the window is a researcher? I told you he jumped. And he wasn't just any researcher, Kinsley said glumly. Head researcher. Rare vocation, sharp as hell, and had a jar of dum-dum pups in his office. Gave me one every time I came by. Very well compensated. But despite that, he got greedy. Inventoried the potion, and when the guard team cut him off at the stairwell, Kinsley clapped her hands with a loud snap. Dove through a window and ended up like a strawberry on the pavement. 5-story fall. No idea how the moron thought he could survive that. I absorbed that and waited. Send me the description. Item name, Azura's Tears. Rarity, legendary. Item description, the residual tears of a false god, collected from her final prison in the aftermath of a failed insurrection. A universal palliative. Cures all lingering status effects, diseases, pre-existing injuries, impairments, or defects regardless of age, mental conditions, and unwanted alterations, so long as the recipient is still alive. Once imbibed, the secondary boon, Azura's Gift, is received. What? Barely processing what I was reading, I focused in on the highlighted square that covered Ashura's Gift. Ashura's Gift. Once this boon is attained, the recipient claims an aspect of the divine. Base kit immunity to all curses, status effects, and diseases is exponentially bolstered. Resistance to all damage types is amplified. Existing lifespan is extended by a magnitude of 5. Permanent XP multiplier of 2x. Additional class utility for specific classes. Divine aspect. Jesus fucking Christ. I slowly turned to look at Kinsley. Her typical devil-may-care expression was nowhere to be seen, overtaken by an overcast glumness. If this gets out... Yeah, I've already taken precautions, Kinsley said. She hesitated. To be honest, I'm not sure if they're enough. I understood completely. This wasn't just a cure-all. It was effectively a potion of immortality. Perhaps that was less valuable here in the Dome, where any given day could potentially dish up more trouble than the average person could survive, but even so, there was the XP modifier, class utility, and amped-up resistance. It wasn't just valuable. It was priceless. The only way to guarantee something like this stayed secret would be executing the research team almost immediately after the potion's value was revealed. Kinsley watched me, her expression grim. Other than the head researcher, the rest of my team has done nothing wrong. They're quiet, freaked out, but generally loyal. Maybe to the paycheck, but still. Plenty of people turned up their noses when they saw how young I was, regardless of what I was paying. I'd rather not make the ones who didn't regret it. Of course. I mean it, Matt. I stared at her. I'm not going to go after your people just because they have knowledge I'd prefer they didn't. Even if I was willing to do that, word spreads.
It's probably already too late." She looked away. "Okay." I read through the description, making sure I hadn't missed any fine print or serious downside. The system didn't always provide an itemized list of potential downfalls, but it often hinted. Yet, there was no hint as far as I could see. If the description was accurate, the tears were as powerful as they appeared to be. "Wait," I said suddenly. When he gave it to me, Hastur claimed that once I figured out what it did, I'd realize I needed more than one, and that he'd give me the second later, once I'd helped him. Kinsley said nothing, just waited. She didn't seem surprised. The first had an obvious use case. Say's insectile transformation weighed heavily on her. While it provided incredible speed and strength, the more monstrous aspects of her appearance were a constant drain on her psyche and severely restricted her ability to move freely in the open, all of which were near direct consequences of my mistakes. I'd been too full of myself to see how sloppy I was being in the early days, and while the role I'd played in what happened was indirect, Say had still suffered for it. If I was reading it correctly, this potion could undo those effects. Giving it to her was only fair. "Cures all injuries or defects regardless of age," Kinsley echoed. Oh. Oh! Shit! Iris. I resented the term defect, and wanted to push back against the idea that my sister had some issue in need of correcting. If this was the old world, I might have done exactly that. Mom wasn't supposed to play favorites, of course, but Ellison had taken to saying that Iris was the best of us long before the dome came down. And for the most part, I believed he was right. My sister had an essential kindness in her that almost everyone around her lacked. She was always the first to lend a helping hand, to put herself out to aid someone else, even to her own disadvantage. There just weren't that many people like that left in the world. Part of me thought she'd eventually grow out of it. The rest of me hoped she didn't. There was nothing wrong with her. In any reasonable, civilized setting, she was more than capable of working around her own physical disadvantages and excelling. An image of a dark shape sliding down the slide behind her replayed in my mind, and I closed my eyes. With danger everywhere and the possibility of a second event looming in the distance, I had to be purely rational about this, and as much as I hated it, the conclusion was obvious. No matter how protected she was, or how many safeguards I put into play, people who could hear the thunder coming had a higher chance of living through the oncoming storms than people who couldn't. The potion had plenty of secondary effects that further empowered that equation. Damage and status effect resistance alone factored astronomically. Of course, ignoring the minor downside that if Iris lived through the dome, she'd outlive everyone she loved. Fucking Darwin. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. "Is it stored somewhere safe?" "Safe as it can be," Kinsley said, not looking confident. "But I'll still feel better when it's nothing more than an empty bottle." Kinsley was smart enough not to say it out loud, but I could guess. She'd probably stashed the potion in her sanctuary. Even if she was under duress, she couldn't retrieve the potion without entering her sanctuary first. Once inside, she'd be able to forcibly eject anyone who accompanied her, and would have multiple points within a several-mile radius to escape from back into the city. Still, we were living in a time of unlimited possibilities. There was probably a way to get the potion out of her sanctuary we simply didn't know about, which meant I needed to decide. And soon. "I'll need to talk to Say." "Look, giving it to Iris makes sense," Kinsley said. From the way she was looking at me, I could tell she'd already guessed how this would go. "Say may even see it that way. What happened to her is horrible, but there's no question her issue makes her more capable than if she'd remained an ordinary user. But as soon as you tell her, it will give Hastur leverage over you. He'll be able to string you along until he gives you the second potion." "I know." "Then why tell her at all?" Kinsley asked. She crossed her arms. "We both know it's only a matter of time before the Order turns on us. Pretty sure you'd never agree to work with Aaron if you truly believed he was planning to make good on his terms. God knows I wouldn't, considering what those fuckers did to me. But they're still doing to my dad." I struggled to answer, because at the beginning of all this, I probably would have agreed. Too many people know what the potion does. If Iris miraculously gains her hearing, it might be possible to explain it away as some class effect or ability. But if Say hears about the potion after the fact and connects the dots, it'd put us in a vice. Of course, that was just the rational explanation, the one Kinsley would accept. The truth was more complicated. While everything I'd said was accurate, what was really sticking in my gut was that I didn't want a lie to say. Not about something like this. After all the shit we'd been through together, she deserved to know the truth. Even if it sucked. Even if it made her hate me. Still, the small quirk at the side of her mouth told me Kinsley wasn't buying it. You're probably right. And even if you weren't, it kind of makes me feel better. Why? I glanced at her curiously. Nothing. Just a reminder that you're still you. Part of my role is collecting information. Kinsley hedged, working her jaw, and I've been hearing a lot about our mutual friend over the last few weeks. That's worrying. Mutual friend being Mirden. Like? Nothing specific you need to worry about, Kinsley continued without answering, giving me a lingering side-eye. But people fear him, and not just existentially like before. I rolled my eyes. Courtesy of the Overseer, our mutual friend is both boogeyman and scapegoat. Someone trips and falls down the stairs, they'd probably find a way to blame him for it. Kinsley inclined her head. Maybe, but we both know most rumors carry a grain of truth. I stuck my hands in my hoodie pockets and started to disengage. You got it from here? Yeah, I guess. Kinsley grimaced, watching as one of her people picked up a long, viscous strand of meat from the pavement with a pair of tongs and stuffed it into a large glass jar. Her people were working slowly, only partially because they were being thorough. From the way they kept sneaking peeks to the side, seemingly at nothing, it was obvious they were checking the timer on their UI. Headed to the tower? I considered it, then shook my head. As much as I wanted to attempt to bullshit my way and rush through the remaining floors so Nick could claim Excalibur, we'd already tried that, and it had failed. What was required to make it through the upper floors was a coordinated group effort, and there'd already been too much chaos today. There were plenty of injuries, and with the reveal of the timer, everyone was scared. I suspected the impulse to rush was at least partially why we'd received such an advanced warning. The previous game had been divided by regions. There was at least a baseline assumption that the system established the regions for a reason, and whatever the event pertained to would probably include them. But there was no guarantee it would shake out that way. And most of us knew it. So inevitably people would panic and wear themselves out so much, getting ready for whatever was about to happen, that when, and if, it did, the populace as a whole would be on edge, primed to make plenty of mistakes, playing right into the system's hands. As much as the necromancer attack and sudden reveal of the timer made me want to run around in a panic, I needed to resist that urge. Matt, specifically, needed to project calm. Like it or not, with the way things had gone down after the last event, the people in my region looked up to me. And the calmer my region was, the easier it would be to get things done in the long run, and the better we'd do in the second event if Nick and I failed to stop it. Not today, but soon, I pointed at her. Make sure you keep that potion secure, and send some dummy quests when you can. Stuff that should be easily achievable in the tower. Not exactly low on Selve at the moment, but with the way things are going, I'll probably need more. Easy enough, Kinsley nodded, watching me curiously. But now you've got me wondering. What are you doing today? Need to check on Iris, lock in a level, show face with the wounded. Then, after the dust settles, make sure everyone who's watching knows I'm not particularly worried about the second event or what happened today. I squinted, passing out of the shadow of the reservoir and into the sunlight. How? Kinsley called after me. How else? I shrugged. By finally going on that date. Somehow I managed to ignore the excited squawking that followed, echoing after me as I reached the ladder that led to the upper platform and beyond. Chapter 252. It was a relief to find that my previous evaluation of the attack was correct. We'd taken light casualties, nothing particularly unexpected. There were perhaps 20 or so people injured, and only 3 people had died. I spent the afternoon visiting the families and loved ones of the fallen, making sure they were cared for, offering words of comfort that felt alien on my lips but seemed accepted and appreciated. The first 2 were more or less taken care of, with close ties to the Adventurers Guild or other friends or family members positioned to look after them. Only one family had lost their primary user, a father with a defender class, and I spent perhaps more time than I should have ensuring they were settled and connected with other parties who could help them. Now I was situated in Iris's dark room adjacent to my mother's flat, running my hands through her hair as I reviewed my character sheet. Iris herself was non-responsive, laying on her side and facing the wall, either asleep or pretending to be. I've been tempted to tell her about the potion, but given what she'd just been through, she wasn't remotely ready for that discussion. And to be honest, neither was I. Instead, I tried to take comfort in the silence, let my mind wander as I reviewed my character screen. Matt, level 24 Ordinator. Identity, Mirden, level 24, ? Strength, 6. Toughness, 12. Agility, 33+. Intelligence, 20+. Perception, 14. Will, 21. Companionship, 3. Active title, Jaded Eye. Feats, Double-blind. Ordinator's Guile, 2. Ordinator's Emulation. Stealth, 2. Awareness, 1. Harrowing Anticipation. Page's Quick Draw. Squelch. Acclamation. Hinder. Escalating Fire. Assassin, 2. Mind Spike. Decisive Action. Skills. Probability Cascade, level 18. Suggestion, level 27. Command, level 15. One-handed, level 30. Negotiation, level 25. Unsparing Fang, emulated, level 19. Bow Adept, level 12. Twilight's Nocturne, level 15. Subjugation, level 30. Riposte, level 10. Boons, Nycta's Veil, Eldritch Favor, Ordinator's Implements, Retainer's Guiding Hand. Summons, Audrey, Flowerfang Hybrid, Bond, level 10. Talia, Eidolon Wolf, Bond, level 12. Azure, Abrogated Lithid, Bond, level 20. The last month had been nothing but grind, and despite running myself ragged, I couldn't help but feel that I had precious little to show for it. That wasn't necessarily true. Reality was, leveling slowed down exponentially for everyone in the 20s. Compared to the average high-level user, I was practically sprinting through advancement, probably closing the gap with the top outliers. But it still didn't feel like enough. I pinched the ability section and widened my fingers, zooming in. My primary stats were still intelligence and agility, though somewhat ironically I was starting to doubt the practicality of the former. Early on, every point I assigned had a clear and definitive impact. I could recall memories long since forgotten, going all the way back to childhood. It was common knowledge that after a certain point, dumping points into stats led to diminishing returns, but the fact that I could no longer directly feel the difference was frustrating. Still needed to raise it, of course. Subjugation worked far better when my intelligence dwarfed my targets, as well as a handful of other Ordinator abilities. But level mattered far more. Probably would have raised intelligence higher if Nick hadn't kept harping on me for my low toughness after a near one-shot in the tower. And unlike intelligence, every point put into perception gave an obvious advantage, amplifying Jaded Eye's natural trap detection and ambush awareness. I'd made significantly more progress in terms of feats. Like the adaptive dungeon, the Gilded Tower handed out feat points like candy, especially if you were among the first to clear a floor. The second tier of Ordinator's Guile not only reduced the draw of the class-exclusive mana-hungry abilities and extended the effective range of my summons, but also increased the rate of my mana regeneration in general. Stealth, too, combined with my sky-high agility, made it all too easy to be invisible when I needed to be. Paired with both levels of Assassin, too, which functioned like Blade of Woe on overdrive specifically on human enemies, providing a constant stream of information about their weak points and vulnerabilities I could exploit, made dropping rogue users far easier than it used to be. Though I wanted to avoid that whenever possible. Nevertheless, in terms of stealth build, I was almost set. All I was really lacking for my use case was a practical way to disappear when stealth failed me, which I was using a mix of items to compensate for. In terms of direct combat, that was a little more meager. I could scrap moderately well, and the combined psychological warfare I could rain down and bullshit I could throw out with my Ordinator abilities made me hell to deal with in a one-on-one fight with no interference, but that was in ideal circumstances. If I was outnumbered and surrounded, things were likely to get dire. There was an ongoing attempt to rectify that weakness. Decisive Action was a page feat that gave me several basic combat skills I'd be desperately lacking, starting with Riposte, which was effectively a counter. Counterattacks were already a priority for me before I'd received the skill. Now they just hit harder. And once the skill hit 25, Decisive Action would bestow another. I'd continued to train Twilight's Nocturne, the fighting style Nycta gifted me, whenever I could. It wasn't flashy, but it was efficient and brutal. The problem was it required me to be in some degree of flow state. If pressed or surprised, I still had a recurring habit of falling back on unsparing Fang. That was still working for now. The style was exotic and relatively unknown, but eventually I was going to need to branch out more. I just wasn't hitting the same way I used to, especially against monsters and users with high defense. Last time I was caught skulking around a hostile region by a tough-as-nails bruiser with uncommonly high perception, I'd spent nearly half an hour trying to bring him down before I caved and used my most recent acquisition, Command. He politely did as I asked and jumped off the roof. Only the fall hadn't killed him, and considering the racket he was making at the bottom, his buddies had gotten to him before I could. Yeah, I needed something else, sooner rather than later. Though Command was endlessly useful, it was definitely situational. I had picked the ability at level 20, assuming that after I had it, Suggestion would take a back seat as a method of mental communication and subtle nudging. At first, second, and third glance, they seemed more or less linked. Suggestion allowed me to put thoughts in the minds of others, hopefully resulting in action. Command skipped the hope and forced that action. There were quite a few differences in practice. To use an extreme example, if I painstakingly convinced someone they could fly with Suggestion, the thought would probably persist. They'd keep thinking they could fly even after they were proven wrong. Depending on personality, and frankly how stupid they were, they might even climb to the top of something high and try again. Command didn't persist the same way, nor did it fill in the blanks and try to justify the action to the target like subjugation. The target simply felt a compulsion to do as asked, and after they carried the command out, the compulsion faded. Which meant Perceptive Bruiser spent the next few days screaming about how the mystery intruder forced him to jump before I could get to him and edit his memories with Suggestion. My only saving grace was that they hadn't connected me to Mirden. In his mind, I was just a random stranger. The longer I could keep people from realizing Mirden had powers of compulsion, the better. And of course, the only recent addition to my boons was Retainer's Guiding Hand. I knew precious little about it, beyond that it was a gift from Haster. It had no drop-down text, which made me think it fell into the unregulated system category. Beyond my existing build, I didn't really have a plan for 25. I think on some level I was hoping there'd be a skill evolution, something to help me even the playing field. But if there wasn't, I needed to come up with an alternative. After a few hours spent scrolling through feats and not coming up with anything definitive, I received a message that filled me with dread. Tara. All right, I'm finally off. Meet me in the lobby. Chapter 253. It should have been easy. After all, I'd spent plenty of time people-watching, and it took only a cursory familiarity with modern-day media to get the general gist of what you were supposed to do. It helped that the basics weren't entirely alien to me. Have a plan, be consistent, make conversation, but don't talk too much, show the capacity to be a good listener, but make sure to add something to the conversation. Be amicable. Friendliness and banter goes a long way to de-escalating tension. And of course, don't be creepy. Say hammered the importance of the last point home. She seemed to enjoy her self-appointed role as my relationship coach a little too much, ever since I'd made the mistake of consulting her on a series of texts. The downside of that being the fact that her idea of teaching was repetition, and she seemed to fully expect this to blow up in my face. Which made me nervous. Say, remember, ratchet the intensity way down. Matt. Yep. Say, and don't interrogate her. Matt. I won't. Christ. I swiped my messages away in annoyance, then checked myself in the mirror. A simple suit jacket over the top of my hoodie, white button-up underneath, jeans, brown loafers. Couldn't do anything about the dark bags under my eyes, but for the most part, I was satisfied with the ensemble. It was more layers than I'd consider wearing in the dead of winter, but I could put up with it for a few hours. Despite my earlier commitment to not rush, in the back of my mind I couldn't escape the feeling that this was a waste of time. That all I was doing was spinning my wheels when I needed to be doing something else. Anything else. The feeling of problems piling up, a never-ending collection of spinning plates, was only exacerbated by the timer. Too much to do in too little time. Another message came in, and I nearly ignored it before pulling up my UI. Say, probably bad timing, but since I know you'd raise hell if I didn't mention it, Max has a line on Sunny. I stopped mid-step. Matt. Where? Sunny, the more violent, less predictable co-leader of the suits, had been in the wind for weeks now. With his loyalists consistently disappearing or meeting with unfortunate accidents, he'd put two and two together and split. Dallas was a big city, but it was still only one city. There were only so many places for him to hide with user powers in play. With that in mind, I cheated. Sent Max to scout likely hiding places, narrowing the search by factoring in Sonny's known associates from Miles' Fed intel. When that didn't work, I had Max more or less searching a grid, using his evaluation ability to ascertain the likelihood of finding Sonny within potential hiding places. I hadn't really expected it to work. If we could get to Sonny, that'd go a long way to removing one of the more problematic plates from my collection, one that had been bothering me for some time. It'd be one thing if I thought his hiatus would stick, that it was a full-blown retreat rather than a tactical one. Sure, he'd threatened me, threatened my family, but I could be practical. If my problems were willing to eliminate themselves, I was more than happy to let that happen. But I had a feeling Sonny wasn't hiding. He was biding his time, lying in wait. And in isolation, he'd have all the time in the world to review who his enemies were and narrow down the undoubtedly long list of who could possibly want him gone. He was one of the few people living who could connect me to Mirden. In a way, he was even more likely to do that. Say, Galleria. Matt. Fuck. Max is sure he's actually inside, not in any of the surrounding buildings. Say, yep, spent a few hours circling the area, using his power to confirm. Sonny's in there. It wasn't great. The once grand Galleria, a massive three-story mall first ravaged by the rise of Amazon and other online retailers, was practically derelict before everything kicked off. The few shops that remained were looted in short order after the dome appeared. Now it was a honeycombed husk of closed-down retail stores and broken glass, populated by nothing but ghosts and the homeless. To further complicate matters, the Galleria straddled the border of Region 19 and Region 20, slightly more on the 19 side. If the rest of us were living in some weird system dystopia, suffice it to say that 19 and 20 were living in Mad Max. Significantly more guns, unhinged users, and pissed-off civilians than practically anywhere else. The only thing that had stopped them from becoming more of a collective problem was that ever since the first transposition event, they seemed to hate each other more than the rest of their neighbors and were perpetually at war with them. Said neighbors stopped engaging with them once they started driving around in system vehicles augmented with very much non-system firearms. Matt. Screw it. Message the others. We're taking him down before he disappears again. Say. Today? What about your date? Matt. I'll reschedule. Say. Okay, no. How about we not do that? Let's do our due diligence first, make sure we know what we're getting into before we jump the gun and get ourselves killed. Plus, how many times have you already rescheduled on this poor girl? I hesitated, not entirely sure of the answer. Matt. A few? More than a few. Practically every week since I'd rescued Nick. It wasn't like I was avoiding her intentionally. There was just always something coming up, something critical I couldn't ignore. Realistically, given the clear scheduling issues, I wasn't sure why she was still interested. Come to think of it, that really was strange. Say, look here, asshole. I know how you operate, and that even if you abandoned your plan and headed over to the FOB, we probably wouldn't move on Sunny until after midnight, ignoring the possibility that the date goes swimmingly well, because let's face it, it won't. I'll get everyone ready and start working on a plan. We'll be ready to go by the time you're done. Matt. Fuck. Fine. I should probably message Greg first anyway, see if he knows anyone in the region, and he takes forever to message back. Say, who the hell is Greg? I closed the message with a dismissive wave and headed out the door. Had to hand it to the cleaning staff. The lobby was as sparkling as ever. The marble floors were reflective enough to be mirrors, and you had to look close to notice a few deep gouges in the wooden panels and impact craters no amount of polishing could hide. Beyond those, and a few short Corinthian columns absent busts, there was little evidence that the violence that occurred in the city at large had spilled over here. I walked past a woman in a golden dress, probably a half-inch taller than me, looking for Tara. Finding the lobby mostly unoccupied, other than a man at the front desk and a few people moving in and out of the front-facing restaurant Tara worked as a waitress at. I nearly moved that way, guessing she may have gone over to check in before a voice called out from behind me. Matt? As it turned out, the woman in the golden dress was Tara. I'd only ever seen her in her work clothes, but what had really thrown me off was the makeup. Either she didn't usually wear it, or her makeup for work was of the lighter, more natural variety. Not to call her current makeup heavy, but with careful contouring on her cheeks and something she'd done to her eyebrows to make them darker, in contrast with her curly blonde hair, gave her a distinctively fresh look. It must have taken hours. Paired with the designer heels and light pink clutch, she was dressed to the nines. She offered me a small smile, smoky makeup crinkling around her brown eyes. "Oh, no," Jaded Eye murmured. "Oh, no," I agreed. "Oh, no?" she repeated, confused. God damn it, of course I said that out loud. Sorry. Underdressed. Just gotta go back upstairs and change," I muttered, overwhelmed with a sudden desire to run away. "No, you don't." She grabbed my left arm in both of hers, wheeling me back around toward the door. "Relax. You look cute." Then, lower, almost whispered, "And if I let you get on that elevator, I'm guessing I may never see you again." I forced an awkward chuckle and escorted her outside. The drive to the restaurant, while still somewhat awkward, was less harrowing than it could have been. Tara was skilled at filling silence, regaling me with personal details and stories about her life. It wasn't the inane chatter of a narcissist or someone with a hyperinflated self-image. There were plenty of pauses, for me to either confirm I'd heard what she said or offer a comment of my own. She was unexpectedly upfront, and in being so, gave me a much better idea of who I was dealing with before we even reached our destination. A&M, public relations major until she put that on hold on account of her brother Ethan. Details got a little cagey there, but I gathered that their home life was far from the best, seeing how Ethan emancipated. Regardless of why, he wanted to live with her, and for the state to recognize her as a conservator, she had to hold a full-time job. So, Tara dropped out of college and made it happen. They had an uncle in Austin they were friendly with, but they didn't see him much, mainly on holidays or whenever Tara could get weekend consecutive days off work. By the time we reached the restaurant, I was mildly disappointed, but not for any of the reasons I'd expected. Ever since Hastur screwed with my head, it had been harder to be cold, more difficult to do the more unpleasant things I needed to do. Most of the time, I just did them anyway. This was supposed to be a farce, a fake, superficial relationship drummed up to conflict with Miles's alarmingly accurate profile. Tara was perfect for it. She lived in my building, she'd pursued me first to save me the time, and she didn't quit easily. She was also stunning and would easily draw attention away from me. I just wasn't sure I could follow through. There were enough markers, enough similarities that I could recognize the trappings of a young adult who, forced to act as a parent because the people who were supposed to fill that role failed. I knew that life. I'd lived it, and it was hard enough without some schmuck coming around and wasting your time. So, as the hostess escorted us to our table next to the window, I resigned myself to calling it. If dinner went well and I didn't get the sense that she was playing a part, I'd do what I could to help her, connect her either to Kinsley or people in the Adventurers Guild who could offer her a better position. If I was right, she'd work her ass off, and it was the least I could do for wasting her time. We sat across from each other, easing into our chairs as the waiter poured our water and lit the candle in the center, leaving while we perused our orders. Throat dry, I picked up my cup and tilted it to my lips. "So?" Tara ran her finger across the rim of her glass, crystal emitting a pitched hum. "How long have you been living a secret life?" Chapter 254. Slowly, I swallowed and placed the glass back onto the table. "Ah, no spit take?" Tara pouted. "Thought I timed that perfectly." As a quick mental prompt, Azure took form in my shadow, creeping down and crawling beneath the tablecloth. Find out what she knows. "Your wish is my command," Azure replied cheerily. He wouldn't be as strong here, in the city. If we were in a realm of Floros, like a dungeon or trial, given enough time, he could have told me almost everything about Tara, from what she had for breakfast to her deepest, darkest secret. In the real world, he'd be limited to surface-level thoughts, which shouldn't be a problem, seeing as how she broached the topic herself. I smiled, baring my teeth. "Interesting icebreaker?" Tara nodded. "I get told I'm interesting a lot, mainly by men, though, so I've never really been able to piece together if I'm actually interesting or if interesting is just code for nice C-cup." By some small miracle, I ignored the bait and kept my gaze at eye level. using awareness to scan the room without appearing to do so. No one else looked out of place. Nothing in the parking lot had set off jaded eye. If this was an ambush, she was the only one springing it. Depends. Where are they looking? I asked. Usually at my chest. Then it's a mystery, I suppose. Tara squinted at me. Huh. You're catty. I didn't figure you for catty. We all make mistakes, I said blandly, doing my best to buy time for Azure. The conversation lulled as the waiter brought out bread and butter, and Azure returned with good news and bad. The good news was that she had nothing concrete. She was irritated at how long I'd made her wait, but more curious about what she'd seen. The bad news was that she was observant, savvy, and had an eye for detail, and she'd been snooping around more than I'd realized. Tempering that slightly, Azure was fairly sure she hadn't talked to anyone about her observations. "You always start out first dates with an accusation?" I asked, smoothing the napkin over my lap once the waiter was clear. "Nope. Really wildin' out right now." Tara rested her chin on her palm. "First date is usually buttoned up, conservative, calm." She made finger quotes. "Non-offensive. The nosy, meddling side of me rarely comes out until date 3. "So you've expedited the process." "More like you Byzantine the process." She stared at me like I was slow. "First I see you around the building. Not usually my type, but my type tends to be fluid, so I try not to draw that conclusion too early. Eventually I put together from context that you're the guy who got hibachied to keep this place from going full-on Hunger Games that me and my brother would have inevitably been slaughtered in, and hey, suddenly you're 100% my type. I keep my fingers crossed and my eyes open. And now I'm probably talking too much." She stopped at that, her expression glum. "No, keep going, I'm enjoying this." As soon as I said it, it shocked me to realize that I was. Though my guard was still up, with all the cloak and dagger in my life as of late, it was refreshing to hear someone be so straightforward. She carried on as if she'd never stopped. "So I'm there, working the 7 to 3, fingers crossed and eyes open, when you finally come in. Unfortunately, you're not alone. Fortunately, you have a kid brother, one who's clearly too cool for school that you seem to be earnestly trying to connect with. Score! Suddenly we have common ground." I grimaced, knowing what was coming. "Only it's not going so hot." Tara shook her head, her expression sympathetic. "God, I wasn't even trying to listen, and I could tell that kid was ripping you a new asshole. Just tearing you to shreds." "Trying for a blowout," I agreed quietly, without even realizing I was talking. There was no harm in confirming that much. She'd seen it. Easier to keep someone out of your business if they want nothing to do with you. "But you didn't give it to him, the blowout. Though from what little I heard, that would have been more than justified. He gave you a royal beatdown, and you just sat there and let him vent. Like, how do you even do that?" She sat back hard, cocking her head at me. "Tension at home?" I guessed. Tara rolled her eyes, then nodded. Yeah. Ethan and I, we were always copacetic, you know? Like, there isn't that much to fight over when you're just trying to keep the lights on and everyone understands that. But," she extended a hand toward the roof, "after that first event, he was one of the civilians elevated to user status, and I stayed a waitress." Started getting ideas about who needed to take care of who. "Oh, did he?" Tara chuckled. "No worries, sis. I'll just throw myself into danger so we can have more money. Like that's not the last thing I would ever want for him." "Like you're supposed to forget how young he is. All the mistakes you had to cover for. Because fucking up in the old world, that's recoverable. Hard sometimes, but part of growing up." I filled in the blanks easily with thoughts I'd had countless times myself. "But now, if you fuck up out there..." She slid a finger across her throat. "Several types of dead. Easily. In a second." Suddenly her expression went from aloof to stern. "Stop being so understanding and making me like you more. I'm trying to set the scene here." I held my hands up in mock surrender, mildly amused. "Are you always this radically honest?" "Definitely not." She cringed a little, offering a half-smile. "Considering how I almost died last time, I guess the timer and whole second event on the horizon thing is driving me to be a little bolder, which is probably stupid because, in my experience, guys hate that." "I'm not like the other boys," I said, layering the statement in as much irony as I could muster. "Gross." Tara rolled her eyes again. Anyway, I see this pick-me, hey, get absolutely obliterated by his brother. My first instinct is to shut it all down. He's having a bad day, probably not the best time to talk to him. But then, Tara tapped her cheek. I get an idea. A way to flag my interest and maybe make his day a bit better. So I write my full name down with a heart over Strickland. She pointed at me again. She pointed a lot. Exactly! Hoping he'll get the message. Then, after a lot of wondering if he just wadded up the receipt and threw it into the trash can, I winced preemptively. He finally hits me up. Only it's late at night. He's smart enough not to go straight for the kill. Starts out by asking about getting coffee, but I'm getting serious booty call vibes. Her smile faded a little. Tested the waters, and he went for it. Little disappointing, but I figure that's fine. He's cute, probably saved my life, and since he lives in the same building and will inevitably want a repeat performance, this might be a convenient way to blow off steam. And then the fucker immediately flakes on you. Exactly! She drew the word out in disbelief. So I'm curious, and more than a little annoyed. Still, maybe it's legitimate, maybe he has a good reason. I'm half expecting a hungover apology in the morning, but that never happens. Naturally, I assume he has a girlfriend, had a moment of weakness and gave in to temptation. Shitty, but it happens. I keep an eye out, for my own voyeuristic satisfaction, if nothing else. No girlfriend. A few nights later, I spot him leaving. Alone. But I never see him come back. What I do see is him coming into the restaurant in the mornings, dark bags under his eyes, absolutely beat to shit, nursing injuries. He hides them well, but I see it in the way he cringes when he moves wrong. Off doing user things. Has to be. I catch him leaving a few more times, but again, I never see him until the mornings. So I have to wonder, where the hell is he going? And if he's taking that much of a beating every night, why does a region leader never bring anyone with him? Asher was right. She didn't have anything. Nothing more than a series of coincidences. But if she mentioned those coincidences to the wrong person, it could make my life considerably more difficult. And if she was as perceptive as Asher thought she was, it was better to avoid a direct lie. Stay as close to the truth as possible. I smoothed the tablecloth. It's how I started, working alone. I imagine the same way as a lot of other people in the early days. Like you, I'm used to being the only person my siblings can rely on. That's all a little different, ever since the first event. I looked out the window for emphasis. They have a village now. Your life has changed. Tara nodded along. For the better. But there's a part of me that misses being self-reliant. There's a certain solace in it when your life is the only one you're responsible for. And that's a far cry from the way things are now, I said, not having to fake the wistfulness in my voice. Sure, I could probably tap a few people from the adventurers or merchants guilds to tag along. That would probably be safer. But if I'm being honest, going out there, exploring, looking for realms of Floros, it's your way to recharge. You're an introvert, and it's the only time of the day you aren't around people or responsible for something. She bought it hook, line, and sinker. Exactly. I smiled, then let the smile ebb. Maybe it's reckless. It's not meant to be, it's just... Tara shook her head. You don't have to explain yourself to me. I get it. We both jumped as the waiter appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. A complimentary bottle for the table? He placed a bucket of ice on the table, removing a green bottle and filling a glass. I nearly opted out before Tara stopped me with a quick shake of her head. Begrudgingly, I sat back and waited as he finished and left the bottle to the side. What will we be having this evening? Christ, I hadn't even glanced at my menu. Didn't help that every dish was written in Italian, and other than spaghetti, the rest was Greek to me. Tara carried on nonplussed. I think I'll have the ossobuco. Is that garnished with gremolata? When the waiter confirmed that it was, she nodded. Perfect. And he'll have the spaghetti alla chitarra con polpetti di vitello. I relaxed, giving her a look, to which she stuck out the tip of her tongue. Before the waiter left, he clapped me on the shoulder and leaned down with a wide smile. We deeply appreciate everything you've done. Then disappeared just as quickly. I waited a few seconds, then asked, What the hell did you just order me? Spaghetti and veal. She blinked. You said earlier you wanted spaghetti, and I know you lack veal from the restaurant. She wasn't wrong. What did you get? Veal? Then why are none of the words the same? I wondered. Dunno. I speak fine dining, not Italian. She peered at my bubbling glass. Are you straight edge? Complicated. Obviously, but I was referring to the champagne. Again, I felt a strange compulsion to be honest with her. I carefully took stock, mentally reciting memorized information, making sure there wasn't some sort of spell or skill effect screwing with me. Nothing. Neither jaded eye or ordinator's emulation picked up on anything being cast. If anything, all my inner voices were quieter around her. And I didn't know what to think about that. There's an alcoholic in the family, I admitted. When Tara immediately paled, I waved a hand. It doesn't bother me on a fundamental level. Don't mind being around other people drinking, either. Cost-benefit analysis? The decision to not drink, Tara said, taking a long pull of champagne, staring at me over the rim. Whatever short-term jollies you get from a trip to vodka? No, wait, not enough self-loathing. Well, Whiskey Land isn't worth risking the chance you have the gene. Azur's read was perfectly on the mark. She was dangerous. Partial credit. Had to give her that. Her eyebrow shot up. Got it wrong? Not entirely. A small voice stopped me. This wasn't the sort of thing I usually shared. Yet despite that, I shared it anyway. The alcoholic gene factors, but it's not that I won't, or that I don't want to. It's that I can't. Very vague, enigmatic, if that's what you're going for. There's no headroom. No accounting for errors. If I fuck up, things go bad in a second. It's always been that way. Sometimes it doesn't matter, and things go to hell beyond my control, and when that happens, I need to be ready. So naturally, I'm constantly expecting the worst and preparing for it. Given that, most of the time I clutch it out. I thought about the tunnel. But sometimes I don't. And it's hard enough to deal with the fallout of failure when I didn't voluntarily do anything to impair my judgment. Well, that was a mood killer and a half. From my understanding of how these things went, this was probably the point where she'd go quiet, we'd finish our awkward dinner in silence, and never talk to each other again. Only she wasn't looking away. Her expression was coy, almost playful. How would you change my outfit, given the chance? What? What? Answer the question. Come on, I want your opinion. I looked her over, keeping my expression neutral, careful not to linger. From the golden dress to the matching earrings and perfectly coiffed hair, I had no notes. She clearly had a far better grasp of fashion than I did. Do you have boots or sneakers in your inventory? She half shrugged, smoothly swapping our glasses so it appeared like I'd partaken of the champagne. Flats? In my bag? Then nothing. No way she was running in those heels if everything went to hell, but of course she had a backup plan. I wasn't attracted to her, but that was hardly her fault. It'd be fair to say I'd never really been attracted to anyone, but I could appreciate the presentation, the effort she'd put in, and the attributes that inevitably made her attractive to others. Museum rules. I enjoyed looking, even if I had no desire to touch. In some ways, she felt like a kindred spirit, similar to me, yet entirely different. Okay, fine, I'll bite. Why the fashion consult? I asked. Guess I was curious. Tara took another long pull, evening out our glasses. If you're a controlling asshole with unreasonably high expectations of everyone around you, or really just that hard on yourself. She glanced out the window thoughtfully. Come to think of it, if you're that disciplined, I'm guessing you're not even here for me. Centrally located restaurant, window seats, that's all intentional, isn't it? You're showing me off. Or at the very least, making a public demonstration that you're not worried about the timer. Feeling slightly guilty, I channeled Nick. What sane person wouldn't want to show you off? Her eyes went dark, glittering with challenge. Fair warning. Don't give me the hot-cold treatment unless you want me to drag you to the bathroom right fucking now. I stopped channeling Nick and shut the fuck up, then spent an inordinate amount of time mentally reviewing the restaurant's possible escape routes. Suddenly, Tara laughed until she was tearing up. I bristled. Great joke. No, trust me, that wasn't a joke. She wiped a tear from her eye. I'm laughing at how quick on the draw you are with the poker face. 1 second you're, vabbing, quietly enjoying yourself. She raised a flat hand and drew it downward, expression transitioning to deadly serious as her hand passed. Her voice took on an alarmingly accurate depiction of my deadpan. Then you're about to make me an offer I can't refuse. I took a deep breath, allowing myself to relax. Considering how reserved you are at work compared to now, something's pot and kettle. Finally, Tara leaned forward. Come on. Hit me. What makes you think I have anything to say, other than that infuriating smirk on your lips and the fact that we've already established you're catty? Tara folded her hands and rested her chin on them. I've been poking at you for the last half hour. It's only fair play. You're not going to like it, I warned her. Don't tell me what I will and won't like. Whatever this was, whatever she thought she felt toward me, the only justifiable reason was that she didn't know me. And I had a feeling, based on our encounter so far, that if I didn't give her a genuine answer, she was just going to keep pushing. Maybe it was better this way. I wouldn't give her everything, not enough to send her running, simply enough to ensure any reasonable person would lose interest. Fine. I drained my water glass, placing it on the table with a clink, then leaned forward and studied her. You dropped out for Ethan, but he's not why you didn't finish your degree. Tara's smile vanished. I kept going. You didn't ditch PR. You're too passionate about it. It wasn't a loss of motivation or being overworked. With night classes or online courses, you could have easily finished it with the time you had, probably tacked on a master's while you were at it. Not to say you were stagnant, anything but. I'm guessing you kept up your studies independently, read what you could when you could, and at some point realized finishing your degree academically was pointless. You found a mark. Some under-tapped market that the archaic monoliths of corporate PR weren't reaching, and in that vacuum you found opportunity. Smart money says you were networking, trying to form the connections to get that particular effort off the ground. Tara's mouth opened slightly, as if to say something, but no words came out. Not at any fault of your own. Dome surprised everyone. Fucked up more plans than God. You kept your head down, kept working at the same place. You're a hard worker. Not exactly a deep insight, anyone who sets foot in the restaurant can see that, but I still think it deserves mention because you perfectly suppress your true personality, and the professional mask is so good I didn't catch a hint of it, which is saying something. But it takes a toll. I stopped, noticing the glassiness in her eyes. Keep going, Tara whispered. I'm enjoying this. Okay. I swallowed. Sexual. Possibly hypersexual. Not that it's anyone's business other than yours, but you asked. I'm guessing having to stay so straight-laced at work aggravates that, but there's something else. A note of thrill-seeking to it. You were willing to hook up with a guy you knew practically nothing about and had never held a conversation with, and I'm not egotistical enough to believe there was just something about me. You've done this before. So I'm a whore. Her expression was cold. I shook my head. No. Semantics aside, it may not even be about the sex. Unless I'm completely wrong, I'm guessing risk-taking is part of your coping mechanism, the way you deal. Not knowing what you're walking into amps up the risk factor, and therefore the enjoyment. Same reason you confronted me so openly about my secret life. Willingly exposing yourself to risk and chaos helps make the stringent control you have to enact more bearable. There was a long, tense silence. Tense enough that when the waiter arrived with our steaming plates and placed them on the table, he delivered them wordlessly and retreated. I was almost entirely certain I'd said too much. This is where she tells me to fuck off. Tara shifted, the strap of her dress slipping down one shoulder. Her warm breath washed over me as she whispered, I'm wet. I swallowed. I'm ace. The spell was broken. Almost immediately, Tara leaned as far back in the chair as she could, her eyes wide. What? My words came out in a rush. I mean, I probably am, I don't know. It's never really been relevant until now. Stop! She pinched the bridge of her nose. So the booty call was entirely accidental, I admitted. And this isn't a I always thought I was asexual until I met you, Tara situation?
Pretty sure it doesn't work that way. She blinked several times, holding a hand out to one side in confusion.
Was I imagining it? Do we not have chemistry? Because I've been on a lot of first dates, and this is the first time I felt like we're in danger of setting the place on fire.
I snorted, more of that trademark honesty, even in the face of rejection. You weren't imagining it.
So you felt it too?
Yes. Just not in a way that involves taking me back to your penthouse and tearing my clothes off, she confirmed.
Yeah,
I sighed.
Fuck.
This has been a waste of your time.
Tara scoffed. Hardly. Ignoring the possibility you get all weird and start avoiding me because of the awkwardness of me thirsting over you at dinner, I'm pretty sure I made a friend.
She eyed me.
And you got a chance to confirm something pretty crucial about yourself. That's hardly a waste of time, even if we're all monster food 2 weeks from now.
I drummed my fingers on the table. She was being magnanimous, but the scales still didn't feel even. About Ethan.
Uh-huh.
This isn't exactly common knowledge. I know you can keep a secret.
And how do you know that? Tara asked, amused. If anything, I've probably given the impression I'm a blabbermouth.
I fought the instinct to glance away, remembering what Azure had told me. She'd seen more than enough to gossip, yet she'd kept her mouth shut, and that was before she even knew me. Maybe I was giving her too much credit because I liked her. The concept was almost entirely new to me, but it felt right, and this was more of an open secret than anything else. Call it a hunch. Tyler's been working on a program for kids and teens with user status. Tara raised an eyebrow.
Tyler? As in leader of the Adventurers Guild, Tyler?
Got it in one. Anyway, your situation isn't unique, even within this region. There's no small number of kids with combat classes who are either orphaned or suddenly have a newly strained relationship with their civilian guardians. More whose parents are too busy or too scared to teach them. Plenty of them ranging out into dungeons on their own, and we both know how many people died during the last event, children included. Tyler thinks the best course is to get the kids used to their classes and powers, as well as combat in a semi-safe setting.
Semi-safe?
Tara repeated, unsure. Right. My eyes slid to the side. No one's died. Most of it is giving them easy quests on the surface and sparring with each other. But nothing can really prepare you for live combat but live combat, so there is occasionally some danger involved. Every couple weeks, the adults scout a low-level dungeon, either confirm that there are no problematic monsters or clear those monsters out, then supervise as the kids go through it. They're compensated for any work they do, and they keep the loot they find. They're also, for all intents and purposes, considered full-fledged members of the Adventurers Guild.
Given that, how would they be deployed? Tara asked cautiously.
They're considered reserves. Tyler has a bigger, soft spot for kids than I do. In all likelihood, the only reason they'd be deployed would be in dire straits, if there was a good chance of the entire region getting wiped out. And they'd be augmenting the adult squads, not deployed on their own. Anyway, it's not perfect, but it's something. I shrugged.
Safe to say I'm very fucking interested. Ethan would go for that in a second.
Tara brushed her chin with her thumb. A light flicked on behind her eyes.
The reason this isn't common knowledge is that the Adventurers Guild doesn't want the other regions to think they're training child soldiers.
I nodded. She caught on quick. Tyler's still working on how to spin it. In truth, I wasn't sure there was a good way to spin it. Regardless of what our intentions were, it was effectively what we were doing. Tara's eyes flicked back as she chewed on her bottom lip.
What about the other regions? You said my situation wasn't unique?
It's not.
Then we're not the only regions dealing with it, Tara mused. If Tyler was willing to open up this program to children in the same situation in other regions, it would dissuade suspicions, especially if you were willing to take on teachers from those regions.
Unaffiliated with the Adventurers Guild.
Exactly. Beyond the obvious advantages of helping kids who need it, it'd be a chance to bridge the divide, encourage unity across the regions, she continued, growing more animated.
And open us up to spies, large and small. Naive.
Tara's expression turned sinister. Imagine the pipelines that would open, not to mention a mountain of goodwill. They'd have to limit the outsiders' exposure to our region, of course. No reason to give away information for free. And kids talk, so It'd probably be better to keep the outsiders in a separate group from the local kids, but think about it. If you have the option of attacking the region that's been helping keep your kid alive or turning on the other guy, how exactly do you think that's going to go?
It was insidious, beautiful,
And just a little bit evil. All wrapped in the package of doing something that was legitimately good. Something Tyler would 100% go for. It wasn't something I'd broached to him until after the second event was over or avoided. Inviting the children of other regions over just before the transposition was guaranteed to be a bad look. But after? It had a hell of a lot of merit. The gears in my mind turned. I'd been shirking my duties as region leader, in no small part because I worked better from the outside, as support rather than the star of the show. At first, I believed it to be little more than a title that occasionally made a decision, but the longer I stayed here, the clearer it was that these people, regardless of their history, looked up to me for saving them, and the only thing more surprising than that was that I didn't want to let them down. I'd been thinking too long, evidenced by the crestfallen look on Tara's face. That's probably a little stupid and unethical. Do you want a job? I asked suddenly. We spent the next hour ironing out the details. Tara would work for me and Kinsley, effectively doing what she'd always wanted to do, running PR, coming up with ways I could help my region and helping me work on my image. I'd all but discarded the idea of using her as a beard before. To my utter shock, she brought it up herself, on the basis that she'd go a long way to softening the almost literal chip on my shoulder, and was staving off unwanted attention. We'd meet once a week as a date in somewhere public. I tested the water, asking if she'd be willing to undergo something like a geish, and she was surprisingly fine with the idea, citing that it wasn't all that different from an NDA, something public relations types typically signed as a basic matter of course. Yet I couldn't shake the shadow of a doubt that I was missing something. It wasn't something Tara herself had done. It was something else, something in the negative spaces I couldn't quite define. I was used to fighting tooth and nail to get what I wanted, tapping into every reserve I had to cinch out an ideal outcome. Yet with Tara, things had gone smoother than I could have possibly dreamed.
It doesn't have to be a bad thing. Maybe your luck's finally changing, Azure said.
I ignored him and walked Tara to the curb. Evening was fast approaching, and Sunny's number was finally up. But I found, to my abject surprise, that the anticipation and bloodlust that would typically accompany that thought simply wasn't there. Tara balanced on the curb and looked back at me in a daze, her once perfect hair askew in the breeze. This has been a lot. More than I bargained for as well. I glanced down the road. The white shuttles served as public transport around the region, now that the diesel-chuffing buses of old were more or less out of commission. Sure you don't want me to drive you? No. She brushed a strand of loose hair behind her ear and shivered. I've taken up enough of your time, and you sort of just changed my whole life. So I kind of want to be alone in process. As the shuttle approached, Tara opened her bag and swapped her heels for flats, balancing easily on the curb as she did so, then winked. Just in case something happens and I need to run. Your wisdom knows no bounds. She climbed the steps, paused to wave, and then she was gone, shuttle heading back toward our complex. Her absence left me with a strange feeling and a lingering unease I couldn't put my fingers on. Absent-mindedly, I pulled up my UI and scrolled through my messages. Nick.
Heard down the grapevine our boy might become a man tonight.
Next. Say. Still prepping for the mall. On schedule so far. How's it going? Say. Helpline. Say. Answer me, bitch. Next. Greg.
Hey, man, I would be happy to help. You don't gotta pay me, but it's always appreciated.
Perfect. Only he was messaging me as Matt, which made this tricky. I hit him back, asking if he'd be willing to help out a friend, and confirmed payment, then passed along Say's contact details. She'd be the only connection to me, keeping Mirden out of it. Kinsley. I hope you're being nice to her. I paused on Kinsley's message, wavering in indecision. In the distance, I saw the brake lights of Tara's shuttle as it stopped, picking up another few passengers before the brake lights faded and the shuttle took off again. Finally, I tapped the call button and swiped the UI away, watching as the shuttle disappeared around a distant city block corner. If it isn't my broodiest, least responsive employee, she chirped. Ha ha. Day didn't go well? She asked. I shook my head. The opposite. You're shitting me. I rubbed the ever-deepening lines of my forehead. I need a favor. Chapter 255. The strike team operated out of the same abandoned warehouse I'd plucked a merchant girl out of what felt like a lifetime ago. We had a few other meeting places and fallbacks, but this had once again become something of a second home over the last few months. When Kinsley was here, she hadn't spruced the place up much. Something about the concussions and her father's kidnapping put a real damper on her aesthetic preferences. The whole time the two of us worked out of this place, it stayed Spartan. It looked completely different now. I told Astrid and Astrid it was temporary, but that hadn't stopped them from decorating, putting up posters, bizarre and unconnected art pieces, lamps, a dark brown pull-out couch, and several reclining chairs. And, of course, a high-learning-sized whiteboard, which was currently pushed to the corner of the room, half concealed beneath a curtain. I honestly should have come down on them harder for the constant ornamenting. The entire point of using this place was that it looked abandoned, but the truth was I didn't have the heart. Especially considering how Astrid couldn't stop gushing about how nice it was to stay in one place. Another reminder that I was getting soft. Then again, I had to remember that Gemini was the star of the show here. The twins brought more collective firepower to the team than Max, me, and even Say could leverage collectively at any given time. Maybe letting them liven the place up was a perk that came with the territory. Max was doing basic maintenance on his crossbows in the corner. I turned him toward them. Beyond his previous association with Roderick, his background was a mystery. But he was one of many frustrated users who had extensive pre-dome experience with firearms and found themselves unable to leverage that skill. That frustration was doubled when you factored that Max's estranged officer class was almost purely informational. His evaluation power was invaluable, but he didn't have many combat skills. And as someone in almost the exact same situation, I knew crossbows would translate well. Took him a week to get a solid feel for them, and after that he'd been upgraded from pure scout to auxiliary ranged. Say and Astrid were quietly discussing something in the corner and didn't appear to be arguing. That, in and of itself, was uncommon, as outside the field their aggressive personalities tended to set each other off, and it took a measure of discipline not to send Azure to listen in. There was no reason to breach their privacy. If it was important enough, Say would bring it to me later. Astrid was talking my ear off, per usual. She got nervous pre-mission, and unlike her sister, seemed to place a lot of faith and trust in me, given our history. Taking dual cast at level 17 is the obvious choice, she continued in a stream of consciousness that barely required my input. Mm-hmm, I said. We'd already talked about this. How is dual cast different from what the two of you usually do? Talia, currently manifested in her darker shadow form, lifted her head and asked. When we cast together, we're magnifying the same spell. Dual cast would allow us to do the same thing with either the same spell or two different spells, quadrupling the firepower. Astria's eyes twinkled. And that's not even getting into the reactions we could set off if we mixed different elements. Superheated steam, maybe even lava if we do it right. Seems like a wise investment. Talia nodded approvingly. How close are you to leveling? I asked, trying to re-engage with the conversation and ignore Say and Astrid. Close. We should both tip over tonight, if this one's worth as much XP as the last one, Astria said. Then her enthusiasm waned. Won't matter, though. Not if I can't talk Astrid into it. That was surprising. For as long as I'd known them, the twins had been more or less of one mind. Besides the day we'd met, this was the first hint at internal tension I'd gotten from either of them. Astrid wants something different? Astria chuckled nervously, pointedly not looking at me and playing with her hair. It's no big deal. She's just dragging her feet a little. I waited. Talia looked between us in confusion. I do not understand how this matter involves feet. Figure of speech, Tal, I murmured, keeping my focus on Astria. Means her sister isn't picking up what she's putting down. Shouldn't the person who put it down pick it back up? Talia blinked. She thinks we're focusing too much on offense, Astria admitted, seeming disproportionately uncomfortable with the statement from the way she shifted and refused to make eye contact. I shifted the mask on my face, feeling a degree of responsibility. If the counter-argument is she wants to boost your defensive spells, Astrid may be onto something. The way the strike team fights is perfect for taking out isolated, high-level targets. Assassinations, Astria chirped. Or abductions, I said, cringing slightly at her wording. Anyway, 90% of what we do is location and timing. The remaining 10% is unloading as much focused power as we can in a short time. Move quick, hit hard, get out, Astria repeated what had become the strike team's mantra. It's worked for us so far, I nodded. Even I was surprised at how successful we'd been without a tank, and it had been my decision to go without. But it's a niche strategy. If you go up against numbers or end up in a prolonged, sustained conflict, which will happen eventually, there's a good chance of burning up your mana reserves before the fight's over. Astria nodded. Maybe we can put dual casting off for the next level, then. I wanted to inquire further. If Astrid's hesitancy wasn't limited to their combat balance, she'd been letting Astria take the lead more, which on the surface seemed like a good thing. Astria was far more useful now that she was taking a varying degree of initiative than when she'd been following her sister around like a ghost. But what if there was more to it? Midden. Max had twisted at the waist and called across the room, still caught up with his equipment. What's up? Got the special payloads mostly figured out, but with what we know about this guy, I'm struggling a bit. He held up 2 different bolts. One was dark green and splotchy, the color of mud-speckled jade, thick tip forming a variation of the classic bodkin point shape. The second was bright silver with a hollow mechanical tip. On impact, the broadhead would expand, increasing the wound channel. It was a relatable problem, one I'd been toying with in every hypothetical that involved Sonny. The only time I'd seen him in the field, the night of the tunnel, he'd been wearing plate. Given that, the armor-piercing low-hill bolts should have been the natural choice. The issue was he moved fast, faster than a man in heavy armor should have been able to move, and I wasn't confident the AP bolts could punch through whatever expensive, probably magic-reinforced attire he was using. I'd be more comfortable walking into this if my commission from the Order's blacksmith was ready, but they were still days away from that. I opened my mouth. Max interjected preemptively. Before you say it, I'm already planning on bringing both. The question is, which do I load? I closed my mouth and considered that. Most basic system crossbows worked similarly to their real-world counterparts, sole difference being that the string would mechanically auto-draw. Only the lowest-level, garbage-tier crossbows required the foot-and-stirrup routine. Advanced, higher-level crossbows varied a great deal more. Single-fire, internal chambers, even a few cartridge variants. I knew, because I picked it for him, that Max's crossbow used a rotating internal chamber. It couldn't blow through ammo as quickly as a semi-automatic firearm, but it could get bolts downrange faster and more accurately than the average sightless bow. The downside, of course, was reloading. Bolts had to be sealed into slots in the internal cylinder one at a time, not unlike a shotgun. There was no fast way to switch projectile types. They had to be manually unloaded the same way they were loaded. How's your accuracy coming along? I asked, leaving Astria behind and crossing over the room to his workbench. Last outing I hadn't seen him miss much, but I wanted to know what he thought of it. Max shrugged. Still internalizing the lead and drop at different ranges, which makes hitting a moving target harder than it should be. But in general, pretty damn on the dot, if I do say so myself. I picked up one of the heftier low-hill bolts and spun it on my thumb, extending the fletching side toward him. Load the armor piercing. I'll run broads out the gate, so we'll start with all our bases covered. Fair enough. Max loaded 5 bolts, then set his crossbow on the bench, turning to massage the shoulders of the young man sitting in Kinsley's old computer chair. And I'm sure Renato here will warn us if we've got the wrong idea before shit hits the fan, now that he's finally decided to show up. Max jostled the younger man, as Renato glowered at him through dark eyes. Isn't that right, Renato? Renato was our eyes in the sky. Like Max, his ability was informational, though he kept the nature of it vague. He was able to monitor events through magical means and give us moment-to-moment updates during combat. Or at least, that was how I'd pitched him to the group. In reality, Renato was Azure, my shape-shifting summon. I wasn't keen on repeating past mistakes, and underutilizing my summons in order to hide connections between me and Mirden had been a big one. Azure couldn't just take on any face. He'd gone to great pains to stabilize this human version of himself outside a realm of Floros, and until I reached a higher level, couldn't change aspects of it easily. His current form was vaguely Hispanic, and like me, he had dark hair and dark eyes. None of his features were particularly striking, keeping him intentionally nondescript as possible. The downside was he insisted on keeping the worst aspects of my personality.
"Excuse me."
Renato drug his eyes away from the screen, staring down Max with a withering stare.
"I had a thing I couldn't get away from and already pre-cleared it with Mirden."
The thing in question, of course, was taking over as Mirden, showing face at the meeting between Aaron and Tyler, fielding Tyler's, Kinsley's, and my many questions about what happened at the tail end of the event. I didn't have to use him as an alibi nearly as often now that enough people had seen us in different places simultaneously, the earlier morning being a rare exception. Renato continued.
"At least I didn't party too hard and show up to a mission I was supposed to be at late, with a hangover."
"Whatever you say, Porcupine." Max laughed awkwardly, probably squeezing Renato's shoulders more than strictly necessary before he turned and retreated to his equipment. "Greg's on his way," Say announced suddenly, shuffling into the overcoat that hid her more insectile features. "We're rolling out in 2 minutes." "That's the contract getting us into the Galleria?" Astrid asked. "Uh-huh," Say confirmed. "Friend of a friend, so be friendly."
"Should I pull the van out?"
Renato spun around, and I spotted a barely perceptible gleam in his eye. For whatever reason, Asher really liked to drive. Say shook her head. "Stay put. Astrid will teleport us to the subway stairwell. We'll meet him on the road." I coughed. "Greg's driving?" "Yep," said they know his car. I didn't argue, but I wasn't sure what to think. It made sense Greg had a car. Relatively, it was probably a lot easier for him to make money in the Dome than it had been in the world before, and even if he hadn't bought it, there was no end to the number of abandoned vehicles that littered the side of the road. It was more having witnessed the manic abandon with which he frequently bombed downhill on a shopping cart that was putting me ill at ease. There hadn't been a suitable moment to break the news to Say. Not just that there was a cure for her condition, but that someone else needed it more, and it would likely be some time before we laid hands on the second. Telling her now risked distracting her before the mission, a risk I wasn't willing to take. Still, I needed to tell her tonight, if possible. "Hey, Mirden," Say called out to me, glancing at the wall. "Sidebar?" I followed her out of earshot of the others. "You ready to get this fucker?" she asked as I leaned against the wall beside her. "Been a long time coming," I said. Say hesitated, some of the sharpness in her expression blunting. "Are we sure Nick shouldn't be here for this?" I shook my head. Say lowered her voice further. "It's just stuck in my head. We all lost something in that tunnel. But Nick loved her, like really loved her." "So did you," I pointed out. "In my own bitchy cunty way, I guess." Say huffed a laugh and wiped her nose. "Still, we're the survivors, you know? The three of us. It feels weird to not have him here." She wasn't wrong. For the longest time, I believed Sonny's involvement was limited to poor management, that he'd simply failed to keep his people in line at a critical moment. But the more distance I put between myself and that event, the less likely it seemed. It wasn't that I'd learned more about Sonny and how he operated, though that was also true. More that I'd gained life experience. I could say definitively that the best way to break a group like ours had been was to create the same exact outcome he'd accidentally achieved. Swiftly and brutally killing an auxiliary member to your target when you had the numbers advantage was a perfectly efficient manner of breaking morale. It was something I planned to ask him about, if he surrendered before he stopped breathing. "I get it." I reached out to brace her arm. Then again, it's not going to bother me. If all goes well tonight, I'm going to go home and probably sleep better than I have in weeks. And considering the barrage of colorful ideas I had to talk you out of if we had a chance to interrogate him, I'm guessing it's not going to bother you either. "Probably," Say admitted. "Nick isn't like that. We bring him along tonight, and that shit will haunt him. He deserves the chance to move on with his life. Leave Sonny's clusterfuck in the rear view." Say breathed out, then nodded. "Can't be the wisecracking hero if you're buried in self-doubt." She looked past me to where Astrid was completing a runic circle that glowed blue. "Teleport ready?" "Now it is." Astrid stepped back, reviewing her handiwork before she grinned. "All aboard." I stepped into the teleport circle first, and the world swirled away. Chapter 256. We were in the field now. The van was deathly quiet, pumping AC and struggling engine drowning out most noise. None of the witty banter or nervous tittering that pervaded my first team. Even Astria was mostly silent, humming an atonal, repetitive melody that was barely audible even with enhanced hearing. I glanced in the rear view from my seat in the passenger side. Say and Max sat in the two pilot seats in the center row. Max's face was scrunched up, fingers tapping quietly on his knee while he stared at his UI, waiting for his evaluation ability to come off cooldown. Beside him, Say sat cross-legged, her chitinous ankles hanging off either side of the worn fabric of the seat, her hands relaxed and palms upward, eyes closed. Behind them, the twins sat on either side of a bench, seat sized for three, if the person sitting in the center was a hobbit. The way they were sitting seemed off. Not their body language or mannerisms exactly, but that there was a space between them at all. They'd always been closely knit, almost clingy. This was anything but. Astria's legs were angled toward the center of the aisle, as if she wanted to close the gap. Astrid's, comparatively, were pressed against the door. The saying had been repeated so much that it was almost trite, but that didn't stop it from being true. A person's legs and feet generally pointed in the direction they wanted to go. Which, for Astrid, was out the fucking door. Again, I was tempted to ask Say about it, and again I resisted. Whether it was prayer or meditation, or silently and maliciously manifesting harm upon the people who wronged her, I'd seen her do this often enough to understand that it was her vision of a high-performing athlete's pre-game ritual. She, of all people, would have told me if something was seriously wrong. More realistically, Astrid was probably tired. The new dawn of recovery and health potions meant, barring a severe injury, we could be back on our feet the day after a mission and ready to go by evening. But they did nothing for the mind. Fatigue was inevitable. For the moment, I dropped it, giving them one last look before I rested my head back against the seat. An unfamiliar sense of pride washed over me. They were a good team. We'd been through a hell of a lot of shit together in a relatively short period of time. Most of them had doubled their levels since they started, putting them miles ahead of the pack. They weren't cheery or high energy. The nature and stress of the work didn't allow for that. But they were effective. And there were no egos to get in the way, no irritating edge cases that would inevitably spin out of control. Which left me with conflicting emotions. Waging war on Sunny's sector of the Order was tireless, sometimes terrifying work. People in his orbit seemed to have a propensity for pulling the most hair-raising bullshit out of their ass. That was the part I was more than happy to finally put to bed. It meant I could stop playing Nightmare Batman and go back to fighting monsters for a change. Put all my efforts into helping Nick and company climb the tower. It was possible that some, or even all of them, would stick around. Say obviously would, but Gemini and Max I wasn't so sure of. If they did, I intended to give them smaller assignments adjacent to what Nick and I were doing in the tower, keep them active, and continue pushing leveling opportunities their way. Max. Possibility of intercept 1. Mirden. Good. Road clear? Renato. Yup. No blind spots or conspicuous debris, not even a car pulled off to the side. System must have worked overtime to clean up the highways after the last transposition. Mirden. Likely to change as we get closer? Regions in question aren't exactly focused on cleanup. Max. Really want to ask how you're tapping into traffic cameras wirelessly, connected to servers housed in buildings that no one in their right mind would pay to power these days. But I know you're just going to say magic. Renato. Look, it's learning. I closed the three-way chat before my summon and scout inevitably started sniping at each other. A bit of carpet caught the edge of my boot as I shifted in my seat, and as I looked down to smooth it, I noticed debris. The usual crumbs that adorned a minivan floor. It wouldn't have stood out to me at all if the middle wasn't immaculate. He vacuumed. Nice ride, I said, keeping it casual. Greg jumped, stealing glances, probably looking for sarcasm. When he found none, he smiled widely for the first time since he picked us up. You think? Sure. Plenty of seats, plenty of space. Mileage that doesn't want to make you gouge your eyes out. What's not to like? Ain't had a car for a long time. Long time. With all the tooth and claw going around, figured I'd invest. Had options, you know, plenty of 'em. People throwing around money like it grows on trees. System giving out money for patting your own ass. With all the green, could have bought something fancier from Mini Miss Bezos, but I don't know. Probably silliness. There was a lot of truth to that. The system would kill you in a second and laugh about it, but it never stopped seeding opportunity, even for civilians. Greg's car was a pre-system navy blue Dodge minivan, at least 10 years old. I weighed the wisdom of continuing this line of questioning, weighed the chances of me giving myself away, then decided it couldn't hurt. I wanted to know how he'd been holding up. Greg was a regular presence in my old region long before it had that designation, and more to the point, he seemed nervous. I mean, it's practical, but why'd you pick this specifically?
Silliness, like I said.
Greg's expression turned nostalgic.
But if you really want to know, I was hoofing it in Uptown, moving quick. 'Cause the fuzz around here gets real staticky if you make the economical choice of pushing your shit around in a basket. So I'm looking out, head on a swivel. Valet line for fries already around the block. Audi, 300, Audi, Range Rover, Audi, Lambo. You get it.
Bunch of rich bastards queuing up to pay $200 a plate. Greg laughed.
You get it.
He paused.
You local?
Transplant, I lied.
But you've been here long enough to get a feel for the place.
I nodded.
Anyway, at the front of the line, despite me desperately needing to get up out of there, is this dusty minivan.
Greg squinted, gesturing with one hand.
And this bougie-ass America's Next Top Model-ass woman gets her and her Prada bag out of the car, hands her keys to the skinny valet, ignores the way he's wrinkling his nose, and struts inside. I stuck in my head a little.
Because of the dichotomy, I filled in.
Crazy. Weird thing was, though, the more I thought about it, the more it made sense. It was old, but it wasn't a beater. Plenty of trunk space and seats for whatever she might need them for. But she could have parked that thing packed full of $100 bills in the middle of Stop 6, and nobody would have looked at it twice. Figure even though I finally got some value to my name, if I go too flashy, someone will just find a way to take it away from me. This, though, he smacked the dashboard. If it was good enough for her high society tomfoolery, it's good enough for me.
It was a good story, but I'd spent enough time talking to Greg without the mask to know he was leading up to something. I let him simmer, his eyes glued to the road. He spoke without looking at me.
Y'all a quiet group? Serious?
Tired more than anything. It was a busy day. Greg continued as if he hadn't heard me, exiting the freeway.
The Galleria boys are all right. We go back a ways. Crashed with some of them for a few months. Had a little spot under I-45. Nothing too big. Few scuffles in the night, but we kept it down. And kept a thumb on the loud ones so they didn't call down hell.
Sounds nice, Commander. A memory sparked, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Greg shook his head.
Yeah, but hell has a way of coming, whether you call or not.
City came in, hosed us down, took our shit, and threw it away. Most of us rambited before it got bad.
Then the boys in blue beat the ever-loving piss out of the ones who didn't.
I winced. The overfunded cleanup was what I was remembering. At least one person died. You think they'll see us as a threat? I asked.
Are you a threat?
Greg asked, his eyes flicking toward me. No. I repeated the previous line. We're here for a bounty, nothing more. Guy's a sick bastard, and the Galleria settlement will be safer once he's gone. Greg's hands tightened on the steering wheel.
If any of them catch a stray, they'll blame me.
That won't happen. I'd make sure of it. If we did this right, Sonny wouldn't know it hit him. Gradually the roads began to fracture, flecked with detritus and potholes. We drove slower, partially to give Azure more time to look for threats in the ruined streets and bombed-out buildings, partially because Greg didn't want to ruin his ride. Once it came into view, the Galleria was surrounded by a wall that looked to be made of every material in existence, an amalgam of metal, plywood, and dirt, topped with a chain iron fence, topped with spiraling barbed wire that ran the length of the top. Despite the messy aesthetic, it must have been a massive undertaking. Greg came to a stop at an enormous sliding fence on what used to be the Galleria's southernmost exit. A spotter on a rickety-looking platform hollered behind him, and after a few tense seconds, the gate slid open. Any last words of advice? I asked Greg, suddenly feeling out of my depth.
Don't go barefoot.
Greg half smiled. Then his expression grew serious.
I guess, just remember, this is the most a lot of these folks have ever had. If you treat them well, they'll remember. But in our heads, we're still waiting for the hoses. If you take from them, they won't ever forget it.
Greg accelerated, maneuvering the minivan inside slowly as the gates slid shut behind us. Chapter 257. We were ushered into a shipping warehouse attached to the east side of the Galleria at gunpoint. Say, Astrid, Astria, and Max wore simple white masks with cutouts that allowed them to see, leaving me as the only person appearing to show my face. More eyes followed us than I'd prefer, both our escort and the myriad of people around. Ideally, we would have snuck in without consulting with leadership at all, but the new reality of the Galleria didn't much allow for that. Everyone was heavily armed, with more automatic weaponry than I'd seen in a single area that wasn't waving a certain flag. There were less users than expected, but they made up for it with heavily armed civilians. None of them were dressed poorly. For the most part, their clothes and gear were either new or in good shape. Their backgrounds were betrayed only by the plethora of worn visages and wind-burned complexions. Come to think of it, they were likely this well-armed because they had to be, considering their choice of settlement lay between two aggressive warring regions. The Galleria straddled both, and therefore represented an overwhelming tactical advantage to whichever side took it first. And the fact that it was still independent of both was a statement of its own. In the car on the way over, Greg confirmed some things I'd only heard rumors of. A man referred to ubiquitously as the Steward led the settlement. He'd been something of a street legend before the Dome. If you were homeless, especially newly homeless, the first piece of advice you'd receive from the more experienced individuals who shared your situation was to find the Steward. According to Greg, he'd show you the ropes, teach you both how to survive and be invisible in an otherwise hostile environment. He'd also give you a crash course in what you could and couldn't scavenge, and differentiate between the gray legal ventures that were lucrative and the too-good-to-be-true sort that would rain hell down on your head. From the way it sounded, he was reasonable before the Dome. But I knew all too well that just because a person was reasonable before the system didn't mean they'd stay that way. So, with caution in mind, I took a seat in a metal folding chair across from the Steward. The rest of my team hung back, and after Max confirmed that the chance of an ambush was low, tried to force myself to relax and take in the man sitting across from me. For all the hype, he wasn't what I expected, but that was probably the point. In line with what Greg told me, he had the sort of presence that could blend in almost anywhere. If I had to guess, from the male-pattern baldness and salt and pepper, I would have put him around advanced middle age, though stress and exposure to the elements could make the homeless appear far older than they were. A trench coat with the arms cut off adorned his slight shoulders, and he was wearing a faded Black Sabbath t-shirt over what appeared to be considerable armor that covered his vitals. A 12 o'clock shadow shrouded his jaw in bristles, and he appeared to be studying me just as intently as I was observing him. "Shall I take a peek in his head?" Azure asked. I considered it before sending my summon a mental negative. He's a region leader in everything but name. There was no bullshitting, no posturing, no time-wasting attempt to make us wait to reinforce the power dynamic. Whatever's in his back pocket, he's confident. "Or he wants something," Azure countered. Both were probably true. Either way, I didn't want to risk a potentially beneficial connection on the off chance Azure's surface-level reading was detected. Still, the silence was killing me. I used silence as Mirden far more than I ever had in negotiations as Matt, as the uncanniness of the mask tended to get under people's skin after a while. But I got the feeling it wouldn't work on the Steward, who I mentally dubbed Stuart, simply because the preceding "the" was bothersome. I was about to speak first before Stuart pulled an arm from beneath the table, presenting a deck of worn, red-backed bicycle cards. "Do you gamble?" Russian immigrant. He's suppressing the accent, but it's there. "Not when I can help it," I answered. The crow's feet around his eyes crinkled at that. "A wise answer." He shuffled the deck, cards blurring in a cascade of clicks, then ruffling as he bridged them. Despite his gnarled fingers, the movement was practiced and easy, which created the first note of warning in the back of my mind. Because in my father's words, a good shuffler was often the first sign of an experienced hustler. "Do you know why it is wise?" It had the sound of a hypothetical, so I shook my head. He continued to manipulate the cards in varying types of shuffles, some I've never seen before. "Gambling is ruinous by nature. It has been the undoing of many a man beneath my purview. Gamble long enough, and your undoing is all but guaranteed." He placed the deck to the side and steepled his fingers. "But we cannot live without taking considerable risks. They can be mitigated, but are never truly gone. We are left with a paradox. We should not gamble. Yet we must." I had to hand it to him. It took a special kind of person to project this much gravitas with almost no presentation. The leader of Roderick's lodge had styled himself as a king, going so far as to secure a crown and castle, and he held perhaps a fraction of this man's regal aura. A man who, again, was wearing a Black Sabbath t-shirt. I allowed a small smile. Like how, despite having never met us, you allowed me and my team to keep our weapons? Stewart scowled. That is a risk I've come to realize cannot be mitigated. Oh? Inventories, pocket dimensions, bags that transform dangerous items into seemingly harmless utensils until they are drawn out again. The goddamned market delivery. He waved a hand in frustration. It is an area where prevention is simply unsustainable. It is better to simply trust those who are proven. Isn't that right, Greg? Stewart's cold gaze shifted toward where Greg stood, nervously in the corner.
Yes, Stewart,
Greg stammered, stumbling over the words as his voice echoed over the concrete.
Friend who asked for the Kinect's a good one. Even let me hide out on his couch a few times when the asphalt was boiling and my shit got stolen. Wouldn't do us no harm.
So you've said, yet you've refused to give this mysterious third party a name. Greg visibly struggled.
He's a private person. Wouldn't like it if I was throwing his name out and about.
Damn, Greg's taken more of a risk with a referral than I realized. It made sense. We knew each other in the way you can only know someone who's lived in the same sphere as you for years. I'd done him a number of favors over the years, many of which he'd returned, but this was by far the biggest. I had to be careful here, make sure I didn't put Greg in more of a bind than Stewart already had him in. Normally that would be enough, Stewart nodded regretfully, but ever since you crossed our threshold, He hesitated, considered his next words carefully. Let us say, Angel on my shoulder has been disproportionately concerned. Angel, I echoed, my mouth going dry. Deity. Has to be. There was always a risk that region leaders, even unofficial ones, had some sort of patron. After all, I was one of them. The combined effects of double-blind, Nicta's veil, and the Ordinator's mask were more than enough to shroud me from direct identification as the Ordinator by the wandering gaze of any deity. But if that deity were to look closer, I had to guess the absence of certain information would create a question of negative space. I paused long enough to check in with Maxie and make sure nothing had changed. The likelihood of ambush or apprehension had increased by a single point, from 2 to 3. It wasn't nothing, but it was still small enough to be a rounding error. By threshold, you mean? I cocked my head. When your vehicle passed through our gates, Stewart answered. Then I guess I have to wonder why I'm sitting here. I leaned back, resting my hands on my lap. There were multiple points after our arrival that this meeting could have been aborted. You could have turned the car away, used your numbers to detain us. Perhaps these things did not occur to me. I cracked a smile. Please. You don't hold the most tenuous position in the city by being incompetent, and I'm guessing this, I knocked lightly on the felt table, isn't just here for the sake of a metaphor. Finally, the side of Stewart's mouth quirked upward. Correct, on both counts. The angel on my shoulder is generous, but when it comes to personal judgments, she can be a bit, how to say, hasty. Often my instincts align with hers. When they do not, I find it better to resort to more primitive methods. What's the game? To ascertain what kind of man you are. I meant, what are we playing? The game of your people, of course. Colonialism? Hold'em. I nodded. In theory, I'd have more control in something like five-card or blackjack, but there was still plenty of opportunity there. And what's the buy-in? I asked. He pointed the deck at me and smiled. The second most important question. I'm thinking we throw in something tangible. You will either be paid up to 10,000 salve to join our guild as a restricted member, or pay up to that same number depending on the way the chips land. That it was a 10,000 salve bet arbitraged through the system was the obvious part, the part I was supposed to notice. What was less obvious was the fact that both outcomes ended with me joining his guild. A restricted guild member was often temporary and could see little to nothing about the guild or members. Meanwhile, guild leaders could see almost everything about a restricted member. My feats covered my ass in that regard. If that was what he was gunning for, he was headed for disappointment.
In addition, if you win, I will allow you entry into our home. If you lose,
He paused, examining me.
then you will take off this mask my angel says you wear.
Fuck. Chapter 258. It wasn't going well, in the sense that it wasn't going quickly. The steward was an extremely cautious player who rarely bet on the first round, and while I did my best to affect the shuttles, there was a limit to how specific I could be. After the shuttle ended and the first 3 cards flopped, I'd find mixed results in my favor and be more or less confident in how the rest of the round would go. Even if he only bet the minimum, the results were inevitable. If it was just a question of winning, it was already in the bag. The problem was, I was pretty sure it wasn't about who won. The steward had hinted that gambling was a method of getting a gauge on a person. It made sense. You could gauge a far more authentic picture of what someone was like when they had money on the line. Caution, greed, ability to evaluate risk, performance under pressure. He was looking for something, and I wasn't sure what. That he'd not so casually presented the information that he had a patron, or at least something that functioned as a patron, begged more questions than it answered. Possibly a bluff to dissuade his opponent from cheating, or a distraction from something else. I decided early to not use Azure to cheat. Between probability cascade and the low action happening early in the rounds, it was better not to risk it, especially with a potential patron in play. Instead, he was lurking in the shadows of the steward's surrounding men, making sure none of them were paying disproportionate attention to anything problematic. He wasn't running Squelch, so there was a real possibility of crosstalk and outside interference. Of course, Occam's razor said he simply wasn't aware. Squelch was a feat that was more beneficial the less well-known it was. Miles told me about it during the transposition, and I told a handful of others. Considering how often I ran into it passing through other regions, it was safe to assume it was a known factor in most leadership circles around the city. But it was rarely discussed openly, and well hidden in a proverbial mountain of perks. If these people were as isolated as they seemed, it was entirely possible that no one had stumbled across it. Which meant they'd gotten to this point, holding a sizable chunk of territory entirely without it. More than impressive, even if it was hard to picture, and it presented an irresistible opportunity. He folded, and I collected the pot, netting a measly 200 selve. At this rate, Sonny could leisurely walk out of the settlement and be long gone by the time we finished. After the reset, I bent back the corner of my cards. 2 of diamonds, 5 of spades, no existing pair or possibility of a straight or flush. Dogwater hand.
Found the spotter,
Azure communicated excitedly, voice unusually high. Guys directly behind you, staying out of the other's peripheral. I tilted my head, trying to get a look at the guy without giving it away. Dreadlocks framed a craggy face masked in focus. His thumbs were hooked into his belt, and he was all but openly ogling my side of the table. I bet well over the minimum before the flop, testing Azure's theory, and the steward raised, all but confirming it. How are they communicating? I asked my summon, keeping my expression neutral. Hand signals. Old school. That the steward was cheating was disappointing, but not surprising. After all, we were both cheating. It made sense. Only a fool would wager giving a stranger access to his region over a mere card game. However, this revelation complicated the way forward with his so-called judgment of character. With the spotter, he could see my cards even when he folded. Winning would take forever and out me as a cheater. The sort of hands I was regularly pulling with probability cascade being statistically unlikely, if not borderline impossible. I needed to incentivize keeping his word, and I had a good idea how. Leave the steward alone, otherwise gloves are off. Surface scans on everyone in the room. Go invasive if there's something worthwhile. Don't get detected. What am I looking for? Anything about their situation, their relationship with Regions 19 and 20 resources, anything and everything they're afraid of. Then summarize it. And the spotter? Azure asked. I considered that. What's his intelligence? Not an idiot, but nothing to write home about. Leave him for now. Needed to play the minimum for a while, give Azure time to work. I glanced over my cards, sighed, and folded. The steward wordlessly collected the chips and cards and shuffled. "How am I holding up?" I asked. "Hmm?" Now that the game was underway, he seemed annoyed by any attempted conversation. "Guess I'm curious if you've gleaned any insight through the Tao of Texas Hold'em?"
Mock all you like, it does not matter. While I cannot yet make a definitive ruling, one thing is certain.
Stewart almost chewed the words.
I trust you less than when we started.
"Because you're losing." Naturally, I didn't say it out loud. Not that he was a sore loser, more with a combination of cautious play and cheating he should have been winning, and he wasn't. "Just out of curiosity," I started, tossing 500 Salve worth of chips on the table and raising the pot. "If you wanted to make sure no one in this room were tossing messages back and forth, how would you do that?"
Are you tossing messages back and forth?
Stewart asked, point blank. He called, evening out the pot. "No, not the point. The question is, how would you stop it?" His expression was impassive, but not without the slightest glimmer of perplexity, as if I'd asked how one might invert gravity if they were so inclined.
I do not have this concern, but in an increasingly complex situation, the simplest solution is best.
Meaning?
Limiting variables. To start, I would send everyone but the two of us out of this room.
He drummed his fingers on the table.
And instate a timer to increase the tempo of the game. Naturally, this carries with it other risks.
Stewart grimaced.
Not to mention questions of intention.
Like why a person who wasn't cheating would bring up countermeasures during a card game? "Okay, I've got plenty to work with." Asher returned, a slight imprint in the shadow at my feet. Regions 19 and 20 had been fighting since the transposition. 19 ripped the other region off, potentially screwing them in the late hours, only for 20 to almost immediately make a comeback. The resource Region 19 won for completion was Titan Slate, a rare metal with a high mana resonance that could hold significantly more potent enchantments than something like steel, seated within the naturally occurring realms of Floros within the region. Of course, it wasn't that simple. If the forge fire ran too cool, the metal wouldn't melt, and a forge fire that ran too hot would obliterate the magical properties that made it desirable. The difference between the two was only a matter of degrees. There was only one reliable method for stabilizing the forge fire at a perfect temperature: coal bore, a substance which, to the knowledge of everyone present, only existed within Region 20. Cue the ensuing clusterfuck, which was, coincidentally, the only thing allowing the Galleria to remain untouched. They were an entrenched, otherwise unaffiliated third party. Neither Region 19 or 20 could afford to commit to an extended engagement with them, for fear of creating an opening for the opposing region to swoop in. Not that they hadn't tried. Both regions had sent envoys to the Galleria, all of which were politely but firmly turned away, an utterly prudent decision if you didn't have a manner of controlling the flow of information. The steward and his people existed in a perilous balance. Of course, none of this was my problem. But in a vacuum, I was more inclined to help these people than either of the surrounding regions. Both 19 and 20 had turned their regions into wastelands out of little more than short-sighted greed. The Galleria folk, by contrast, just wanted to exist. I increased the tempo of play, slowly but surely draining Stewart of his chips through the blinds. He maintained stoicism better than most, but after a while his irritation shone through. "I have a proposition," I said, finally sensing the desperation I was looking for.
What sort of proposition?
There was a growl in his throat. I lowered my voice. "I have no desire to embarrass you in front of your men, but it's obvious where this is going. In less than an hour, the game will be over, and you will have nothing to show for it."
The money is not the point.
"Sure." I leaned forward. "It's about evaluation. So evaluate. I'm in a hurry, so next hand after the flop, I'm going to raise my bet. If you win, it will be enough for you to break even and then some. If you lose, you keep the remaining chips. We never agreed to play until one of us was out, correct?" He nodded slowly.
So, that would be the last hand?
"Exactly."
This proposal is slanted. The onus of time is on you. I have no such constraint, and if I win, the cards may turn.
"Fair enough. Then I propose we make a side bet, one that will be invalidated if you don't call." I smiled. "Win or lose, I'll give you a key piece of information that will make your current situation far easier to manage. If you don't find that information useful, then you may consider this agreement invalidated." Interest sparked in his eyes.
That is a lot of power to leave in my hands.
Let's just call it a demonstration of trust. The steward didn't seem to like that framing, but it wasn't an offer he could realistically ignore. A completely unscrupulous person could simply absorb the information, deem it unworthy, and call the game off on a technicality. With the terms I'd set, a more scrupulous person could still evaluate the cards they were holding after the flop and back out if they had nothing, and the person in between, with a spotter, held almost no risk at all. He held a stack in his hand, flipping a chip from the bottom to top mindlessly.
The longer we sit across from each other, the more I am inclined to believe you are the devil my angel suspects you to be.
Damn patrons. I leaned back, feigning disinterest. Maybe. Purely geographically, you're surrounded by devils. How many of them offer unconditional aid? As he reshuffled the cards and dealt, he didn't respond, but the doubt in his eyes spoke for him. If I did this right, when the time came, he'd make the bet. It was already over. Chapter 259. I pulled up the corner of my freshly dealt card slightly higher than necessary, flashing a 2-7-0 to the spotter. Or at least, that was what Azure made him see. Off-suite, it was possibly the worst hand a person could have in a game of Hold'em. To dissuade any notions of too good to be true, I paired them as double diamonds, opening up the possibility of a flush.
This would be a lot more interesting if I understood what was happening, Talia grumbled in my mind. From my perspective, the two of you are doing little more than shoving Clay's circles and throwing uniform pieces of parchment around.
Even if you understood the rules, that's what they're doing. Azure pitched in. Cut the chatter, I need to focus. I quieted them. Across the table, Stuart looked at me with something approaching sympathy. My temporary hesitation and his knowledge of my cards probably made for a sad sight. Doubly so when we reached the flop. An ace of spades, a 4 of hearts, and a jack of clubs.
Before we continue, I will allow you to walk back your bet if you wish, Stuart said.
From anyone else, that would have been trash talk or goading, but he seemed to have an authentic sense of honor about the whole thing. An honorable cheat. I could respect it, even if the rationale behind it was beyond my understanding. I let the silence ring, recalling a childhood memory of a talent show I was forced to perform in on repeat, focusing on the most uncomfortable, agonizing aspects until a bead of sweat dripped from my forehead. Instead of answering, I shoved a pile of chips forward, enough that the steward would end in the lead if he won the hand without forcing him to commit everything he had left. Disappointment flashed in his expression.
To this point, you have played a cautious game, more cautious than most. It would be unfortunate to see this ethos you've presented tossed away at the last possible moment for the sake of petty haste.
I brought a hand down on the table with an audible thump. Little late to talk trash. His mouth worked. I was not, then call. Or fold. Do something, for fuck's sake. I let full-fledged irritation into my voice. The steward's eyes hardened, and the finger that idly tapped on his face-down cards grew still. If I was right, I had just crossed the threshold from an odd stranger to a fool who needed to be taught a lesson. Carefully and methodically, he collected chips into uniform columns and pushed them into the center.
I look forward to uncovering the face you are so committed to hiding that it is obscured from even the gods themselves.
I crossed my arms and waited, tapping the table to signal no further bets as the steward dealt the last 2 cards, internally breathing a sigh of relief as he did not raise the pot further. The 4th card was a king of hearts, and the ultimate card, a 5 of spades. To his credit, he didn't so much as twitch when the card dropped, waiting until I tapped my last check, officiating the end of the round. A satisfied expression broke the stoicism on his face as he revealed his cards face up, a 2 and a 3, giving him a straight.
Let this be a lesson. No matter how clever one might be, it is impossible to bullshit through every obstacle.
I sighed, steepling my hands beneath my chin. Disappointing. Stuart did a double-take.
You're taking this well.
It's fine, just seems anticlimactic. All that build-up. I flipped my cards, revealing an identical hand. To end it with a draw. The table jostled as Stuart stood upright, bashing his thigh against the table and sending piles of neatly stacked chips clinking into an orderless mess. How did... His anger faded quickly as he realized the situation he was in. He knew definitively that I had cheated, but voicing that accusation would be the same as admitting he'd done the same. The steward fell back into his chair and looked at me. Now that he was over the initial shock, bemusement had taken its place. Why cheat a tie when you could cheat a win? Other than the clinking of chips, his already quiet man grew quieter as we divided up the winnings. There was a sense of tension that grew more palpable as we tallied the total. I held my breath as Stuart recounted his total, murmuring to himself with a frown, then counted them again. A boisterous belly laugh ripped out of him, honest as it was deafening, startling everyone in the room. He laughed until there were tears in his eyes. "It appears that I have lost." He exploded in another fit of laughter, then scowled, waving away what I assumed was his patron. "Help is no longer needed in this matter. Begone." I sent the steward an in-depth description of squelch, and where in the feat list most classes could find it. His eyebrows shot up, and he whistled. "This will solve many problems for us." He fiddled with his UI, and a prompt popped up on my screen. "The steward has invited you to join the Driftless on a trial basis. You have been offered a recruitment stipend. Recruitment stipend 1 Selve." "Now, I would advise you to be careful." He leaned forward conspiratorially. "This is not technically arbitrage, but if you leave the guild within a month, the system will consider it so. Your bounty void." "Perish the thought," I said. The steward nodded. "And should you leave and return, I could not offer you another stipend." Damn, this was the closest I'd come to a loophole for the gifting Selve restriction. Good to know, but a shame it was so limited. "Interesting," I smiled. "And your judgment?" "You are a good man to know, and a terrible one to play cards with." He cocked his head. "And while I cannot definitively speak to where in our home your quarry lives, I can certainly guess. Though this feels a bit uneven, as you will absolve problems for me as well." I shrugged. "If it's that much of a bother, I'm already a temporary member of the guild. Just make a quest, only for experience." It would also allow the steward to set parameters for our stay within his walls, a fact that surely wasn't lost on him. Soon enough, the quest was created and accepted. The steward assigned us an armed escort, and as they directed us toward the Galleria proper, my mind was miles away, reliving memories of a blood-stained tunnel. A long, burning ember within me caught fire. He threatened my family, killed a teammate, kidnapped my friend. No matter what, if Sonny was here, he'd finally pay for it. In full. Tonight. Chapter 260. Taking a little extra time to develop new contacts is rarely wasted effort. At worst, you end up with a much better idea of the person you're dealing with and the world they live in, and at best, you end up with a hell of a lot more support than you would have had otherwise. This was the latter. The steward was so delighted with the discovery of Squelch that he offered to assign a few of his men to use in our favor. I let Azure loose, finally, and allowed him to take a peek inside the steward's mind, as that set of circumstances could screw us just as easily as it would screw Sonny. Other than some unrealistic ideas about the benefits a long-term relationship could yield, the upside being that he was thinking long-term, no hints of betrayal or plans to sell us out. The downside was, he suspected I was the Ordinator. I didn't know how other than guesswork, rumors, and whatever the hell his patron was whispering in his ear. The suspicion didn't seem to carry the usual stigma. He seemed to see it as a potential benefit and point of leverage. From the system's announcement, the Ordinator was presented as a powerful threat, but the nature of the announcement alienated him, made him a target, and pragmatically the steward was more interested in him as an ally than a ticket out. Either way, I had no intention of confirming it for him. The Driftless were in deep shit, the sort of shit I couldn't afford to get mired in with everything else on my plate. But if things ever went cataclysmic and left me completely burned with everyone I knew either dead or gunning for me, I had a place to go. There was a slight comfort in that. They escorted us through the Galleria proper, finding the interior almost entirely transformed. The skeleton of the mall itself was still there, Glossy floors, escalators, some of which were still working, but almost everything else was altered. On the ground floor, there was a massive communal crafting area superimposed over the wide open space that was once a large skating rink. A few storefronts were untouched, but most were heavily modified. Glass windows removed, replaced with finished wood or brick, adorned with a 3-digit number placard placed somewhere on the front. Commercial turned residential. And unless I was misinterpreting the purpose of the handful of tanks that towered at regular intervals, they had running water going as well. All of it was far more elaborate, clean, and permanent-looking than I'd expected. It was no wonder the Driftless were so attached to this place, clinging to it stubbornly despite the hostility of the surrounding environment. They'd put down roots. "Check it out," our civilian escort grinned. The sides of his head were shaved, remaining hair curving up and bouncing as he walked like a cockatiel's crest. Went by Cisco. He pointed the muzzle of his fuck you very much shotgun toward the center floor. The web-like metallic piping and spouts arranged over plots of dirt, arranged directly beneath the skylights, were immediately recognizable. Hydroponics. I raised an eyebrow. "Are you growing weed?" Say asked, suddenly very interested. "Please tell me you're growing weed." When I gave her a skeptical look, she shrugged. "What? I haven't been able to take a damn breath since this shit started." "Ha! I wish." Cisco shook his head. "Be nice to get a proper chill on. There's some herbs and medicinal shit, but it's mostly food. We want to be independent of the market ASAP. You don't trust the market? I asked. Do you trust food that magically appears in your pockets after you pay for it with Monopoly money? Cisco shot back, then seemed to hesitate. Maybe that's unfair. Supposedly, girl who runs it did everyone a solid when she slashed the prices of healing items during the fuxposition. Probably saved my ass, Max admitted. I don't know. Just seems like a bad idea to take it for granted, Cisco continued. The cabal of divine dingoes running this show have changed the rules more than once, and from what little I know, merchants get most of their inventory from nowhere, shipped in on the Sky Ferry Express. What if at some point the powers that be decide they want us a little more desperate, a little less prepared, and start limiting the merchant's inventory? No more shipments on the Sky Ferry Express, Say said wryly. That's what I'm saying, sister, Cisco exclaimed, either unaware of Say's irony or unaffected by it. Buried beneath a significant portion of tin foil, he had a point. The small, unstable economies that had developed around the city at large were almost entirely dependent on merchants. If whoever was running the game disabled merchants, or hell, even hamstrung them, everything would go to shit in short order. Self-sustainability is the way, man, Cisco reaffirmed, talking to himself more than any of us. Astrid, who'd been mostly silent up to this point, suddenly spoke up. Are you taking us in circles so you have more time to spew hippie shit, or are we close? Stop it, Astrid hissed. I shot Astrid a look. This confirmed we needed to have a talk after the mission. There was a serious bug up her ass, but taking that out on our hosts wasn't going to help anything. Thankfully, Cisco didn't seem to take it personally. It's a big mall, little girl. We're getting there. Chill. He glanced over at Say. Tense group. Why do you think I wanted weed? Say groused. Fair enough. Most of the population of the Galleria were shut up inside. Given the late hour, though, there were a handful out and about. Many ignored us, though I felt a handful of lingering looks. Up ahead. Body. I stopped in place, immediately tensing. Up ahead, a middle-aged man in civilian clothing splayed out on the ground, one leg at an odd angle. Scarlet pooled around his head, but there was no shine to it. The blood had dried. Yup, Cisco said grimly. Jumped about a week ago. And you just left him there? And you just left him there? Astrid said aloud. Cisco nodded slowly, smirking a bit. Tell you what, girl boss, walk over and see if you can figure out why we left him there. Astrid holed. Proximity? I snapped, looking to Max. Close. Max squinted at his UI, but I'm getting conflicting readings. Max. Probability of success is oscillating between 6 to 12. It's been flip-flopping since before we met the steward. The difference between a coin flip and near-guaranteed success. But why? I glowered at Cisco in the way I found made most people exceedingly uncomfortable. Given that we're on good terms with your guild leader, it would be prudent to tell us what we're walking into. He took a step back, holding up a hand defensively. It's not a trap, if that's what you're thinking. It's just weird. Some sort of persistent area of effect. Our magic types can't hack it. No one really knows what it does, other than that it affects memory, and seems to be limited to a small radius around this section of the ground floor. Can't dispel it, can't identify it. Be my eyes? I asked Azure. You got it, boss, Azure chirped back. There was an odd sensation as I felt him take root in my mind, my vision fraying at the fringes. I approached the body. Chapter 261. What was I doing? I felt disjointed, like my mind had gone on autopilot and my body had followed along. Slowly I swiveled, looking back. Our escort, Say, and the rest of the team were still behind me. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. I'd started walking ahead without them, scouting out the area immediately in front of us. They were holding, waiting for me to motion that it was clear. Ashamed to say it, but I nearly did, until I spotted the body, somewhere around 15 feet behind me. The man with a broken leg and a scarlet halo. Right. I hadn't just been walking ahead, I was walking toward him. What the hell happened? I asked my summon. Nothing happened. You glanced over the body and kept walking. Ooh! Wasn't what you intended to do? Not even a little. Let me out. I'll take a peek under the hood. I did as he asked, extending my arm and ignoring the sensation of oil trickling down my wrist as he slipped into my shadow. Considering illusions and misdirections were Azure's specialty, him not picking up on the effect was downright unsettling. Everything all right? Say called over, shifting uncertainly, about to take a step forward. Stay put, I called back. A shadow, almost imperceptible to the eye, flitted across the walkway and back, and across again. How delightfully insidious, Azure mused. Whatever it is, it doesn't affect me as strongly, but it's definitely there. Compulsion. One that forces the belief that there is absolutely nothing interesting here, and to keep moving. Can't even stay in the center for long without subconsciously drifting to either side. It's kind of amazing they noticed this at all. If there wasn't a body, they probably wouldn't have. Can you trace the origin point? If it functions the same as the average ward, stronger at the center, then somewhere in the center of the walkway. I absorbed that. Is it permanent? The shadow flitted back and forth a few times, then circled. Probably not. Permanent wards are exorbitantly expensive and take time to set up, and I'm guessing this was set up in a hurry. Temporary wards are simple enough to deal with, anchored to something physical, I'm guessing a section of the floor, possibly a specific tile. If we destroy that, the effect should dissipate. Then what's the problem? I asked. Hair raised on the back of my neck. If Sonny put the ward in place, he was close, very close, probably hiding in one of the unoccupied storefronts within the radius of the wards, watching us. It's taking the lion's share of my concentration just to stay in the radius. I don't think I could maintain a corporeal form, and even if I could, I'd also need the strength to shatter concrete, Asher said, clearly annoyed with the situation. I could relate. The setup posed a lot of problems for us, and a lot of advantages for Sonny. Nimrod's solution was to have the twins blow up tiles from outside the radius. The area of effect wasn't that big, comprising around 36 titles, far less if they focused on the center. Problem was, that was both loud and would take time. And if Sonny had a back door, which he almost assuredly did, he'd have more than ample time to get clear before the ward was offline. It was a complex problem. I returned to the others, shaking off the mental effects of the ward and relaying what I'd found. Well, shit, Max said. He thought for a moment. Think that's what's causing the balked read? Gotta be, I agreed. Upshot is, we take it out, our chances suddenly get a lot better. Astria crossed her arms, considering the tiles and the surrounding storefronts. I get we can't take them out piecemeal, but what if we just went big? Like, really big. Shocker, she wants to nuke something, Astrid mocked. What's the point of being able to cast powerful spells if you never use them? Astria's eyes flashed as she turned on her sister. Dunno, being a reasonable human being, maybe? I held out a hand, stopping the argument before it got started. Ordinarily, I wouldn't have a problem with that. It's a question of collateral damage. I glanced at Cisco. Anyone live in this section? Most of the storefronts seem intact. He swallowed, suddenly looking out of his element.
A few did. Asked for relocation on account of, the unrecoverable body. There's a lot of us on the upper floors, though, and we figured out real quick that a place this large has support beams everywhere. Astria deflated.
Okay, so big's a bad idea. Solid concept, just not what we need right now. I patted her on the shoulder. She perked up at the praise. Say crouched down, knocked at the tile beneath her feet. Not to steal the mage's thunder, but I'm pretty sure I can break a bunch of these in quick succession. She peered up at me. And the effect is isolated to this floor. What if I went up a level, jumped down, and smashed it?
Same problem, Max sighed. You fuck up, hit the wrong tile, he rabbits before we have time to fix it. Speaking of which, I turned back to Cisco. Let's say someone was hiding in one of the storefronts. How would they leave if they didn't want to go out the front? Well, he pointed to the left side. If they were on that side, they'd be straight up screwed. There's a few back rooms, but nothing that connects to any sort of exit. And the right? There's a connecting hallway that runs through most of this wing, Cisco confirmed.
He's on that side, then. Gotta be, Say realized, openly staring in that direction before she caught herself. Max seemed openly unhappy with that, but kept whatever it was to himself. The solution hit me all at once. It wasn't ideal, and would take a good deal of cooperation from Say, but if she was willing, it was doable. I leaned in and asked her quietly, "How bad do you want to get this guy?" "More than I've ever wanted anything." She stared me dead in the face. There was no lie in her expression, no hesitation. "Whatever it takes?" She nodded. "Then I have a plan." Max finally spoke up. "The right side could be a misdirect. He expects anyone who comes looking and knocks down the ward to search the stores on the right first while he slips out behind them," Max said. "There's a difference between going for a fake-out and being stupid. Choosing a tactically hamstrung option because it's unexpected would be straight-up stupid," Say argued. "You're both right," I cut in. "Sonny's smart, but he's also unpredictable. However we come at this, we need to leave someone in the open, preferably with an upper-floor vantage, ready to sound the alarm if he slips out of somewhere unpredictable." "I'll go up," Astrid said almost immediately. When I hesitated, she continued. "We're more independent than we used to be. Astria will have access to most of our heavy-hitting spells if I'm nearby." "It takes a few things off the table," Astria said slowly. "Not many," Astrid countered. For the moment, I ignored the fact that she'd jumped to volunteer for the assignment that put her the farthest from the action. "Fine. We move in 2 minutes. Monitor your interface and get in position." Astrid scampered off toward the escalator, taking the moving steps 2 at a time. "Max," I started. "Back hallway," he interjected, already moving toward the service door our escort pointed out. "Yep." That left Say and Astria. I trusted them both, probably more than anyone else in the group. Say had been with me from the beginning. While Astria was a more recent addition, it was clear she saw me, or Mirden at least, as a mentor and friend. But some things were better kept secret. "You okay clearing with me and Say once the ward comes down?" I asked Astria. "Yep." "Then head to the other side of the ward." "Comms are squelched. How will I know when it's down?" Astria asked, looking between us. "Trust me," I said, feeling a surge of anticipation. "You won't miss it." Chapter 262. Like any kid from the South, I grew up around an overpopulation of game hunters. Some were the exact redneck stereotype you'd expect. Scruffy beards, beater trucks with mounted antlers, mouthy bumper stickers, haw-hawing their truth to anyone with the misfortune of being in the rear view, and more flagrant open carry than a Third World War zone. Others were less rote. Bankers, managers, government officials skipped the accoutrement, but, come November, would pack up their transit and join the oil-slicked expedition to Somerville County, eager to get the jump on whitetail season. I'd always regarded both varieties with a sort of distant caution, unable to come to any other explanation for the enthusiasm beyond a primal excitement to legally cull something. The last month had granted perspective on the topic. It was about so much more than the kill. It was about the anticipation, the patience, long periods of waiting, tracking, and searching, all building up to an often terrifyingly brief window to act, where the painstaking efforts of the lead-up could be lost with a single misplaced step. It was the adrenaline of landing the final blow, and the internal satisfaction that came with knowing that in order to get here, you did everything right. There was still a part of me that resisted.
recognized that Haster and the Order put me in this position. Of the users in Sunny's faction we'd hunted, I'd spared who I could. Naturally, a person backed into a corner would do or say anything to keep breathing, which made Azure a priceless resource when it came to evaluating them on a case-by-case basis. The psychopaths, predators, and truly loyal we put down. The rest were remanded to Kinsley's custody. I told myself that I wasn't beyond the pale, that I was just doing what needed doing, and once it was done, I could bury it and pretend it hadn't happened, just like before. I hoped that was true. Even a floor above the hideout and out of range, I could feel the tug, the insistent reminder that there was nothing there and I was better suited moving on. It was getting easier to identify and ignore, but the strength of the enchantment had me worried. Because Sunny didn't seem like the type to cast it himself, he was a combination of speed and brutal strength, and typically required sacrificing all avenues of arcane development. Either he'd somehow stashed and spent an astronomical number of spells on a magic item capable of casting the enchantment, unlikely given how swiftly and decisively he'd been cut off from his resources, or there was an unknown third party who just happened to be a powerful mage. Neither felt right. We'd been methodical in isolating him from contacts and allies. If there was someone else in there, they were completely unknown by the rest of Sunny's people, and unless we'd missed something huge, they weren't with the Order. So who the hell are they? I watched from above the abandoned walkway as Say traveled through the affected area, eyes blank and tensed, fingers gripping the railing tightly. Almost exactly in the center, with no warning, Say stopped a couple stores down from me. I moved further down the walkway, lighting myself up a little off to the center of where she was standing. Once I was in position, Say slowly turned. Her insectile eyes refracted red behind her mask, and her mouth split in a wicked smile. That was all Azure. Crack! Say dropped to one knee, a blurring fist shattering the tile beneath her feet. The feeling of forced disinterest dissipated, and I vaulted over the railing and down, twisting in midair to face the storefront as Azure released her from his possession, leaping from shadow to shadow until he was inside. Practically emanating spite, Say took a step forward. "Trap!" Azure screamed, his mental voice commingling with an alert from jaded eye. I dropped, scissor-kicking Say's legs out from under her and sending us both to the ground just as the glass display windows exploded, screeching tinnitus overtaking almost everything else. Say grasped my forearm and hurled me clear of the opening with superhuman strength, glass shards skittering beneath her as she scrambled into cover after. "Thanks," she grunted. "Yep. Was that a fucking shotgun?" Shotguns. Spread was too wide for just one. Astrid slid in beside us. Her wand was shaking, but I knew from past experience the nerves would subside as soon as the fighting began in earnest. "Inside doesn't look too big, but there are a lot of obstacles. Could freeze them out." I nearly agreed. Gemini's frost spells were devastating. A low-tier blizzard spell limited to the interior of the store could easily trigger or otherwise disable any remaining traps, allowing safe passage. With such a small contained area, the temperature would drop dangerously low quickly, potentially severely injuring or even killing anyone inside. But I couldn't shake the feeling that my earlier instinct was right. There was someone else besides Sunny in there, potentially independent of the Order, raising the place without knowing that variable didn't feel right. It took a monumental amount of effort to shake my head. Wait for recon. Precious seconds ticked by. Azure called out the traps right off the bat and had been uncharacteristically silent ever since. I still felt his presence, so he wasn't dead, but with the gap in time he was either waylaid or tied up with someone. Need to make a call. "Flash and breach," I said. I drew my dagger and a handful of crossbow bolts, extended the metal edges toward Say. With a wave of her hand, they glowed sickly green, noxious fumes. The poisons wouldn't last long, so we needed to move quickly. Astria muttered something unintelligible. A breeze swept through her hair, motes of light forming around her and drawing inward toward the wand clutched at her chest, illuminating the silver-rod gold. Once the spell was charged to max power, she pushed against the wall, exposing as little of herself as possible and dipping the wand toward the opening. Instinctively, both me and Say covered our ears and braced. The resulting scream was hair-raising as always, and even facing away from it, I opened my eyes to numerous purple blotches, leaned around the corner, threw Blade of Woe with a flick of my wrist, low trajectory landing the blade between two racks of women's clothes. Talia emerged, snarling in a cloud of smoke, triggering 2 more shotgun traps and darting into the darkness. There was a low hiss of escaping gas, followed by a yelp. "There's something. The bastards blinded me!" Her voice resonated in my mind, pained and enraged. "Return," I recalled the blade as Talia shifted back, snatching the hilt out of the air. Breathing deeply, then turning the corner, bringing my crossbow to bear. No movement. Nothing but darkness and silhouettes. With my tainted vision, every outward-facing piece of metal and cylinder shape looked like the barrel of a shotgun. I pushed further in, relying on awareness and jaded eye to highlight any actual threats, ignoring the surging thrill that tempted, throwing caution to the wind. Toward the back of the store, behind the counter, a rectangle of light shot open. Door. Sonny's panicked face came into focus for a half-second. I fired. There was an audible grunt, then a metal clang as the door snapped shut. From outside, the distinctive thwip of a crossbow fired twice more, undercutting the sound of heavy boots pounding down the hallway. "Runner!" Max screamed out. Say blasted by, tucking her head and lowering her shoulder like a linebacker. She slammed into the back door, chitin impacting metal as she knocked it clean off its hinges, pausing for only a second before she disappeared through the doorframe and around the corner, running at an Olympic sprint. She was faster than me, but only just, and I followed closely, seconds away from the exit. He said runner. Singular. The hair on the back of my neck raised, and I dropped into a roll, smelling ozone. A fiery red gash cut through the sidewall, exactly on my left. Somehow it hadn't triggered perception. I whirled, training my crossbow on the obvious origin point, behind the counter. A boy, no older than 12, awkwardly holding a staff, stared defiantly back at me. Chapter 263. My finger tightened on the trigger. "Put it down." "Fuck you," the kid said, all spite and vitriol. His face was flushed red, and he was wearing civilian clothes, a t-shirt and cargo shorts, both ratty. From the gauntness of his cheeks, he hadn't eaten in a while. Hunger always looked the same. "I don't want to hurt you." His hand trembled, green gem at the top of his staff swaying, constantly on the verge of moving off target. He looked angry, tired, dangerous. I called out to my summon. "Could really use your help here, Azure." Shortstack's got some serious firepower. His illusions blocked our communication, trying to take control. More serious than the fire laser? The spell that nearly skewered me had gone off instantly, without enough lead time for perception to trigger. If that was the cheap seats in his arsenal, I didn't want to see the VIP. Mana shifted as the green gem crowning the staff glowed. God damn it, I don't have time for this. "Last chance," I said, putting as much menace in my voice as I could muster. "Put the staff down." The safe option would have been to fire. This sort of thing was inevitable. Both my brother and sister were evidence that the system didn't exactly discern by age, and like the firearms of the previous age, magic was the great equalizer of this one. It was only a matter of time before a kid with power ended up on the wrong side with more guts than sense. "Please," I tried. His expression shifted to something I recognized. The moment of resolve transformed to action. Shit. There was a burst of light, and a bludgeon of energy curved from behind me, slamming into the boy's chest. He grunted, the staff in his hand spinning away as he slammed backward against a shelf, knocking a plastic display case of knockoff jewelry free and tumbling to the ground. Behind me, Astria gaped, her chest heaving from the exertion. Why is there a kid here?" "Dunno." I shook my head, then started moving toward the door. "Eye in the sky says he's powerful. Make sure he stays down?" "I'll keep watch," Astria nodded, her focus returning as she shrugged off the residual shock. The kid murmured something barely intelligible, almost impossible to make out. Almost sounded like, "Don't hurt him." I took off down the hallway, moving at a dead sprint. There was no sign of Astrid, Say, or Max, and no way to check in with them as the Galleria folk were still running squelch. Multiple lockers and doors had been thrown open, probably Sonny trying to throw obstacles in the pursuer's path. I followed the trail, falling deeper into the mask, suppressing the ramping anxiety. I was pretty sure I'd hit him with a poisoned, armor-piercing bolt. While Say's poison was generally lethal to users, it was a debilitating paralytic. After a matter of minutes, he'd have trouble moving. After 10, he wouldn't be able to walk. If Sonny was as clever as he acted, he'd figure that out in short order. And he'd make a move. As it turned out, Sonny hadn't made it far. His once perfectly coiffed salt-and-pepper hair was wild. Both Say and Max had backed off, giving him space. For good reason. The most likely scenario played out in my mind. Say and Max had chased him from behind, while Astria, hearing the call-out, had circled around to flank. Either she'd frozen or miscalculated how quickly Sonny would close the distance. Now he had an arm around her throat, steel barrel of a 1911 pressed to her head.
"Where's the fucking boogeyman? Come on, bring him out."
Astria whimpered. I went cold. In that moment, the day of the tunnel played on repeat in my mind over and over. Only now I could see him for exactly what he was. A throwing knife twitched in Say's hand, charged and green. Max had a crossbow trained at Sonny's head. I crept up, sticking to the wall, using Max's frame to obscure my approach. "Let's just take it down a notch," Max subtly angled, trying to get a shot. "Landing a bounty isn't going to help you get out of this," Say added. Her voice was casual, but from the tension in her shoulders, the way every muscle was poised to spring forward, I could tell she was feeling the same weight.
"Right. I look stupid to you?" Sonny spat, shifting his human shield erratically, making it next to impossible for either of them to find an opening.
"File I read said you're a great fighter. A genuine threat with a sword. All the levelling and questing. Be a shame if it all went to waste because you wanted to play hostage negotiation."
Max heard me approaching out of the corner of his eye and held a hand behind his back, splaying out 5 fingers. Low chances we save her as things stand. "Put the gun down. Let the girl go. She'll sit this out. Big guy like yourself can handle a 2-on-1. Max dialed up the accent and smiled, shrugging towards Say. "She's most of the firepower here anyway, so really it'd be more of a 1.5-on-1.
"Where's the boogeyman?"
Sonny's voice escalated into a shout. "Come on out, fuckface! I know you're here." He sounded unhinged, off his goddamned rocker, and I didn't think he was faking it. I could appreciate what Max was going for, but it wasn't going to work, not with the state Sonny was in. Once upon a time, I would have questioned the wisdom of using my powers here. It was the best way to subvert Max's reading, but all 3 of them were too close not to realize there was fuckery at play. But we were far past that. The strike team had gotten me this far, and to their credit, they were all decent people despite our business. Astrid and Astria were just trying to survive, level up, and amass the power necessary to make it through the next event. Max was the kind of guy who knew how to shut the hell up when he had a line on a good thing, and Say already knew everything. I was done hiding. I reached into his mind with suggestion, amplifying his fear, stabilizing his hand. Picked apart? Pinned down with nowhere to go? How does it feel? My voice reverberated down the hallway, echoing. Sonny stiffened, then crouched lower, his expression a twisted sneer.
"There he is, the conquering hero. Figured you had to be the one going through my crew like tissue paper. Everything's gone to shit since the day I met you."
It took a moment to connect that he was talking about the day I'd invited myself into the back seat of his car and chatted him up about joining the transposition, not the incident outside the trial. "In fact," he continued, who's the kid?" I cut him off, glancing back the way I came. "The one you left behind?" Unstable as he was, I picked up in the tunnel that Sonny was a seasoned negotiator, and the best way to deal with that kind of person was never letting them get their footing. There was a long silence as Sonny glowered with a look that could kill. "He alive?" "For now," I smiled. "Who is he?" "Nobody. Just some street trash I paid for the wards." From the blank expression to the apathetic tone, the lie was supremely convincing. Without context, it might have passed. But even if the kid hadn't been worried enough to potentially throw his life away, Sonny had fucked up when he asked after his well-being. Family. I'd put money on it. "Uh-huh." I stared at him blankly. "Look, whoever he is to you, I really don't care. Things don't have to get nasty. The way I see it, you have one of mine and I have one of yours. There's potential for an even trade. We'll call this a draw, and you can go on your way." To his minor credit, for a moment he seemed to seriously consider it. Then his expression hardened.
"So you and yours can regroup later and pick us off on our way out, once this poison cuts my legs out from under me? Nah, we're not going to play it that way. I don't give a shit what you do to the kid. I'm going to walk away with the girl, If I see a single tail, she's done, and if I don't, maybe you get her back."
He smiled cruelly, so confident he held all the cards. If I was the same person I was when he clashed in the tunnel, that might have been true. I might have let him go. But we were long, long past that. The truth was, I didn't need to threaten the kid, or buy time, because the longer Sonny ran his mouth, the more opportunities he was giving me for cast after cast of probability cascade, cementing his fate. "You know what?" I tilted my head. "I would have negotiated, but I was really hoping you'd say no." Chapter 264. Some part of me was disappointed Sonny was such a mess. He made a habit of preying on the weak, pressing others into the corner, threatening them, forcing impossible decisions upon people whose lives simply hadn't equipped them to handle it. Given that, you'd think he'd at least have a theoretical idea of what to do if the tables were turned. I'd built him up in my mind as some scenery-chewing villain. I'd expected him to shift into a higher gear, be invigorated, perhaps even elated as he rose to the challenge. Instead, he just ran. By grabbing Astria, engaging in this pointless static tactic, all he'd done was give himself the illusion he was in control. Azure cut off his supply of adrenaline while I strummed the whispers of sleep in his mind, amplifying them into a symphony. Easy enough. He was already exhausted, on the tail end of weeks on the run, and what I guessed was several days awake. Probably hadn't managed a full night of sleep since the body fell at his doorstep. Even now his eyelids drooped and his weapon wavered, signaling to me I'd done enough in that regard. Specks of dust, glimmering in the haze, were drawn to his face and nose like moths to a lamp. Several applications of probability cascade on hammer, trigger, and slide ensured the handgun would never fire again. Redundant, perhaps, but contingencies paid dividends here. His focus slipped. For perhaps a fraction of a second, sleep took him, and his vice-like grip on the small mage loosened. Twang! A bolt from Max took Sonny in the shoulder of his gun arm. He dropped the 1911 with a painted grunt and stumbled backward, pinwheeling at the loss of balance, his face twisting in disbelief. I watched as if in slow motion, his heel caught the floor at an odd angle, and he twisted to catch himself. Only he twisted the wrong way. A bone in his leg snapped with an audible crack. Say reached out, ushering a stricken and sobbing Astria behind us before she pulled her throwing arm back. Not yet. There were still questions that needed to be answered. I caught her arm and shook my head. Give him a minute. With difficulty, Sonny climbed to his feet. He turned his back and began to limp away, reaching out to steady himself. But he just couldn't seem to keep a good grasp on anything. The wall was too slick, and when his hand slipped off that, the table he reached out for toppled, thumping against his thigh and sending him back to the ground in a tangled heap. Jesus, Max breathed. We didn't even have to come. Say murmured. All that build-up and this asshole's already dead. Max shook his head. Good fucking riddance. His observation was unexpectedly cutthroat for someone typically jovial and good-natured, but I shouldn't have been surprised. The one piece of scant information I'd shared with him about the Order was that our ultimate target was behind the soul-harvesting operation during the last transposition. They'd been ambushing entire convoys of users, trying to secure their regions, killing them wholesale. Max had lost nearly his entire squad to the effort, with only half of them returning home alive after the rescue. With the target neutralized, I checked on Astria. She'd retreated a small distance down the hallway and gasped for breath, hand clutched to her chest. You good? I asked. Yeah. Astria straightened up slightly. Careful. I just blinked and he rushed me down. His rushing days are over. Mirden, Say snapped. I turned, half expecting to see Sonny on his feet, sprinting down the hallway, defying all expectations. But no. He was on his stomach, having apparently given up on walking. But he was crawling, and seemed to be doing so with a destination in mind, trailing diagonally toward the right side of the hallway. All the exits were at the far end or to the left, through the stores. Instead, he seemed to be making his way toward a door marked Utility Closet. What's the plan, Sonny? I circled around him at a leisurely pace and paused at the door, waiting for jaded eye to warn me. It didn't. Rigged to blow? I pulled the door open. Guess not. Is there a portal back to the Order? Something stashed in there? Last one got a reaction, Azure informed me. Well, I dragged him inside by the back of his armor, pushing him up against the wall in a sitting position. Not sure what'll give you a chance in hell at this point, but better safe than sorry. Where is it? He looked at me, his gaze radiating hate. Here? I pointed to the left side of the room. No reaction. Maybe here? I pointed to a cluster of dirty mops stacked in the corner. Not even a flicker. That's all right, we've got time. I paused dramatically. Please tell me you didn't hide it behind the power cabinet. Despair filtered into his expression. Bingo. Behind the cabinet, beneath a layer of torn-up insulation and covered in a layer of dirt and dust, was a forest green duffel bag. Again, I waited, half expecting a title warning not to touch it. When none came, I pulled it out, casting something. I spun, pulling my crossbow and firing. My aim was dead on, but the bolt impacted with a fuzzy thud, bouncing off his head and falling to the ground. In its wake, he was covered with a dull, red glow. Trouble? Say did a double-take when she saw Sonny. What the hell? Sonny laughed. For the first time, he seemed calm, more like his old self.
Better get moving, asshole. You and yours haven't exactly been quiet. In case you missed it on the way in, the subhuman trash running this place are jumpy and well-armed. With all the noise, I'm guessing they're gonna have questions.
Ah, so there was a plan. Just not a good one. He'd come here without informing the residents, and assumed we'd do the same. Like me, it probably wasn't his first choice, but if Plan A, through Plan whatever the fuck, fell through, he could raise a ruckus and pop whatever this ability was. He'd be captured and interrogated, but with his charisma, talking his way out of it was a real possibility. Sorry, didn't even think, he just went for it, Asher said. What is it? Adrenaline got going again, so he's a little harder to read, but... It's a shield spell, like Nick's Sanctuary. Temporary impermeability. How temporary are we talking? Depends on how much mana he poured into it, but I'm getting 10 minutes tops. I'd rather look through the bag, thanks. I unzipped the duffel and started rifling through the contents, feeling Sonny's incredulous gaze. A shit ton of healing potions, status potions, couple throwables, cracked smartphone, and... What are you? There was a rectangular, rubber-backed zip case with a cloth exterior and black and gray cross-hatching. It was a decidedly modern feel, like something from before. I opened it up and paused, sizing up the unexpected contents. It was a handheld gaming console with pink and green siding. For curiosity's sake, I pressed the power button. The screen stayed black, with nothing but the reflection of the mask staring back at me. I tilted it toward him. Not yours, I take it?
Are you delusional? Sonny tried again. They'll be here any minute.
They're not coming.
What do you mean?
I left him to ponder that and returned to the doorway, where the others were looking in. Good news, he doesn't have shit. Bad news, we're gonna have to hold tight for a while. There was relief in their faces, but also discomfort at the idea of staying in one place. We generally didn't, and that strategy had worked out for us so far. Sure we're not gonna have a third-party problem? Max asked wearily. I shook my head. The steward wants this problem off his doorstep. He won't order anyone to interfere, but that doesn't mean one of our new friends isn't going to get curious. Out of the corner of my vision, I saw Sonny deflate. Got it. I'll keep the voyeurs away, Max confirmed. Do what you gotta do. Beside him, Astria was shivering violently, clinging to the sleeves of her robes. I discarded my previous order and softened my voice. Check on your other half. Make sure we don't have a containment issue. She searched Sonny up and down, teeth chattering. He's not going anywhere? It's over, I reassured her. It was only half true. By the time I locked the door, pulled over a stool, and settled in, Say cross-legged beside me, I got the feeling that Sonny knew exactly how dire his straits were. His body had gone slack during the exchange, his visage meek and blank as a pious martyr. Saint Sebastian, tied to the execution post. It's late, and I have a long day tomorrow. Want to take the shield down, save us all some time?
Ask, Sonny said.
I cocked my head and cupped an ear.
You aren't stupid enough to gloat. I'm still breathing, he wheezed, because there's an itch you can't scratch. Either you've got something to say, or a question to ask.
Wasting a lot of breath for a guy who doesn't have much to spare, Say growled. No, he's right.
I'd gone back and forth on whether engaging him at all was worth it. I bought my way out from underneath the geish, but Sonny hadn't. There was a limit to what he could tell me, and the question I had, the one that kept me awake, made me sick, didn't strictly matter. It wouldn't change the end result, and it wouldn't buy him more time. I asked anyway. A while back, you and a couple crackpots ambushed a much smaller group. His brows knitted together. A confrontation that led to a kidnapping. Right, probably doesn't narrow it down. A lot of kidnapping going on in the Order. But maybe this does. I leaned forward. A mage died. Freaked out at the unexpected confrontation. Tried to fight back. Took a bolt in the throat for her trouble. Bled out in seconds. Ringing any bells now? His jaw worked silently. As the reality set in, I could almost see him searching for a lifeline, looking for any angle he could use to leverage his way out of the situation. Finding none. When he had no objection, I continued. The thing I couldn't get out of my head was how damn unprofessional it seemed. Clearly your group was experienced. Nobody there batted an eye at the violence, and other than that one monumental slip-up, you ran a tight ship. Maybe it came down to the individual. And considering what a miserable, conniving fuck you are, I have to imagine you're also not the sort of guy who keeps one token idiot on your team. Meant to ask the shooter myself. Fuck, what was his name? I looked to say. Dean? Dan?
Darren,
Sonny rumbled, the word coming out in a gravelly sigh. I snapped my fingers. Right, that's it. Only when we set out to interview Darren on his dire absence of trigger discipline, he declined. Made toast in the bathtub. Enjoyed it so much he'd stayed in for days by the time we found him, Say added.
Wait,
Sonny frowned.
That wasn't you?
It wasn't you? I asked. When he shook his head, I smiled thinly. Well, he wouldn't be the first in the dome to sign off that way. Must have caved to the stress, or the guilt.
Of course he'd take the coward's way out. Always was a pussy.
Sonny's lip curled. Sometimes there's wisdom in being a coward. I gestured to him in the surrounding room. Take your situation, for example. This is the end of the road for you. The finale, terminus. All that's up for negotiation is how cleanly you shuffle off this mortal coil. Given the circumstances, the brave thing would probably be to clam up and take whatever you have coming on the chin. I glanced at Say warily. Considering my friend's ample motivation to make that as unpleasant as possible, it would be braver than answering. Disbelief shadowed his face as I took off my mask. The question is, how wise do you want to be? Chapter 265.
You?
Sonny exhaled, staring openly. Me. For a moment, I let the silence hang. The look on his face oscillated from anger to bewilderment to despair, unable to settle on anything for longer than a few seconds before it finally settled on rage.
I spared you,
he snapped, flecks of spit peppering the inside of his shield. Cut the shit. If Daphne hadn't stepped in, we both know how it would have gone.
That's where you're wrong. It was my call,
he argued, insistent. Aaron's whelp stuck her nose in,
but leaving you alive was my decision alone. Could have slit your throat and walked away, and aside from her, no one would have cared.
So you let me go out of what? I mocked. The kindness of your heart?
Out of respect,
Sonny growled.
Your entire party was losing their shit, including the so-called ceaseless night, and there you were in the middle trying to cut a deal. Earnestly. Felt wrong to flatline someone so rational just for falling in with subpar people.
Subpar? A chill of rage traveled down my spine, barely suppressed. And Ginny wasn't worthy of respect?
Doesn't matter what she was worthy of. We had background on you guys. Not a lot, but enough to know the girl was dying.
We're all fucking dying, Sonny. I'm gonna need a little more. How does that factor in ordering your redhead stepchild to murder her? Another sigh.
Just
think it through.
We need people in his position to be solid, stable, with the goal of eventually giving him autonomy. Our shrinks and psych freaks are good at the brainwashing shit, but they aren't miracle workers.
A wave of nausea rocked me. What? I don't understand. Say looked between us, more confused than angry. How does that even make sense? Nick's a knight, in their fucked-up court. Not the highest possible position, but critical for securing the upper echelon, I filled in coldly, gesturing to Sunny. Go on. Tell her the rest. Despite the prompting, Sunny stayed focused on me. It was like he wanted to convince me that what he was hinting at wasn't monstrous, like if he could just put the right spin on it, it would all make sense.
It's easier to rebuild someone who's broken than convince them to abandon a dying loved one. The girl was a ticking time bomb. She starts to check out. At best, he completely loses focus. At worst, we lose him. Better to make it look like an accident and tear the Band-Aid off early. If anything, we did him a favor.
Sunny's shield picked that exact moment to drop. In a blur of motion, before I could even rise from my stool, Say moved before I could, slamming a fist into the side of his head, toppling him to the ground. I turned, clenching my fist and staring at the wall, listening to the heavy impacts. Part of me, and not a small part, didn't want to interfere. Just let things take their natural order, cause and effect. Only rely on your ruthlessness when you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it is needed. Stop, I said. There was a hesitation, followed by one more painful thud, before Say stepped away.
The fuck even is she?
Sunny hissed. I retook my seat on the stool in front of him. His face was bloodied, bruises already forming from the impact, a slight crater where a prominent cheekbone used to be. The other casualty of your decision that night. He rubbed his face, then put it together.
You're her. The girl who slipped back into the trial before it collapsed. Jesus Christ, heard you got worked over, but that wasn't the half.
Matt? Say snapped over him.
Yup.
I couldn't help but wince as the brutal haymaker landed right on his chin, slamming Sunny into near unconsciousness. He groaned, then slowly pushed himself back up to a sitting position. There was a long pause.
You look great,
he coughed.
Really?
Say looked at me again. This time I shook my head.
Sunny swallowed, struggling to stay lucid. Are all my people dead?
You care? He managed a nod. Some. The real monsters, anyway. I shrugged.
And the others?
They've thoroughly forgotten the oaths they took and moved on to more productive things. He stretched his mouth, jaw emitting a painful click.
Clever. No reason to waste good talent. Thank you for that.
His once winning smile looked slightly cockeyed.
You know, this doesn't have to be a one-way street. If you did that for them, you could do it for me.
I stared at him. And why the hell would I do that?
Because you're smart, and anyone with a pair of eyes and an IQ higher than their shoe size can piece together that no matter how bad I am, Aaron is just as bad, if not worse. Don't pretend you're his lapdog.
He pointed a finger at me.
All this is the start of something, not the end. You're planning to turn on him eventually. It won't be easy. If you make me forget, same as my people, I could help you. I know so much more than he believes.
Only if I did, you wouldn't remember it. That's kind of how forgetting works. That stumped him, but only for a moment. He raised a hand and waved it dismissively.
Even still, I hated him for a long time before the world went to shit. A long, long time.
A half-laugh, half-moan escaped his lips.
Hell, could probably forget the alphabet and still remember how much I hate that backstabbing bastard.
His motions were sluggish as he reached out, pointing toward the center of the room.
Phone?
Why? I asked, wondering exactly how far gone he was. The towers had been down for months. If there wasn't cranial hemorrhaging from the beating, he at least had the mother of all concussions.
Pictures.
Begrudgingly, I fished the iPhone out of his duffel. Code? I prompted, after holding it in front of him for Face ID didn't work, and punched it in when he gave it to me. The phone unlocked, and I pressed the photo button on the home screen. I had to scroll through several pictures of badly mangled bodies before finding one that stood out. Sonny and the kid from earlier. Sonny wore overalls and a straw hat, while the kid holding a pitchfork was dressed as a scarecrow. Both were trying to keep a straight face, the pose a play on American Gothic. Instead of handing it over, I placed it on the ground in front of him. Sonny smiled. Then all at once seemed to panic, remembering the lie he was supposed to be sticking to. No one's going to hurt your kid. As pissed off as I was that he'd threatened my family, that was a line I wasn't willing to cross. Not out of spite. Not ever. It spoke to his state that he immediately relaxed, seemed to believe me without a second thought.
Decent. Rules help to keep it together, keep you alive. I had rules once.
He squinted, staring at the picture for a long time before he spoke again.
You know why I didn't want to kill you, Matt?
Why?
Because we come from the
thunk. Blood spattered the phone. Sonny reached up in confusion, tips of his fingers gingerly brushing the bolt in his neck. I released my finger from the trigger. And then he was gone. Chapter 266. There was a hollowness to it, not in the traditional cliché sense. There was no part of me that regretted what we did to Sonny, and regarding the act itself, I felt nothing but satisfaction. It was good that he was gone. Right, even. Nothing he could offer us as a prisoner mitigated the risk of keeping him alive, and now that he was gone, I was all but certain I would sleep better. It was the way he went that felt anticlimactic. No actual plan, no sudden, unexpected yet brilliant strategy to prolong his life. It almost felt like he'd been hoping we'd just forget about it all, move on in lieu of a greater threat. Only we hadn't. All throughout the trek back through the Galleria, I expected a wrinkle, some buzzer-beater complication to throw us back into the shit. For the driftless to turn, or simply for the steward to suddenly require more payment for the hunting license. None of that happened. I got the sense that, unlike a lot of guilds operating in the city currently, the Galleria folk simply didn't have the energy to start shit. They were stuck on defense, between two camps of assholes that wanted them gone. I came in with a team, solved a problem cleanly, and left the steward confident he'd made a friend. Realistically, he had. I was starting to owe too many people favors. Greg had already left, so we drove the spare SUV Say kept in her inventory out. At Astrid's prompting, we paused a few blocks away, pulling into the drive-thru of a now derelict food chain. She and Max got out alongside me, while the others waited. Sorry, Astrid winced, one eye half closed, and reached out to steady herself on the bumper. Whatever he's doing in there, it's sapping my mana. If he's doing it on purpose, he clearly doesn't realize that me running out of mana means him running out of air. Guessing you missed that fine print? Max stuck his hands in his pockets. I scanned the night, looking for the odd passerby or faces peering through windows, finding nothing. Bring him out. We'll keep Squelch up and put him in the trunk. The main reason we'd relied on Astrid's pocket dimension spell in the first place was to obscure the kid altogether. No matter how flexible they were being about their human infestation, anyone would ask questions if you were carting a kid away. He's going to remember her car, Max warned. Doesn't matter. Say keeps this one around for a reason. It's disposable. He sighed reluctantly. Maybe we should consider other options. No, we really shouldn't. Before I could finish, Astrid rounded on Max, shoving him hard. What the fuck are you talking about? No, really, what are you suggesting? Max held his hands up defensively, backing up in a circle as Astrid advanced on him. Look, I like kids as much as the next guy. Got a couple myself, but that's not a kid you've got locked up in the Shadow Realm. That's a child soldier. One almost guaranteed to have a fucked-up childhood, with plenty of motivation to hate us. He didn't see our faces, I said, trying to keep things low-key. Which clearly didn't work, as Astrid rounded on me next, hands clenched into fists at her side. And if he had, then what? Hypotheticals are pointless. We were careful. We did it right. And he didn't see shit. Let it go. Astrid crossed her arms. I want to hear it. What would you have done if he saw our faces, Mirden? Because up to this point, your go-to response to inconvenient problems hasn't exactly been pacifism. Max rolled his eyes.
Girl joins hit squad, is shocked when there's hitting involved. Enough! They both jumped at my tone, Astrid frozen with a finger planted on Max's chest. I stared down Max first. The rest of you are more or less anonymous. Sure, he saw your height and build, but that's all he's got. Sonny was running scared for weeks. I'm the bogeyman in this scenario. If the kid's gunning for anyone, he'll be gunning for me first. Max grimaced. This isn't just self-preservation. I've worked for a lot of guys. You pay better than most, and never treated us like we were expendable. Pulled my ass out of a fire more than once, so I'd be a shithead to not point out what might be a fatal mistake, just because it's unpleasant. Okay, but you agree that I'm right? I held his gaze. That I'm holding the lion's share of risk here? From the kid, maybe, Astrid muttered. Yeah, Max said, his voice clipped. I suppose you are. I stared at Astrid next, resisting a subtle temptation to use suggestion on her. Not to lie, just to ensure she believed my next words as truth. Most mages with high intelligence would be able to shrug it off, but Astrid was deeply unsettled, and the ability worked better on elated emotional states, especially when I was familiar with the person in question. But that was a slippery slope, and I knew it. If he saw our faces, I couldn't just let him go. I started with an admission. But I'd come up with something. A safe place to keep him within my circle of trust. A prison cell, Astrid stated with obvious distaste. No, somewhere humane. A place where he could contribute and have some semblance of a life while managing the potential threat. And if he takes advantage of that compassion to come after you? Max prompted. I locked eyes with him. Then that's my problem to deal with. Whatever. Just trying to keep you alive, Chief. Max waved over his shoulder. After a couple of seconds, I heard the hum of the low radio as the door opened and shut. With Max gone, I turned to Astrid. Satisfied? The van shifted slightly as she sat down, fight draining out of her, leaving her drawn and pale. I'm all fucked up. Why? She wiped her face, fingertips clawing at the sides of her eyes. It's just... I always knew the world was a scary place, like I knew that even before. Astrid and I wouldn't have survived if we were that naive. You've had to be strong for a long time, I filled in, almost automatically falling into therapy mode. In truth, it was far easier to empathize with Astrid and Astrid than most people, simply because of their history. Like me, they'd grown up fast out of necessity, been left with a lifetime's worth of baggage that went hand in hand with accelerated growth, and now weren't really sure where they fit in the world. We've seen some shit. Some real monsters, too. And while it might be scary to see that firsthand, you told us once that we could quit. Step away for any reason. Astrid's voice was quiet. Of course, though that's a little beyond the point, considering. Because we're done now? Yes. And if I said I don't want to stay on retainer? At first, I said nothing. I'd been open with the strike team about what we were setting out to do. Maybe it would have been wiser to obscure that. But I thought it was important that they knew there was an end in sight, and even more vital, that there was something for them when they were done. Say, I didn't have to worry about. She was already a member of the Merchants Guild. Max had a cushy consulting position, waiting at the Adventurers Guild, with a third party ready to make the introduction. The twins didn't like big groups, so hooking them up with a guild was out. Instead, I'd come up with the idea of keeping everyone on the strike team on retainer. They'd get a monthly payout in the form of easily achievable quests, and I'd have an emergency resource if the situation called for it. But I knew why she was asking like this. While she held something potentially problematic for me in her pocket to mention, it was leverage. Astrid was afraid of me. Have I caused you any hurt or frightened you somehow? I asked. No. She shook her head and shook it again. No, you've been great to us. God knows Astria really looks up to you. Then can I ask why? Astrid wiped her eyes again. If it's about firepower, Astria will stay on retainer. Probably couldn't talk her out of it if I tried. I don't think you're going to come after me. It's not about that. Before the strike team, I thought I was a realist. Like I knew how temporary life was, how quickly it could all be over.
But knowing and seeing are two different things, I filled in.
Yeah, guess they are.
It was difficult to stay rational. At the end of the transposition, when the less appetizing actions I'd had to take to fill the receptacle came to light, Astrid and Miles were the only two people who'd gone to bat for me. I'd helped her first, but it cost me nothing, while she'd burned her entire guild telling Roderick to back off. Okay. If taking her off retainer was what she wanted, I'd abide by that. But I would not use her reticence as an excuse to ignore my debt and let her twist in the wind. I'd give Astria her share, doubling the remaining member of Gemini's payout, which would trickle down as resources for Astrid, one way or another.
What? That's it? Just... okay?
Astrid blinked several times. That's it. If we have to part ways, I'd much rather do so amicably. On one condition. She braced, setting her jaw as she waited for the other shoe to drop. Don't be a stranger, stupid. I lightly swatted the back of her head and smiled as she scowled back at me. Regardless of how you feel, I see you as a friend. And I owe you. If you're ever in over your head, you have my contact info. Just shoot me a line. I'll be there. With that, Astrid managed to smile, and all the weight she'd been carrying melted away. Astrid trusts you a lot, the way she used to trust me. I thought of Ellison. It's probably just a rebellious phase. That tension will fade. Probably. If you do end up calling her in for something, I'll stand by so she can use the whole mana pool. Just take care of her, all right? I nodded and put a hand on the trunk. Ready? When she confirmed she was, I opened the bottom compartment of the SUV. It was a secondary storage space large enough to hold 2 spare tires, a lot of gear, or an average-sized person. The soundproofing and carbon reinforcement were obviously aftermarket. Astrid cast a spell, removing the kid from her pocket dimension directly into the compartment. He seemed hazy, out of it somehow, until his eyes locked on me. The hatred in his gaze as we closed the compartment stuck with me long after I dropped the others off, and they went their separate ways. I'd intended to talk to Say about the potion that night, but by the time we got to the exit point, she was fading, barely awake. Still, I couldn't just leave it. I'd talk to her tomorrow, barring some greater disaster or unexpected bullshit. Actually, probably better to just commit to having that conversation tomorrow, regardless. If I kept procrastinating every time life threw me a curveball, I'd never get anything done. Max gave me a knowing glance as he left. He was more used to this line of work than Astrid, and probably assumed that regardless of what was stated, I was going to be professional and make sure there were no loose ends. It bothered me because he was right. Blood had been spilled. The sort of blood this kid would never forget. Reality wasn't fiction, though. There was no guarantee he'd go the Monte Cristo route. It was far more likely he'd either die the same way dozens of users died every day in the dungeons, or simply be too occupied with surviving the chaos of the system to do anything else. But I was all too keenly aware that there was a lesser chance I was making the same mistake Sonny made in the tunnel. The grave misstep of showing mercy to the wrong person. Do the kid. The voice from a distant memory left an unpleasant taste in my mouth as I drove mindlessly, looking for an isolated spot. No. No matter how bad it got, there had to be rules, and no matter how inconvenient his existence was, the kid was an innocent. Were you an innocent? I ignored Jaded Eye's commentary as I drove up to the top floor of an abandoned parking ramp overlooking a park. Belatedly, I realized this was the first place I'd spoken to Sonny, when I was still looking for a way into the Order, less than 6 months ago, but it felt like a lifetime away now. Done, Azure told me. Didn't take much to calm him down. I think whatever Sonny told him must have scared the shit out of him. He seems genuinely shocked he's still alive. Let's get this over with. I left the engine going and killed the lights, got out, and popped the trunk. Chapter 267. Within weeks of the asteroid hit, most places lost power. There were backups, of course, but cut off from the outside and isolated as we were, the emergency power was routed to critical infrastructure first, leaving the once vibrant skyline filled with perpetually dark monoliths jutting up toward the sky. The light was returning now, albeit a glimmer of what it once was. The skyscrapers of now derelict multi-billion-dollar companies were repopulated with smaller businesses, guilds, and crafters. Several regions, specifically 3 and 9, acquired methods of ample power generation gleaned as rewards for their performance in the transposition. They couldn't be paid directly in Selve for their power, instead leveraging the resource for alliances and trade. The recent addition, the Gilded Tower, emitted no light of its own, but never stopped glimmering. I tried not to think about how I'd be there in less than 3 hours, and returned to more pressing matters. The kid was quiet. My intention was to take him somewhere open and unconfined, but I couldn't help but wonder if he was worried that if he made a scene I'd throw him off. He squinted slightly, then placed a pair of glasses on his nose, removing them to wipe them on his shirt before replacing them on his nose. They sat slightly crooked. With a set jaw and dark eyes, he reminded me of Sonny. Maybe it was cruel, but I said nothing, just sat beside him and waited.
What's wrong with my magic?
He finally broke the silence. I reached over to point at the manacles on his wrist, and when he flinched, pulled my hand away. The bracelets dampen and drain your mana pool to almost nothing. Easier to talk without lasers burning ozone. You get it. The slightest tip of his head.
And what happens to me now?
That depends, I mused. Do you have people? A place you can go? I already knew the answer. Sonny didn't have any close friends or family, so far as I could tell. However, his ex-wife did. She had plenty of relatives who lived around the Metroplex, and several within Dallas itself. Despite hating Sonny with a passion, several of them were friendly enough with the kid to take him in, assuming they were still alive. The kid didn't answer. If not, there's a few groups that'd be willing to take in a stray mage.
I have somewhere I can go,
the kid said quickly. I jingled the key, showing it to him. Then we take in the scenery for a bit, have a chat, then I take those off, and go our separate ways. His eyebrows raised, and he seemed unsure.
Okay.
What's your name? Again, I asked a question I already knew the answer to.
David?
Sorry we had to meet this way, David. I really was.
Is he dead?
David asked. Something in his tone seemed off, almost resigned. He's gone.
Fuck.
The silence lingered, accented by distant sirens and the sound of traffic dozens of floors below. There was nothing I could say to help him through this. Any words of comfort or support I offered would be seen as condescending at best, cruel at worst. Tears formed, receded, then formed again, threatening to spill down toward white lips pressed tightly together, trembling with rage.
Of course.
He... David frowned.
Why can't I remember your name? Dad said it. I'm sure he said it. He wouldn't shut up about you. What the hell?
He sounded confused rather than accusatory. The name Mirden was the one thing I let Azure take from him. Tragic as it was, losing a parent is a formative experience. You're simply not the same person after as you were before. From my experience with memory edits, tearing the entire memory away would be like bringing a hammer down on his psyche. He'd be unable to function, his intelligence would be hamstrung if not outright obliterated, and even if he survived with minimal damage, he'd never be able to escape the feeling that he'd lost something integral. So Azure removed my name from his memories of Sonny, otherwise doing nothing more than blunting the harder-to-stomach aspects. He'd already lost enough. Suppressed memories are the mind's way of protecting a person from trauma, I told him. It may come back to you, but if it doesn't, that's probably for the best. Some things are better left forgotten. He shook his head.
Why would I remember everything else other than that?
It doesn't always make sense. For that matter, he didn't remember everything. Azure was pretty sure he'd overheard the beating, listened to it happen, Yet when my summon had poked around looking for the memory, he found it as neatly packed away as if he'd suppressed it himself. The mind was an unknowable thing. David didn't accept the explanation, but didn't seem to know what to make of it otherwise. I sat quietly as he cycled between rage and depression, and back again, the cycle of grief alternating frames in a film wheel. It's okay if you want to scream. Tell me to go fuck myself. Whatever you need for closure. David shook his head. He wasn't a good dad. I was always getting in his way, you know? Always inconveniencing him. We hated each other, some days less than others. He hit you? No, just screamed at me sometimes. But I gave as good as I got. I hesitated, torn on whether to reveal more. He tried to protect you in the end. David's head snapped around. What? Claimed he didn't know you. That you were some street kid he picked up for the runes. Didn't want us to take the sins of the father out on his son. Why would you tell me that? Because in your place I would want to know. Even if he wasn't the best father, he tried to do something selfless in the end. What? What the fuck even is this? David snapped, leaning in, all but spitting poison. You coddle the families of everyone you murder? Damn. Gently, I put a hand on his chest and pushed him back. Easy. His face screwed up, and I felt the beginning of a tirade. I cut him off before he got there. You have the right to be livid. This was not the result of anything you've done. This should not have happened to you. So tell me why? Why? What the hell did he do? I paused, deciding whether or not to address the thought Azure found in his head. There was nothing wrong with the rune. It was cleverly placed, and the central tile was objectively the best spot you could have anchored it to. Just like the only reason you missed me in the store was because I flinched. Sonny didn't need one mage running his defenses, he needed 20. It wasn't your fault. The kid let out a cry and threw himself at me, bashing his forehead into my chin, nearly unseating the mask. Okay, fair, I grunted, sitting him back down with a little more force than necessary, hoping he'd stay there. He did. That was your free shot. I expected him to bite back, but he just sat there seething, taking big, heaving breaths. Most people, especially kids his age, would have been completely irrational. He'd handled himself exceptionally well up to this point, even with whatever brain chemical cocktail Azure had served up to keep him calm. I stood up, leaving him alone in the trunk of the SUV, standing directly in front of him while still giving him distance. Probably time to make my exit. Now, I'm going to say some things, and it's important you listen. He glared, but held his silence. I continued. First, if you go back to the grind, soul mages have a branching path at level 15. I know this because I'm friends with one. The branching path essentially forces you to choose between a significant boost in power and passive regeneration. It'll be tempting to take the power boost, but you'll want to take the regeneration path, because the passive regeneration scales. There's an entire laundry list of upper-level spells you'll be unable to utilize properly if you forego the regen for a short-term power boost. We're talking magnitudes of difference in the endgame, depending on which path you take. Verify what I'm telling you with someone. Don't ignore it out of spite. What? I held up 2 fingers. Second, you don't have to believe me. You can hate me for saying it, but I need to be clear here. Sonny had it coming. He got a lot of people killed, both directly and indirectly. The kid's face screwed up in obvious pain, and I softened my voice. If that's not good enough, and you decide you can't live without hearing all the gory details, come find me. How am I supposed to find you when I don't even know your name? The kid snapped. I ignored him and approached with the key. David flinched, but didn't do more as I freed his arms and stowed the manacles in my inventory. Last thing. Then we're done. I'm letting you go. No conditions. You'll find your things as well as Sonny's in the bag beside you. He glanced at the bag. When he looked back, I tossed him his wand. He stared down at it as if I just handed him a loaded gun. I basically had. My recommendation is to bunker down, protect yourself and anyone left in the city you care about, focus on leveling, and try to forget this ever happened. But I'm aware my recommendation doesn't mean jack shit right now. So if instead you somehow manage to track me down, great. You'll have another choice. Come to me in good faith, and I'll answer every question you have about what your father did. I owe you that. But don't mistake my mercy for weakness. I stepped away. The shot in the trunk was free. The next one will cost you. With that, I turned and walked toward the rear stairwell, fighting every instinct I had to look back. The SUV suspension squeaked behind me. He's aiming at you, Asher warned. I know. You're just going to stroll away at one point? He has to make a choice. Why? Asher sounded mystified. If he doesn't do something now, every time he reconsiders, he'll remember that he chose to let me go. And if he fires? Shouldn't have enough mana for the bullshit beams from before. Anything else? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You're just gonna leave your car here? David called after me, a slight warble of tension betraying him. I smiled, despite myself. It was clever. If I stopped in place, it'd make me an easier target for an inexperienced mage. He was using the car as an excuse to get me to stand still and turn around, give him more time to work the nerve up. I didn't stop. Key fob's in the passenger seat. Take it. Hey, asshole! David yelled after me. I kept an unhurried pace, waiting for hell to break loose. But he didn't fire off a spell. Didn't give chase. Good. He was smarter than Sonny. Smarter than me. I walked past the door and hopped up on the concrete median, then plunged downward, activating the flight charm halfway to the ground, and flew into the night. Chapter 268. The Gilded Tower had an annoying tendency of relying on themes. If this was a traditional game, its variety would be lauded, from the cabana-esque vibes of the first floor to the crypt where Ellison and his attaché fought the Nosferatu. What annoyed me was there didn't seem to be any consistency from floor to floor. We went from the oversaturated sheen of a silver city, complete with eldritch-touched horsemen spouting tendrils, to the current setting, which was ants. A giant ant mound filled with ants. Come the fuck on. And while the inherent ridiculousness of this place paled in comparison to the pastel murder unicorn floor, it still carried forward the same problem. The average user didn't take them seriously. The murder unicorns, which held the collective talents of being fast and carrying a sharp armor-piercing horn on their heads, had still managed to seriously wound Nick. Yes, it only happened because he tried to ride them. Yes, it worked out exactly the same way you'd expect. The difference between Nick and the others was that Nick learned. Quickly. When we'd run into a forest colony of anthropomorphic bears on a later floor, he'd been wary. And when their invitations for porridge turned violent, he'd been ready. Trouble was, we now had to convince a mix of strong personalities who had never worked together that they needed to progress slowly and not judge the monsters based on appearance, and needed to take the colony of ants seriously rather than turning this floor into a competitive pissing contest. As a result, I'd barely be able to speak with him, since I'd shown up as Matt. At the moment, he was helping two inexperienced members of the Adventurers Guild, the bodies of dog-sized ants strewn around them. Only one had been stung severely, skin turning black around his abdomen, while the other had a handful of bruises and scrapes from mandibles. Nick shifted away to flick the bug guts off his sword, sheathed it with a flourish, then helped them both up. "Thanks," Scrapes said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. "They just piled up out of nowhere," Bite complained. "Anytime." Nick held onto Bite's arm, pausing before he released it. "But this is why we recommended sticking in groups of 4. Come on, if you're local, you've seen your share of ants. They swarm." Both rescued users glanced away in obvious guilt. Scrapes, who I was guessing had heard of Nick, seemed to be trying to put his best foot forward. "We'll head back to base camp, see if we can pick up any stragglers." "No, you won't," I interjected. Both of them stiffened. Scrapes puffed himself up, trying for a macho put-upon. "I understand that you're a region leader, but we're not in your region. We're members of the Adventurers Guild on a field mission, meaning the only person who could bench us is someone with guild authority." Technically, Tyler told me I had authority to order around practically any of the rank and file if the need arose, but this guy didn't know that, and jumping through the hoops to prove it would be inefficient at best. I took a deep breath and stepped into Scrape's personal space. He was a head taller than me. "Uh-oh," Nick muttered, taking a step away. I stuck a finger in his chest. "Look here, motherfucker. I don't give a shit what you do. Go back to base camp and pick up some aphids to fill out the spot on your team for all I care. Not my business, not my problem." Without breaking eye contact, I pointed at the other user. "But you're going to need at least 3, because he's not leaving camp." "I'm fine," Bite argued, wincing slightly as he shifted on his feet. "Just jabbed me a few times. It burns, but I can keep going." "He's fine," Scrapes repeated, using his height to loom over me. I didn't back down. "We don't know what the Bites do yet. If you'd listened during the briefing, you'd already know that. What I can say, after seeing them up close, is they look a lot like fire ants. What do you know about fire ant venom, big guy?" To his credit, he listened as I went through a perhaps too explicit description of what the necrotizing alkaloids common in fire ants would do in drastically higher quantities to living flesh. By the time I was finished, he seemed shaken, though not entirely ready to swallow his pride and drop it. Craig?" Bite interjected, drawing Scrape's attention. "I want a cut of the loot as much as the next guy, but I'm also not crazy about the idea of rotting holes in my torso." "Smart man," Nick said, nodding sagely. "Chicks dig scars, but rotting holes? Not saying you couldn't find someone who'd be into that, but, they might be into that, if you catch my drift." "Craig!" "Thanks for your help, ceaseless knight," Craig said smoothly, nodding to Nick as he took Bite by the shoulders and escorted him away. He paused next to me long enough for a withering stare, uttering the word "Page," before he walked away. We watched them go. "The fuck did I do?" I asked after they were out of earshot. "Slap down his pointless bravado peen with your epic knowledge peen?" I rolled my eyes. If I'm right, it may have saved his friend's life. And for the love of Christ, stop saying peen. You're supposed to be doing a rousing imitation of a heroic leader, not a 12-year-old. Nick smirked. "And now I'm being assailed with your half-hearted decorum peen." Ugh. As intentionally annoying as Nick could be, I wouldn't trade his presence for anything. I'd almost lost him a little more than a month prior. His charisma and easygoing nature were tempered somewhat by the trials he'd endured, but in exchange he was more driven, and the combination of charisma and drive drew people to him with a magnetic pull that might have even been stronger than before. Since we'd discovered the prophecy in the tower, we'd more or less stuck to the rules of operation, Nick as the figurehead, me operating in relative secrecy, cleaning up the unpleasant, ambiguous problems, keeping his head clear and his hands clean. It worked surprisingly well. For the most part, Nick was smart enough not to ask about my moonlighting as Mirrodin, and I knew better than to tell him. Though the events of the previous night, I decided, should be an exception. "It's done," I told him. Nick stopped mid-stride, trying to ascertain my meaning. "So, he's gone then?" "Along with anyone who would have created an obstacle to the Order's current agenda of cooperation." On the rare occasion I reported to him, this was typically as far as it went. He'd absorb the end result, acknowledge my efforts, and move on without asking for more details. Which was why it surprised me when he stopped, leaning against a root-strewn wall. "How did he pass?" "Sure you want to know?" Nick nodded, looking ashen. "The same way she did." I half expected him to judge me for it. Hell, I judged me for it. There was no question what had happened that night had been a violation of my code. I didn't kill if I had the resources and ability to detain, if the risk could be justified. And if the risk couldn't be justified, I tied off the problem as quickly and humanely as possible. My mind replayed the moment I shot him. The split second in time I'd aimed for his eye, intending to euthanize him instantly, only for the bolt to strike him in the neck instead and leave him bleeding all over the ground. In the grand scheme of things, it barely mattered. A difference of 10 seconds, if that. "Well, first of all, thank you. Seriously. Can't even describe what a relief it is," Nick said, eyes darting back and forth as he processed the information. I got it. It had been a relief for me. And unlike me, he'd known Ginny for most of his teenage years. His mouth tightened, as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. "Wasn't exactly thinking clearly at the time, but in retrospect,
It's weird that he kept the shooter around. Never saw his leadership in action, but from the rumors, he was a one-strike-and-you're-out kind of guy. Did he say anything?
About that night? I stalled. Nick deserved the truth, but it was my job to protect him.
Yeah,
Nick said, waiting expectantly. I looked Nick dead in the face, long enough to sell it without going overboard. No. We got in, did what we came for, and left. Not a lot of room for a confessional. He chuckled nervously.
Pretty cold, bro.
Next time I'll bring a priest and a Hallmark card.
Easy. I'm just asking.
Yeah. I hesitated, squinting and forcing my vision to focus. Sorry, didn't sleep much. Got knives in my eyes.
Do you regret it?
No. I said the statement almost a reflex. It needed to be done. Just maybe not the way I did it. He took me by both shoulders and stared me dead in the face.
Don't play it down. It's not like it was when you were alone. Yeah, sure, we're on a timetable and paid vacations gone the way of the dodo, but you have me. Not to mention a handful of other reliable people to lean on. If it gets to be too much, be that quantity or quality, whatever, just let me know. I can sub in whenever you need me.
I shrugged him off. I'm fine.
You're not.
Nick chuckled and looked down.
But you'll land okay.
Always do. It sounded more dismissive than I wanted. If I'm honest, the check-in meant something. Letting him take over even a portion of my side of things would be almost as disastrous as me trying to take his place as the charismatic hero. It just wasn't realistic. But knowing he was willing to try, and maybe more importantly, offer a non-judgmental ear, made all the difference in the world.
Heard anything from Vernon?
Nick asked, anxiety peeking through his otherwise calm facade. About our mutual project?
Yeah.
I shook my head. The last time I'd spoken with a necromancer, the man hadn't seemed optimistic. Admittedly, I hoped it was temporary. His work speed had taken a serious hit ever since he found out his daughter Kinsley was still alive. He's at a progression wall, having some trouble breaking through. If he figures it out soon and continues at his previous pace, we should have an answer. Nick chewed his lip.
It's gonna suck if it turns out we enabled a necromancer for nothing.
I offered the only words of reassurance I could. If there's a way to bring her back, we'll make it happen. A long silence passed between us.
What if she doesn't want to come back?
Nick asked. The question blindsided me. Why wouldn't she?
Dunno.
Nick wasn't going to say it, but I could guess. Ginny had been diagnosed with a terminal illness in her teens, and it had been implied, though never directly stated, that her home life left much to be desired. Even back then, the world she'd left was already cruel, but it was a far darker place now, one that irreversibly tainted those struggling to survive in its grasp. Even the cores I turned over to fuel Vernon's research almost without thinking would probably give her pause. Ginny wanted to make a difference in the world before she left it. Maybe she'll succeed. Maybe not. But the least we can do is give her the chance.
Yeah, I know you're right.
Nick rubbed his eyes.
And even if Vernon comes up dry, we have backup now.
A backup?
The moron who threw a barrel of nasties at your region. Gotta be high level, and I'm guessing it's only a matter of time before you find them.
Right. The other necromancer. I put out feelers, and even now Miles was already kicking down doors, but the unfortunate reality of the matter was that hunting a necromancer was a waiting game. We had to find the correct trail of bodies, and bodies weren't in short supply. I'll let you know if I need the muscle. Nick coughed awkwardly, then coughed again. Fucking what?
It's unrelated. You're gonna tell me to fuck off.
I'm about to do that anyway.
Well,
he waggled his eyebrows.
Any chance you'll spill the tea on your other conquest of the evening?
Fuck off.
Who could have seen that coming? Nick elbowed me. Come on, dude. Meeting and approving your homie's girl is a sacred tenet of the bro code.
This was so not what I needed right now. 1, she's not my girl. 2, I don't need your approval. 3, The fucking second transposition is in 13 days, which doesn't leave us much time to live out your Judd Apatow buddy movie fantasies. Matt, Nick whined. I rolled my eyes. You'll probably meet her at some point. She lives nearby, and Kinsley's putting her on the Merchants Guild payroll. Nick stiffened and stared at me in disbelief. Dude, you're not supposed to pay them. For services unrelated, goddammit. Uh-huh. She has a unique skill set. Actually, just shut up. Copy that. Nick waggled his eyebrows. Definitely need to stop by now, though. Make sure everything's on the up and up. Ready for your court debut? Nick, along with the rest of the court, was saving his strength for the boss. We'd been making our way toward the base camp setup at the return elevator, and other than a few of the knights, most of the court would be there. I'd met a few of them already as Mirrodin, but Mirrodin's reputation blew up any chance of a copacetic relationship. Matt, Nick's politically well-positioned page, was much more innocuous. I breathed out through my teeth. Hopefully it goes better than last time. Chapter 269. A new game meant new players, and new players meant unknown quantities. When I'd first considered how to approach members of the court, I resolved to treat them with a modicum of goodwill. Unlike the rest of the Order, most weren't there because they chose to be. They'd all been aggressively recruited, some more forcefully than others, as Nick stood in clear evidence of. Still, that was only how they started. Post-recruitment, they were elevated, informed of their status, and treated as nobility with all the luxuries and kid gloves that implied. From what I understood, most of them hadn't set foot outside during the last transposition, let alone contributed to the efforts. In short, they were coddled. Case in point, the base camp. There were the usual trappings for an extended dungeon crawl, medical tents, cots, crafters, and quartermasters for both guilds, but past them was the court lounge. Their servants, and yes, of course they had servants, had only just finished hauling up a ridiculous assortment of furniture, luxuries, and a banquet spread arranged in the center atop patterned lavish rugs in garish purples and deep reds. They had personal tents, glittering gear, and countless attachés running about. It occurred to me that the Order had, either intentionally or unintentionally, created an almost bizarro version of the Stanford prison experiment, only the prisoners in this case believed themselves the ruling class, forming a Costco-brand lottery bourgeoisie. To be fair, the efficacy of this varied person to person. Some stayed grounded, took their luck for what it was, and were trying to make the best of their circumstances. Others were so deep in the fantasy Kool-Aid that they couldn't separate the food coloring from the cyanide. A scattered cheer went up as Nick strode into the lounge, back straight, armor clanking in a steady march as he cranked his gigawatt smile to nigh unbearable levels and waved to the handful of heads that turned to greet him as they passed. Only a few of them noticed me. Fewer still for longer than scant seconds, before they returned to their business. In a sense, being Nick's shadow wasn't so different from wearing the mask. Prime difference being, if I screwed up and brought suspicion on myself, they'd remember it. Without breaking stride, Nick threw back both flaps of the central tent and entered. I caught the covering before he could hit me in the face and followed him. There were 5 sitting around the table, one pointing emphatically at a map in the center. Nearly half of the court had shown up for this, which was more than I'd expected, less than I'd prefer. The pointer was a red-headed guy in his early 20s, sporting expensive-looking light armor and glaring at the rest. "I'm telling you, the boss room has to be here." Julian, the prince. "Sure." The gruff response came from an older man in his 30s, sitting near the back. He had a muscular build and somehow seemed simultaneously focused on the conversation and bored. Honor danced on the knuckles of his right hand, tattooed letters cascading as he tapped his fingers on the table. "Thing is, though, we don't have confirmation. No recon whatsoever beyond your guesswork, Julian. A schoolboy hunch. This is our first official joint op with these people. You really want to go out on a limb and be wrong?" "Perhaps a compromise is in order," a girl said. She was wearing skull-themed mage's robes, interweaved with platinum thread in complex patterning, her hair and eyes, both dark, accented by goth-adjacent makeup. "A scouting party, lightly armed and armored, small enough to slip through one of the narrower passages undetected. They could stick their heads in, confirm a high-level entity, and disengage." Charlotte, Princess of Malediction. There was a loud scoff as an unshaven man, who clearly thought he was the smartest person in the room, pushed horn-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose. "And you'll what? Cast something on the poor bastard so the door doesn't slam shut behind them? Oh, that's right. You only do curses." Somehow Charlotte kept her cool, though her mouth turned downward at the edges. "Denigrating as always. My repertoire has only grown. For that matter, this floor is an anthill. From my limited knowledge, there are few doors to speak of." "Then the tunnel will cave in behind them, or they'll be cut off by a force field, or some glorious deity will slam their big swinging dick down and block the passage. Whatever. If there's a boss, most dungeons find a method to trap whoever goes in first. Why don't you let the grown-ups talk and go grab us all a platter?" He chucked his thumb at the door. Lucas. Heedful Knight. Subclassed in asshole. "I have as much of a right to be here as you do," Charlotte said, clearly seething. Beside her, a wrinkly old man stared down at the table, holding onto his gnarled staff for support. "I will beseech Hastur for his guidance this day, and should he deign not to answer, I will atone." Paul, Priest of Thorns. Julian rocked back on his heels, looking skyward at the crowning canvas. "Appreciate that, but let's remember that our patron wants us to be self-reliant, guardians to the city. He can't be expected to make every decision for us. Just please, for the love of God, stop whipping yourself." "It is for the love of God that I worship lash to flesh, his score on my temple." "Is it really a legitimate mea culpa if that mark arbitrarily disappears when you heal yourself after the fact?" Lucas asked, shrugging when the others glared at him. "Just saying." Paul's eyes flew open. "Oh, perhaps there is wisdom in—" "Enough!" A regal voice boomed out from the back, cutting the chatter immediately. The source was a woman, pushing 6 feet tall. The many braids in her long blonde hair made her look more Norse than Arthurian, and with what seemed like near-zero effort, she slammed one side of her double-headed axe into the table, burying it to the haft. Everyone jumped. "Shit," someone grumbled. "Seriously? We just had that patched." "Silence!" She scanned the group with a fierce glare, and this time they stayed quiet. "With all this chirping and chattering, you forget yourselves. Your place. Julian is the heir apparent. You will all treat him with the fealty and respect he is owed." Regarding delusion among the court, Queen Mari was patient 0. I'd asked Azure to look into her, convinced the grandstanding LARP had to be an act, relatively certain her intelligence would be low enough that he could do so unimpeded. I'd been right on the second count, wrong on the first. In the short time he perused her mind, Azure found that the Queen of the Court believed in her charter, mission, and authority completely. There was no part of her that questioned the system or the circumstances that led to her ascent. The padded walls that came before, the orderlies that forced medication down her throat, the electrodes clamped to wet sponges against her scalp, the endless days that stretched on like lesser eternities, staring out the window while figures dressed in white shambled in and out of her vision. That was the delusion. She had almost no memories from before, no present family or life to speak of. From what I could tell from Azure's findings before she ejected him through pure willpower alone, she suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, the sort of fringe extreme that seldom manifested. After the meteor, her title kicked in and cured the most severe symptoms. She, a blank slate, no longer forcefully detached from reality, but only loosely tethered by it. Until Hastur spoke to her. She was the only member of the court who had sought Aaron out, rather than the other way around. She was a true believer. And in my experience, true believers were as rare as they were dangerous. "Until the king is either found or made, I am the reigning authority. My son speaks with my voice, and you will treat him with respect." She scanned the table as if waiting for rebuttal. None came. Not that cured. She thinks Julian's her son, and they can't be more than 10 years apart. More of note was that, other than a quiet sigh, Julian didn't challenge her at all. "Ceaseless night." Queen Mari lifted her eyes to where Nick stood. Right on cue, he gallantly dropped to one knee in a respectful bow. "Your Grace?" I nearly followed him, but decided not to. They hadn't noticed me, or didn't care enough to. But either way, it was better not to draw unnecessary attention to myself.
It's a relief to see you return to the fold. I missed you.
There was a tenderness to the statement that disappeared just as quickly.
You heard a conversation, yes?
Only the last of it?
What would you advise?
Yes, let's consult the favorite, Lucas muttered, cutting off in a grunt as someone kicked him beneath the table.
Well,
Nick said, turning back to look at me.
What the hell are you? As it happens, my page is an excellent tactician.
And with that as an introduction and a giant grin, he rose to his feet, placed a hand on my back, and shoved me forward. You actual bastard. Chapter 270. They'd missed the early briefing, so as far as I knew, this was the first time they saw me in person. There was a considerable silence as the group took me in. At best, a few of them, Julian, Charlotte, and Lucas, seemed politely interested. Paul and the Queen were less engaged, but willing to hear me out. Nathaniel, though? The grizzled knight was pissed. He was making some effort to hide it behind cold rationality, but all the signs were there. He'd been leaning back in his chair this whole time, barely engaging with the others. Now he was sitting with his back ramrod straight, piercing gray eyes lancing through me. He spoke to Nick, never shifting his gaze.
This is your page?
Yup. Nick grinned obliviously.
Ask him whatever. He's wicked smart.
I'm not a genie, asshole.
Sorry.
Nathaniel rested his chin on his thumbs, still staring me down.
I'm the old man in the room, so maybe I'm just slow or missing something here. Isn't your page also the leader of Region 14?
That's him, Nick affirmed, completely walking into it before I could stop him.
Right.
Nathaniel nodded, unimpressed.
And on an unrelated note, didn't the leader of that region directly oppose the Guild Alliance?
A wave of realization rippled through the group, ambivalence shifting to caution and even distaste. Nick stalled, probably realizing how badly he'd flubbed the introduction, but otherwise unsure how to salvage it.
He came around?
The air of skepticism grew. I couldn't even blame them for it. If Kinsley brought a random stranger into the Merchant Guild's inner circle with that weak of an explanation, I'd be looking for my first chance to get them out of the room so we could have a conversation about proper vetting. Unfortunately, passive follower Matt, the role I'd intended to maintain, wasn't going to work now. It would look like I was a Trojan horse, doing what they wanted in the short term until I gathered what I needed to break up the alliance. Better to play it aggressively. I didn't. I stared them down in distaste.
Oppose the Guild Alliance?
Nathaniel asked, raising an eyebrow, preparing to catch me in a lie. Come around, I corrected testily, glancing at Nick with an annoyance that was all too real before addressing them again. I still think this is a stupid idea. Installing a court and king and establishing a class system we collectively left behind centuries ago. Aaron pulling my regent's ass out of the fire didn't change that. I let that linger, watching until I was sure I was about to be thrown out of the room. However, I spoke to Haster, and that experience widened my perspective.
Bullshit,
Nathaniel countered. Charlotte seemed to agree. Not to be rude, but our patron doesn't speak to outsiders often. As far as I know, he never has. Even as one of his chosen, it takes a considerable effort and a multi-step process to contact him at all. Fair. I made a show of considering that. If only there was someone here with a more direct line of communication with management, so you could verify my claim. There was a long silence before Lucas sighed and elbowed the doddering old man.
He means you, dumbass.
Oh! Paul straightened. He appeared, for lack of a better word, senile most of the time, but as soon as he was called on to engage with the gods, he seemed to gain some clarity. Some percentage of the doddering was an act. The question was, how much? Paul raised his staff upward, and everyone else seemed to cringe. I had half a second to wonder if there was a loud noise or other unpleasant magic effects involved, before Paul brought the staff down, striking something beneath the table with a meaty thump. Most likely his foot. His eyes literally clouded, a cumulus gray-white rolling over both pupil and iris, and a bead of sweat formed on his forehead while his free hand gripped at his chest. "Is he okay?" I asked. Given the amount of stress contacting the other side seemed to cause and the man's advanced age, it wouldn't be surprising if he'd had a heart attack. "He's fine," Nathaniel said, short, clipped, making it clear he didn't trust me. When I didn't seem satisfied with that, the Queen strode over to the priest and pulled a handkerchief from her inventory and used it to wipe his brow. "It takes more effort to speak to any patron within the bounds of the tower. We don't understand why. Paul can do it. He is Haster's ordained chosen. But it takes considerable effort." She stopped mid-sentence, caught flat-footed as Paul took the handkerchief from her. His eyes were still clouded over, and nothing physical had changed, but his entire demeanor had shifted. The shaking, half-there-old man from before suddenly seemed alert but relaxed. He dabbed at his forehead with a practiced motion, far smoother than before. All at once, a dense weight seemed to manifest, pushing my shoulders and neck down until I gripped the rounded table in a forced bow. Several members of the court knelt, while others remained seated, holding onto their cushioned armrests for dear life. Now, Paul chuckled, but I had a strong suspicion it wasn't really Paul anymore. He reached down and patted Mari's head. "Rise. No need for kowtowing amongst friends." Haster. The presence seemed to ease some. Beside him, the Queen rose first, expression stricken with adoration and gratitude. "I am unworthy." Nathaniel, to my surprise, seemed almost as affected. He rose from his kneeling position, all attention shifted off of me and onto Haster. "We did not intend to summon you, my lord. We only sought confirmation." "I was aware of that," Haster assured him, then winked at me. "But a father doesn't need an excuse to visit his children. Forgive my self-indulgence." Several heads turned back toward me once they realized I was being included in the statement, and I inwardly sighed. While I appreciated the backup, this was drawing far too much attention, potentially solving one problem by creating another. The more people were aware of me, the harder it was to operate in any meaningful capacity. And if Aaron ended up catching wind of this, I wasn't sure what conclusions he would draw. "How are you, Matthias?" Haster addressed me directly. I allowed a small smile, if only to cover up the internal screaming. "Odd question from the omniscient." "My nature allows for great insight, not unlike yours, but we're both aware that's hardly a replacement for hearing it from the source." He tapped a spot on the table to his right. "Come, speak with me." Fuck. I didn't know how to play this. He wasn't giving me anything to go off of. While part of me was terrified he might say something to out me as Mirrodin, I knew refusing him here in full view of the court would be beyond stupid. Begrudgingly, I approached and leaned against the table beside him. When he stared at me blankly, I realized he was still waiting for an answer to his previous question. Fine. If he won't give me anything else to go off of, may as well be honest. I was all too mindful of the eyes in the back of my head as I answered. Stressed. Conflicted. Haster gave me a proud smile. Yet you performed admirably, regardless. There was an undercurrent of pained sympathy in the statement. I only did what was required. And that was no small matter. He looked past me, addressing the room now. Matthias had his doubts about our institution, doubts that were entirely justified given a history I will not share out of respect. But this is a new age, one where it is unnecessary to label skeptics as heretics. More importantly, he holds the same spark of potential within him as the rest of you. I sought him out after the assault on his holdings. We conversed, and in the wake of our recent intervention, I asked him for something incredibly difficult. Something only he could do. And he came through. While he may not be a member of the Order on paper, make no mistake, he is one of us. Just like that, Haster was gone, leaving a bleary, disoriented old man blinking in his wake. I turned, facing the rest. They were still stunned and flat-footed from their patron's sudden appearance, and I needed to strike before they recovered. Again, I have my doubts. But same as the rest of you. I still have people living in the dome who I care for, people I don't want to see put through another event. From the way their expressions darkened, they understood. 1/10 of us died during the first event, and if the trajectory of the game is anything to go on, the second will be worse. Stopping it is all I care about. And despite my position, there's not a political bone in my body. So long as we're inside the tower, I'm not here as the leader of Region 14. I inclined my head toward Nick. I'm here as Nick's attendant, a page of the court. It was a big swing, putting myself in the same boat as them. Risky enough that I wouldn't have dared to do so, if Haster hadn't interfered directly. For a long time no one spoke. The inside of the tent was deadly quiet. Mari broke the silence. Perhaps a simple test, to establish if you are as capable as the Gilded Knight believes you to be. Go ahead, I said, half expecting the giant of a woman to challenge me to a duel right then and there. You heard our earlier discussion. She tapped the round table. The issues broached and solutions given. With that in mind, what is the best path forward? Arbitrary as it was, unearned as it was, these people obviously cared about rank. I decided to answer, and stared down at the floor. As an attendant, it is not my place to say. And if it was? Well, you asked. Dropping the faux modesty, I looked over to Charlotte. What sort of curses can you cast? Chapter 271. I tapped my foot impatiently just outside the tent. Inside, the court was still arguing, voices only partially dampened through the tent's thick canvas. It sounded like a few were in favor of my plan, others more vehemently opposed. It wasn't surprising. The strategy I'd cobbled together was unorthodox and required a certain flexibility and willingness to put oneself in danger. I'd studied up on curses out of diligence after learning from the Adventurers Guild doctor the witch class existed, mainly because they were one of the few forms of magic I could directly counter or affect with probability cascade. In short, they were a pain in the ass for both caster and target. They took forever to deploy and had a heinous number of difficult-to-fulfill requirements that varied depending on the curse, sometimes requiring hair, skin cells, in more extreme cases blood, or even teeth. They also required line of sight. Casting without the target present was possible, but high enough level that the witches I spoke to seemed to think of it more as a pipe dream than a realistic goal. But if you managed to get the curse off and the requisite time passed without the target seeking the services of a priest, the possibilities were terrifying. Temporary and permanent polymorph, blindness, cancer, liquefaction of organs, even death. Though the death hex was high level and required so many components from the target that if you died that way you probably had it coming for ignoring the old woman cackling over the boiling cauldron. The less alarming options were more interesting. Along with lower requirements, they created situations that were still distressing to the target but had curious and often practical side effects. Obvious examples included causing the target's skin to harden into a shell-like form, or sprout gills, or grow a tail. And while few people would sign up to be a turtle-fish-monkey hybrid, the alterations always functioned. The tail would be strong enough to support their weight and prehensile, the gills would allow them to breathe underwater, and the shell, while bulky and hideous to look at, would provide some protection. Hell, I'd probably ask Charlotte for permanent gills if it didn't mean struggling for air every time I wasn't out of water. It just seemed too useful to pass up. Most witches ignored these options for obvious reasons. They were already barely a support class. They couldn't afford to waste their development and feat points on curses that wouldn't pack a punch. But, given her position as a member of the court, and the fact that Charlotte only had access to curses, I guessed that she had something we could use. And I was right. The tent flap opened. I half expected it to be Nick calling me back in, or Nathaniel telling me to shove off. Instead, Julian emerged from the tent, nodded to me, and pulled a small gray square from his pocket, holding it to his lips. The light at the bottom illuminated green as he breathed in, breathing out a puff of vapor. He saw me looking and held it out in a silent offer. I considered saying no, then realized I had no real reason to decline, and took a pull. The nicotine went straight to my head, a temporary buzz taking the edge off the stress headache gnawing at my temples since early morning. Strawberry? Strawberry milk, Julian confirmed. Very princely. I took another pull, entirely aware I was trading mental clarity for the possibility of an unnecessary addiction, and passed it back to him. Thanks. Sure. The voices from the tent lost focus as I prepared for him to try to work me. But he didn't. No side-eye, no sudden observation to pry information out of me. He just stood on the other side of the tent flap and puffed. Something you want? I asked, giving him a lead-in. Being social wasn't in my blood, but Julian was an unknown quantity I needed to get familiar with as soon as possible. Julian nodded. A break from the noise. I frowned. He was among the members of the court most interested in my plan. Having him out here seemed less than ideal. They don't need you in there? Ha! No. He waved me off. Already made my case. Now it's Mother and Nathaniel's turn to argue it into the ground. Queen for, Nathaniel against? Yep. He blew out a puff of vapor. You don't miss much. She likes it because it's ballsy and interesting and new. Nathaniel hates it for the same reasons. It's Charlotte's chance to shine, so she's obviously hugely in favor, which almost automatically means Lucas is against it, but that doesn't matter much. Nathaniel and Mari's opinions hold the most weight. Paul? I couldn't imagine him as a tiebreaker. Nah, Paul goes with the majority. Barring that, he'll throw his lot in with Mari. They're on similar wavelengths. Julian smiled apologetically. Out of their minds. I'd already gathered most of what he told me, but it was good to have their dynamics confirmed. Julian was being oddly open, and I was tempted to exploit that. But people with authority were often more sensitive to that sort of thing. Gotta wonder, I said finally. What? How Lucas isn't covered in sores or transformed into a toad by now. Julian coughed out a laugh. He cleared his throat and bared a tired smile. Same. Honestly, I think the only thing keeping him out of the crosshairs of a voodoo doll is Charlotte's astronomical self-control. Keeps trying, though. Everything short of straight-up asking for it. Playing with fire. He's just contrarian. And an arsehole. Socially, he's miserable to be around, but he snaps into shape when shit hits the fan. Absent-mindedly, I pulled up the messages to Ellison. There was nothing new since my message this morning, checking for what had to be the 10th time if there was any sign of life. My little brother's kind of like that. More contrarian, less asshole. Most of the time? Julian asked knowingly. Most of the time. Is he still with us? The question startled me. It was presented carefully, almost compassionately, but I could count the number of people I'd told about Ellison's disappearance on one hand. Sorry, Julian winced, seeming to kick himself. I dealt with something similar when I lost my grandparents. The whole past-present tense confusion thing. Wasn't trying to stick my nose in. I ran back the conversation in my head. I was certain I hadn't said was, but I'd hesitated slightly on the is. It was either more obvious than I recalled, or Julian was an empath. Still, I couldn't walk it back now. Not with him paying that much attention. He'd either suspect the lie or catch it outright. The whole point of meeting the court was to build trust. He's still alive. Just missing. For how long? Since the attack on my region? When Julian jolted and stared at me, I shook my head, unrelated. He was elsewhere when it all went to shit. You're sure? Positive. Plus, he kind of has a history of disappearing for extended periods of time and then popping up out of the blue. That's probably all it is. So you're not sure? Again with the read, getting too reliant on the mask covering my reactions. No, I answered. Well, Julian stretched as my mood grew darker with thoughts of Ellison. Assuming we're not all about to get rolled over by giant ants, I know some quality trackers, people outside the Order. I can call in some favors. Maybe even help with a search. Of all the things I'd expected a prince of the court to say, that wasn't it. It was so far out of my realm of expectations the confusion must have shown on my face, because Julian snorted and looked away. Funny, I finally said. Not a joke. Days are pretty packed, but my nights are free. Don't sleep much anymore. Me neither. With the strike team retired, barring the occasional Mirden outing, my evenings were also free. I already intended to budget at least a portion of that time to search for Ellison, but I had no clue where to start. I thought about asking Nick for help, but by the time he was finished with the tower for the day, he was usually one long blink away from passing out. I couldn't ask him to extend himself more, especially when Ellison might just show up one day, with no explanation for the absence. Why help me? Again, Julian shrugged. Hasta says you're a member of the court.
which puts you under its, and by extension my, purview. You have missing family, which kind of speaks to me personally, not to mention we're united in our dislike for Lucas. Explanation enough? Not even close. Don't you have more princely things to attend to? Please. Julian rolled his eyes. They keep me cooped up most of the time, unless I have a reason to go out and be a glorified adornment. You'd be doing me a favor. Out of every other member of the court, Julian was the person I needed to have a handle on, because when Nick reported the prophecy to the court, he'd left out a key detail. That he was the one who'd pulled the sword out of the stone. As the person holding the prince class, Julian was the legitimate heir, which in a very real way made Nick the usurper. Of course, Nick was convinced Julian was a good guy, that he didn't really buy into the court and had no interest in being king. But Nick often thought too highly of people, and if Julian turned out to be unhappy with a sudden shift of power and became a threat, I needed to be ready. I'll talk to your trackers at least, see if they can offer any resource I don't already have, I said. Great! Julian seemed oddly happy at the idea of another responsibility. I'll send you my contact. There was a rustle of fabric, and Julian jumped as Nathaniel thrust his head through the flaps with a blatant scowl. Perhaps it would be wise not to ignore your duty in favor of a smoke break, Your Highness? Whatever you say, Elder Knight, Julian muttered, giving me an apologetic look and returning within. Nathaniel stared at me for a moment, sides of his mouth turning upward in a subtle smirk. Well, come on then, new blood. Let's get you cursed. Chapter 272. Compared to some of the other shit I'd pulled in recent weeks, this was a simple ploy, a solution to the original problem. If the court sent in core muscle and got stomped, it made them look weak. Alternatively, if they sent in a scouting team that got locked in the boss room and torn to pieces, it made them look stupid. It helped that we were up against monsters rather than humans, which was a refreshing change of pace. The monsters of Floros could be nightmares, sure. A single lapse of attention during combat or scouting could spell instant death. What made them easier to deal with was their single-mindedness and uniformity. Every type of monster was different, but once you understood their core objective and mandated behaviors, it was easy enough to predict what they could do. Not so much with humans. The greater issue was, we didn't know shit about the ants. They had plenty of familiar old-world analogs to extrapolate from. The ones we'd seen behaved identically to fire ants, but making an assumption of a system monster based on the creature its inspiration stemmed from was a potentially fatal mistake. Charlotte gave us an avenue of better observation and simultaneously pulled back the veil on what she could do. System notification. Due to either your perception or a voluntary alert from the caster, you have detected a malediction placed on your person. System notification. You have been afflicted with hex. Indispectus. Linking chains of mana loosened with an ethereal rattle as they fell away from my face and shuffled off the rest of me, landing with a clatter on the floor. Now that the chains were off and the curse was cast, I felt different, more apathetic. The closest comparison was probably when I first wore the mask. Nothing new, but what was far more interesting was how the curse affected my perception of myself. I held up my hand, studying the results. It looked more or less the same, minus a few scars and blemishes. The swelled knuckle of my thumb that had persisted ever since it healed after a break had receded. It didn't feel like my hand. More like someone else's had been attached to mine. Yet that fact struck me as utterly disinteresting, which made it all the more significant. How does it look? I asked Nick. Chiefly because despite going first, his appearance didn't seem to change much. Some of the more striking aspects of his features had dulled, but beneath the lack of polish he was still clearly the same person. Either the curse was less effective than I'd hoped, or one of my feats was allowing me to see straight through it. "Who are you again?" Nick asked, scrunching up his face comically. Hilarious. Beside him, Julian whistled, looking me up and down. Unbelievable. "Look alive, Matt. Prince Charming's making a move," Nick whispered conspiratorially, then grunted as Julian shoved him lightly. Nick just can't handle the rare occasion he's not the center of attention. I shrugged, ignoring Nick and focusing on Julian. "Hey," Nick complained. Unperturbed, Julian circled around me, hands behind his back. "It's uncanny. You're so unassuming. like a person I'd pass on the street and glance at out of the corner of my eye, only to never give them a second thought. The only reason I know who you are is because of context."
It was like he was describing the person I used to be, before I accidentally staked my claim on a region. "How do I look?" Lucas asked.
"Exactly the same as you always do," Julian said, not missing a beat.
Before Lucas could rise to the bait, Charlotte stepped in.
"This curse is unique because it tailors itself to the observer." She put a hand to her chin, surveying her handiwork. "If Julian and a hexed monster were standing side by side, you'd see a human, while the monster sees another monster." "Hard roll?" I asked. "Haven't had a chance to test it extensively, though from what I've seen, yes."
"What about solitary hunters, predators that avoid or prey on their own kind?"
The question stopped Charlotte short. From the way she cocked her head, she hadn't considered the possibility before. Not surprising, considering how many curses she'd probably accumulated by this point. Charlotte pulled up her UI, sifting through the description before coming back with an answer. "Unclear. Damn it. The descriptions are always so oblique."
"You've never used this on a boss before?"
Charlotte scrunched up her face. "There was a group of gnolls, which from a distance appeared to have some sort of dominance hierarchy." "They do," I confirmed. She nodded thoughtfully. "I hexed their chieftain. Once he was hexed, the pack ignored him. Not right away, of course, but the longer the curse stayed in place, the less deference the pack showed him." Julian's eyes widened. "That's what you just cast on us! That hex from the Barons?" When Charlotte confirmed it was, he grimaced. A little warning would have been nice. I'd gotten the sense that Charlotte was hiding something when she'd excitedly explained how the Indispectus curse functioned, because from the way she told it, it had nothing but benefits. I'd intended to push her on the topic once we were locked in, but from the looks of it, Nick and Julian would do that for me. Nick blinked several times as he looked between the princess and Prince.
"He's freaking out. I've heard you guys talk about the Barons."
He pointed to still slack-jawed Julian, then pivoted to Charlotte, who was grimacing.
"You look like you just got your hand caught in the non-vegan cookie jar."
"I'm vegetarian, not vegan," Charlotte argued, in the way that people argue over something unrelated to belabor a point.
"Same difference." Nick waved her off. "Problem is, all I know about the Barons is that they're a terrible place for people with chlorophobia, and that mentioning them is a great way to get the two of you to shut down."
He shifted toward Charlotte and took a single step into her personal space, his expression friendly.
"And if it's all the same to you, I'd like to go into this with as much sense of the situation as possible."
I had to respect it. I almost always pushed too hard when there was a possibility of critical information at play. While this approach worked to keep the subject off balance, it often created a hostile environment difficult to de-escalate from. Nick's aw-shucks mentality allowed him to achieve the same results with minimal enmity. Not realistically achievable for me, but something I could learn from. Charlotte blushed furiously at Nick's proximity, glancing everywhere but directly at him as he waited patiently. Definitely not something I could achieve. The princess swallowed. "I wasn't, hiding anything. Assuming the scouting is done in less than 6 hours, which realistically it should be, the floor isn't that large. There shouldn't be any problems."
Nick smiled, nodding acknowledgement. "Great. Maybe I'm just anal retentive, or it's this guy's influence." He chucked a thumb at me. "But I like to know what sort of timetable I'm working with. It's really helpful."
"Definitely a luxury these days," I added. "I don't get a lot of chances to contribute," Charlotte breathed. "Curses work slowly, and so far, at least, we've steamrolled over almost everything really fast. I'm just trying to help." With a motion that was almost obscenely suave, Nick reached out and gently tipped Charlotte's head upward, prompting her to look at him. Nauseating, but from the starstruck expression and red cheeks, clearly not to her.
"You're a big help. Your specialization is better suited to large-scale threats, the really scary shit. Makes me feel better just knowing we have you on our side."
He grew serious, still maintaining the charming facade.
"But power is a double-edged sword. We have to wield it responsibly."
Way too much. Jesus Christ, Nick, you're going to kill her. I'd identified Charlotte as kin almost immediately, a fellow studious introvert. As such, she was not prepared for the sort of nuclear shit Nick was throwing her way. If cartoon-style steam started pouring out of her ears, it wouldn't be a surprise. To Charlotte's credit, she didn't short-circuit as I'd expected. Instead, she took a step back and seemed to take a deep breath, steadying herself. Ah, okay, it won't apply to this situation. Again, I wasn't hiding it. But I get wanting to know all the details. So, the Barons. It was supposed to be a routine clear, in line with a sort of softballs the Order was tossing us early on to help the court level with minimal risk. The report from the survey team counted 20 gnolls, a few captains and some special mobs, but nothing particularly powerful. And despite fewer numbers, the initial team cleared the dungeon with no incident and okayed it for court assignment.
Guessing it didn't go down that way? I prompted, giving Charlotte an escape from Nick's perpetual smolder.
She shook her head, grateful to have someone else to focus on.
No, it really didn't. System barred the door behind us by the time we realized the count was closer to 50, far more organized than the reports implied. To make matters worse, they all reported to a chieftain, one apparently strong enough that even our assigned reconnaissance specialist couldn't see his level.
I frowned. One hell of a disparity. To this day, we're still not sure what happened, Julian added. The Order questioned the survey team after the fact, and despite considerable pressure, they swore they were thorough, and that original reports were accurate. He paused thoughtfully. It's almost like the dungeon just changed. I weighed the pros and cons of filling in the blank for them. On one hand, even acknowledging the existence of the adaptive dungeon increased the likelihood that someone else would find it. On the other, I had the only key, and considering what happened on my last foray, had very little interest in returning. After a moment, I decided the risks were minimal, and sharing would only raise my perceived value. I've heard from a reputable source that there's a variant of dungeon that scales. Julian's head whipped around. Wait, what? Scales based on level or numbers of users? Charlotte asked, leaning forward. Both. It adjusts initially based on party count and level, tailoring the rewards. Resets after. Sounds like you might have encountered something similar, I said, trying to bring the attention back to them. Suppose so, Julian mused. Either that, or the system was intentionally out to screw us. Also completely possible, Nick muttered. Julian shuddered again. Like Charlotte said, she hexed the chieftain, and for a while it worked great. We kept an eye on him as he ran from Scruffy A to Scruffy Z, trying to get anyone to listen to him, acknowledge his authority and presence, whatever. And then things got weird. Weird how? I asked. Charlotte breathed out a long breath. Keep in mind this was over the period of several days. Before we went in, I think we all still had a sense of things, that there was a gnoll chieftain, and we needed to monitor and avoid. By the time we started to clear, we could barely remember what he looked like. But after we'd completed it, all we could remember were the signs. Scrawling on the wall in a language we couldn't understand, Julian filled in grimly. First using the sort of tribal paint they wore on their faces, and later written with other substances. And the writing wasn't the end. We found a gnoll with his throat slit, destroyed rooms. Eventually the chieftain must have lost his mind, because he started throwing shit, tossing around furniture, buckets, even a few swords. Nick and I shared a glance. If I'd known all the details, well, I probably still would have signed up for it. There were risks, to be sure. As long as Charlotte remained safe and safeguarded, the hex gave us a serious advantage. The fact that she'd withheld the details, though, and that she was still withholding them, gave us a point of leverage we simply hadn't had before. As much as I wanted to hand-wave the slight away and act like it was no big deal, that simply wasn't the play here. Jesus Christ. I pressed a palm to my forehead and walked a few steps away. It'll be fine, Nick said, assuring Charlotte more than me. Yeah, I hissed. That's what you always say. I used the awkward silence to think through my next steps. If I'm honest, I didn't have a problem with the deceit or the potential downside of the spell. What I had a problem with was that Charlotte seemed like the wrong sort of person to hold the only key to undo the hex. She'd hidden the downsides out of a lack of self-worth and desperation to contribute. Even now, out of the corner of my eye, I could see the way a hand clenched at the front of her robe, bunching up the fabric violently. It occurred to me now, seeing them in this context, that I'd been thinking about the court all wrong. In my mind, they were the system's version of children of privilege, handed the keys to the kingdom with little care or oversight simply because of who they were. In reality,
They were closer to the golden goose. Show animals held in cushioned captivity, and no matter how you sliced it, a gilded pen was still a cage. I waited. Come on, give me what I need to trust you with this. Show a spine. Charlotte approached, though she maintained a respectful distance. Reversing the hex is easy. It's... Sensing she was about to give me an out, the opposite of what I wanted, I interrupted, intentionally misinterpreting her words. And if something goes terribly wrong here at camp, while we're gone and it ends up taking you out of play? Charlotte winced, almost shrinking away before her expression hardened. Look around. She gestured to the bulk of the users in the center. The bulk of the Orders and Adventurers Guild users were milling around. There was a sense of camaraderie among the group. It didn't surprise me that the Adventurers Guild had warmed up to the Order. What was unexpected was that it appeared to be mutual. Everyone liked heroes, and everyone enjoyed the experience of being a hero, even if you were only following orders. Maybe that was all it was. No matter what the agenda or underlying motivations were, what the Order had done in my region was undeniably heroic. Beyond the friendliness on display, the collective gear they wore was undeniably high tier. Just from where I was standing, there were dozens of sheathed weapons and worn armors that emitted a soft glow or odd sheen, a mark of epic rarity or above. With the Order's shady head start and the Adventurers Guild's connection to Kinsley, I was probably looking at the best-equipped users in the Dome. Slowly, I crossed my arms and faced her. Yeah, they're a tough bunch. Camp is probably safe. None of that matters if the only person who can undo the shit gets bored and wanders off. Hey. Charlotte moved, circling until she stood directly in front of me. For one thing, I've been caught flat-footed one too many times to be the wandering off type. And even if I was, I take this responsibility seriously. There it is. Okay. And for that matter... Wait, what? Sidebar. I switched gears and moved out of earshot of the rest of the group, not giving her time to backpedal. Hold anything back when we went over your curses? Charlotte blinked. Some of the trivial and less powerful. Nothing of note. Why? Because of the way her nose was perfectly in proportion with her face. How everyone besides Julian was walking around with a full set of luggage under their optics, and Charlotte didn't even have a shadow. The swell and natural glisten of her lips, all without a single blemish, frown line, freckle, or mole. She was an LA 10 and a Dallas does not exist. No matter how you looked at her, the beauty was uncanny. Maybe that was a side effect of being a member of the court, but judging from the Dusk Knight's grizzled visage, I was inclined to believe otherwise. And the more I thought about it, the less comfortable it felt leaving Say's fate up to Haster's whims. After everything she'd been through, everything she'd contributed, I couldn't just come back to her empty-handed. She deserved better than that. Anything cosmetic? The reaction and confirmation were instantaneous. Charlotte looked down, cheeks flushing in embarrassment. I overdid it. She had, but only slightly. Not really, just gathered from context. Huh? I chucked a thumb at the rest of the room. Most of us are out here looking like the Walking Dead. Well, you could have walked off the set of some CW network post-apocalypse. When she said nothing in response, I tried to soften the commentary. Just seeing the group with fresh eyes. Guessing no one else has noticed? And what do you intend to do with that information? No matter how tactful I tried to be in negotiations, people always ended up zeroing in on the blackmail conclusion. Find out more and make a business arrangement, if possible. Assuming the hex isn't fleetingly temporary or exclusively self-cast. For you? She looked up curiously. God, no. Not my bag. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. My looks and appearance, even post-system changes, were decidedly average, and despite that, I was still getting far more attention than I wanted. Rather not talk details out in the open, but a friend of mine has an ongoing dysphoria thing. I owe her a lot, so... Charlotte chewed her lip. Sculpia could work for that, but a hex is still a curse by nature. It takes multiple applications to get right, and the process is painful. I paused. Like, break every finger one at a time painful, or could drive a person insane painful? Depends on the extent of the changes.
Realistically, it wasn't a full replacement for Haster's potion then, but I was pretty sure Say wouldn't mind if we did this piecemeal. And if the changes were focused around the face? Couldn't say for certain, but I was pretty sure it was the compound eyes that gave Say the most trouble, mandibles being a close second. With Iris's more recent functional adjustments, Say's chitinous body held a convincing human form and could easily pass as slick armor. But the eyes made sunglasses in public entirely mandatory, and while that worked in a pinch, it was a ticking clock until they got unseated in a critical moment. "Should be manageable," Charlotte confirmed, then hesitantly, "And if I do this—" The groan was reflexive. For once, I didn't bother holding it in. "What? I won't out you for being the most attractive person in the room? Just, if you help my friend out, I'm going to pay you. If you don't, I won't." "Oh, uh-huh. It would be nice to have a legitimate excuse to get away from the court. Especially legitimate because I'd be making inroads with a new ally," Charlotte mused. "It'll probably take a few hours at least, factoring in the time and components, knocking off a bit because it seems to be for a good cause. 25,000 Selve?" It took all the self-control in the world to not immediately jump on the offer. Weird as it was to say, considering where I came from, 25K was nothing to me, even less to the Merchants Guild. I was all but certain Kingsley spent at least that on her monthly allotment of white truffle lobster mac and cheese. It was an extreme lowball, and I was pretty sure Charlotte was only offering the service at that price because she was relieved not to have another foot on her neck. If she had any self-awareness at all, she'd realize that eventually, which created space for resentment to grow. "Make it 50,000 and we have a deal." "Done," Charlotte said automatically, then paused, confused. "Wait, it's a complicated case, and I don't want you to feel like I fleeced you after the fact." I stuck my hands in my pockets and turned back toward the group. "Just off record for a second," Charlotte called out to me. More than anything else, she looked ashamed. "What, too low?" "No, the offer is more than generous, but you really don't judge me for wasting slots on something as trivial as appearance." "The fact you did works out great for me. Why would I?" Only from the downtrodden expression, that wasn't what Charlotte wanted to hear. From what she'd implied, she'd used the hex on herself extensively. Extrapolating the introvert energy and lack of confidence, it was a safe bet she was less than thrilled with her previous appearance and still adjusting to the new one. And now she was looking for absolution from the one person who knew the truth. It's like, despite being the most fucked up person here, I'm the only one who actually went to therapy. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. For one thing, my thoughts and judgments shouldn't matter. I'm a guy. Relatively speaking, the only real societal expectation we have, and can't do anything about, is being 6 feet tall. Compared to the pressure you and yours get on a daily basis, that's a drop in the bucket. You're not that short. Thanks. Sorry. Point being, I can't know what it's like. I'm used, trying to strike a balance between dismissive and thoughtful. But self-doubt? Self-loathing? The way the intrusive thoughts tend to crop up at the worst possible time? Those are things I can speak on definitively. I glanced at her. Any of that get better after your adjustments? Charlotte nodded. Then it was worth it. I genuinely believed it was. Maybe specking for vanity wasn't exactly optimal, but eliminating anything that could distract you in the heat of the moment, even for a second, absolutely was. Charlotte would be a far better ally, teammate, and potentially friend if she wasn't regularly splitting her focus outward and inward. That, at least, I could relate to. She paused for a long moment and swiped at her eyes, then peered at me curiously. "So, you really think I'm the most attractive person here?" "I have a girlfriend." Leaving Charlotte behind in an awkward retreat, I returned to Julian, Nick, and Lucas. From Nick's shit-eating grin, he'd overheard my parting words at last. "My boy, melting the ice princess!" He grunted at my drive-by elbow in his gut. "Let's get this over with before we disappear." Fucking finally. Lucas rolled his eyes. Chapter 273. Talia padded alongside Nick, ears up, nostrils flaring. She was manifested in her true form, white and gold fur rippling as she kept pace at his thigh. The two of them together made a picture straight off the cover of a fantasy novel, The Ceaseless Knight and His Elegant Talking Animal Companion. Other than Nick and Talia, the rest of us maintained a single-file marching order, not unlike the ants we supposedly mimicked, trying to match behavior to appearance. Lucas took up the middle in front of Julian, while I brought up the rear. I watched mutely as a small trail of ants passed by us, each approximately waist-height. So far, at least, between the hex and the marching order, our precautionary measures seemed to be working. The invertebrates were oddly scarce, and for the most part paid little attention to us. It was odd, though, because despite the honeycombing network of passageways and tunnels, there didn't seem to be nearly enough of them. Part of me wondered if this was nothing more than my own bad habit of looking a gift horse in the mouth, but every time I was about to disregard the notion, there was a slight buzzing from Jaded Eye. Not enough to sound the alarm, but from my prior experience with the title, it kept my guard up. For the most part, the team we'd put together seemed competent. Julian and Lucas both had no issue with following Nick's cues. The only problem, and I hesitate to call it a problem, was that Lucas seemed dissatisfied with the lack of action and couldn't seem to stop running his mouth. Once the most recent ants were far in the rear view, he started up again like clockwork. As usual, Charlotte's help was completely unnecessary. These tunnels are a ghost town. From behind, I saw Julian's fist clench at his side. Whole point of prep is it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Nick shrugged. And we may still need it, Julian agreed. Not exactly a bug expert, but I'm guessing we'll see the most resistance closest to the Queen. Dunno, big guy. Lucas elbowed Julian. Could definitely see you as an insectologist. Entomologist, Nick corrected at the same moment I said. Myrmecologist. I shrugged. Same difference, tighter category. Fuck me, I'm surrounded by nerds, Lucas groaned. One in every group. Huh? Nothing. The jab at Lucas was unnecessary, but if I was honest, he was wearing on my nerves as well. I knew what he was. The sort of person who agreed to a difficult task almost exclusively because it gave them something to complain about. Harmless, but that didn't make it any less annoying. Lucas walked backward, doing his best to stare me down. Got a problem, Paige? I snorted. The second transposition event is a problem. Organizing the regions before said event hits is a problem. You are not a problem. From the way his face darkened, Lucas didn't like that. He was about to say as much before Nick interrupted. Speaking from experience, I can confidently advise not starting an argument with a guy who runs practice LSAT questions to pass the time. Whatever. Lucas turned his back to me. It's always the smartasses that crumble fastest when the action hits. No self-awareness whatsoever. It's honestly kind of impressive. Julian slowed, staring down a side passage. Further down the tunnel was the silhouette of an ant, roaming in panicked, meandering circles. It wasn't the first time we'd seen this behavior, but the queer feeling of wrongness washed over me just the same. Another off the trail. How many does that make now? Julian asked. 4, I answered. 13 if we're counting the ones that seem sluggish and drunk. You kept count? Yeah. He nodded in approval, lips quirked in concern. It's a little weird, right? Maybe. I wanted to say more, but for the moment all I had was a gut feeling with little evidence to speak of. If there's hundreds, it might not be that strange for that many to have a screw loose. Odd that we keep seeing them, though our sample size is in the low 50s, so we may not have an accurate picture. So bide our time and assume system fuckery? I raised an eyebrow. Having thoroughly learned my lesson about keeping my paranoia to myself, I've been on the verge of voicing something similar. Julian kept hitting all the right notes, like he wasn't even trying. Suspicious, but not unwelcome. Exactly. For once, Lucas had nothing pithy to say. Maybe the sense of uneasiness had gotten to him like the rest of us, or maybe he was just tired of the sound of his own voice. Nick froze in place and held a fist up, directing us to the cover of an upturned mound of dirt before a half-dozen ants scampered through the intersection in front of us. It took a second to identify them as the addled, scrambled variety, largely because they were moving quicker and less aimlessly. Okay, that looked organized. Nick squinted, stretching up to take another look before dropping back down. Something pissed them off, Julian agreed. Or someone. Nobody should be this far in. I shook my head, then waited, giving my mind time to work as I isolated a single image. No more than a flicker from the last ant to cross our paths. Like the rest, They should have only had 3 segments: abdomen, the lumpy trunk-like center, and the head. But I could have sworn I'd seen 4. I poked at Lucas, using the disruptive element of the group to stall while I worked through it. Thoughts?
How the fuck would I know? Maybe it's aphid milking hour or something.
I cocked my head. Despite fully expecting the verbal equivalent of hot garbage to come spewing out of his mouth, that wasn't the worst theory. It was wrong, of course, but not half bad. However, Nick and Julian were both holding in laughter.
Milk them like cows?
Nick wiped a mirthful tear away as Lucas scowled. I'm imagining a full factory farm setup, only with aphids instead of livestock. Julian grinned. To be fair, some species do that. Not saying that's what's going on here, but it's possible. I spoke up despite myself. It wasn't about helping Lucas exactly. Just making sure the others weren't dunking on him when he was actually throwing out legitimate ideas. Ah, Julian elbowed Lucas as his eyes glazed over and he reviewed the route the court had cooked up. Who's the myrmecologist now? Lucas muttered something almost imperceptible that sounded like, fucking magic school bus.
Well, we have 2 options. Follow the war party or stay en route.
Nick chewed his lip.
Or both,
Julian said, still focused on the map. Easy detour in the direction they headed. Assuming their end destination isn't too far away, we could follow, observe, then be back on the path. Not going to reveal the origins of this highly convenient map? I pushed a little, keeping my voice casual. A route directly to the suspected boss room was one thing, but Julian seemed to have in-depth knowledge of the tunnel system. Anything I could glean about a highly placed user's ability or class was valuable information to have. But the way Lucas visibly recoiled, I got the sense that I'd touched on something sensitive.
Told you,
Julian grinned, giving nothing away. We have excellent trackers. Nothing I picked up even hinted that the question bothered him, but from the way Lucas's head swiveled like a spectator on a tennis court, I decided on instinct not to press further. Fair enough. More information is always better than less. I looked to Nick. Let's divert. Follow until we have a better idea of what they're doing and why, or it takes us too far out of the way. We followed the train of ants from a distance, trailing, the feeling in my stomach growing more sour the longer we observed them. Try to relax. Julian looked over to me, pitching his voice low. When I glared at him, he shrugged. Stress is bad for your skin. I'll exfoliate, I snapped back, a little more vehemently than I needed to. Still, he didn't seem to mind. Something about there being 2 distinctive groups of these things bothers you. Hesitantly, I nodded. Yeah. Care to share with the class? When it came to dungeons, the system didn't care about creating a realistic or viable ecosystem. Not unlike a video game, the intention was to create a set dressing convincing enough that the user clearing the floor couldn't see the matrix. Given that, it often relied on stereotypes to create a false sense of security. Emphasis on false. Because there was always some sort of twist. The fact that it was telegraphing something off this early alone made me uneasy. I did my best to convey this without sounding like a crazy person, and Julian just nodded, looking troubled as he absorbed it. Instinct rather than logic.
Matt, worst-case scenario?
Nick said. From the curtness in his voice, he was feeling the same thing. Won't be great for morale, I warned him.
We're past that.
I blew air through my lips. Absolute worst case, some play on zombie ants.
What the actual fuck?
Lucas said. That's a real-world basis to draw from, a type of fungus and parasitic wasps. Almost thoughtlessly, I reached in my inventory and withdrew 4 antifungal filters, passing them around. Nick downed his immediately, while the other 2 hesitated. Obviously, I'm leaning more towards fungus than wasps. We haven't seen any larvae, and the wasps use that to propagate. Fungus would be a serious problem because there's no guarantee it only works on ants, and there's no guarantee the spores would be visible. In other words, we could already be infected. At that, both the new additions from the court popped their filters and drank, grimacing at the taste. My heart sank as I watched the trail of agitated ants suddenly curve, skittering legs taking them directly down a side passage. It's a side chamber with no outlet, Julian said, frowning at the map. Maybe that's the end of the line? Emboldened, Nick approached the chamber, the rest of us following behind. There was an audible crunch that echoed down the tunnel, and he cringed. We waited, listening for movement. After hearing nothing, he muttered,
Floor's different here.
Something twisted in my gut. Forgoing the marching order, I jogged up next to him, eyes glued to the ground. From far away, it looked no different than the dirt. Studying it up close, however, revealed something as alien as it was alarming. Layers upon layers of chitin, folded on top of each other to give the appearance of terrain. I could make out bits of legs, eyes, and antennae mixed in with the slurry. I nearly lost my balance as my stomach flip-flopped, leaning against the side of the tunnel for support, a wave of nausea overtaking me as a very different memory rose from my subconscious, suppressed but never fully gone. Nick bent down next to me and whispered, his voice barely audible. "Is it?" "Not a fungus. Not even close. It's eldritch." I forced myself forward, taking the first look inside the chamber. Despite their formerly clunky movements, the sporadic ants were organized in their efforts, forming a half-circle. They surrounded a major easily 3 times their size. The major backed away in confusion until his abdomen pressed against the chitinous back wall. As one, the aberrations curled their abdomens over their heads, spraying the major with a dark black gunk. The large ant in the center recoiled and turned in an immediate attempt to run, only to collapse. Its aggressors didn't attempt to savagely pull it apart, as I'd half expected. They peppered it with a multitude of bites. But the bites were firm, held for a second, and then released, not unlike the method a mother dog might use to discipline her brood. They're trying to keep it intact. More than enough for confirmation, I gestured for the rest of them to follow back to the main path, barely keeping the nausea and terror at bay. Thanks to the Overseer's broadcast of the situation in Region 6, it didn't take long before they connected the dots. Nick looked like someone punched him in the face, while Lucas looked as close to the verge of panic as I was. "We have to go back. Warn everyone," Nick said, looking fully prepared to sprint all the way back to base camp. "No, that's exactly what we need to avoid." I clenched a fist. "This isn't the time for coy shit, Matt. Listen to me. Word gets out before we have our ducks in a row, it's chaos, especially the Region 6 connection. More than anything else, keep that to yourselves. Someone infected slips down the elevator in the mayhem, and the entire city is fucked." I looked to Julian and Lucas. "You've both spent more time in camp than I have. How many people have been injured, leaving room for error?" They exchanged glances. After a moment, Julian cleared his throat. "Less than 10, on the conservative side." "Assume 20. My mind raced as I recalled the encounter with the Adventurers Guild user earlier, how they'd wanted to get back into the action immediately. Cross-reference with the healers. Keep in mind there's a good chance that not all injuries were reported. Look for anyone walking in a strange way, favoring one side or another, wincing as they move. Any tell. Lock the exit down. No one gets in or out." I started to pace. The Duskblade Knight and the Queen? How are they in a crisis? "Their arguments suddenly disappear." Lucas rolled his eyes. "Will they stay put?" I rounded on him. "If we hint how important it is, they will," Julian said. I nodded. "Park them in front of the elevators. Out of everyone, they command the most respect, and they're the most intimidating. We need a full accounting of everyone present and anyone who might be missing. Any user who's received medical care since arriving needs to be isolated, sedated, and monitored." "Guessing you're telling us all this here instead of back at camp for a reason?" Julian observed. I ground my teeth. The point of going over it this way was burying the lead, because I knew Nick wouldn't like the next part. Julian continued to jump ahead, understanding dawning in his eyes. "You still want to scout the boss?" Lucas's eyes bugged out. "Are you insane?" Just as expected, Nick immediately squared off with me. Trauma-fueled terror took over. "Hell no. No way we're splitting the party for a scouting op. This takes precedence." Judging from their collective body language and the way they hesitated, it was obvious I was losing them. Best bet was to put everything on the table. Think about how fast this thing spread. An entire region was overtaken in a matter of hours. Just because there's less right now doesn't mean it'll stay that way. I'd stake my life on that. So no, we're not scouting the boss. We're killing it. And we have to do it now. "Matt," Nick started again. He had every right to be afraid. It wasn't a card I wanted to pull, but I leaned in and whispered in his ear, playing it anyway. "We're out of time. Let me work." Nick stiffened and pulled away, his mouth tight, looking vaguely hurt. He knew I was referencing our deal to combine our methods to do whatever was needed to end this before the second event. In that detached, theoretical moment, he'd agreed. Simple fact was, it was a lot more difficult in practice. But Nick didn't argue. When he spoke, he purposely looked away from me. "Okay, where do we go from here?" Julian mused aloud.
More importantly, how many people do we send back?
Much as I hate to say this, it has to be me. Nick rubbed the back of his neck. People in both camps listen to me. I'm already going over the order of who I need to talk to and how.
I'll go with him, Lucas immediately volunteered, visibly sweating. Julian rolled his eyes. Of course, not like we could use the extra firepower. Talia stepped forward, giving Lucas serious side-eye as she gravitated toward the center. As a summon, I am immune to most status effects and can simply be resummoned if I die. She looked at Nick. May I remain with the attack team? Nick nearly missed the fact the question was being directed at him instead of me, but recovered quickly.
That's probably for the best.
Can you handle a boss? I turned and asked Julian point blank. From context and some whispers I'd heard around the Order's compound, I already knew he was monstrously strong. On the upper echelon alongside Nick, but more importantly, he seemed to have a better-than-average head on his shoulders, with little ego to speak of. Given the stakes, further bolstered by the fact he appeared to be in deep thought rather than answering immediately, I'd probably get an honest answer. If you can, I'll do everything possible to support you. I've seen Talia in action enough to know she's fairly strong, so between the two of us, you won't be solo. If you can't, that's okay. My instinct is to have all four of us return together, wrangle a few other heavy hitters, and do this the hard way. But we'll lose the benefits of a stealth approach.
And significantly increase the group's risk of exposure. A group filled with strong users.
Fuck. He rubbed the bridge of his nose.
Ugh, I feel
uncomfortable making that assessment.
Good. Realistically, there's no way for me to know.
The color of his eyes was almost clear in the lighting, entirely unreadable.
Assuming the boss is a simple bump in difficulty from the floor below, then yeah, easy enough. But there's no guarantee it will be. And if you're right about this floor being completely overtaken in a short time, whether we throw 20 people at it or 2 people into summon, this is our only shot.
He cocked his head.
It's a question of harm reduction now. And being frank, if the 3 of us can't handle it together, I'm not sure throwing more people at the problem would do anything other than increase our casualties and put both groups in a worse position for the second event.
I think we go for it. Do or die. This was the outcome I'd wanted, but something about it made my mouth go dry. Then we need to move, I said. Julian nodded. He'd repeated my reasoning almost verbatim. Between an anti-Eldritch summon, the Ordinator, and a high-ranking member of the court, I was pretty sure we had this. But Julian shouldn't have known any of that. To him, I was just a low-ranking member of the court, and Talia was a magical wolf. I thought back over our interactions, reviewing everything I'd said and done since our first encounter, finding nothing he could have possibly drawn the conclusion from. Maybe he really was just that confident in his abilities and had included me and Talia in the estimation to be polite. It was either that, or we had a serious fucking problem. Chapter 274. Tunnel after tunnel blurred by. We were moving faster now, less concerned with being detected than getting back to camp. I was concerned anyway. Julian seemed to be having the time of his life. He'd been edgy, uncertain until we had a plan in place, but now he seemed to revel in the moment, smiling to himself. He was approaching a level of speed that was making it far more difficult to justify my supposedly lower-level self-keeping pace. This was something I never had to worry about with Nick. Despite the two of them sharing similar energy, infuriatingly good-natured and positive, Nick's high-pressure sports background and subsequent injury meant I never had to worry about him screwing up when shit hit the fan. As long as no one close to him was dead or dying, Nick locked the fuck in. Julian, on the other hand, was an unknown quantity. At least he wasn't paying attention to me. Dex build, huh? Nice. Still making distance at a ridiculous rate, Julian craned his neck back to look at me and grinned. If I wasn't, you would have left me in the dust by now, I answered dryly. Sorry, got to prioritize killing the boss with or without you. Lives at stake and all. Less talking, more running. At a reasonable pace, so you don't remember this late at night and start wondering how the latecomer had so much agility, I added silently. As if he was simultaneously psychic and antagonistic, Julian lowered his head and picked up speed, only slowing once he reached the next cross-tunnel. Boots skidding across the earth as he dropped to a knee and checked the corners. I made a show of cutting speed a few seconds early and catching up to him, panting slightly. Clear? I pitched my voice low.
A few normal drones heading that way. Looks pretty clear. His brows furrowed as he stared at the passage ahead. It widened gradually, leading into a large circular chamber that was inundated with boulders that resembled pebbles in everything but scale and bits of bark larger than me. For now, that's got to be it, right? Seems too easy. We did kind of cheat. Still, I stared into the room, trying to suss out exactly what was putting me off. Then it hit me. So far, the Gilded Tower had shown a strong tendency toward single-target bosses. There'd been a few duos and even a melee trio, but only one other floor that had lower-level minions active during the boss encounter. Generally, dungeons were as unpredictable as they were dangerous, but if you looked closely, certain patterns emerged. For one, the boss was always on theme. If there were werewolves, you'd probably be fighting either a werewolf or a human with the capacity to shift. And considering how the enemies on this floor were comprised of ants, and the red eldritch corruption that plagued Region 6 controlling those ants, no way there weren't ants, right? Any sense? I murmured to Talia. When she shook her head, I gestured for her to move closer. She crept forward, nose low to the ground, until the swishing of her tail suddenly ceased. She slowly raised her head and backed away, a growl deep in her voice when she returned. Not sure how you knew, but yes, there are 9 creatures lying in wait that smell similar to the infected hexapods. Both their aura and smell are subdued, but they are there. Not good. The bark scattered across the floor created a lot of hiding places for something not quite human-sized. If they were just normal monsters, that was one thing. But if Talia was right and the bugs were infected, that put us in a rough spot, because a single hit could be lethal. I slipped across the hallway, studying the passage. At first it looked exactly like the rest of the smoothed-out tunnels, but the longer I stared at the earth, the more subtle cracks and fissures stood out to me. Shockingly, your friend was right about something, I told Julian. What? The second we go through, the tunnel will cave in. Shit. He thumbed the hilt of his sword nervously. Look, when I told you I could handle a boss, I meant it, but... Maybe not with a small horde of ankle-biters peeling the flesh off your shins, I said. He nodded, his eyes flicking back and forth before they finally closed, and he put a hand on his forehead. Okay. Like you said earlier, the more contact we have with this floor, the higher chance the corruption will spread. We have to clear this now. There's no choice. You're going to get bit if you just charge in. I'll charge in, brute force my way through everything. If I make it through unscathed, great. It's possible, even if I get bit, I can shrug it off. If I don't, I'll take care of it. But I need you to stay behind until it's over. Why? Because I need you to make sure I'm dead if they get me. He stared at me, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Can you do that? A mental flash played in my mind of Ginny stepping off the bridge. Fucking altruists. I pinched the bridge of my nose. Almost right. How about we skip the noble sacrifice part and just get through this? Julian watched, quiet for a change as I set things up, removing 20 firebombs from my inventory and placing them in a pile. It was around half the supply I'd obtained from an earlier boss, a fireworm that Nick and I had struggled with and ultimately brought down. Chastity typically charged an exorbitant rate for her work, though in this case she'd given me a discount due to the pleasure of working with such a rare material. The result was a round sphere bisected in the center, silver liquid on one side and a lava-like substance on the other. They were impact grenades, which simultaneously made the setup harder and the payoff easier. Be careful to make any use of power seem ordinary. He is observing you closely, Talia warned me. Got it. This was a task that was easy enough to pass off as simple human dexterity. System grenades varied a great deal. Even if he identified them as an impact variant, he didn't know the material and wouldn't realize they should be breaking when they weren't. Ambush pile first. I used an area cast of probability cascade on the pile to avoid any possibility of accidental discharge, held my breath, then rolled one underhand. It rotated in a blur, traveling across ground and slowing to a stop around 6 feet into the opening. I would have preferred a little farther, but my abilities rarely gave me exactly what I wanted. Now that I had a focal point, it was easier. 9 more joined the first, forming a neat pile in the center. I paused, listening for movement. Nothing.
A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead as I rolled the rest, each coming to a stop adjacent to a piece of bark large enough to serve as a hiding place. With the initial ambush pile in place, I was prepared to prematurely start the encounter. Instead, it went smoothly. So smoothly that I wondered if Jaded Eye was wrong and the corrupted monsters were pulling the classic hide-beneath-the-floor trick. As I rose, Julian and Talia took their places. Julian stood beside me with his sword at the ready, while Talia prowled further back, claiming a spot in clear view of the boss room. "Sure you can hit those?" Julian leaned over and asked quietly. I fought the urge to scoff. With a hand crossbow and probability cascade paired with my quick-draw ability, hitting every single impact grenade, even the ones that had rolled farthest on either side of the room, would be trivial. However, Julian was watching me closely. He passed it off as idle curiosity. Maybe it was, but I'd spent much of my teenage years watching my brother use a similar persona to lucrative ends. Who am I, Hawkeye? No, we'll let the expert do it. I shifted my head back toward Talia. Maximize the glamour's effect. Picking up what you're putting down. Julian grinned at Talia, who scowled at him openly. All right. Show us what you've got, Captain. The light show started. Motes of holy fire circling around a prismatic halo that appeared around Talia's neck. As they accelerated, Julian leaned in and whispered, heads up. Once the boss shows itself, I may do and say some stuff that won't make sense. Just need you to know I'm doing it for a reason. System thing? I realized immediately. Almost right, and I'd appreciate it if... Not my first rodeo, or the first time I've worked around a difficult title. I'll keep it to myself, I reassured him, waiting for a denial. He showed nothing beyond plain relief. Figured. My assumption came with experience. Most classes' general abilities and skills were relatively straightforward, except for a few outliers. It was the titles that always threw a wrench into things and gave the users quirks that ranged from debilitating to outright overpowered. The first projectile loosed, smashing an impact grenade and setting the nearby ground ablaze. And the screeching began. Chapter 275. I barely heard the insectile whining keen before Talia's other projectiles hit, each emitting a sound similar to a bottle rocket with far more devastating effect. Flaming, segmented bodies, some far larger than others, scrambled out in a squealing dash, mandibles clicking, feet skittering as they raced toward the only visible source. Talia fired projectile after projectile, moving more than necessary to hold their attention, while Julian and I pressed ourselves against the walls. A boom and subsequent rush of heat escaped from the boss room as Talia detonated the ambush stockpile. Flaming ants, heavy with pheromones and chemical scents, brushed against us as they passed, unsettling Julian and nearly knocking me over. Either the glamour worked, or they were too angry and unsettled to notice the two lesser threats holding up either side of the tunnel. Now, I snapped. I leapt over a flaming ant as Julian shoved it aside and dashed through the doorway. This time he actually kept pace with me, and we entered the boss chamber at the same time. There was a deep rumble, and a cascade of falling rock and soil crashed down behind us, crushing most of the ants. A few probably still made it through, but in smaller numbers and away from prying eyes, Talia could handle anything eldritch in nature easily. Julian evaluated the cave-in behind us, taking a step back. That worked way too well. 12 o'clock, hanging upside down from the indentation of rock. I spat out tersely, my bow at the ready. A praying mantis clung to the ceiling, pinprick eyes barely visible with its rock and soil-colored camouflage. It swayed slightly, mimicking a leaf in the breeze. Tendrils of oozing red were wreathed around its body, digging into its limbs and carapace. I sighted its head. It was a plausibly easy shot from here, with the thing being so large. Let's get this started. Julian put a hand on my bow, pushing it down. What the fuck? My thing, remember? I fell quiet, annoyed at the interruption. A system quirk that forced you to fight differently was one thing. Losing the benefit of surprise when it was the only advantage we had was an entirely different level of irritation. After waiting until he was confident I wasn't going to fire, Julian raised himself up and approached the mantis. Are you intelligent? A set of human teeth clicked impatiently. Its voice was a harsh noise, forced out through a throat clearly not designed for it. I am a servant of the Disruptor. There is no me, just as there is no you.
merely the wills and ideals we are driven by."
As if that was somehow satisfactory, Julian sheathed his sword.
"What the hell are you doing, idiot?"
I nearly said something inflammatory, but didn't want to draw more attention to the opening. Ordinator's emulation suddenly procced, informing me that Julian was using a skill, but there was no further sign of one. "You're intelligent enough to speak eloquently and can grasp abstract concepts such as the erosion of self. Surely you must hold some sort of belief of your own accord, some will." The creature chortled.
"All willing springs from lack, from deficiency, and thus from suffering. Fulfillment brings this to an end. Yet for one wish that is fulfilled, there remain at least 10 that are denied. Further, the desire lasts long, and demands are infinite. The fulfillment is short and rarely measured out."
The statement gave me a chill. The added context of what this thing was, or rather, what it was controlled by, made it worse. Julian chuckled back, as if the creature had just told nothing more than a clever joke. "That's a direct quote. Schopenhauer, right?" He frowned. "Though I suppose you may or may not be aware of that. In my opinion, it overlooks a lot. Cruelty and suffering might spring from lack, but so do empathy and compassion. One side cannot exist without the other." Are you seriously arguing philosophy right now? I told myself it was some sort of stalling tactic. He'd cast an ability, so he was doing something. Right? "Which is why I'm prepared to offer clemency," he said, oddly solemn.
"You offer us mercy?"
the mantis asked flatly. "I do. We have an entire region of people afflicted with a similar condition, and it's possible, given the control over others and retention of self, we may be able to learn how to cure them by studying you." Completely silent, I slowly moved, shifting counterclockwise until I had a decent view of the mantis's side profile and gripped Blade of Woe's hilt, leaving the knife in its sheath. The mantis had no obvious weak point. If it had any, they were hidden beneath the network of red that looked vaguely like a circulatory system. Just like the victims of Region 6, the eldritch infection was the only thing left the weapon's magic effect considered critical. I was nearly to the point of abandoning any concern for Julian and striking out on my own, starting the fight on my own terms before he got himself captured or controlled, or worse. The fact that he even thought he could reason with something clearly so malevolent and barbaric cast a permanent shadow on his potential as an ally.
"Strangely, we hear truth in your words. Had you come to us alone, perhaps we might have considered this offer,"
the boss hissed, head flicking toward me with inhuman speed.
"However, we suspect your companion does not harbor the same sentiment."
Julian's smile grew thin. For the first time I noticed how pale he was, the way his hands shook. He was clearly terrified. But not by the boss. For the sake of the small, infinitesimal chance Julian was taking a page out of my playbook and pursuing a misdirect for the sake of an opening, I played along. "Doesn't matter what I want. Julian's in charge here." I shifted my head toward him, making a show of acknowledging his position. "I do what he tells me." It rotated its head until it was nearly upside down.
"Because of your boon, I will make this offer only once. Leave now."
"What boon?" Julian turned to me in confusion. "Does that apply to both of us?" I asked. Leaving it alive wasn't an option, but if it was short-sighted enough to open an exit for me to shove my misguided companion through before the fighting started, I would not turn it down.
"Only you."
Unfortunate. The old me would have jumped on the opportunity in a second. In part, I was still tempted. Julian had blown this in so many ways he'd essentially made his own bed. The cold, rational option would be to leave him here to lie in it, eventually returning with a stupid amount of firepower, casualties be damned. But there were countless ways that could come back to bite me. "Yeah, I'm going to get out of here." I shrugged and inventoried my bow. "Matt?" Julian called after me, his concern clear. "Don't," I snapped at him suddenly. "Whatever you're trying to pull here, this half-assed it's a small world horse shit wasn't part of the plan." "Oh." I ignored him as he looked down, hands still shaking, and addressed the mantis. "Where's the exit?" It chortled as it extended an insectile leg toward the wall.
"This way, kindred."
Though I do wonder how many days this mercy will grant you. Not long, most likely.
I trudged through the soft dirt, all business, in the direction the mantis indicated. Disappointment swept over me as I realized where he was directing me, toward the only patch of stone-looking wall in the arena. I kept talking. Strange to warn me if it's true. Stranger still to threaten me if it's not.
This is neither a warning nor a threat, simply an observation. The Lithid's scent is strong on you.
It leaned down, body proportions allowing it to simultaneously tower over me while it stared me in the face.
It will grow stronger still until one is no longer distinguishable from the other. After that, it will no longer have need of you.
My mouth tightened. Thanks for the warning, then. May I go? There was a grating of stone on stone, and a human-sized passageway opened up. It was barely large enough for an average person to fit through. More annoyingly, the stone that surrounded it was thick and solid. Dungeon infrastructure tended to be anywhere from 5 to 10 times as strong as its real-world equivalent to prevent sequence breaking, so it might as well have been steel. I'd hoped getting the boss to reveal the exit would give us an avenue for retreat. Not so much. The door itself was thicker than the average support beam. We wouldn't be forcing it open in a pinch. Realistically, abandoning Julian here wasn't an option. On the off chance he made it out, it would create animosity between our factions. And if he died, he was too beloved and central for the people around him to not take his loss personally. Too valuable as a foothold into the court. Those were all sound, logical reasons to help him. That it kept me from having to take advantage of someone who was misguided and naive was just a lucky coincidence. If the battle went badly and I was forced to rely on ordinator abilities in a manner that was obvious, I'd subjugate him in a second.
There are no traps. My kind might be devious by nature, but we do not offer boons often. Thus, in the rare situation they are encountered, we treat them seriously,
the mantis said, looking between me and the tunnel, misinterpreting my hesitation. The fight was inevitable. There weren't many angles left to play. I was well within range for something devious, but a sneak attack wouldn't mean much if there was nothing critical to target. Moreover, Julian seemed to be taking the betrayal really hard, like I'd catfished his mom and kicked his dog on the way out hard. The only play I had left was turning this moment into something cathartic and stirring, something that would etch me in his mind as an ally. Wouldn't help us with the fight, but it would pay dividends if this didn't end with subjugation. I sighed and resigned myself to channeling Nick. Well, Mr. Prince, hope you've legitimately got something up your sleeve, because we're not brute-forcing our way out if you don't. Julian's head snapped up, and I knocked on the solid stone of the exit for emphasis.
What is this?
The mantis's eyes seemed to bulge, and the mandibles around its human mouth clicked nervously.
The way is open. It will not open again unless I am slain. Leave.
Hear that? I said, discreetly stepping out of swiping distance. Clear-cut and plainly stated. Never intended to negotiate. After I left. Probably just wanted a clear shot at infecting you as a host. When in doubt, poison the well. Julian shook his head, his mouth pursed. Why? He asked me. If I'm honest, I don't have a reason. I stuck my hands in my pockets, crossed the room, and returned to him, fully prepared for the boss to strike at my back. It didn't. Maybe because you seem like a decent person, or maybe it's just that you got under my skin back at base camp. Felt like we made a connection. But I wasn't born yesterday. Could have been nothing more than savvy maneuvering. He blinked several times. What? No, not at all. Then you treated a stranger and outsider as a friend. And I don't abandon friends. Drawing on Nick in this moment felt so saccharine I could almost hear the stirring cinematic strings crescendoing to a fever pitch. It was all I could do to keep my cringing internal. It felt so over-the-top and inauthentic, I couldn't imagine anyone taking it seriously. Julian grasped my shoulder, his expression stoic and serious. I won't forget this. Someone please kill me.
What entertaining company, the mantis cackled. A system born, so earnest and straightforward it is a miracle it still lives.
One pinprick eye rotated toward Julian, while the other remained trained on me.
And another that lies as easily as it breathes.
Its cackle grew louder.
Had you never wandered into my lair, I suspect the pair of you would have reached the same inevitable conclusion.
Regaining his composure somewhat, Julian stepped to the forefront. That being? The mantis smiled widely, showing the dark, unhealthy-looking gums that surrounded its human teeth.
Tragedy.
Awareness screamed milliseconds before 4 crimson spears buried themselves in Julian's torso. Chapter 276. Multiple attacks launching from a ridiculous number of angles. Can't dodge. Can't even see where they're coming from. Overwhelmed by the feedback from jaded eye, I grabbed the flight charm in my pocket and activated it, shooting straight up. A mess of red tentacles exploded out of the now torn open cavity of the mantis's torso, several barely missing regardless of flight. Julian was less fortunate. In the tunnel, I would have guessed his agility was on par with mine, but the boss's initial onslaught was inescapable, and lacking a charm, he was still bound by the laws of physics. 4 pulsing tentacles speared through his chest at an angle, pinning him in a kneeling position. He painfully clung to them for support, his face pale and drawn. This was bad. But it wasn't the first time the system had dropped the floor out from underneath me, and it probably wouldn't be the last. In a way, I expected it. It forced me to do what I'd always done: improvise, take stock, and survive. Barring an insane stroke of luck, Julian was infected. As good as dead, if not worse, no matter what happened here. I needed to end this quickly and efficiently to avoid exposure. Nothing else mattered. I dismissed all of my summons, including Talia, and stayed mobile, zipping across the chamber in corkscrews and zigzags, preparing for the taxing mental process of bringing all 3 summons back at once. I saved the flight charm for unexpected escapes most of the time, but its utility in combat couldn't be overstated. A few tentacles gave chase, lashing out at air, but only barely. The misses were getting closer and closer to hitting their target, but the unexpected verticality presented an unusual avenue of attack. If I could just buy a second to grab an impact grenade and throw it... Something sharp and hot pierced my calf, followed by the sensation of countless stinging barbs. I lost focus and plummeted to the ground, barely rolling with the impact. It had only been a glancing blow, but... System warning: you have been infected by Eldritch miasma. System notification: the impending status effect has been cancelled due to Eldritch favor. The boon bought me breathing room, but not much. Even an indirect hit had blown through my armor and left a golf ball-sized crater in my leg. The wound bled and twinged as I dove away from another onslaught of tentacles and pulled the entire satchel of grenades from my inventory, prepared to throw the entire thing. Even if I aimed slightly behind the mantis, the fire would likely spread and kill Julian. But we were past that. He'd asked me to wait outside the boss room to finish him if the worst happened. In a way, doing this honored that wish. Before I could, Julian mouthed something inaudible. Ordinator's emulation went off, despite no visible sign of a skill. The mantis stopped, tentacles freezing where they were. I swore quietly and held the satchel by my side, prepared to throw it as soon as the fight started again. If you actually have something in your back pocket, now is the time. Surprisingly, the mantis seemed just as frustrated. It peered down at Julian, its expression indecipherable.
There is no point in this. Whatever power you are using to prolong your life, we can sense its nature. It will crumble shortly, and when it does, the battle is won.
It shifted its tentacles, jarring the prince slightly for emphasis and opening the wounds wider.
Are you really so craven?
Maybe. Julian coughed blood, raising a fist to the red that lingered on the edges of his mouth. It lowered to reveal a grim smile. I don't want to fight you. We've never met, never even had a conversation. The only reason to kill you is fear. Fear that you'll kill me first, that you'll hurt my friends and family if you escape. If you are mindless or incapable of reason, I'd do it. But you're intelligent enough to hold a conversation, so there's still a chance we can come to an accord. Another flesh spear struck him through the gut. They seemed to have some sort of tensile strength, because without the support of the spears pinioning him to the ground, he likely would have fallen.
This world does not favor mercy any more than the last. Those who cling to it will find their final moments wanting.
Julian looked up at the creature and grinned through bloody teeth.
Then why haven't you finished it?
The mantis growled in frustration.
Because of this inconvenience. The power only holds if there's something left unsaid. A desire I can grant, something that might tip the scales before drastic action is taken. Already put my cards on the table. Where are yours? Despite the insanity, a small part of me admired the way Julian was holding himself together. Dignity was a luxury most people lost the second they took a serious hit. He was covered in blood now and still negotiating, still clinging to his ideals, naive as they were. Yet the creature didn't deny it. The longer the stalemate went on, the more obvious it became that it wasn't letting Julian live out of cruelty or puzzlement. The mantis looked up, his pinprick pupils staring toward the ceiling, but not focused, as if they were searching beyond any physical constraint. We wish to see the sky. Is that all? Julian forced a smile. I was under the impression you were a hive mind. Can't you look through the eyes of a human under your control in Region 6? It can't, I realized. The Region 6 outbreak happened during the transposition, after the sky had changed. It's back to normal for now, but if you get around the containment measures and look up from inside the region itself, it looks the same as it was back then. The realms of Floros are intertwined with our nature. We have taken root in many worlds. Each time the sky grows red and desolate, long before we develop the strength to overtake a host capable of vision. This was already a clusterfuck. Might as well gather information before I had to deal with the rest of the shit show. I frowned. I've heard from the more adventurous in my circle that the hosts say things, reference events and specifics from their life before. That implies memory retention. Hard to imagine all the people you took over were chronic shut-ins. The mantis shifted slightly, then bowed its neck in a motion that could have been a nod. There is truth to that. It was one way to wipe any hosts clean, producing entirely empty vessels. That turned out to be nearly as harmful as letting them keep a degree of agency. We absorb them into the fold, add their knowledge to ours. But the prospect is not perfect. Many extraneous details are lost. As bad as the current situation was, I felt a long-held weight lift from my shoulders. I finally had an answer to what would have happened if the remnants of Region 6 finished their receptacle. Though it wasn't completely clear, it seemed obvious now. The vessels, the people they used to be, were gone, and no amount of lux or cores would have returned them to their previous state. At the time, I'd made the only choice I could, blindly. Now I knew the truth. Got any copies of National Geographic in your inventory? I asked Julian, partially to keep things moving, partially to remind him how stupid this was. Next best. His arm stirred at his side, shedding blood from his fingertips before it went slack again. Phone in my front satchel pocket. Grab it and pull up the photos. I approached, using the excuse to inspect the damage. 5 perforations that were anything but small, located around his chest and abdomen. It already looked bad from a distance. After seeing how sodden his armor was, and the blood pooling on the ground beneath him, it was dire. I leaned in to unzip the satchel's zipper, using the proximity to pass a message. Not sure how you're still coherent. The pain alone would be enough to put anyone under. Going off what I can eyeball, you're losing blood fast. Might be pushing, too. Gonna lose consciousness soon. So I'll say it again. If you're going to do something, you need to do it now. He grunted, and I fished the device out of his pocket. An iPhone a few generations old. The screen, a golden, ethereal background behind a clock that looked oddly meditative, shook as the facial unlock failed. Code? I asked. 100269. I plugged it in, silently committing it to memory as I discreetly thumbed the screen, immediately scrolling through his pictures before he could direct me. There were a few accidental blurry shots, a couple pictures of animals in a domestic setting, either his pets or someone else's, but those made up maybe 10% of the reel at most. The majority was landscape shots. Sunsets, sunrises, cityscapes, some from Dallas, some from elsewhere. The absence of composition and borderline hostile rejection of the rule of thirds told me they were amateur, pictures he'd taken rather than saved. At the end of the reel, there was another selfie of him and an older woman with gray hair, with oxygen tubes in her nose, smoking a cigarette.
What am I doing? I asked.
Pull up my photos. Should be a few pictures of the big blue.
A few? I closed the photo app and opened it again, scrolling to somewhere in the middle. He'd taken a picture from one of the taller buildings in the city, but angled the phone upward too much. This work?
Yeah.
He trailed off in a fit of coughing, looking paler by the second.
That's perfect.
I stared at the mantis coldly. He's happy to give you what you want without bartering, probably on account of all the blood he's lost. Unfortunately, I'm holding the goods, and I don't give things away for free. Need assurances you can sustain him in this state, otherwise no deal. For a second, Julian was about to argue, but his eyes lost focus, and any disagreement he might have offered went with it.
We have rebuilt hosts from atoms. Extending one's life is a simple matter.
There was a slow hiss, followed by a low, thrumming hum, and the spears fixing Julian in place glowed orange. Clarity trickled back into his expression, and the bleeding slowed. I tried not to take it as a good sign. It would still kill him as soon as whatever ability he used to force this stalemate had faded, but buying him time was all I could do. Great, thanks. Maybe take the skewers out of him while you're at it. The mantis's head swiveled, and while its expression was neutral, I could see the distaste.
No,
I bristled. Then go.
Matt, it's okay,
Julian murmured weakly.
Show them.
Fine. Not wanting to make an easier target, I bent low and tossed the phone screen up, watching in odd fascination as the mantis bent down and scrutinized the picture from inches away.
Such a grand view to be contained in something so small.
Julian chuckled between heaving breaths.
If you come with us, and we find common ground, I'll make sure you get to see it for yourself.
Impossible. Floros is a part of us.
Just because it's always been like that doesn't mean it has to stay that way, Julian argued. We have scientists and researchers now who can do things they never could in the old world. When was the last time you worked with someone who wanted to help you? Someone who had access to vast resources?
Julian trailed off, coughing again as the orange light faded. His eyes widened, reacting to something only he could see.
We appreciate the gift,
the mantis said slowly, almost begrudgingly.
Unfortunately, it is not enough.
But Julian trembled and stared at the ground. I put a hand on his back to steady him, arm bumping the hilt of a sword. I did a double take. The hilt was covered in white and gold cross-hatching, and the weapon's aura buzzed at my mere proximity. He had his original blade still sheathed on the left side. More importantly, I was certain the second sword hadn't been there before. Vague promises of a future that might be better are nothing in the face of a more achievable destination, the mantis said. The merciless domination of the host planet, I filled in flatly.
Our way is the only way, it agreed.
Glad we fucking humored you. In a manner that would have been almost funny in a less dire situation, the monster shifted uncomfortably.
This favor will not be forgotten. We will allow the prince to keep more of his personality than most once he has joined the collective.
How generous. All at once, Julian's demeanor changed. The desperation and weakness drained out of him, and he glared up at the creature with pure conviction. His hand stirred by the sword at his side, blood still dripping from between his fingers.
There seems to be a misunderstanding.
Oh, the monster's mandibles clicked.
Explain. If it was just me in here, things might be different. I don't have anyone depending on me. But he does.
Julian shifted his head toward me.
I dragged him into this and asked for his trust. He had multiple chances to walk away, and he hasn't.
His eyes were blank, cold, as the dynamic in the room seemed to change.
So, for his sake, we are leaving this room, one way or another. Please let us. Please.
The last word was more prayer than demand.
And if we don't?
The tentacle lashed out with a deafening snap. The attack came immediately, without warning. If it was the first time seeing it, I might have moved too slow. But I'd been coiled like a spring since the beginning of the standoff. Blade of Woe moved in confluence with my martial skill, entirely on instinct. probability cascade activated reflexively, amplifying my aim as I hacked through the tentacle, severing it in a gout of black, vile-looking blood that covered Julian from chest to forehead. He didn't blink, didn't react. I hurled an impact grenade at the creature's face as time slowed down, watching out of the corner of my eye as Julian's mouth pulled up in a sad smile. When he spoke, his voice amplified through the room, final and authoritative. "Be at peace." He gripped the new sword, blood marring the white cross-hatching. I only saw it for a split second. A blade made of a material so foreign and unknowable my mind couldn't make sense of it. There was a pop as my eardrums ruptured, and everything went white. Chapter 277. My first thought upon regaining consciousness was that it shouldn't have happened. Vindictive was a simple skill, clear-cut. You could still sleep, be willfully or forcefully sedated, but no amount of pain, shock, or damage could put your lights out until your body or mind gave out and you died. Divine energy had struck me at the end of the last transposition, and despite being the most agonizing experience of my life, Vindictive kept me lucid through it. I wasn't even the target. It felt wrong. I collected myself and struggled to a sitting position slowly, taking stock. We were still in the boss room, but the mantis was nowhere to be found. There was a massive crater in the back that had destroyed the sliding stone door entirely, as well as expanding the back half of the room in an amalgam of charred rubble and dust. And in the center of the room, where the boss stood previously, was a small stone structure that put a chill through me. I'd only seen one other, but it had given me the mask. I looked down to find Julian kneeling near me. A light glow encompassed him as he seemed to meditate, his expression slack and relaxed. Still pale, but somehow not dying. "I'm all right," he said without opening his eyes. "Just finishing up here." The perforations were closing slowly. There were still trace amounts of blood seeping from the wound, but far less than there should be. He was healing, or something analogous. "Sure." I licked my lips, mouth dry, and stood shakily to my feet, still gripping Blade of Woe tightly in my hand. "Take your time." I genuinely hoped he would, because this might be the only shot I had at containment. There was no blood, no insect legs strewn around, no goddamn trace that the boss had even been there. It had been vaporized. The only remaining evidence that something had happened was the crater in the ground and the back wall. Even the wound on my leg was closed. A display of absolute power unlike any I'd witnessed, and that was a fucking high bar. And the person who held that power was infected. That was too big of a threat to ignore, even for a second. I gripped Blade of Woe tightly, taking audible steps to the side before circling around silently, positioning myself behind him, blade at the ready. His vitals lit up. "Matt," he said. I didn't answer, unsure of what to do. My proximity was too close to be explained away as anything other than threatening, so I held my tongue. Julian spoke again, his expression conflicted. "There's something I want to ask. I have no right to put this on you, but there's no one else." "Go ahead," I murmured. He started at the sound of my voice, but didn't move. "Tell Charlotte I love her, and tell her that she was right." I scanned his vitals again, not entirely believing what I was seeing. Pissed off, frustrated, and confused, I stalked away. "Tell her yourself, asshole. The hell's the matter with you?" With that, I started sorting through my notifications as Julian stared after me like he'd misread the room and had very little idea why. "It got me," he said. "It did," I agreed. "I should definitely be infected." "You should." "But I'm not?" He cocked his head like Talia did when her ears caught a high frequency. I sighed. "I have an item with an effect that highlights anatomy, natural armor, vitals, and so on. Used it to scope out the mantis during my not betrayal and got a solid read on what an infested creature looks like. It's not subtle. The network of whatever is impossible to miss." "You're clean." "No idea how, guessing it has something to do with the ability you cryptically hinted lets you shrug things off," I said, then looked at him pointedly. "Just consult with a healer at camp. Guessing they have better diagnostic resources than a fucking magic knife. Annoyingly, Julian seemed chagrined.
I will.
You're very cross when you're angry.
No, I'm cross when I'm confused and have no way to process or even remotely understand what I just saw.
I glared at him. When I'm angry, it's something else. He blinked.
I took care of the boss.
No, you one-shot the boss, I corrected.
If you could do that, why the hell did you wait so long and put us both at risk?
And that makes you angry? Not angry. You know what? Let's just skip to the contemplative, quiet part that comes after a battle, shall we? I was being shitty, and I knew it, but I needed to get my head straight. Part of me, the thrumming drumbeat that always lurked beneath the surface, told me this might be the best opportunity I had to deal with someone like Julian, especially considering the reality that he and Nick might come into conflict over control of the court. And if Julian ever lost his mind, hardly an impossibility if he was tearing his hair out trying to parley with every half-sapient creature he met. The rest of us were in serious trouble. God knows he's willing to fall on a sword at the slightest justification.
Tell him you were wrong. The infection is there. It's small, so small you missed it at first. He'll accept that. Christ, he'll probably thank you for it.
I frowned, double-checking my title screen to make sure I hadn't somehow selected Cruel Lens by mistake. After a few seconds, I confirmed that I hadn't. Jaded Eye was still in place. The annoyingly gentle sound of Julian's laughter floated through the room.
You're definitely angry.
Shut up. There was a long silence before he spoke again.
There are a lot of conditions before that, he cringed. Avenue is available to me. A whole laundry list I have to work through.
I peered at him over the notification screen.
Glad to hear the tactical nuke has launch codes.
It's not like that. The atoms of the boss you obliterated suggest otherwise.
I forced myself to bring it down a few notches. I didn't have any legitimate ground to stand on for keeping shit close to the vest. His power terrified me. But my power, my actual power, would undoubtedly terrify him as well. Sniping because I didn't like the way he played this would do nothing at best, erode the goodwill I'd accumulated at worst. I forced a smile that felt false. We prevented a disaster. More accurately, you did. I'm a little freaked out, but I'll be fine. Julian frowned. My answer hadn't satisfied him, likely because I was too rattled to lie well, and he was too perceptive to buy it. I leaned back on his hands and gave the new altar in the center of the room a long look.
What do we do about that?
Fuck all.
It's a shrine of elevation. Priceless. They
ascend a common class item to something higher? I'm aware. I hedged.
And we found it in a boss room of a tower floor also containing an eldritch monster with delusions of grandeur.
Guessing the deity that put it there isn't the goddess of cookies and good cheer.
Just because I had various items with eldritch resistance and matching boon didn't mean I was safe if something got through, and an eldritch deity, one with a justifiable bone to pick with me, would absolutely be capable of that.
But Julian could.
He couldn't seem to tear his eyes away from the shrine.
Assuming the tower sequesters this floor, we probably won't be the last person to come across it. Everyone knows how valuable they are. Wouldn't it be safer to use it up?
I swiped the notification screen with a groan and thought about it. Put my biases aside. He was right that someone else would eventually use it, whether it was the tower's staff, whatever cleanup crew they sent up to salvage this floor, or some asshole who broke in out of curiosity. Didn't like it, but Julian was perhaps the only person capable of depleting it safely without becoming a walking viral load.
Look, I'm not conveniently immune, I grumbled, so I'm not touching it.
Instead of calling me out or balking at the idea, he limped toward the shrine and circled it, studying it from all angles.
It doesn't look evil.
That changes things, then. Are you always this sarcastic? He squinted, immediately moving on without waiting for an answer.
What should we, elevate?
You're taking the risk. Your decision.
I'm kind of geared. Nothing common on me.
I scanned my inventory, not entirely displeased with that turn of events. Pretty loaded myself. Some consumables that are common, but that would be a waste. Usually I pick up common drops just to sell them, but I offloaded everything earlier this week, and this floor was a wasteland. Something at the bottom of my inventory stood out, and I froze, because I did, in fact, have a single item considered common. I'd played with adding additional weapons to my kit as a method of delivering various magical effects and debuffs. Problem was, as I lacked magic myself, someone else had to apply the effects ahead of time, and not a single person I consulted with could figure a way to make the magic last long enough for that to be practical. Surface area and weapon type didn't seem to matter. I'd already sold a variety of knives, swords, bows, and crossbows back. But there was a single knife left. A basic, common knife that I'd somehow missed, despite being sure I'd cleared everything out. There it was again. That feeling that I was playing into someone else's plan. I have one. Chapter 278. I retreated the equivalent of several rooms down the exit hatch. My previous experience with a Shrine of Elevation taught me to be wary of them. The last and only time I'd used one, I'd met the Allfather in person. That he happened to be my patron was a lucky break, tipped in my favor by the adaptive dungeon. Feelings of disquiet washed over me as I imagined what may or may not be happening at base camp. How long has it been? An hour total, 15 minutes of that since I left Julian alone with the shrine. Jules? You dead? Nearly a full minute until he answered. No. You done? Yep. He sounded strange, troubled. But I think the eldritch gods might not like me too much. I returned to the boss room, footsteps echoing on stone, half expecting to see some corrupt abomination waiting, parroting Julian's voice. Beyond the pale face, he looked more or less the same. He was holding a dark red karambit in both hands, away from him, and observing it with a mix of wonder and dread. It had no discernible aura. When he shifted it back and forth, however, the knife blurred, the way it would look if it was moving at high speeds, even though the movement itself was slight. Interesting, I hedged. It completely changed form. Watch. He shifted it back and forth. Faster it moves, the harder it is to see. Almost like camo, or an active cloak or something. Not that useful for my purposes, but useful. Huh. I waited, and when he didn't seem keen on offering a further explanation, prompted him. You said something about the eldritch gods? Yeah. Julian stirred, his brows furrowed. They really don't like what I did to their vessel, I think. You think? On some level, I was hoping to pick up negotiations where we left off, but it wasn't much of a conversation. They weren't speaking their own language half the time, and a lot of what I understand was threats, insults, and more talk of conquering and consumption. Well, you trash-canned yet another incursion attempt, so kind of makes sense they'd be sore about it. I think you might have been right about leaving it alone. I glanced at the knife warily. Is it dangerous? Not the sort of threat you're thinking. No properties that imply it might start sprouting tentacles. His eyes widened. Actually, this might be perfect. You're nice enough to downplay it, but the way I killed the boss shook you up. Before I could deny it, he shook his head. I get it. I've seen that reaction before. I know the requirements, and myself well enough to believe I don't pose a danger to everyone around me. But with the limitations of what I can explain, you'd be forced to take my word on it. Not sure I'm following. You're a knife expert, right? I'm okay. Aha. Julian smiled knowingly. Someone who's casually slicing tentacles moving at Mach speed out of the air isn't just okay. He held the blade by the safe side and extended the handle toward me. I took it, curiosity winning over caution. Item: Luciana. Description: a weapon stolen from the expansive armory of a fertility deity and reforged in the fires of malice. It loathes armor nearly as much as its original creator, and while capable of changing form, will never lose its edge. According to legend, once coated in blood, it will sing a song of insurrection, deafening and disorienting any who oppose its wielder. Item class: Artifact. Item value: S? Christ. A lot going on there, I observed. I'll say. Even if they were pissed, at least they didn't give you trash, although the description making it sound semi-intelligent is a little concerning. If you let it go, you'll need to test it and make sure there's no discoverable quirks. But assuming there's not, You could sell this for a lot of Selve. I might even buy it. Julian was already shaking his head when I looked up.
Not sure that's a great idea, unfortunately.
Among the more general insults and interdimensional trash talk, I received a very specific warning from the tentacle monster upstairs, which was, "This knife will eventually kill me." The user, or you specifically?
Me.
He paused. Unless it meant feckless orphan in a general sense, which is an odd demographic to intentionally target. I blinked several times. Yeah, maybe don't sell it. He sighed. Keeping it on my person seems like a bad idea, and as much as I like most of the other members of the court, none of them are really rogue types. And you don't fully trust them. You can't. Not without knowing how things are going to shake out. You're a central foundation of a power structure that has no clue how its hierarchy or succession works. Which is why I want you to take it, he finished. I did a double take. Excuse me? Julian shrugged. You're good with a knife. I have a good feeling about you in general, which sounds stupid, but trust me when I say good feelings about people are getting harder and harder to come by. You're smart, cautious, and capable of making hard decisions. It holds intrinsic value to you, which means you're less likely to sell it. And given the level of power I just demonstrated, which also can't be explained, I figure you'll be a lot more comfortable with a kill switch. You barely know me. Regardless, his estimation was half right. But taking it was a bad idea if it was going to make him more paranoid around me. And if I said, fuck the court, might as well start with Julian? I tested. The brittle smile returned. It would have been easier to just tell me I was infected. There it was. I took the blade. There was just one last thing. I needed to quash a distant possibility. Bracing myself, I pulled up my title screen and swapped into Cruel Lens. As we were out of direct danger, it did what it always did. Oh, no. Wow, get a load of this guy. Talk about a fish out of water. He doesn't belong in this era. Doesn't belong in any era, really. He's trembling, uncertain, afraid, but not of death. He's upset because he couldn't find common ground with the eldritch hive mind freak dead set on the Borg imperative. How offensively stupid can one person be? I forced myself to filter it out and refocused on the present. They straight up told you this knife would eventually kill you?
They did,
Julian confirmed. True, no hesitation or micro-expressions. The strange part is that he believed them. Doesn't track. Should have seemed like an idle threat or poor sportsmanship on the part of the deity intended to deny an invaluable reward, but he bought it entirely. The only lie he's telling is one of omission. There was more to their conversation, either personal or class-related. Something he intends to take to his grave. And you really trust me to hold on to it?
I do.
He grinned. Sure, maybe we haven't known each other for very long, and maybe you were just playing for the cheap seats to get a look at the escape route. But what you said really struck a chord. He doesn't, but he hopes he can. He knows trust goes both ways, and he's willing to earn it. It's only partially political. He likes the way you challenge decisions and take him to task for them. For some unknown reason, he also seems to like your cantankerous attitude. Have to wonder if he'll ever realize how big of a mistake he's making giving it to. Thank you, Cruel Lens. As much as I disliked the way it said things, it was telling me everything I needed to know. Julian was a bit of a fool, but even ignoring the one shot, he brought something to the table we desperately needed. A non-merchant ability, tailored around negotiation, would have been invaluable during the first transposition, and likely would be just as useful in the second if it came to that. Okay. I inventoried the knife for later study, and looked up to find Julian swaying on his feet. Feeling a little woozy all of a sudden. He squinted at me, eyes losing focus. Then fainted. Somehow I caught his head before it hit the ground. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Why do I have to carry him? Talia grumbled, padding down the long exit hall.
Can't carry him while he's wearing plate. Asher is generally around as strong as me physically, so he can't carry him. Audrey could, but I don't think either party would enjoy that process. This was clearly a job for a magnificent, mighty she-wolf. She preened at the flattery, until she caught me looking.
The chamber was sealed and secure. Could have just left him.
Almost did. I inclined my head, glancing over the prince's slack form draped over my summon, but I want a healer to take a look at him sooner rather than later. Occam's razor said it was a combination of blood loss and exhaustion. As a general rule, healing potions and spells could repair most physical damage, given enough time. They amplified regeneration of blood, but didn't replace it immediately, meaning the body still had to do its part. The proximity of the fainting spell to his encounter with the shrine god, however, set my teeth on edge. Blade of Woe was still showing normal human vitals, but it was possible something more subtle had been done to him, and I wasn't willing to roll the dice on that. Talia's ears perked up, and she stopped, straining to listen. Seconds later, an angry voice carried down the hallway. Trouble at camp. Now that I was listening, I heard more voices, many more, all forming a low, indecipherable din of anger and fear. I started running, and as the hidden exit unsealed, I found myself in the center of an absolute shit show. Chapter 279. Let us out, you fucks! The longer we're here, the more likely this thing is to spread. My kid is by herself, alone. Bastards can't just lock us up. There's people outside relying on us. Panic was spreading quickly. In a way, it was oddly nostalgic of the early days when we first discovered the dome. I spotted Nick by the elevators doing his best to hold back a small crowd of increasingly irate adventurers clustering around him. Not good. Factoring time, they're too panicked. Did someone turn, or... A howl came from a closed medical tent. A man, followed by a more feminine scream from another tent that was almost blood-curdling. Now it made sense. Most of the court was clustered outside their accoutrements, holding defensively and doing nothing to quell the panic coming from members of the order. God damn it. Okay, think. Triage. Whoever's being operated on in the tent is lowest priority. Good chance they die, or they're too far gone to save. If I waste time on them first, Nick may lose control of the situation, and then we're completely fucked. Priorities are Julian's glamour, elevator, court, tents. I fired off suggestion, tagged with calming thoughts and images toward some of the loudest voices in the elevator crowd, and waded in, simultaneously looking for Charlotte. I found her near the back, her eyes wide. Princess, I waved her over. She stared toward me, then froze in her tracks when she saw Julian. He's fine. Just needs to be checked out. Low prio. Better to dispel him now if you can. What happened? She rushed over, pushing hair out of her face as she began to cast something. Took a beating and did his thing, I said, staying vague in case she was out of the loop. With the way she jerked up and looked at me, she knew. Passed out after he healed himself. You idiot, Charlotte hissed at Julian, then finished her casting. As soon as she was done, she reached toward me. Wait. Later, I told her, making the decision immediately. I need to get a lid on this. They won't recognize you. I'll circle back. I paused, realizing the position I was in. With the glamour in place, most people wouldn't recognize me, but Charlotte could. While the Ordinator's abilities were mostly imperceptible, if I didn't give her anything other to do than watch me from afar, she'd inevitably pick up that I was doing something to work the crowd. I looked toward the tents. Might be able to kill two birds with one stone. Actually, do you have a muffle? Anything that could dampen sound in an area? To quiet the screams, she realized, looking back and forth from the tents to me. The louder they are, the more people are going to feel trapped, and the more they'll panic. Ah, shit. She stared at an invisible screen, scrolling through. I have an envelope hex, but that blacks out an entire area. Counterproductive, probably. Nothing. Charlotte grimaced in annoyance. Have a few points to spend? Let me check the list. Another scream echoed out of the tent. I cringed. Why the fuck aren't they being sedated?
They can't, a nearby man said.
He was tanned and enormous, but unarmored, smoking a tiny stub of a cigarette that seemed even tinier in his hands. From the shell-shocked look in his eyes, I immediately realized he'd been inside the tents.
Nothing they give the sick ones puts them under.
Who are you and why are you here? I asked him, trying to sound terse rather than rude.
Phineas Briggs, alchemist, crafter, and supplier extraordinaire,
he said, his voice a calming baritone. Less trustworthy than he looks, but with a gentle giant shtick, he looks very trustworthy.
Yourself?
Phineas asked. Matt.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
He squinted in recognition.
Matt? As in?
Found it, Charlotte interrupted excitedly. Creates an invisible barrier outlining an area of the caster's choosing. Filters out any vocalizations not amplified by magic. Perfect. You're a lifesaver. Charlotte made a selection and hurried toward the tent as I turned my attention back to Phineas. Yes, that Matt. Got armor on you? Phineas hesitated.
I'm not a combatant.
Don't need you to fight. Just need you to stand somewhere and be friendly yet impassible. He barked out a laugh.
Been doing that my whole life. I got armor, yeah.
Want to help me out here?
Not to be a total piece of shit given the circumstances,
Phineas said slowly, dropping the cigarette butt and stamping it out.
But what's in it for me?
Merchants. Allegiance?
Here, assisting the good old AG. Few friends inside that vouched, and since folks can't use the system store inside the tower, figured I'd provide my services as a stopgap.
Then the offer is a preferential contract with the Merchants Guild and a metric fuckton of goodwill. I tried.
Done. Word is Miss Kinsley's been driving a hard bargain lately. I'd be a fool to pass that up.
Phineas grinned, and his body blurred as he equipped a set of chrome armor that gave the impression it was more flashy than practical. Circle around, I pointed to the elevator. Get next to the big guy with the aw shucks face. Join him from the side so it's clear you're with him, but don't push in on them. Just let him know Matt sent you.
Present myself as a force multiplier, but don't fence anyone in. Got it.
Phineas waved at me and lumbered toward the elevator. I waited, creating distance and checking my surroundings, and Charlotte, before I pulled the All-Father's mask out of my inventory and put it on. Immediately it amplified my title's voice so loudly it competed with my thoughts. I waded through the crowd of 20-something adventurers, all but invisible, trying to filter out any title commentary and listen for the loudest voices. "There's something they aren't telling us," someone announced loudly, a middle-aged man balling meaty fists. "We're all fucked if it's airborne. That's why they are not." "Shut the fuck up!" I hammered him with suggestion, tagging it with a mental image of the crowd he was in the middle of trampling him in a blind panic. Sensing acceptance and little resistance, I moved on. "My daughter is alone." A woman this time, mage's garbs. Not great. Mage meant high intelligence, and that could be a problem if it was higher than mine. Struggling with the mess of feedback from my abilities and title in the emotional crowd, I grabbed her shoulder to help isolate her mind from the noise. "And you're displacing guilt because you left her alone. Could have left her with a friend and didn't. That was your choice, no one else's. Stop making your fuck up everyone else's problem. If you want to ensure she still has one parent around to protect her during the second transposition, cooperate." She jerked away from me subconsciously, her eyes wide. Then her expression hardened. Fucking intelligence. No choice. Just had to hope her stats weren't too high for the alternative. Subjugate. The woman stopped, frozen in time, slowly turning toward me as if seeing me for the first time, waiting attentively. Waiting for orders. I gave them silently through suggestion. You are a bastion of calm. You've always been that way, keeping your head when everyone else is losing theirs. It's a good thing you're here and willing to help keep the crowd in check, because leadership clearly can't handle it all themselves. That's why I picked you, because you're special. I need you more than anyone else has ever needed you. The woman nodded, and even smiled a bit, pleased with herself. Belatedly, I added the postscript I'd used ever since I discovered it worked, when subjugation was used in a simple context. I may have more orders for you later. Anything you want, she said aloud and winked, leaving me with a vaguely nauseous feeling. The last, loudest voice in the crowd was both the most difficult with the worst justification. Another mage, yelling about untended experiments. His intelligence was high enough that neither suggestion nor subjugation made a dent. Even worse, he seemed to notice the intrusion, looking around in alarm. Fuck it. I pulled the Mage Bane garrote out of my inventory, slipping it around his neck as discreetly as I could and holding it with one hand, keeping it tight enough for consistent drain, but not so tight he'd drop on the spot, yanking his head back so I could whisper in his ear. For once, I let Cruel Len speak directly. One word.
One single cry of alarm or whimper of distress, and every single person in this dome will find out about the weird sex golems you have cooking in the basement. The man went limp, completely compliant. Put your arms down. He released the garrote string and stood, awkward and uncomfortable, but still cooperative. Turn. I guided him, still holding both sides of the garrote with one hand and walking him out of the crowd. Once we were far enough, I tightened the slack, slapping what little mana he had left until his eyes lost focus, then helped him sit down propped up against a wall. I walked away, then returned, crouching in front of him and snapping my fingers, borrowing Phineas's rich baritone.
Everything all right, buddy?
He came to and peered around through thick glasses in confusion, hand going to his naked throat. I'm not really sure what happened.
You just wandered over here, out of sorts, all lost, lightheaded or something.
I think someone just threatened me. He scanned the room suspiciously. Did you see anything?
Nope.
I patted his shoulder. From a distance, it just looked like you misplaced a few marbles, and the mental GPS lost service. But it's a high-stress situation, bound to happen to anyone, eventually. Just glad you didn't fall or hurt yourself. Grace of God and all. Maybe don't push it and catch a breather for a while. It took a second, but his suspicion ebbed into exhaustion. He leaned his head back against the wall. Got any water? I smiled and put my thermos in his lap. Course. Don't worry about returning it. I got others. And feel better, pal. All right? Thanks, he said, clearly unhappy, but too disoriented to push things further. Hey, I grinned back at him and winked as I walked away. My pleasure. With the key instigators disarmed, the crowd calmed, losing steam. I ducked into an empty tent to remove the mask and exited, approaching where Nick stood at the front. I sighed and said the passphrase. Thundercats. Whoa-ah-oh! Nick returned, jerking around to look. Here. I stood beside him, hands in my pockets. Matt? You still glamored? He asked, squinting at my face. Not for long, but yeah. What the fuck happened? I asked, my voice low. Nick looked over to several large members of the Adventurers Guild standing at the side. Take over for me? I'll be back. Just gotta bring someone up to speed. As we walked away, his face turned grim. We may have screwed up a little. How many infected? Only 2. Way better than it could be. Nick bit his lip. Healers figured out this was out of their wheelhouse real quick. Sent for an expert. Contacted Tyler as well. He's in a meeting with the tower folks. Expert being someone with a hazmat crew working Region 6? Prim? Pam? I waved him off. Good. I'll get the name later. What was the mistake? A second later, I realized it before he told me. You had to send someone down the elevator to get word out. Nick winced and gazed toward the medical tents. Yeah. Then the screaming started, which really didn't help. Thankfully, the crowd seems to be cooling a bit. Lucky. You all right? Nick asked. Boss a pushover? Yes. No. Need to get this glamour off and get in the med tent. More details later. Anything else pressing? With all this chaos, I have the irresistible urge to binge eat and not nearly enough food in my inventory to make that happen. I stared at him dolefully, then slowly handed him the sandwich I packed. That's a start. I should probably get back to the line. Nick grinned. Stay safe. I paused, twisting around. Of the 2 infected, who's worse off? That would be tent numero 1, Nick grimaced. The dude you dressed down. Not sure who the woman is, but she got hit way later. He hesitated. Heads up, though, and sorry's the one in there. It's spreading too fast for them to wait. Great. I left Nick to hold the line and returned to Charlotte. She started at my appearance, and I got the sense she'd been looking for me for a while. Ready? She asked. Hit me. The dispel acted quickly, leaving an unpleasant buzz in my fingertips as I shed my last layer of anonymity. Wasn't sure where you went, Charlotte finished, but her curiosity seemed innocent enough. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Everywhere. Absent-mindedly, I glanced at the now silent tents. Good fucking job, Charlotte. Between the glamour and the mute, you really came in clutch today. Oh. She seemed surprised and thrown off. It was nothing. It wasn't. I paused, glancing up at the crowd. It had stilled, and a few people had walked away, but there were still too many.
And I hate to keep asking for help, but any chance you'd be down to loop some of the court into admin duty?
Sure. Most of them just aren't sure what to do, but they'll help.
I breathed out, leaning back and forth on my heels. We need to pull people away from the elevator. I'm thinking 2 tables set up in the center. First one designated for anyone who has pressing business outside that can't wait. Emergencies, dependents, so on. Write them down, note their full names, and the full names of anyone pertinent. And once we have someone cleared, we'll send them down to send messages and coordinate with our people outside. Charlotte pulled an old Android phone out of her robes and jotted down notes.
And the second table?
Sign up for takeout when it arrives. Barbecue, pizza, something universal, complimentary. I looked at her meaningfully. For anyone who's already seen a healer, of course.
Got it.
She paused.
Okay, I have to ask. What did you do before this?
11th grade. With that, I jogged toward the first medical tent and braced myself, then unzipped the flap and stepped inside. Chapter 280. A man in a blood-spattered doctor's jacket nearly bowled me over. White-knuckled hand clapped over his mouth, eyes glazed with shock as a woman's accented voice yelled all manner of colorful expletives after him.
Come back around once the hard part is over to get scanned, you simpering fuck,
Ansari yelled. Judging from her blood-soaked appearance, she'd seen better days. Her forearms bulged as she leveraged considerable strength to hold down the writhing figure on the operating table. The man was conscious but not lucid, actively fighting her as she struggled against the straps that fastened him to the gurney.
Tighten the bindings, she grunted at me.
I moved on instinct, seeing the issue and grabbing his leg before he slipped a foot free, fumbling with the corresponding strap beneath until I figured out what to pull to tighten it. The man on the table was in terrible shape. The surgical incision on his ribcage was a clean cut, but all his struggling had torn it open wider than intended. Despite that, he was giving as good as he got. Slamming his weight from side to side, the table started to tip, and I slammed my weight down on the rising side, barely stopping it from flipping over. Why isn't... He slipped out of my grip, and I grunted, readjusting my hold and applying more pressure. Why isn't he under?
This infection is unlike anything I've ever seen. Ansari grimaced. Nothing works. My colleague miscalculated and gave him enough morphine to kill a horse, and he's still conscious.
Shit. My mind raced. Then how do we deal with it?
You need to go out there and make sure no one leaves. With the noise he's making, it won't be long before people start losing their minds.
Her brow furrowed. Already handled, I said. The healer stared at me blankly, clearly not putting much stock in my words. I was reminded again how she'd had the misfortune of healing me after the first transposition event. Despite having no memory of it, I'd been sedated while Cruel Lens was active, and whatever I'd said in my subconscious state hadn't made a positive impression. The crowd is contained. We're organizing short-term necessities, and there's a muffle hex on the medical tent. Ansari blinked.
That's a relief.
I nodded and tapped the table. What next? The doctor glanced down at the man and shook her head.
Nothing good. The growths are tumorous. In ordinary circumstances, it would be simple enough to operate and remove them, debriding and disinfecting along the way. The inefficacy of sedation poses a multitude of problems. Despite that, I wanted to try, until that spineless Chutia lost his nerve.
She stared down at the man, a vein standing out on her forehead.
It was always going to be a long shot regardless. The only humane course of action is to ease his suffering.
Seeing how the usual hospice option, stacking him with meds until he passed from natural causes, wasn't possible in this case, it wasn't hard to read between the lines. Cracked fingernails clawed at my forearm. The adventurer stared down at me, mouth breaking a rictus of agony as he struggled to form words.
Please, it hurts. Keep her away from me. It hurts.
Ansari already hates you. She'll be watching you closely. Anything you can do to help could raise suspicion. He didn't listen earlier. Now, this is the price he pays. I shook my head, trying to ignore Cruel Lens, even as part of me wondered if it was right. Look, Doc, I get we're not exactly friendly. Regardless of our history, I genuinely want to help here.
Are you a medical professional, Mr. Matthias? She mocked.
Technically, no, which she probably assumed. I had an extensive repository of knowledge on the subject of anatomy and biology, but my advanced medical knowledge was entirely lacking in real-life experience. I know enough to assist.
How? Ansari challenged, clearly not ready to take me at my word. "You're too young to have gone to nursing or medical school, unless you are some sort of prodigy, which, frankly, I doubt." The bar was already on the ground. A little honesty wouldn't make her like me more, but it might help my case here. "Not a prodigy. I just—" "Spit it out," Ansari snapped. "I scored well enough on the MCAT for admission to med school." Again, the doctor seemed surprised, until her eyes narrowed. "And why would someone who should be more concerned with college achieve such a goal?" "Because I needed rent and my clients were willing to pay for it." "Cheating," she accused. "They cheated," I scoffed. "I did it the hard way." An awkward silence followed. This admission was a gamble. No medical professional who'd put in the all-nighters, godless amounts of study, and put up with years of skull-fucking stress would look kindly on their fellow professionals who took shortcuts, and by proxy the people who made those shortcuts possible. But it was my only move. All I could do now was hope Ansari's desperation and rationality overshadowed her pride. "To be clear," I added, as she was taking too long to answer, "I could never do this without you. No question. I'm not telling you this to flex, or belittle your position. Hell, I'm not even sure if what I know would be of help." "Then why offer?" Ansari snapped. "So you can make the call." I sighed, leaving it entirely in her hands. If she had a god complex, and to varying extents most doctors did, she'd appreciate the deference. "I can stabilize and assist however you need, and I have a method of detecting the corruption. I'll do whatever you tell me to." Ansari squinted, something dangerous glimmering in her eyes. "And if I tell you to get the hell out of my operating area?" "I'll give you the detection item and fuck off." I shrugged. For a moment she was about to. Then the reality sunk in. Operating solo was difficult enough when the patient was unconscious. Without an extra set of hands, she simply couldn't hold him and operate at the same time. Her tone changed, rapid-fire and stoic. "Did you study the questions or the material?" "Both." "Switch places with me and hold them as still as possible," Ansari commanded. Now that she'd decided, her hostility disappeared almost instantly. I did as she asked, bracing the man's shoulders. As soon as her latex-clad fingers touched his chest, he thrashed, moaning in panic. Ansari swore, "I cannot help you if you keep fighting me." From the shell-shocked lack of focus and full-blown panic, he wasn't processing anything, entirely fixated on the possibility he'd soon feel pain again. Not great, but the primal state made him far more susceptible to suggestion. I leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Go somewhere else." Slowly, I cycled through the usual images that often worked when I needed to impart tranquility. A library, the faceless warmth of a mother's embrace. The usual go-tos didn't work. I kept iterating, trying one after another until something stuck. The forest, at night. Light of a stone-circled campfire glowing orange, crackling, casting long shadows into trees that shelter owls and other creatures of the night. Solitude. A little cold, but with your warm jacket and its fur hood you barely feel it. There's no ambient noise, no people. Only you. No demands, no quests, no expectations or transpositions. The purest peace. Nature is your church, and it accepts you into its silent arms, asking nothing, imparting everything. All at once, the struggling stopped. The man's face went slack, his expression blank as he slowly surrendered reality for fantasy. "What did you do?" Ansari asked. She was looking between me and the man on the table, scalpel held loosely in her hand. "Talk to him?" I said, forcing a smile. "I've had some practice managing panic." She stared at me for a moment, then moved on. "Well, keep doing that. This is the most relaxed he's been since the beginning." "Got it." Slowly and laboriously, Dr. Ansari cut. Over time, I got the sense that she was acting as a surgeon by necessity rather than choice. After one last, dubious look over the mask, she seemed to resign herself to the situation. "Think you can handle changing the IV?" Chapter 281. It was not a fast process. For every section of corrupted flesh that was excised and removed, another growth began. Most of my time was split.
half of it spent beneath the operating table using Blade of Woe's ability to track our progress and call out new growth before it could metastasize and spread closer to vitals that would render removal impossible. The other half spent keeping the patient entrenched in his fantasy. Minute by minute, the auric red mass illuminated by Blade of Woe grew smaller. The smallest splotch of red drew my attention, barely larger than a comma. Fresh growth in the mediastinum, between the left lung and heart. Dr. Ansari clicked her tongue, the noise muted from behind her mask. I watched the new splotch, waiting for it to disappear. It didn't. I slid out from beneath the table. Problem? Do you have steady hands, Mr. Matthias? Steady enough. Why? I slid out from beneath the table, careful not to jostle anything with my movements as I emerged. The first thing that stood out was how exhausted Ansari looked. Beneath her beleaguered eyes, she gripped the scalpel tightly, the blooded razor trembling in the light. Shit. There's a reason I went into general practice. Ansari grimaced. The damn tremors. God damn it. I quickly went to her bag, sifting through a countless number of bottles and tinctures, looking for the only thing I knew of that would help, sorting through an ocean of labels until I found what I was looking for. Propanol, right? 2 tablets, Ansari confirmed. I forcefully twisted the child-proof lid and shook 2 round pills into my hand, then tossed them into Ansari's waiting, open mouth. She grimaced while she chewed, then forcefully swallowed. Eyes closed, seemingly at war with herself, she paused before she spoke. Did you learn from your studies how long it takes to work? No, I said quietly, guessing it's not instant. Almost nothing was. Correct. Ansari crunched down on the tablets. I have an overactive metabolism, and chewing them helps. It will come on faster for me than the average person, but fast in this case is not nearly quick enough. Hold a hand out, palm down if you would. I extended my right arm as instructed, my hand level and steady. She scrutinized it and sighed. This is not fair to ask. Realistically, she dropped her voice, glancing at the man on the table. It may end badly. But there are no alternatives. If we wait, he will die. If I leave this to you, it at least alters that certainty to a possibility. My eyes were drawn to the man's open chest cavity. The once generic blotch was a dark mass, around half the size of a grape. There was blood, so much blood it set my teeth on edge, sung to the dark vestiges in the depths of my mind. Not sure that's a great idea, Doc. From the look on her face, she wasn't either. As I said, it is not fair to ask. I strapped on a cloth mask and pulled a fresh pair of nitrile gloves from a box and put them on, using the makeshift wash basin, and pumped an ample helping of sanitizing foam onto my gloved hands, washing as thoroughly as I could. The scalpel felt solid in my hand, natural. On some level it made sense. A knife was a knife, regardless of its purpose. What now? I asked. Methodically, Dr. Ansari's low voice walked me through the steps of several careful, complicated cuts. Initially, I was afraid, scared shitless that I'd slip, or worse, that I'd want to slip. But as I followed her directions exactly, that fear slipped away. It felt like picking up an old habit. The motions, the movements, and their purpose made sense to me in a way few things ever had. By the time the problem splotch was nearly gone, I was breathing hard, more from the mental drain than anything else. I placed the last chunk of infected tissue in the biohazard bin, on top of what had already been harvested. Where now? Wordlessly, Ansari pulled my arm away and took the scalpel. I blinked. Is something wrong? Ansari shook her head. The opposite. The imminent threat is removed, and my hands have steadied. Oh, right. When it was over, I nearly sprinted out of the tent. It was small to begin with, and that feeling only intensified into full-blown claustrophobia with the thick scent of blood and the disquieting looks the doctor kept sending my way. A heavy weariness clung to me, which was perhaps why I didn't realize the obvious. Every person in the staging area immediately looked over as soon as the tent flaps opened. It tracked. We'd been in there for hours with no breaks, and while the joint group was no longer on the verge of a riot, they were all anxiously waiting for news. Somehow I managed my usual indifference, stuck my hands in my pockets, and made the announcement. It'll be a long recovery. Our mutual friend isn't out of the woods yet, but thanks to Dr. Ansari, the surgery was a success. There was a few cheers and some scattered applause, but more than anything, an almost tangible sense of relief. Without the slightest clue of what else to say, I awkwardly walked away, beelining to the nearby table and loading several slices of pizza onto a paper plate. As Charlotte had predicted, the court members had spread out some in my absence and appeared to be helping to keep things in order, which was good. Unfortunately, they glanced my way far more often than I'd like. Good job, idiot. You drew too much attention. Again. As if responding to my thoughts, a gravelly voice spoke.
Julian seems to be under the impression you're some kind of badass, the Duskblade Knight said, holding up a wall a few yards away from the table.
Julian is very generous, I said between bites, and possibly concussed. I checked back after he's recovered a little.
He told us all about how you lured the little bastards out and secured the combat area.
Why is it so hard for some people to keep their mouths shut? Just basic strategy.
Basic or not, it was quick thinking.
Nathaniel tapped his fingers, tattoos rolling with emotion.
Impressive. How'd the fight with the boss go down anyway?
Every single alarm bell went off in my head like a chorus. Quickly?
Not to sound ungrateful, but from where I'm standing, it seems like he got the piss kicked out of him while you got out more or less unscathed.
That a strategy, too? Nathaniel asked, an audible growl in his voice. Ah, so you're not just the surly obstructionist. It was an elegant trap. Obvious, but elegant. I gave Nathaniel another once-over as I processed the new information. He was on edge, but not nearly as much as he was pretending to be. Nathaniel didn't actually give a shit how much of a beating Julian took. The intention was to make me think he did. Panic that my standing with the court might be called into question and scramble to correct him, detailing exactly what happened in the boss room. Either he was testing my ability to keep Julian's secrets, or he was fishing for information. Cruel Lens was confident it was the latter. Nathaniel had seen glimpses of Julian's abilities, aftermaths, results with no explanation. But, like me, he had no idea how it worked. I glared at him defensively. It was a single-target slugfest. I peppered it with arrows from a distance while our resident prince fought it in melee and kept its attention. Of course he'd take more hits than me.
Anything unusual happen?
Nathaniel prompted. Other than it being the tentacle monster version of Pandora's box instead of an ant, I shrugged. Not really. It attacked us, we hit it with sharp things until it died. Nathaniel snorted.
You're not much of a storyteller.
Is that all? I asked, because I really should go check in with Nick. The older man stretched, giving me one last scowl. He didn't want to drop it. Guys like him rarely did. But I'd given him no reason to be suspicious, and he was smart enough to know this wasn't the time or place to push his luck.
Good work today,
he finally said, and stalked away. You too, Gramps. The rest of the already waning evening was lost in a flurry of activity. Tyler's meeting with the tower's administration was a begrudging success, and a team of users from the tower arrived to seal off the elevator exit behind us. They seemed to take the task a little too easily in stride, which left me wondering when and why exactly they'd closed off a section of the tower before. Everyone else on the floor was evaluated, and no one showed any signs of infection. A notification popped not long after I left the tower region in the passenger seat of Nick's Charger. Every part of me wanted to talk to Nick about Julian's one-shot, but my friend didn't have much of a poker face, and he spent more time with the prince than I did, so it more made sense to keep it to myself for now. He seemed withdrawn, probably just worn out, so I pulled up my messages as we drove in silence. There were a few updates I'd missed from Kinsley, a message from Miles and a couple from my mother, but the one I least expected sat clearly at the top. Ansari. Thank you for your help today, Mr. Matthias. Time is precious with the event on the horizon, and you are likely faced with a great deal of responsibility. But if at all possible, I would like to sit down and speak with you beforehand. There are matters we should discuss. I leaned my head back on the headrest and groaned. What? Nick asked. I might have fucked up.
How bad is it?
2 out of 10. I thought about it. The most questionable thing I'd done was the way I'd used suggestion. From Ansari's perspective, it looked like I'd spoken to a dying man in drastic pain and somehow persuaded him to be unreasonably calm. Dodgy, perhaps, but not damning. Matt. Sure, if it's high priority, we can meet first thing in the morning. Want to tell me what this is about? I'm sorry. Any time before the event will suffice, but not tomorrow. I am already exhausted, as I'm sure you are as well. She hadn't fully answered my question. That could have been bait, testing to see if I pushed for more info, but my title didn't trigger, meaning it probably wasn't. Matt. Topic? I'm sorry. Your future. 3 out of 10, I amended unhappily. Or she's just being vague and we're fine. Hard to tell. Need help? Nick asked. No. Well, probably not. If Ansari comes to you and asks about a certain standardized testing business... Deny it, Nick filled in automatically, then paused, puzzled. Actually, just corroborate, I corrected him wryly. Why exactly would the Adventurers Guild doctor be asking about that? He turned to look at me, aghast. More importantly, you want me to tell the truth? Shut up. I rolled my eyes, then noticed for the first time where we were. Nick? You missed a turn. Now that I was paying attention, he looked straight up nauseous. You forgot, Nick grimaced. Guess it makes sense with everything going on. Forgot what? The answer came to me slower than I would have liked, as did the reason Nick looked so uncomfortable. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That's today, huh? If she's there, we just give our condolences, make sure she's settled, give her some stuff and tips on where to go and what to do during the transposition. Then we leave, Nick said, reassuring himself as much as me. Quick and easy. And if she's the monster Ginny said she was? Ginny never called her a monster, Nick argued. She didn't have to. Time gets away from you, one way or another. Nick would have gone the day she died if he was kidnapped. Imminent transposition be damned. But the transposition happened. Then the clash with the feds. Then power struggle after power struggle. After we'd made the deal with Haster, Nick tried to contact the mother multiple times through messages and voice calls. The lack of response meant one of two things. The woman was either dead or ignoring us. Either way, we'd know before the night was over. Chapter 282. It took an argument, but Nick and I split ways not long after. I pulled off the highway and navigated my system knockoff Prius toward the curb until rubber ground concrete, then placed it into park. The slate blue car was part of my recent initiative to further separate the identity of Matt, the low-level user, from Mirden, the ordinator and public enemy. In truth, I should have hammered on that venture far earlier. But there had been little downtime to speak of, so I'd been juggling crisis after crisis to the point that I'd started dropping things that weren't life-threatening but were still important. Which was partly why I was here, in the middle of a suburban wasteland that stretched on for miles. There was evidence of quick evacuations all around me. Trampled gardens, a few homes burned to the ground, abandoned half-packed cars with the trunks still open, the gaping maws of multiple unlit garages. By comparison, Ginny's house looked pristine. The grassy lawn had yellowed some, but there was still a sparkling pre-system SUV parked in the driveway, and from the looks of it, lights on inside. Figures. I sighed. The now familiar purple light of a notification hung in the corner of my vision, and I focused on it, pulling up a slew of messages from the legend himself. Nick. Dude, are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Nick. I feel bad. What happened was my fault. I should be there. Nick. Fuck it. I'm on my way. The last message was time-stamped a minute earlier. Matt. Still outside. Haven't gone in yet. Stop. Find a place to park and we'll talk. I'm not arguing with you while you're barreling through traffic. Nick. I wasn't barreling through traffic. Matt. Uh-huh. A few minutes later. Nick. Have I ever mentioned you creep me out sometimes? I rolled my eyes. Matt. Only every other day. Are you off the road? Nick. Yeah, I'm parked, pacing outside a 7-Eleven. Matt. We talked about this. We work in tandem. You handle the hero shit, I deal with everything else. Dealing with anything likely to fuck with your mental is part of it. Nick. Isn't applying that to this a little dramatic? Matt, considering what Ginny meant to you, it's really not. Nick. Maybe your mom only hated me because she never met me. Matt, regardless, I'll handle it. Nick. I just feel like a coward, not facing her. Matt, it doesn't matter how you feel. What matters is there's nothing she can do or say that will hurt me. You, on the other hand, she'll have a field day with. Just because this feels small compared to what we usually deal with doesn't mean it's not important, especially with you keeping this running smoothly with the Order. I have to take a back seat there, for obvious reasons. You, alternatively, need to be at the absolute top of your game. They're better than I thought, but there are plenty of sharks. Those sharks smell chum in the water, and the Camp David Accords turn into a bloodbath. Nick, God, fine, just, I don't know. Let me know if you need backup or something. I snorted, imagining calling in backup for a surly old woman who lived alone. Matt. And you said I was being dramatic. Nick, bro, just... keep the mask on? Matt. Which mask? Nick. Seriously? Even if she's awful, it's what Ginny would have wanted. Matt. Text you when it's done. I banished the message screen and centered myself, trying to carve through the unease and anxiety. Conveying utter confidence was the only way to get Nick to piss off, but at the moment, I felt nothing of the sort. My father, a career cop, lost a partner once. Not to violence, or something as rote as a shootout. It started with a headache. Then the man's speech slurred, as he complained about someone burning something in the precinct kitchen right before his head hit his desk. The massive stroke finished the job before the paramedics could even load him onto a stretcher. And, as his partner, it was my father's duty to deliver the death notification. From his account, it was by far the hardest thing my father ever had to do. They look at you like it's your fault, and some part of you wonders if they're right, even if it makes no sense. Obviously, I didn't give him the stroke, but the stress of the job contributed. You wonder if you could have done more, all while delivering the worst news in the world. In a way, he'd been fortunate, my father, because he at least had the luxury of doubt. He couldn't say definitively that he'd contributed to his partner's death. It was unknowable. My case was much clearer cut. It was early days. I hadn't known what I was doing, and Ginny had paid the price for my mistakes. I hadn't pulled the trigger or pushed her in front of the bolt, but she would be alive today if I hadn't made those mistakes. And now I had to own it. There'd be recompense, of course, assurances that many of those responsible were already dealt with. The rest would be shortly, and enough salve for a single civilian living within reasonable means to sustain themselves indefinitely. But having been on the other side of it, I knew the truth. Nothing would replace the daughter she'd lost. I stepped out of the car and climbed the steps of Ginny's suburban home, preparing to deliver the news. Once I told her I had news regarding Ginny, Marjorie ushered me in. The three-bedroom house looked like a snapshot, captured from a more modern time before users roamed the street with swords and maces. The plants flanking either side of the door were well-watered and healthy, and the expensive-looking wood paneling was polished and untouched. This region had a wealth of strong users, and with most of the violence occurring closer to the city center, there was a good chance Marjorie could likely hide in her home. I shifted, glancing over the door and finding no evidence of forced entry, more or less supporting that assumption. There was a glinting metal placard above the door, inscribed with a flowery font. Be kind to one another. Ephesians chapter 4, verse 32. Bounding, scrambling footsteps thundered across the tiled floor as two huskies with classic coloring, tall as my waist, raced over to greet me with wagging tails and lolling tongues. I reached down and let them smell me, then crouched down and scratched them both behind the ears. A third, older, judging from its cloudy eyes, raised its head balefully in greeting. From the little time we'd spent together, I knew Ginny loved her dogs, so it was a relief to see they were intact. A bit thin, judging from the loose skin, but intact. You have a lovely home, Miss Stiles, I said automatically. At some point I'd shoved my hands into the kangaroo pocket of my hoodie. Thank you, dear. She smiled at me from behind the counter, rummaging around unseen. The first thing that struck me walking in was that she was older than I'd expected. She'd given up on dyeing her hair and let what was once platinum blonde fade to a regal silver, accented by a plethora of gentle wrinkles and crow's feet. Tea? Or coffee? That's not necessary, I said quickly, not wanting to put her out before I delivered the worst news of her life. None of that. She gave me a stern look. Have a seat. It might be Disneyland outside, but some of us still care about Southern hospitality. I cut right to it. I have bad news. She stilled, her movements and rummaging coming to a slow stop. Her face and subsequent expression were shielded by an open cupboard.
Yes, gathered that from the messages.
There was enough bite in the words that it caught me off guard. Seconds later, her voice was back to normal, carrying the subtlest edge.
Colombian or French roast?
Colombian would be lovely, I said, surrendering. Of course she'd realized that something had happened to Ginny by now. People grieved in their own way. And ritual, whether it was a funeral or pre-discussion coffee, was a simple way of expressing and managing that grief.
Colombian it is.
As she went about the process of brewing it, even going so far as humming a tune that sounded ancient and repetitive, I felt my uneasiness grow. It was possible Marjorie was in denial, that she was expecting me to tell her that Ginny had been injured in the transposition, or that she needed help. If that was the case, this was likely to turn explosive quickly. Ginny had hinted, though never outright stated, that she and her mother had a difficult relationship, though she'd been vague around the details. I needed to be ready to handle this as smoothly as possible, comfort her if she cried, and be an empathetic and compassionate ear. None of which came naturally, and made me profoundly uncomfortable to even think about. By the time she returned with small steaming cups, I was almost ready to leap out the window.
Try it, she urged, pushing the cup closer to my mouth. It's the perfect temperature. Won't stay that way for long.
I did as she asked and kept my expression stone neutral as the blandest, stalest coffee I'd ever tasted washed down my throat. Good, I said. She sipped from her cup and wrinkled her nose.
Beans are a bit old, but I like to think I still have the knack.
She fixed me with a cool stare. Now, what were you in such a hurry to tell me? I took a deep breath and launched into the version of events I'd rehearsed, staying surface level but as close to the truth as possible, and censoring critical or gory details. Ginny was a user. She was part of a small group of users early on who undertook a trial and overcame it. I paid special attention to her achievements during the trial, how she'd done well and saved multiple lives, and grew vague again when I described how the group was attacked on exit, fibbing a bit when I described her death as quick and painless. Because while it might have been quick, nothing about it was painless. Marjorie's expression remained neutral throughout the telling. When I reached Ginny's death, I thought I saw something flash through her eyes. Regret? But it was gone too fast for me to identify. Slowly, Marjorie lowered her cup and placed it on the dark wood table between the two sitting chairs, still completely composed.
And where is her body? Marjorie asked, voice a million miles away.
Gone, I said. For a brief moment, I considered mentioning the user core before discarding the notion. She'd likely ask for it, and there was no guarantee she'd return it, especially if Vernon's necromancy research bore fruit, and we told her why we needed it back. The users who ambushed us covered their tracks.
Of course.
Marjorie sniffed, then laughed.
Can't even put a bow on it, and bury her properly.
Slowly, her eyes trailed to me.
Why are you here?
I blinked, too.
Notify, not that. She held up a hand. You, specifically. For that matter, why were you with her in such a dangerous place?
Acting as support, so you weren't the boyfriend.
What? Were you fucking my daughter?
The edge in Marjorie's voice overtook her quiet demeanor.
What the hell?
I was too taken aback to do anything other than gape. Eventually, I managed to shake my head.
Good for you, Marjorie said, staring toward the wall. Always told her there's no charm in a trampled field. Not that she listened. Chances are you would have caught something.
It took a hell of a lot at this point to throw me this far off axis, but she'd managed it. Finally, she seemed to notice how utterly taken aback I was.
You must think poorly of me.
Yes. Aloud, barely able to string the sentence together, I said,
We all deal with tragedy in our own way.
Oh, I'm not grieving. Marjorie shook her head. I've already grieved.
Because of the illness? I asked, trying one last time to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Marjorie rolled her eyes.
That excuse for the evil she did? No, I'd be surprised if it was even real. It was an autoimmune disease. She had medication for it. Doctors prescribe pills for anything these days, Marjorie stated, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. My grief was for the innocent daughter I lost. I feel nothing for the whore who took her place. It was then that I realized two things. The first was that Ginny's mother was not the sort of person who could be reasoned with. The second was that I needed to leave. Now. I sent her the pre-written contract that followed a layout one of Kinsley's researchers discovered, one that allowed the transfer of Selve from one party to another without arbitrage restrictions. Confirm that for me, if you would. What's it for? Transfer of assets. After she confirmed the prompt, I withdrew a bag of 50,000 Selve. Given physical form, it was as heavy as blood money, and made for a more dramatic display than I would have preferred, as I lifted it with one hand and dropped it on the ground with a loud clink. This should cover your necessities for the next few months. Half a year if you stretch it, give or take. Stay inside, especially during the transposition. If the current trend continues, most of the really bad shit pops up around downtown. In the meantime, don't get sick. And I'd start thinking about what you intend to do when it runs out. She stiffened. I don't like your tone, or your profanity, and don't need your assistance. I'm just the foul-mouthed courier. The Selve's inheritance, courtesy of your dead daughter. Take your pity and get out. Of course you think of it that way. Any sort of help is a handout. I stood, pushing my hands in my pockets, eyeing the stacked-up column of Charmin toilet paper next to the hall, far more than any single person could reasonably use in over a half-decade. She'd been one of the early preppers, the people snagging everything they could get off the shelves and maxing out their Amexes before the economy collapsed. I stared through her. It was so obvious, despite her airs, how small she was. Suckers bet you've never struggled. Never had to lift a finger for anything. Probably worked a few years out of college at most before you locked it down with a rich guy who paid off your grants. As if your generation ever worked a day in their lives. He knocks you up, you cut him loose. Congratulations, you've escaped the middle class. White-hot rage told me I'd struck a bullseye. He left me. Obviously. Marjorie stood, fists clenched at her side. You have no idea what you're talking about, and you have no right to judge me. I observed her coldly. Oh, don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem with what you did. If anything, I respect it. You played your cards well. At the end of the day, a hustle's a hustle. But I'm not the one cowering in my ivory tower calling other people whores. As she simmered and shook to the point she was nearly vibrating, the small voice in my head told me this was enough. I'd made my point clearly enough that the bug in my ear would stop chittering after I'd left. But Marjorie wasn't done. She advanced on me, all fire and venom. How old are you? 17? 18? You think you're tough coming in here bullying a grieving old woman? Thought you'd already grieved. We're all mourning. Her lip trembled. As we should be. People are killing each other in the streets. The beasts of the apocalypse walk among us, and creatures from the beyond deign to tell us we are in need of correction. Us, God's children, created in His image, and every day we stray further from Him. Not that someone as arrogant as you would give a single thought toward a power greater than himself. It wasn't that she was religious. Speaking as a lifelong resident of the South, there was plenty of normal, well-adjusted human beings who were devout in one faith or another. The problem was that Marjorie was an extremist, with no one left to burn on her pyre, and I didn't catch easy. Your beliefs are none of my business, and as an agnostic, she scoffed, atheist with extra steps, I've given it plenty of consideration. I talked over her acidly. Images of the torment Ginny must have endured at the hands of this woman proliferated through my mind. Ginny herself was one of the kindest people I'd ever met, bordering on naive but never quite crossing into it. And to see the naked hatred she'd endured, and the person she'd become despite it, I twisted the knife. I had to. Gotta wonder, have you truly thought this through? Marjorie took a step back, seeing something in my expression she didn't like. What do you mean? Guessing you've bunkered down and stayed static since this all started? Haven't networked? Few people in your old circles left, if any? Which means it's just you, a bag of money, and whatever else you squirreled away at the beginning.
And 6 months from now, you won't even have that." The gears in her mind turned as she looked from the bag to me to the bag again. "It's not my fault the world has changed." "True. I never asked for this. None of us did." On that we actually agree. Her cold fingers gripped at my forearm. "That's a system car outside, isn't it? And I can't imagine my daughter was clever enough to earn all that money. Clearly you've done well for yourself." Here's the wind-up. I looked down at her hand on my arm until she removed it. Marjorie almost scowled, but she'd had practice, and the sweet, demure facade held. "Surely you have parents of your own. They must have struggled with how quickly everything moved. It's harder for older folks, dealing with drastic changes in the world." "Lady, my mother's a convicted felon and recovering alcoholic who spent more time relapsing than breathing and hasn't held down a steady job in nearly a decade. And if I had a choice, I'd still choose her 1,000 times before I chose you." It took her some time, but she adjusted. I said aloud. "Because you were there for her. Now imagine what it's been like for me." She pressed a hand to her chest. "A mother whose daughter would barely speak to her before she died." And the pitch. "That how you see it?" I asked, unimpressed. "You took her from me. You and the rest of her shitty little friends. You all decided to play hero and took her from me and left me with nothing." Marjorie raged, shifting on a dime, spittle flying from her mouth as she screamed in my face. I didn't budge, my forehead inches from hers. "Miss Stiles, are you fishing for a handout?" "You! No one wants to work anymore. Why don't you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Network. Put the effort in. Keep sending in resumes. Eventually you'll find something. I'm sure the qualifications for most jobs these days are reasonable. Maybe even more reasonable than they were before. Hell, we have yet to see any real inflation yet, so that's one up on the old world. Once you find a place willing to hire you, make sure you keep your nose to the grindstone, even if the pay sucks. If you can't afford basic costs of living, just find another job. Plenty of people work 2 jobs these days." Slippers scuffed carpet as she backed away. Her eyes glazed over. Callous and cruel. I watched emotionlessly as she wandered away from me, back to the kitchen. Her echoing tone was almost dreamlike. "I had a bout of insomnia a few years back. Better these days, but I kept the pills. Powerful stuff." She grunted and rose up to reach for something, and a plastic rattle followed. "Almost took them all during the last event. I know it's a sin, but with all the sounds, and the gunfire, and the monsters lurking in our streets, I was tempted, imagining it all happening again, and that it might not even be the last time. Maybe that was the right idea." Tempting as it was, I wasn't going to tell her to go through with it. But I had no interest in playing this game. Nick's voice replayed in my head. "It's what Ginny would have wanted." The pile of leashes next to the door caught my eye. When I looked up, all 3 huskies were splayed out on the hardwood floor, panting. They picked up on the elevated atmosphere, but seemed more confused than stressed. "All right, let's skip the back and forth and cut a deal." There was another rattle as Marjorie placed the bottle down immediately and returned to the living room, victory in her eye. "What kind of deal?" I crossed my arms. "I'll put you in touch with a single contact. He's highly positioned, in the process of rebuilding and rebranding. Definitely needs the help." "Sounds promising so far." Marjorie trailed off, expecting more, because of course she did. "The negotiation of your role and pay is entirely up to you." She hesitated. "That's all you're willing to do?" "That is the absolute limit of what I'm willing to do. If you want to tell me that's not good enough and take a mortal shot of Xanax out of spite, that's your prerogative. I tried." Her eyes flicked toward the kitchen before they returned to me, and she glowered, dropping the weak and feeble act. "Fine." "Not so fast. This is a trade." I tilted my head toward the huskies. "The dogs, along with their collars, leashes, and bowls." "They're lineage breeds, purer than purebred. Ginny would have settled for mutts, but I insisted. They're worth far more than that," she argued. Any of them know a guild leader you can bum work from?"
Bastard!
She clenched her fists. Realizing this was likely the closest we'd come to an accord, I gathered up the leashes. All 3 dogs wandered over, more excited by the prospect of a walk than they were concerned by the presence of a stranger. "Check your messages. I'm sending a contract." By the time she pulled up her UI, I was already walking away. See? Networking already. I leaned against the Prius, awkwardly holding 3 leashes and letting the night air wash over me as the dogs ran a train on the nearby postbox. Some part of me still hated the suburbs, the astroturfed grass, the HOAs, how fake and artificial everything felt. Lately, I kind of got it. It was still normal and mundane, but normal and mundane were getting harder and harder to come by. "Nick, how'd it go?" "Matt, great. We cooked s'mores over her fireplace and watched the poorly colorized version of White Christmas." The call came in immediately, and I answered. On second thought, I might have needed backup. "Really?" Nick prompted. "She would have torn you apart." "That bad, huh?" "Worse." There was a pause. "Did she get under your skin?" "No," I grunted. "Yeah, a little. It takes a special kind of person to make me want to dismantle their life in minutes." Choosing my words carefully, I gave him the rundown, abridging some of the conversation and blunting Marjorie's more venomous comments. There was a long silence. "Man, I wasn't even there and I'm boiling." "Yeah. Kinda surprising you helped her at all." "Help is a strong word. Other than Ginny's payout, which was rightfully hers if we're going by old world law, all I really did was steal the dogs and refer her to Roderick." "Poor Roderick," Nick chuckled. "What are you going to do with him?" I shrugged. "The lodge isn't even on my radar right now." "Talking about the dogs, Matt." "Oh, still figuring that out," I admitted. "Wouldn't mind having them around the apartment, assuming Talia's fine with it. I'll prep the same meals Ginny did in bulk at the beginning of the week, and I think there's a dog park nearby, so everything they need is either orderable or in walking distance." Wasn't expecting the dog heist, otherwise I would have warned you. They gotta get, like, multiple hours of exercise, daily." "They sure as hell weren't getting that from Marjorie." "I'll do my best, get someone to handle it when I can't." I wrinkled my nose. Pretty sure she was feeding them Purina. "Yikes," Nick groaned. "Should have checked up on them earlier. I'll sub in whenever I can, help out. It's the least I can do." "Say probably will, too." Another silence followed. When he didn't say anything or hang up, I knew there was more. "Talk to me." "I don't know." Nick sighed. "Keep thinking about how you're the most unflappable person I've ever met, and all it took was a single conversation to get your blood up." "And how Ginny dealt with that every day?" A cold gust of wind chilled me, blowing hard enough that it created static on the line. "Yeah. Man, on top of all the shit she was dealing with, one thing after another she had that demon breathing down her neck. But despite all the judgment and manipulation, not to mention psychological abuse, emotional extortion, gaslighting," I filled in, barely making a dent. "Despite all that, she still somehow managed to be the best person I knew. She was vulnerable and honest and real. No matter what life threw at her, she never gave up on trying to make the best of it. And then she fucking died," I finished, trying to tamp down on the anger as soon as it surfaced, only partially succeeding. I know it sucks, and nothing about it is fair. But try to focus on what we can change. Vernon's making progress. Everything's advancing faster since he unlocked the ability to work with multiple cores. The abilities are looking promising." "Promise me," Nick said, his voice dead serious. "Can't promise what I don't know, Nick." "No. Just that we'll do everything we can to bring her back. Even if it's a limited resource and the smart thing to do would be to save it. Even if it costs us. We owe her that. Ginny was always first in line. But, yeah." I closed my eyes. "I promise." Chapter 283. The problem with being an introvert is that, short of communicating that detail explicitly, most people won't intuitively pick up that you are one. There are markers and coinciding behaviors, sure, but almost all of them can/will be misinterpreted as dislike, disinterest, snobbery, or standoffishness. Before the dome, my solution to this issue was simple. Keep my head down, act like I'm in a hurry, in most cases I usually was, and be polite yet short with anyone who approached me. To some extent, that still worked, at least until the end of the last transposition event, when I was unexpectedly thrust into a highly visible leadership role. I tried to make it clear it was the Adventurers Guild and Merchants Guild that were more or less calling the shots with region management, but that didn't seem to matter. People around the region would linger by my building to catch me for a quick conversation. Some wanted something. More perplexing were the ones who didn't have an agenda at all. I got the sense they were curious, or simply wanted to be acknowledged by a person who seemed relatively ordinary and had some degree of control over their daily lives. It could be difficult to manage, especially after a long day when I wanted to do nothing but flop into bed and surrender to the void. Apparently, it was time to batten down the hatches. Because something I'd learned within minutes of stepping out of my Prius and heading into the building was that, even late at night, leading 3 goofy-looking dogs around notched the introvert setting all the way up to hard mode. "Beautiful!" An old man ruffled the pure white husky's face. "And such intelligent eyes as well." "Yep." I eyed the path to the elevator, where another woman blocked my way. Petting the larger female dog, several more people crowded around behind her. "Where did these sweet babies come from?" "Boarding them for a friend?" A father with terrible paternal instincts who carried a small child bent down so her face was inches from the largest dog, a black-tan mix that was mostly black. "Doggy!" she giggled excitedly, thrusting small fingers into the animal's nose. When a nascent growl started in the dog's throat, I reached out to him with suggestion immediately, sending an entreaty for calm tagged with an image of a pup awkwardly waddling around, exploring her environment. Almost immediately, the growling stopped, though the dog still didn't look pleased. Instead of snapping at the child, he reached up with a paw and, surprisingly gentle, pushed the girl's arm away. "What are the doggies' names?" the child asked, unbothered. If I'd known there was going to be a test, I would have studied. As it was, I settled for cheating and scanned the dog's tags discreetly. The white one's name is Guy. Brown and white is Marmalade. Black is Truffle. Thanks for that, Ginny. With growing despair, I watched as more people emerged from the elevators with plans for the night, while others returning home for the evening cut off any avenue of retreat. Even if I was as direct as possible, it was going to take hours to extricate myself from this, and I could see my fantasies of a long, uninterrupted sleep slowly slipping away. Someone stepped forward from behind, well within my personal space, and, before I could react, wrapped their arms around me. Something soft pressed against my cheek, followed by a smacking noise. "Ditching our plans to show off your new pals?" Tara's timing was impeccable. She slipped her arm through mine with casual intimacy, looking at our many observers with bemusement, and giving me the out I'd been looking for. "Never." I squeezed her arm and smiled. "But I should get these guys settled first. They've had an exciting day." "They're not the only ones. Heard things at the tower were rough today. Surprised you're not dead on your feet." To anyone else it sounded like an innocuous comment, but I didn't miss the way she projected slightly, ensuring her voice carried to everyone else around us. "We should get out of your hair." The old man stopped petting Guy and stood straight, hand on the small of his back. "It's no bother," I assured him, hoping he ignored that for the pleasantry it was, feeling nothing but relief when he did. The crowd dwindled until there was enough of an opening that Tara could pull me away. I let her lead, quietly reviewing how easily she'd extracted me from the situation, pondering if I would have been capable of doing the same thing. I wasn't sure I could. The innate awkwardness I felt with others, especially when I didn't fully understand why they were there and what they wanted, was just something Tara didn't share. She had a way of diffusing people, communicating important information without being direct or creating conflict. I eyed her as the elevator slid shut. Just happened to be nearby, huh? She's hiding something. Cruel Len's voice skewered the reverie like a spear. Even worse, she seems to think whatever she's keeping to herself is incredibly funny. My title chuckled in the back of my mind, uncharacteristically slow to provide useful information. A slow anger started in my chest, spreading out to the rest of me until my fingers tingled. I'd been suspicious of Tara from the start, but that suspicion had faded quickly. Now it was back, alongside the realization that, whatever this was, I was being played.
Well, I got off an hour ago. Figured my not-boyfriend was probably on his way home and waited for him. She played with a lock of hair idly, giving me the same come-hither smile she'd maintained for most of our date. Everything she's saying is true, from a technicality standpoint. If that's her preferred way to lie, it makes sense that your other titles would have difficulty picking it up. And now you're following him to his suite. A more chaste person might wonder what your intentions are, I said, taking a few steps closer and narrowing our proximity until I could feel her breath on my cheek. Instead of reacting negatively, Tara shivered. Well, I saved you. Don't deny it. They might not have noticed you getting ready to run out the door at a moment's notice, but I sure as hell did. Provided a service. And as I'm not officially on payroll yet, it's only right to pay me some other way. Like? I raised an eyebrow. Tara let the tension linger for just a while longer before she spoke. I want to see your place. Okay. Why? It helps. She glanced down at the dogs. They're adorable, by the way. Not to mention a great first step in making your public image less mercurial. But if you're serious about putting me to work as a PR consultant, it helps if I have a foundation to draw from. Need to get a better sense for who you are as a person. I could probably get that just from talking to you eventually, but there's no better shortcut for getting to know someone than seeing how they live. Still not entirely accurate to her motivations, according to my title, but the substance of what she'd said was dead on. Breaking into the home or quarters of a powerful user almost always provided key insights to their routine, their agenda, and their psychology. If I was hunting someone stronger than me, it was absolutely necessary. The prospect would have worried me more if I hadn't already tangled with feds in a world that operated without warrants. Everything was locked down tight. Any critical records or documentation were kept off-site. I'd even arranged the place strictly according to feng shui, to throw off the pseudo-science types. If anything, it was psychopathically clean. But all that could realistically be read from that was that I was a stickler. Matt. Kinsley, anything weird happening around the penthouses today? System notification. The designated user is either signed out of the messaging application or offline. Please try again later. My heart skipped a beat. What the fuck? Matt. Say, you at my place or yours? System notification. The designated user is either signed out of the messaging application or offline. Please try again later. Matt. Nick. System notification. The designated user is either signed out of the messaging application or offline. Please try again later. My pulse quickened. At first, I thought my comms were being shuttered by a new, more subtle form of squelch, when I spied a new message from Roderick, complaining about a woman he'd never met before harassing him for work after she name-dropped me. I spent the rest of the elevator ride messaging everyone else that mattered, getting the same error over and over. Regardless, I kept trying, because if it wasn't something interfering with comms, everyone in my circle was either offline, which I couldn't imagine any circumstance where that would happen simultaneously, or dead. Out of everyone, Miles responded, just as the elevator opened. Miles.
What's up, kid?
Matt. Can't get Kinsley on the line. Messaging app is erroring out for a bunch of other people as well. Miles.
Huh. Think it's trouble?
Matt. What else would it be?
Miles. Hold on. Let me try reaching out from my end.
I stopped mid-step a few units away, staring down at the black space beneath my doorway. Because it shouldn't be dark. I always left the bathroom light on and the bathroom door open. It should have been visible from beneath the door. There were any number of people who had access and could have stopped by, turning the light off and left, but there were too many things adding up in ways that clawed at the back of my mind. I reached into my inventory and withdrew the remote, toggling the lights on. Something wrong? Tara asked, noticing my hesitance and cocking her head. Dunno, just got a little dizzy. I leaned against the wall, buying time. It was only a matter of time until this happened. A single missed camera or overlooked tail was all it took. I tried to imagine how they would do it, put myself in their shoes. Team of 4, minimum. 3 if they were all heavy hitters. Question was, where to put them? There wasn't much cover in my suite. The couch on the back wall was the obvious choice, and could work in a pinch, but magically enhanced bolts and arrows, which they'd expect, could penetrate it easily. They'd place a ranged user there, but they'd want others nearby to stop me from running or firing back as quickly as possible.
The wide-open space in the center left two options, and if they were smart, they'd pick both. One in the bathroom, one posted up next to the door. 3 down. Now, where was the fourth? It wasn't Tara. Even if she was a special class, none of my titles, detection abilities, or even Asher had picked up the slightest suspicion that she posed a threat. No one was that airtight. Most likely, her role was to distract and deliver me. A second shooter fit the scenario better than another melee, and the only reasonable cover left beyond the couch was off to the right side, behind the kitchen island. In any case, they'd want the lights off for this. The hallway was brightly lit, and they'd want to strike during the short transition from bright to dark when my vision would be worse. They'd need to account for mess, which meant someone capable of creating an instance if they were thorough. A thick sheet of plastic on the floor if they lacked greater resources. Either way, any second now. Like clockwork, the lights in my suite switched off. I angled carefully, going down on a knee to retie my shoe, shoving Broken Legacy and Talia contained within it beneath the door. "How's it looking there?" I reached out to my summon through our mental connection. "Matt, you all right?" Tara peered down at me. "You seem off today." "Yeah." I made a show of looking for my key, just can't get something out of my head. There was this unaffiliated merchant kid Kinsley was going to bring into the fold. James, Jim, something old school. At first, everything seemed more or less copacetic. Popped up at an ideal time, had a corner on key resources Kinsley's been lacking for a while, seemed flexible enough in negotiations, but not so flexible he was a pushover. "Sure," Tara said, following along. Then he got desperate. Started pushing for things to move quicker, which didn't at all make sense in context, because so far as we knew, he was already getting everything he wanted. So she had someone look into him, and then it all fell apart. "Talia?" Again, no answer. That was something more alarming than the lights. "The kid was trying to rip her off somehow?" Tara asked. "Sort of. Some of it was true. He was a merchant, but he wasn't at all unaffiliated. Those key resources weren't his. They were held by another group of merchants who gave Kinsley the finger, regretted it, and were planning to use the kid as an alternate pipeline for selling on the online market." "Geez, that sucks for Kinsley. In that situation and the greater context. Always having to question people's agendas when they approach you." "Sucks for everyone," I agreed. "But especially the kid, because Kinsley's literally been where he was, you know? A kid with shit people want to take, and no way to give it without payment. It's a bad situation, and Kinsley knows that better than anyone. She probably would have brought him in even if the only thing he had stocked was toothpaste. But as he was beholden to another group, one prone to poor decisions, they put pressure on him, and because of that, instead of using his best judgment, he rushed and ended up fumbling the bag for everyone." "Miles. I was able to get through to both Kinsley and Nick. A few others as well. Everyone seems fine, just mildly confused why I was reaching out. Might be some issue on your side." And here I thought we were making progress. It was obvious he was lying, immediately, before my title started crowing falsehood. Nothing about it made sense. At 2 miles? "Tragic. But for how messy everything post-Dome has been, the chain of events is oddly fable-like," Tara observed, smile ebbing slightly. "It even has a moral at the end." "Fuck you. I had seconds to come up with it." Problems rarely resolve themselves, and if Tara was a problem now, almost guaranteed she'd be a problem later. But for some reason, maybe her greater hustle and sense of drive I'd connected with, maybe because she also had a kid that wasn't hers that she'd nevertheless taken responsibility for, I wanted to give her the chance to reconsider. "Do you want to go somewhere else?" I asked, point blank. "Matt, we're literally already here, and it's late. Where would we even go?" "My place is pretty bare, and I haven't cleaned in a while. Waffle House is always open, unless that's beneath your palate. The boba place closes at 3, and if you're not hungry or thirsty, we could always go to yours," I said, knowing what that implied. Implying it anyway, because it would tempt her, even as the thought made me nauseous. A silent communication passed between us, and Tara cocked her head as if trying to pick up an almost imperceptible frequency nested in my offer. "Not a great idea. Any other day I'd be down, but if we go now, I'll start to wonder what exactly was in Matt's suite that day he was trying so hard to keep secret." "Not hiding anything," I grunted. "Maybe not, but I'd wonder," Tara insisted. It was a solid reversal, one that effectively slapped away my olive branch and strengthened her position, narrowing my options to one. Between the contingencies scattered around my suite and my experience, being on the other side of this exact sort of ambush, that even with Talia out of play, I felt confident I could handle the immediate threat. It was everything that came after that was the big, blinking question mark. Screw it. Not happy, but not seeing any other way, I dropped the dog's leashes. It was a closed floor, so short of someone opening the fire escape or escorting them down the elevator, they'd be out of danger and couldn't wander far. Before Tara could react, I turned the lights back on, unlatched the door, and threw it open. Chapter 284. It was going to catch up to me, eventually. I cut the power in the building first. In the old days, it would have been harder. The local power grid was horrifically inadequate, but even that terrible system had more contingencies than the generator setups providing power now. As it was, a relatively non-destructive use of probability cascade bought me at least a few precious minutes to work with. The fact that I'd turned the lights on earlier, effectively blinding the would-be ambushers before they turned it off again, would help me. They'd had a minute longer than I had to adjust, but stealth enhanced my perception in the dark, which put me one up on the rest of them. "Matt?" Tara said, squinting at shadows, trying to pick out my silhouette. With seconds to decide, I left the mask off. Whoever was waiting inside was waiting for Matt, and Matt was a region leader. Unfortunately, that also meant a hard breach wasn't an option. There were too many people I knew offline, too high of a chance there was a hostage. Leaving Tara behind, I opened the door and slipped inside. The security shutters that covered the expansive skyline view were lowered, keeping the pitch-dark interior insulated from any external light. Still, I could sense them. A grunt toward the back of the room, quiet breathing just loud enough to make out as a slight rasp. The smell. Were they cooking in my fucking kitchen? Either they hadn't heard me come in, or they were slower than I'd expected. From a brief scan, there was no plastic on the ground, and the best ambush point, the bathroom, was clear. Most of the noises I picked up seemed to be coming from the back of the room, behind the long couch. Carefully, I pulled a crossbow and leveraged the dull green dot just above the back cushion. I could see well enough now to put down the first head that popped up. Talia's voice suddenly resounded in my head, a mix of alarm and amusement. "Do not fire. Do not use any further abilities. Put away your weapon and attempt to smile." Now you fucking talk. There was a snapping buzz as the power switched back on. "Okay, not gonna lie, my life flashed before my eyes," someone who sounded exactly like Nick said. "Speaking from experience, jumping out at him is a terrible idea," Say agreed, sounding equally unhappy. "We really ought to just spread out, hands on our knees, in clearly non-threatening positions." Really doesn't like surprises, huh? Was that Julian? Dios mío, my knee's killing me. Abuelita's voice. "Maybe we should just take it as a sign," Kinsley suggested. "Grams can stretch out." "Pendejo, I am not that old." Slowly, I put a hand to my face, turned around, and opened the door, allowing both the confused Tara and the dogs she'd apparently chased down and collected inside, then closed it loudly. A collective "Surprise!" rang out as an absolutely stupid number of people jumped up from behind the couch, only partially contested by Say's "Don't shoot!" Iris, Say, and Charlotte sat cross-legged on the floor, intent on befriending the dogs. Say and Charlotte kept shooting me apologetic glances, albeit for different reasons. While Iris seemed totally fixated on the animals, laughing as they sniffed her curiously and pushed her with their noses, Julian and Nick sat on the couch across from Professor Estrada, watching the girls awkwardly as Nick turned repeatedly to check on me, glancing away when I looked at him. There were enough people here that I should have been angry. Most knew I was jumpy on the best of days, and today had certainly not been the best of days. But tempering that with the fact that my mother was here, the story told itself. I leaned against the wall next to her as she prepped a tray of tacos on the counter. "So, you mad at me?" "Of course not, sweetheart." Mom smiled thinly as she portioned chicken and distributed it. "Your 18th birthday was weeks ago. We had to do something special. My birthday had always been a non-event, quietly acknowledged but rarely celebrated. It said a lot for how chaotic things had been lately that I hadn't even realized. Otherwise, I probably would have put it together. Guess I'm wondering why you went with this format. Because you don't like surprises? Mom rolled her eyes. Yep, her idea. Probably roped everyone else into it and insisted, and no one wants to shoot down the recovering alcoholic. Yeah. Unbothered, she continued to slice the chicken. I barely hear from you anymore, let alone see you. If I'd messaged you about it, what would you have said? I shrugged. That we should do it after the transposition deadline? The knife came down hard enough that the poor chicken probably felt it in the afterlife. And then there would be something else in the way. Another crisis, more problems demanding your attention at all hours of the day. Not to mention... She waved her hand toward the living room. There's no guarantee any of these people who clearly love you, will be there then. You need to treasure what you have while you have it. Pretty sure Julian and Charlotte barely knew me and had probably come by only to be dragged into this as collateral, but realistically she wasn't really talking about them. Or anyone else, for that matter. If you feel like I've neglected you or taken advantage of your contributions in any way, I'm willing to have that conversation. Suddenly changing the topic, she pointed out a tray of brownies. I was warned not to eat those. You probably shouldn't either. Mom, it's not about me. Even if it was, a region leader is an important person. The more important you are, the more time becomes a commodity. She turned her back, continuing to prepare the food. Tell that to the bug up your ass. More annoyed that I didn't understand why she was doing this than that she'd done it in the first place, I pulled up my messages from her and scrolled up. Beyond the usual parental hovering and check-ins, most of which I'd responded to, I found it. A message from the night we took down Sunny. Mom, the reworked forum's ready to launch. I'd like you and Kinsley to look it over before it goes up, when you have time. Damn. I'd seen it. I'd even replied to the next unrelated message she'd sent, but I'd never acknowledged the progress. Scrolling through the screen caps, how the hell was she using the UI to send photos anyway? It looked good. More old Reddit than IRC, but seeing how the point was creating a resource for the general public, that was a good thing. Mom strode over and put her wrists on my shoulder, grease-glistening fingers precariously raised over the red fabric, and pushed me toward the living room. Get out of my kitchen and enjoy the party. Pretty sure it's my kitchen, I complained, even as she pushed a platter of tacos into my hands and pushed me out. Eventually I gave up and sat down next to Nick and Julian, glancing toward the latter curiously. Sorry, Julian started. Here for other reasons and got roped in by gunpoint? I filled in. He opened his mouth, closed it, then nodded. Your mother's a very persuasive woman, Charlotte added, leaning back and squinting as Marmalade laughed at her face. She chuckled. After I was, recruited, I needed to go back to the complex to grab some ingredients, and she barely let me leave. Nick waggled his eyebrows at me. Always nice to have someone who bakes in the friend group, am I right? As usual, his double entendres veered closer to single. I shook my head. Are you high? No, Nick lied, then grimaced, head bobbing slightly as he narrowed his eyes at Charlotte. They're really just the usual stuff? It barely tasted like anything other than chocolatey goodness, and I am sent right now. Technically, yes, Charlotte hedged. Warned you to eat half. I was hungry. Across from us, Abuelita was cracking into the last of what looked to be several brownies, so far entirely unaffected. Technically? I asked Charlotte, more for Estrada's sake than my own. It's the oil. Had a, questionably legal side hustle before the dome. Charlotte trailed off, scanning faces for judgment. Join the club. Trust me, he doesn't care, Nick said automatically. I don't, I agreed. It started as a hobby, something I just did for friends who kicked me a few bucks in return. But friends refer friends who refer friends, and so on. When the statewide ban on the Delta alts went through, demand was at an all-time high. Charlotte shrugged. I started making serious money and decided to actually take it seriously. Sourced better stuff, learned the whole decarbing, double-boiled filtration process. What no one warns you is that it takes a while to dial it all in.
threw the weak batches away, and most of the dialed-in stuff I'd already used up.
So all she had left was the strong stuff. I slapped Nick in the back.
Sounds like you're fucked.
How is she fine? Nick complained, pointing at Estrada.
Jodete. Gilipollas.
Estrada shook her head. Well, first off, unless my Spanish is completely rusty and I'm mistranslating, I'm not sure that she is. I gave her a long look as I addressed Nick. Second, the professor's been dealing with back issues for longer than you've been alive. Tolerance is probably way higher than yours. Julian shifted awkwardly.
Much as your mum means well, this is obviously meant for close friends and family. If Charlie and I are at all imposing...
He trailed off, leaving it open-ended. I fought a strong compulsion to take him up on the implicit offer to leave. Parties were uncomfortable for me. Parties where I was the focus with near strangers in attendance were even worse. But my most recent rant to Ginny's mother on the importance of networking was still fresh in my mind. Matt needed to be able to do this. Be congenial and welcoming to newcomers, meet and greets, cordial political shit that didn't come naturally to me. Somehow irrelevant, yet equally important, Iris seemed to like them. Surrendering, I rubbed the bridge of my nose. No, that'd be a special kind of shitty. Don't feel like you have to stay if you prefer to go. If that's the case, we can talk about whatever you came here to talk about before you leave, but you're welcome.
Must have made quite the impression, Say called over, eyebrows raised over her sunglasses. It took him weeks to warm up to me. Try getting a date. Month's wait, minimum. Tara winked, serving herself 2 tacos from the platter and plopping down in the oversized armchair next to Estrada. She bit into a taco and grimaced slightly. That was something else I needed to get used to. You guys all meet already? When the answer was a mixed no, I did a round of introductions, including Tara. Iris came out of her shell enough to politely greet Julian and Tara, then seemed to withdraw again, standing to the side awkwardly. Kiddo, I signed. Want me to get you something to eat? Iris gave one quick shake of her head and signed back, Not really hungry. Want to just sit with me instead? A nod. I waved her over, and she clambered onto my lap, settling in, seemingly content to just absorb the festivities passively. Nick absorbed this, oddly somber for how intoxicated he was. He stared at Tara seriously. Never thought anyone would lock Matt down. He's always been a player. I elbowed him. Shut up. Undeterred, Nick crossed his arms. I'm almost ready to give the best friend seal of approval, but before that can happen, you need to answer a very important question. Tara set her plate on her knee and leaned forward. Intriguing. Go for it. What is the best hour of television ever filmed? Subjectively or objectively? Tara asked. Objectively, Nick insisted. Say looked between them, unimpressed by Nick's sudden posturing. It's obviously the end of 6 Feet Under. No! Nick shot that down immediately. It is, says you and the 30 senior citizens still alive who watched it. Michael C. Hall is a national treasure, you dick. Charlotte snapped her fingers. Oh, the intervention episode of Euphoria. Weren't there multiple interventions? Say asked, scratching her head. From season 1, Charlotte clarified. Great show, but too zoomery. Nick shook his head. Aw. Tara made a show of thinking, tapping her bottom lip in amusement. Nick was joking around, but he'd put her on the spot, and she didn't have time to get a feel for the group yet. Given that, I threw her a lifeline. Just cold read him. He's practically asking for it. Are you sure? Most people don't enjoy that party trick. Tara raised an eyebrow. He's used to it. What better place for a party trick than a party? Say shrugged, watching Tara curiously. Okay, just going off of energy and limited information, so don't take anything personal, all right? Nick nodded. Tara leaned forward, steepling her fingers and studying Nick. From the Zoomer comment, I think we can eliminate anything recent. You're giving bro too cool to like anything from this era, but if you were too far in that direction, I can't imagine you and Matt being as close as you are. So, you're masculine. Likely with masculine tastes, but nothing too overboard. Even for that niche, you have an odd air of vulnerability, almost like you make a point of it. Her eyebrows furrowed. It's something popular, critically acclaimed, and relatively well known. Older than Euphoria, but newer than 6 Feet Under. She snapped her fingers and pointed at him. But you specified episode. Not finale, not season. Episode.
It could be a finale.
Nick attempted to misdirect, looking entirely caught off guard by the depth of the analysis. Judging purely from that reaction, it's not, which is interesting. A lot of shows have good seasons, some have great finales, but there's not a ton that have individual standout episodes the typical person can call back to. From what we've already established, I think I can narrow it down to 4. Tara held up 4 fingers, then pulled one down. The Sopranos is a little old. Even if it wasn't, the characters probably aren't to your tastes. You don't mind gray, it's the dickishness that puts you off. She closed another few fingers. We can eliminate Mad Men for the same reasons. The Wire packs plenty of standout episodes, but it was too disjointed and emotionally divorced for your tastes. The longer she went on, the more Nick sank into the couch, his eyes wide. He stared at me, genuinely unsettled. Don't look at me, you started it. Tara sat back, smiling in victory. Which leaves us with the obvious choice. Breaking Bad, Season 5, Ozymandias. Boom, done. She mouthed the last 2 words and feigned dropping a mic. I snorted at Nick's abject shock, chuckles growing into outright laughter at how called out and exasperated he looked. Holy shit, she actually out-pop-cultured Nick, Say gaped.
You coached her,
Nick accused me, still reeling. Swear to God I didn't. I just like a good puzzle. Tara pushed a bang behind her ear self-consciously. Sorry if that was creepy. You're fine. Say waved away the anxiety. If that's the bar for creepy, Matt's creepy all the time, and we still keep him around. Whose birthday is this supposed to be again? I flipped Say the bird, and she responded in kind. Do me next, Charlotte said. Tara seemed surprised, both that her so-called party trick hadn't put anyone off, and that she had another taker. Nevertheless, she recovered quickly. That would be Euphoria Season 1, Episode 4. Aw.
Nah. Nick leaned forward, rallying. You've guessed what we individually think is best, which is impressive, but you haven't shared your opinion.
Well, Breaking Bad's a great show, Tara smirked.
Uh-huh.
Nick was on the edge of his seat. And Ozymandias is a great episode.
Uh-huh.
But Fly is objectively better, Tara finished. Before she'd even completed her sentence, Nick collapsed over the armrest, groaning.
Matt, I've been mortally wounded. She likes bottle episodes, he croaked.
Tara absorbed his ridiculous display stoically, then looked to me. Don't think I'm getting the seal of approval after all. We might have to break up. Unfortunate. I waited a beat. I'm keeping the dogs. Bastard. Beside me, Julian had been unexpectedly quiet. I watched him for a moment, wondering if he felt out of place, until I picked up the telltale eye flicker of motionless UI manipulation. Trouble? Julian shook his head. Shopping, actually. If I'm gonna crash a birthday party, least I can do is buy you a present. This fucking guy. I rolled my eyes. You are literally the only person here who already gave me something. What? Julian? Charlotte squawked. Nick slugged me.
Since when do you do gifts?
Julian frowned and lowered his voice. It's not really a gift if it has a responsibility attached, is it? If the inherent value overshadows the complexity of the responsibility, pretty sure it's still a gift, I answered dryly. And it was something nice? Now I look like the asshole, Charlotte huffed, fiddling with her UI for a few moments before swiping it away in frustration. Suddenly her eyes widened. What if I don't charge for the glamour work? That could be my present. The who what now? Say's head whipped around, suddenly laser-focused on Charlotte. Shit. With the unexpected surprise, I still hadn't had time to talk to Say about the glamour or the potion. It's a hex, Charlotte chirped. She trailed off as Say approached her, the other woman's fists clenched, body trembling. It's a bit like sculpting, only for appearance and stuff. That's why I came here, to talk about the commission. Oh. Charlotte trailed off as Say removed her sunglasses. Could I fix these? Make me look normal again? Say pointed a shaking finger at her compound eyes, almost cringing, expecting a no. I was slower than I should have been, struggling with a sensation that felt almost like a mental lag. Finally, I managed to interject. Say, wait. Been waiting, helpline, Say said, eyes still locked with Charlotte's. There's something we need to talk about first. Another, more permanent option.
She picked up on my discretion, but didn't seem to care much. Is the other option available now? If you answer the way I think you'll answer, no. For how fish out of water she must have felt in this situation, Charlotte caught on quickly. It's painful at first, but the touch-ups are easy, and I'm happy to keep it intact until the more permanent option is available. Guessing you didn't exactly sign up for that. The sudden outburst of tears was natural, almost expected. What was less expected was the way she hugged me. You might be the best friend I've ever had. That's the brownies talking. It's not. Say sniffed. Haven't even had any brownies. Just the tacos. Something about the way she said it, then immediately hugged Charlotte. Then Nick gave me pause. I glanced down at my plate and the half-eaten taco, then glanced around. Mom? Wait, where's Kinsley? In the bathroom. Been there for a while. Hope she's feeling okay. Feeling a growing urgency, I knocked on the bathroom door twice, and when there was no response, opened it. Kinsley was prone on the bathroom floor, dead asleep, snoring loudly, wadded-up towel beneath her head serving as a pillow. The water was still running from when she'd started to wash her hands, and apparently decided to take an impromptu nap instead. I turned it off and left her there for the moment. Despite the tile, she looked comfortable enough, and raced into the kitchen, searching the labels and containers for something specific. What did you cook the tacos with? Love. My mother chuckled at her own joke. No, the oil, Mom. What oil did you use? The only one I could find? Mom passed me a bottle I'd never seen before, label handwritten in loopy feminine print. Cooking oil. Greater than 25%. Use with caution. Slowly I panned the room, noting the numerous empty and half-eaten plates, including my own. Well, shit. Chapter 285. I stared at the opening. The upside-down U-shape was perfectly cut and sanded, the interior lavishly upholstered with system-sourced vicuña wool, a small cashmere pillow with golden trim creating asymmetry. I turned it diagonally, then back again, deciding after a moment that it looked best aligned with the bedding. It was resplendent, extravagant, perfect. And yet, it's a little off. Something about the roof tiles. I see it. Iris signed grimly and pressed her hand to the roof. The tiles rearranged themselves. How's that? My vision blurred, everything simultaneously bigger and smaller than it should be, and I blinked, trying to force my perspective closer to reality. Behind us, there was a loud thud as a large wooden board hit the ground. I turned and squinted through the bright halo of effervescent light at Nick, flexing as he slapped the saw back down on Iris's work table. This saw is fire! I'm on fire! I'm a 2x4 machine, bro! Utterly pleased with himself, he flexed both biceps. Then his energy seemed to flag a bit. Hot. I'm really hot. Kinda want to take my shirt off. Hello, my sister's here, I snapped. Oh, damn, my bad. Nick grinned guiltily. He can cool off if he needs to, Iris signed, still withdrawn but seemingly unbothered. Well, Nick started. Not happening. He wants to cool off, he can go take a cold shower. Keep your damn shirt on. I stuck a finger at Nick. Nick scratched his chin. Then his eyebrows went up. What about my pants? Motherfucker. Got shorts on underneath, bro. Chill. Then why the hell even ask me? Julian snorted, then laughed. You guys are never gonna get 3 done if you keep bickering like an old married couple. Bruh, Nick said. I looked back to the row of doghouses, taking up the back of what was once Say's room. Jules, you went to college, right? Yeah. They teach you to count in college? Julian did a double-take, glancing back over the row of doghouses and blinking. Oh no, I am gone. Leave the man alone, Matt. Might be seeing single, but he's also making history. Nick scooped up the fallen 2x4 and stuck it out to Julian, who took it and fastened it to an ever-growing structure with expert precision. That's way too easy for you, I said, openly envious. Welp, Julian grunted, tightening a screw. Helps that I've made a few tree houses in my time. Similar concept, different setting. It's shaking a lot.
Tara called down. "If I get tragically paralyzed from installing an intercom into a prototype before it's even built, I'm suing you, Julian." "I promise it's stable," Julian replied, giving the center pylon a quick shake, grimacing as Tara yelped, then adding on another supporting beam. Nick snorted. "Don't worry, Tara. If that happens, Matt'll call a bunch of friends over, get everyone high, and remodel the entire apartment to be wheelchair-friendly." "Isn't it already wheelchair-friendly?" Iris signed, showing a ghost of a smile. "It is. And bitch, this was your idea," I snapped at Nick, turning back to Iris's work after warning Tara to be careful. "Like I said it. Sure. Then you deadass started buying shit wholesale off the marketplace. Yeah. There was a knock. We closed the room off for the dog's safety more than anything else. "Boys, we need a second opinion." I caught Nick's eye and mouthed, "No matter how it looks, be supportive." He mouthed something back that looked like, "I'm always supportive, you mothering bastard." Or potentially, "I'm always providing motherless bastards." But I was mostly sure it was the first. "Come in." Charlotte threw open the door, cheeks tinged from exertion. Then she saw the state of the room, and her eyes widened. "Holy shit, you guys work fast." "Kinsley still doing okay?" I asked. "Yep," Charlotte nodded. "Still sleeping like a rock in the living room, but she only had a bite. Breathing and pulse are normal. She'll sleep it off." "And be cranky she missed the party," Nick laughed. Charlotte turned to the tall, meandering spiral structure Julian had already started putting rails on. Julian? What is that?" "Greetings, Charlotte," Julian said, his voice over-serious and seductive. "What you see before you is the result of what happens when 3 brave, upstanding men of the court and one little sister identify a grave injustice." "Jules, you are gone!" Charlotte put a hand over her mouth, trying not to laugh. "That's what he said," Nick added helpfully. Julian shook his head vehemently, squaring his stance and putting a hand to his chest. "What is gone, Charlotte, are the hopes and dreams of the canine ancestors that came before. We domesticated them, then betrayed them, and today we will finally right that wrong. No longer will dogs be forced to observe the bourgeois trappings of their feline antagonists with envy. No longer will Fido or Prince or Wheatley live out their days in the dust, deprived of any hint of altitude or verticality." "Really stirring for the subject matter," I noted dryly. "Kinda tearing up a little," Nick agreed. Julian grinned and extended his arm toward the structure, then finished in a solemn voice. "I present to you the first ever canine arboreal relaxation station, the Dog Tree." "Hear, hear!" Nick raised his giant water bottle. "It's looking great, Jules. It really is." Charlotte bit her lip. "Everything all right?" I asked, fighting a sudden upsurge of paranoia. "Right. Sorry, you said you needed an opinion," Julian said, dropping the Noble Prince act. "We really fucking do," Say's voice announced from outside the room, trying for the same harshness as usual, but overcompensating. In my addled state, I might have been overthinking it, but Say sounded terrified. Charlotte's smile drooped a bit. "Keep in mind we're not done. This is like the sketch before we fill everything else in. It might have been smarter to wait until I was no longer, chemically altered, but—" "She insisted," Nick said, waving the worry away. "It's all right, no worries. This is a place for friends. Judgment-free zone, right?" He looked at me. "Judgment is suspended until everyone is sober," I agreed. "Come on, Say. Let's see it." Bring her in, bring her. Jesus Christ." Nick's jaw dropped as a beautiful stranger walked through the doorframe. Someone who looked so completely different from either version of Say I knew that my mind was having trouble keeping up. The stranger scowled and immediately turned around and walked out. "No, Say, that was a good Jesus Christ." I raised my voice, glaring at Nick, who still looked completely flabbergasted. Far more tentative than before, Say returned with her arms crossed. As long as I'd known her, she'd always been eye-catching, but this was something else. From the neck up, the insectile features were entirely gone. Thick, shining hair framed full lips, high cheekbones, and a slender jawline. The compound eyes she'd loathed traded for a dark, captivating stare.
Hot diggity damn, Nick whispered.
She looks like a celebrity, Iris signed,
and even as I conveyed it out loud, I had to agree. Say gave Iris an appreciative smile before she frowned again.
Girl, you look stunning, Tara added, looking down from her perch on the dog tree.
Say cleared her throat, then looked away and cleared it again.
You're all being very sweet and supportive, and as much as part of me had wanted that sort of support my entire life, I kind of need the cold bastard take. She looked to me expectantly. Give it to me straight.
You sure?
Yeah, Say nodded.
Well? I hedged, trying to strike the balance between support and what she was asking for. It's hard to say. You look kind of perfect? Maybe.
Don't you dare say too perfect, Tara called down.
She asked for the cold bastard take. Babe.
I don't care, sweetheart.
No, it's fine. Say shook her head, then confirmed. Too perfect. I scratched my head. Remember who you're talking to, and take this with a grain of salt. But the way I've always seen it, there's like... Shit, I need a whiteboard. No whiteboards, Nick and Say said simultaneously. It's better as a visual, I argued. There was a rustle as Iris fished around in her backpack, pausing to sign to me.
I've got art pencils and a sketch pad. Would that help?
Yes, you're a godsend. I took the sketchbook, flipped to an empty page, and began to draw. Our x-axis is attractiveness. Far left is least attractive, far right is most attractive. I drew a line, then scrawled a bell curve on top of it, then drew another vertical line. And this, our y-factor, is approachability. From a psychological standpoint, and there are multiple studies I'm drawing on here, the more attractive you are, the more benefit there is. People automatically assume you're smart, lend more credence to what you say, and are more likely to seek you out and approach you. I turned the sketch and pointed to the above-average section of the bell curve, at least until somewhere around here. Once you get above this area, people get kind of weird, intimidated. They're far more likely to assume you're someone important or full of herself or whatever. Result being, they're more likely to dodge you and make assumptions.
Yeah, that kind of tracks, Tara admitted.
Say snatched the sketchbook from me and studied the scrawlings.
Asked for the cold bastard take, not the nerd take. But I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Alternatively, they'll just get confused and ask for an autograph. Blackpink in your area!
Nick drew the last word out, immediately cut off by a collective groan.
What?
Julian shook his head. Nick, I don't care how high you are. You can't say that, I moaned.
Huh?
Nick scanned the room with an expression of betrayal.
Wait.
That's racist,
Iris signed sternly. Iris says you're racist.
It's not like that. Say, I can't think when you're mean-mugging me with that face.
Nick backed away.
What is it like then, Nick?
Say crossed her arms, tapping a foot expectantly.
It wasn't a stereotype. I was being specific.
Nick blinked rapidly.
She looks like Jisoo from Blackpink.
Oh, shit.
Charlotte paced in front, looking at Say's face from all angles.
You kind of do.
Alarm came through in her voice.
No, actually, it's almost 1-to-1. Say, swear to God, I didn't do that on purpose. Don't know how it happened, but I'm really not like that.
Chaos reigned, with Nick and Charlotte both taking very different approaches to underlining how not racist they were, while Julian and Tara formed Switzerland, observing from the sidelines and wisely staying out of the crossfire. You idiots. I laid back on the floor and put my hands on my face. No one is racist. There's a thing.
A thing? Helpline?
I could almost feel her glare through my hands. Yes, Say. I'm fucking impaired for the first time since middle school and can't think of the name. Cut me a break. But it happens with police composite sketches where a person is described to a sketch artist and the result ends up resembling a celebrity.
Maybe you should make another graph.
Fuck you. Julian coughed. Almost laughed, then coughed again to cover it. Just piping in as a totally neutral and politically correct party to say that the term Matt's forgetting is celebrity resemblance bias. Yes, exactly. I pointed at him.
So it's an actual thing?
Say asked. Julian nodded. And while it does happen with sketches, it also happens with plastic surgery. You start with attractive features. Most celebrities are varying degrees of attractive. They're a presence in our lives.
and that mental image becomes a source we subconsciously draw on to fill in the blanks. And Charlotte's a dyed-in-the-wool K-pop stan. Jules? Charlotte whined. Seriously, would you rather be outed as a racist or a K-pop stan? Say was about to respond when Talia came staggering in, tail tucked, almost swooning from side to side, her eyes red. Why does my body feel so sluggish?
Did you sneak a taco off the tray? Nick asked.
No, Talia lied. Julian stumbled backward. Holy shit, a talking dog!
God damn it.
What did you call me? Talia growled deep in her throat. Say put a hand to her face. All right. Now that I'm mad and apparently have no one to be mad at, I'm going to let you all explain that. She put a hand palm out toward Talia in a circular gesture, then tugged at Charlotte's sleeve, clearly moving on from the awkwardness. Ready to go back to the drawing board? Yeah. Charlotte looked down at Talia, did something that landed somewhere between a bow and curtsy, then stage-whispered to Julian, Fill me in later. Relief flooded Charlotte's features as the two departed, and I awkwardly reintroduced Talia as Nick's summon, and resumed work on the furnishings. Talia scanned the evolving room, emanating a mix of grumpiness and disdain. For all the time I've been a summon, Nick has never built me a house. Nick stumbled, no doubt unhappy that he was catching another stray, until he realized Talia wasn't actually talking to him, and resumed his business. I slapped the top of the closest structure. Talia, this is a dog house. For dogs. I'm sure Nick thought about it and ended up assuming if he did build you a house in which dogs are housed, you'd take it as a grave insult.
Can you guys, stop saying my name that way? Gonna give me a coronary? Nick complained.
Talia ignored him and sniffed the wool, then entered the house and lay down in it. Regardless of who it's meant for, it's a very nice house. She turned her head, all side-eye. I put my hands on my hips and sighed, glancing at Iris. Up for building a fourth? Yeah, Iris nodded, just looking happy to be needed. Small structures don't take much out of me. It's not a bother. It should be bigger than the others, so those cheerful idiots don't get any ideas, Talia instructed. Such a choosing beggar. I rolled my eyes. Wait, Tara exclaimed. She was stretching out supine on the upper level of the dog tree, head hanging upside down off the platform, hair streaming straight down. Talia's a wolf. What if we did something a similar size to the rest, but made it out of stone instead, and made it look kind of natural-like? Like a summer home cave, since she's over here all the time? I asked. Yes. I like it. That human is wise, Talia acknowledged and put her head down, nestling into the vicuña. Beside me, Iris was already drawing, creativity apparently reinvigorated by the idea of doing something with a more natural bent. A vibration rattled through the floorboards, emanating 3 times before it faded, any accompanying noise squelched by the music and Tara's voice. Did someone knock? Tara cocked her head. Not that I heard. Matt! Someone screamed from the other side of the door. I jumped to my feet and raced to the living room, only for someone to slam into me full force. Kinsley grabbed me and shook me, eyes wide in panic. Matt! We're fucked! Breathe, Kinsley. I brushed aside her matted hair and pressed the back of my hand to her forehead. She felt clammy, but not so hot it was concerning. Who is at the door? And why are we fucked? Because we're all high as balls, and the feds are here, Kinsley hissed. Chapter 286. There were worse possibilities for this unfortunately impaired moment in time. An incursion from a rival region with multiple casualties, or a sudden announcement from the Ordinator that they'd changed their minds, and the transposition started now. Miles' presence was more like a distant third. If I was lucid, it wouldn't even rank in the top 10. But I wasn't. Even ignoring the impromptu carpentry workshop and subsequent green lighting of the dog tree, the fuck-up with Talia served as evidence of that. It hadn't even occurred to me that she shouldn't be speaking aloud before she gave Julian and Charlotte an existential crisis. And unlike Julian and Charlotte, Miles was a far more serious threat. Because he was the real deal.
I'd watched him pick a man apart during an interrogation, guess his age, pre-system vocation, and the exact combination of suggestions and threats necessary to break him open like a walnut, all completely cold. Perceptive, intelligent, and borderline unreadable. On a good day, locked in and focused with the proper title equipped, engaging with Miles was still dangerous. None of my subtler abilities could touch him, implying a special class he'd kept painstakingly close to the vest. To make matters worse, the voices in my head had been uncharacteristically quiet ever since the accidental dose. A relief, but one I felt far less strongly now that I explicitly needed them. It's fine, he's just here because I never messaged him back, or to give his regards, or because Mom is incapable of keeping anything to herself. The only reason he'll have to be suspicious is if I act guilty. Internally, I did a double take, because that was my own inner voice, completely unfiltered for the first time in what felt like forever. More confirmation that I was flying blind. I stepped away from the peephole and pitched my voice low, speaking to Kinsley. It threw me off for a second because she'd moved, taking cover behind the counter and peeking out, her pupils blown. Go in the dog's room with the others. Turn the music down and tell everyone to sit tight. The dogs have an entire room now? Kinsley hissed. It's not like anyone's... That really what we want to focus on at the moment? No, fine, but Matt? You're not going to let him in, right? Relax, it's Miles. He won't stay long. Unhappily, Kinsley crouch-walked from cover to cover, making her way to the hallway and sneaking down it. Kinsley, I called after her. Other way. Kinsley swore, surveyed her surroundings, then for some undefinable reason, flipped me the bird. What are you going to tell them? I asked, trying to remind her. She thought for what felt like a long time. To sit down and turn the music tight? Great. Perfect. Once she was gone and I'd shot a message to Charlotte telling her and Say to lay low, I braced myself and opened the door. Miles. Happy getting old day, slugger. Miles grinned crookedly. There was a dark green bottle beneath his arm with golden foil over the top. An open navy blazer revealed an old Metallica t-shirt tucked into a worn pair of jeans. In a way, it was odd how normal he looked, when he wasn't clad head to toe in system attire or business casual. Thanks. All quiet on the Western Front? Mostly, Miles confirmed. Then the smile faded as he looked past me into the dark living room. Looks like the party died. Everything all right? There goes any chance of a quick visit. Yeah, just moved to the back. We've been working on a couple side projects. Come in. I waved him inside and flicked on the light, going to the kitchen and rifling through the fridge. Someone made a giant pitcher of lemonade. There's beer, the cheap shit Nick likes, not Coke, and coffee. Not to mention tacos and dessert. Miles picked up one of the now cold brownies up to his nose and breathed deeply. A second later, his brow furrowed and he looked at me quizzically. Damn. If I knew you were cutting loose, I would have brought something other than sparkling grape juice. Briefly, because I wasn't confident in my ability to hold things together without creating the sort of suspicion more likely to make Miles look closer, I gave him the rundown on the oil mix-up. In the old world, this was perhaps the stupidest thing I could have done. A cop would see it as an admission of guilt, and a Fed would consider it a point of leverage. To a lesser extent, the latter was still true, but with the psychopaths and necromancers running around, I figured it was better than just letting him wonder. He'd grill me for info either way. That part of his job was hard-baked into his DNA. What was less predictable was the way he laughed until his eyes were red. And here I thought the surprise party was destined for spectacular failure. It's been a spectacular something, I muttered, as Miles screwed the cap off his beer and took a long pull, trying not to chuckle. For the record, Miles pointed the top of his bottle at me. I told her it was a terrible idea. I think everyone did. She was privately, of course, bemoaning how uncooperative your friends were. I rubbed my face in annoyance. Yeah, generally it doesn't matter. Once Mom gets an idea in her head, no one gets through, and everyone who challenges her isn't being open-minded enough. At least until it all goes wrong and she runs away with her tail between her legs. Brutal. But I guess I can see it. That happened tonight? Miles asked. After we started working on the side project, she made some comments that it wasn't what she'd imagined, got antagonistic, and laughed when no one was looking. Hasn't answered her messages since. I stopped myself suddenly, realizing I was effectively dragging my mother to the man she was dating. Not trying to be harsh. It's not a big deal, really. Just part of recovery. Pink clouding and whatnot.
Guess I can stop composing this breakup message. Miles rolled his eyes. You're not usually this transparent.
Yeah. Even without the snipe at the end, his comment was an obvious joke, but it landed a little too close to a constant source of anxiety. Same as most addicts, my mother had a pattern. She'd get clean, commit to the process, really go all in. With every passing day, she'd grow more confident, and her productivity would rise. Then, almost inevitably, something would knock her down. A failed relationship, a decline email from an interview, and she'd spiral, eventually landing back at square one. There was an awkward silence, and we both shifted uncomfortably in the lull. We were both great communicators in a crisis, far less so when there was no obvious problem to solve. Part of me was kicking myself for not asking Kinsley to pass a message to Tara, asking her to insert herself into the conversation to smooth the tension between me and Miles. As if my thoughts were somehow manifesting reality, the dog's door cracked wide enough for me to see Kinsley's horrified expression as Tara slipped out. She tidied her hair before making the appearance, and she flashed us both a smile as she raided the cupboard, lifting a bag of pistachios. "Can I grab you boys anything?" she asked. "I'm fine," I said.
"Aid on the way, but thanks," Miles answered simultaneously.
"Babe," Tara said, drawing immediate side-eye from Miles. It was the same word from earlier, but a simple alteration of inflection changed so much. Instead of sarcastic, it sounded confident and familiar. It took me a second to realize she was performing, flexing a little. She waved the bag at us. "Need to coat your stomach with something. You'll thank me later."
"Listen to the woman," Miles agreed seriously. "He who parties without eating will not enjoy the party for long, nor the day that follows."
"Confucius?" "More like Desaad," Tara quipped. Miles barked a laugh.
"Now there's a deep cut."
Tara gave me a withering glance. "Since you're not explicitly saying no, I'm going to take your silence as consent." "Totally not problematic at all," I interjected. "And fix up a plate." She gave Miles a meaningful look. "Make sure he doesn't just stare at it and actually eats."
"Scout's honor,"
Miles nodded, agreeing easily. It imparted some small measure of relief that Tara didn't immediately ping Miles' radar. More like the opposite. If anything, he seemed more comfortable than he'd been before, and continued to make polite conversation until the plate of leftovers was delivered and Tara returned to the dog's room, winking at me over her shoulder. As soon as the door closed, Miles turned to me and waggled his eyebrows, absolutely radiating smugness.
"Well, I gotta say, kid, you really suck at introductions. How long has that been going on?"
Jaded Eye's voice echoed somewhere in my subconscious, dissecting Miles' sentence. I focused inward for a moment, tuning in long enough to identify the pithy quality it adopted often when it was bored and offering commentary purely to stir the pot, then tuned out. "Sorry. Her name's Tara, and it's new," I returned neutrally. "We're still figuring it out."
"Well, figure it out quickly. I dated a few waitresses in my day, but none like that. She seems great."
"How?" I asked the air in frustration. "How the hell do you pick her out as a waitress with less than 2 minutes to draw from?"
"Well," Miles shifted his head from side to side. "Could say it's the posture, the way she held the plate from the bottom and didn't struggle with the balance for a second, but I'd be lying my ass off. I've had a few work lunches downstairs."
Right. Suddenly, I felt foolish, and more than ready to change the subject. "Enough about me. How's everything with you and Mom? She was worried when you disappeared."
"It's been good,"
Miles said, putting a little too much emphasis on been. He grimaced sheepishly.
"After getting out from under some trouble, I got a little too ambitious for my own good. Started talking about making things official, and, she was enthusiastically in favor."
I took a second to parse what he meant. They were exclusive as far as I knew, so that meant... Official as in marriage?
"Yeah."
Miles put the beer to his lips and tipped it upward. 3 wives wasn't enough? He coughed, almost choking as he wiped his mouth, glaring at me distastefully.
"The timing had to be intentional."
I mean, I'd be worried. 4 wives is basically a harem.
"They're exes. You're not usually this funny, either," Miles complained.
He cocked his head, considering something.
"Would you be worried if we took the next step? You've been chill until now, but I wouldn't hold it against you given our history,"
Miles said, quietly waiting for my response. It was strange to think about. purely because of how well we knew each other and how tenuous that relationship had been. Across the collective experiences of both my identities, I'd seen Miles at his most savage, willing to say or do almost anything to accomplish his goals. On the surface, he was controlled, careful, and calculated. The only time he completely lost his cool was when I, through Mirden, threatened his colleagues. Yet, when given the opportunity and a thorough dose of reasonable doubt, he'd made peace. He was socially savvy, a terrible public speaker, and a fantastic mentor. Whatever else he was, I got the sense that, more than anything, he was a protector at heart. We've had our problems, but you've always been fair. Really, I should hate you on principle, but in a way I look up to you. It's weird to say that. My generation, most of our heroes are either fictional or dead, so really, that's not nothing. You always have your eye on the ball, do the necessary thing even when it's hard. But you're not all rough edges. If you're wrong, you cop to it. If someone's suffering, you try to help. You're a natural leader, and the people who follow you do so out of trust. Of course I approve. Jesus Christ. Miles leaned all the way back in the chair until it creaked. Almost defensively, he tossed a small black box onto the table. Was just gonna check in, drop these off, and be on my way, but, you want to get some air? What? Why the sudden change of... Slowly, I put a hand to my face. How much of that did I say out loud? Miles looked up thoughtfully. From "we've had our problems" onward? It's the weed talking. Miles grinned. Well, let the weed know that's the nicest thing anyone's said to me in years. Eat shit. And he's back. A wind current cut the humidity of the midsummer air. The roof of the building, despite the bar, swimming pool, and swath of waterproof furniture that surrounded us, was entirely abandoned. Miles' gift was a pair of aged Cuban cigars. The real deal, I was told, repeatedly, as he cut and lit them. His second, more concerning present was a small portion of spiced rum, which I eyed with distaste. Relax, mocktail. You don't have to finish it. Just sip enough to get the flavor profile. Authentic experience and all. Miles set his glass down and vaulted back over the bar, putting a hand on the small of his back and stretching before he picked it up again. He walked over to a bench near the railing that encircled the rooftop and took in the skyline. Miles tapped his glass against mine, resonating ting, lost in the sound of ambient wind as he raised it and drank. Puff, then sip, he told me. Cautiously, I did so. The result was complex, a blanket of layered richness that was difficult to pin down. Vanilla, nutmeg, and cinnamon all warred for prominence, the underlying cloying taste the only point of relative consistency. That is way, way sweeter than I expected it to be, I said, staring down at the rum. Pretty good, right? Miles pointed a finger at me, waiting for confirmation. It was. Too rich and extravagant to enjoy more than once in a blue moon, but it really, really was. I raised my glass, letting the honeyed liquid coat my tongue. Did you know I'm infertile? Miles asked. I choked and coughed, unable to stop myself from spritzing rum all over the pavement below. Beyond the obvious payback that's relevant to this conversation, how? Everything still works, but yeah, I'm shooting blanks. Have been for 30 years. Went back a few times, and the result's always the same. Nada. Zilch. Still waiting for the relevance, Miles, I said again. Instead of responding, he waited for me to do the mental math. Hold on, are your kids adopted? Somewhere, Miles nodded. So the rest? We're miracle children, God's grace, a literal 1 in a million shot. Providence? He chuckled ruefully. Ashamed to admit I actually believed my first wife when she fed me that line. The second, not so much. Damn, I had it coming. Miles worked his jaw. Too many hours at work, too many weeks without date nights, way too many weekends spent doing nothing but vegging in front of the TV because I was too burned out to function. All the cliché cop shit. But it's a cliché for a reason. Not sure anyone has that coming. You're very supportive, under the influence. Miles eyed me, leaning out over the railing. But save the pity. They're all my kids, and I wouldn't trade them for anything. My name's on their birth certificates. Legally, that's all that matters. Why wouldn't you order a paternity test? Oh, I did. He snorted. More than one. Couldn't believe she'd lie to my face like that. Spent a lot of time at the gym. And in the ring.
working the anger out. Took some time. After the anger was gone, guess I realized a few things. The first was that I needed to file for divorce ASAP. The second was that I wanted to be a father. Probably most important, there was a reason it was me in the OR, not the other guy. You stepped up, I realized. Why not? By any reasonable standard, I was stable, accomplished, and motivated. Not saying it's been perfect. My eldest reconnected with his biological father, decided he was a better fit. Calls me Miles now. Hard pill to swallow. Hard as hell, but it wasn't up to me. Just like I chose him, it was his right to choose someone else. He made a dismissive motion. This has all been a very roundabout way of conveying that I have a lot of flexibility when it comes to acting as a parent. You don't have to worry about me elbowing in on what you've got going with Iris and Ellison. He stared out at the city blankly, breathing out cigar smoke. You've taken care of them for a long time, and frankly, from the sound of it, done a better job than most. I took another sip of my rum. For a moment the skyline seemed to spin, and I closed my eyes, blinking until the nausea faded. My history doesn't put you off? The details that came out at the panel? Miles asked, guilt creeping into his expression. Yeah. That deadbeat, Miles said, disgust leaking into his voice, beat his woman until she was black and blue, and shot a cop. Dipshit was doomed any way you spin it. If nobody stabbed him, he would have offed himself. In the likely scenario he lacked either the wisdom or courage to off himself, he would have offed himself. If somehow he didn't bite the bullet either way, the judge would have punched a one-way ticket to the Needle Express faster than you can say capital punishment. So you would have done the same? I challenged, not entirely sure if I believed him. It'd be wrong to say that without being there. Miles' brow furrowed, but I sure as hell would have looked the other way. It's not like it was. At the beginning, he was an unknown quantity. It got worse, and for a while he was an enemy. But it's not like that anymore. We're on friendly terms, with and without the mask. Mirrodin helped him clear the bounty, and they've been working together behind the scenes, which makes us at least a valuable asset. Maybe it's time to finally level with him. Close call at the tower today bothering you? Miles asked, like he genuinely wanted to know. Like he cared. Not really. My throat felt tight, constricted. So talk to me. Miles scratched his head. Because you look miserable, like something's eaten you from the inside out. If there's anything you want to share, I'm a good listener. He scowled and puffed his cigar. And no, this isn't fishing for intel. Believe it or not, I genuinely, authentically give a shit. It was a perfect opening.
Chapter 287. And when he finds out about the nursery, what will he think of me then? A second of hesitation was all it took to rein myself in. The most concerning part of it all was that if the earlier slip hadn't happened, I might have seriously considered it. But thanks to the Talia mishap, I knew I wasn't all there. And Miles, intentionally or not, had created a perfect moment for me to confide in him. The overshare. The fact that he'd pulled back the veil on something not only personal, but deeply vulnerable and painful, made it feel wrong to hold back. But by the same token, it's exactly what I would do if I was trying to get information out of a neutral party and needed to use a light touch. It bothered me that he was so hard to read. The fact that he was established as a great liar really worked against him here, because it all felt genuine. Even now, as he waited for me to answer, arms crossed casually over his legs, framed by the scattered lighting of various skyline buildings behind him, there was no tell, no restrained anticipation, zero anxiety or dubious body language. Maybe it was real, and the fact that I'd never known for sure legitimately annoyed me. I'd been so careful until now, and if I put that in jeopardy the one time in years I cut loose a little, I could never forgive myself. The transposition was imminent. Nick and I were doing everything we could to stop it from happening, but even with Hastur's backing, our chances were about as good as a coin flip. I got the sense that Hastur has been on this perfect future kick for a while, and it had never seemed to work out for him before. There was no reason to assume it would work now. No matter what the details of the greater game they based it on were,
The chaos of the first transposition had been so all-encompassing, it had been far easier for the spectating gods to skirt the rules and target me more directly. Realistically, the second would be more of the same, filled with indirect and not-so-indirect attempts to get me killed and draw negative attention to my continually unwanted presence. I was seemingly in Miles's good graces now, but that didn't mean it'd stay that way after the second transposition. There was no telling what I'd have to do, or how the greater powers would spin those actions in the worst possible light. If for some reason that didn't happen, I'd revisit the topic then, and only then. But now I had a problem, because sidestepping this or changing the subject would be the worst possible call, almost worse than telling him directly. Miles wasn't stupid. He'd already called me out for acting strange, considering the circumstances. If I didn't give him something, he'd draw his own conclusions if he hadn't already. The better option was to pivot. It had to be something I felt genuine guilt over, so I couldn't just make something up on the fly either, especially in my state. He'd read anything fabricated as false. It had to come from the heart. And I was terrible at from the heart. I cleared my throat, then cleared it again. My sister's deaf.
I'd put that together,
Miles said, his expression relaxing slightly. While clearly puzzled, he also looked almost relieved. It's never been a problem. Hell, learning sign language might have been the smartest thing we ever did.
Being able to communicate silently at a moment's notice, I can see the benefits.
Iris couldn't. I shook my head. Spent years working with her, hammering self-acceptance, making damn sure she never felt like an inconvenience. But I always had the sense she never fully bought in. A shadow crossed Miles' face.
When you're a kid, everything that makes you different from others is seen as negative. It takes a lot of growing up before you're able to see those differences as advantages. Other kids really don't help.
No, they don't. Little shits. I rubbed my eyes, trying to force the jumble of feelings and memories into a coherent thought. Point is, I've spent years trying to communicate to Iris that her disability isn't a problem, that it doesn't make her a lesser person, and that anyone who makes her feel like an outcast or unworthy because of it can go pound sand. It doesn't need to be fixed.
This have something to do with that necromancer attack? Miles asked, reading between the lines.
In part. This is the other half. It fell into my lap a while ago. Kingsley's people just identified it. My hand went to my inventory, and I hesitated before finally fishing out the radiant golden potion and passing it to him. Miles took it, studying the newly revealed description, his jaw slackening the more he read.
Holy shit, Miles murmured.
He peered up at me after a moment.
You've been keeping this under wraps, right? No way you haven't.
Yeah.
This is big enough that I'm going to need specifics. Who knows exactly?
He pushed, more insistent. Me and Kingsley, a few researchers on our science team, well compensated to be discreet.
Not good enough. Anyone in the dome with a functioning head on their shoulders would be frothing rabid to get their hands on this. Assume there's already a leak.
Miles left the cigar in his mouth, puffing idly as he held the potion up to the light and rotated it.
Hell, if this were up for grabs, I'd do a lot to lock it down, just for the insurance policy.
He paused, peered at me.
You're clever enough to put together that you either need to bury this so deep that no one could possibly find it, or it needs to be used. Immediately. Too great a risk otherwise.
Rationally, yes. He held the potion out to me, wiggling it by the top.
Yet here it is. Why?
When I spoke, it was difficult, painful. Iris almost died during the attack. The big fucker, the one that kept hounding us down, targeted her before I even realized anything was happening.
That much I'm familiar with. We've been looking into it from our side, but it's a slow process. A lot of potential degenerates in the mix.
Miles nodded along. There was this moment. She was on the playground, just being a kid again for the first time in forever, and I saw the shadow. And there was just nothing I could do. No surfaces that I could bang on that she'd feel the vibration from, no way to catch her attention and sign a warning, nothing.
It was that close?
A hair's width. Ever since, all I can think of is how, if she could hear, I could have warned her so much earlier. It feels horrible to think along those lines, but I can't help it. The obvious answer is to give her the potion and be done with it, but
You're worried about the message,
Miles filled in.
that by fixing the problem, you'd basically be confirming what you'd always believed to be true.
Exactly. There was a rash of sirens below, a line of police cars and fire trucks traveling down the long city road that led to the interstate. We both watched them shrink into the distance, and Miles pulled up his UI, skimming through his messages. He squinted.
Looks like my surprisingly relaxing evening is coming to an abrupt end.
Necromancer?
I wish,
Miles said, stubbing out his cigar and placing it on the ashtray.
Lots of people cracking because of the countdown. There's some pyro freak in the center regions, losing his shit, taking the bounty as a challenge.
Need a hand?
Nah. Even if you were clear-headed, me and the reformed DPD can handle one moron with a god complex. Small potatoes. Probably won't even wake Hawkins up for it. She's handled the last few.
He stood and stretched, scowling at something in the contents of the message, before he stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at me.
As far as Iris goes, I wish I could tell you the right call. But I can't. No one can. All the history's on your end, and inevitably, I'd be speaking from ignorance. But I'll leave you with a question.
Shoot.
Are you the same person you were when all this shit started?
No.
Be precise.
I thought about it. Because the world was changing, and I chose to change with it. Mentality first, system abilities and augmentations later. Anything that could give me an advantage.
Body and mind, right?
Yeah.
Why even do that in the first place? There was nothing wrong with you before. As much as you might believe otherwise, you were a relatively normal kid, forced to grow up in less than ideal circumstances. Why were you so hell-bent on using the system to fix yourself?
It had nothing to do with fixing anything, I argued, annoyed by his wording. It had everything to do with power and potential. I'd be stupid to just ignore an avenue of advancement, knowing that other people can and will. Refusing it outright out of paranoia or principle would have put me at a profound disadvantage. Ah. Miles nodded slowly, letting the meaning sink in.
It's one thing to make the best of a difficult situation. It's another entirely to continue to do so and ignore an obvious solution because there's something about it you find distasteful.
He studied the concrete, scuffing at something with his dress shoe.
That's the thing about kids. Try too hard to insulate them from everything that could hurt them, they'll act out and sneak around. Try too little, and the result is the same. But even if you strike the perfect balance, you can't shelter them forever. From the world or their choices. A day will come when they bite off more than they can chew, talk to the wrong person, or hell, just happen to be in the right place at the wrong time. And when that day comes, you have to hope and pray to God, or Allah, or the devil, whoever the hell you pray to, that you've done everything possible to prepare them for it. And if you haven't...
For just a moment, the confident, easygoing demeanor disappeared, along with any trace of a smile.
Well, you get to live with that.
Seconds passed. Whatever was left unsaid thick enough that I could almost feel it. I almost asked before Miles' mask slid back into place.
Anyway, whatever you do with that thing, do it soon. And for Christ's sakes, kid, don't keep it on you. You're a heist waiting to happen.
Got it. I waved goodbye as he left in a hurry, descending footsteps echoing down the stairs. I knew what I wanted to do. My conversation with Miles had only reinforced it. The only variable that remained was whether Say would see it that way. Chapter 288. I returned to my suite, surprised to find it nearly as dark as it was before the party. As my eyes adjusted, I spotted Nick's silhouette, barefoot, shirtless, and passed out on the far end of the long couch with a pillow over his face, flanked on either side by two of the dogs, who notably were ignoring their ridiculously extravagant domiciles in favor of smothering Nick. Warm light from the end table lamp illuminated Say's face. Not the face I'd grown accustomed to seeing, but her old one, finally free of the alterations that plagued her. It sort of shook me, seeing her like that. She'd kept most of her original features, Save a few cosmetic tweaks for vanity. Damn, I said aloud. Initial snafu aside, Charlotte did great work. Say put a finger to her lips, her movement and expression serene. I looked down and saw Iris, bundled up in a blanket, eyes tightly shut as she dozed, head on Say's lap. I heel-toe walked to the couch so the vibrations of my footfalls wouldn't be disruptive and sat down carefully, trying not to jostle them. Wait, I leave for 10 minutes and the party dies? Try 2 hours, helpline. Say pointed to the digital clock on the stove that read 3:01. It had been longer than I thought. I winced. As much as I'd not been in the mood for company, some part of me regretted abandoning my guests. Anyone still here? That idiot. Say pointed to Nick. Kinsley passed out in one of the dog beds, but Julian and Charlotte called someone to take them home. Tara, too. How were they when they left? I asked. She made a dismissive gesture. The Hobbit made sure everyone knew you were dealing with a matter of great importance, and they genuinely seemed like they had a great time. Just got tired is all. Was going to see myself out, too. Not really the last person at the party kind of girl. Then the other Hobbit fell asleep on me. I can take her. She's fine for now. Say ran her fingers through Iris's curls. Way I see it, I owe Iris a lot. The mirror doesn't lie. I looked scary as hell when I came back, and she never even hesitated. Just accepted me and did whatever she could to help. That's Iris. Iris moaned, grimacing as she clung to the blanket. It was a small, distressed sound, and Say gently shook her shoulder until she roused from REM sleep, settling back down into quiet snores. Always have this many nightmares? Say asked. I shook my head. That's new. Ever since the attack. Bastards. Say's tranquil expression soured. I get that the strike team is temporarily retired, but you'll have the info as soon as I do, I assured her. And we'll go in hard, like always. I paused, wanting to comment more on her appearance, but not sure how to do so politely. Are you happy with the end result? Still in shock, but over the moon, really. Say shook her head in wonder. I'd come to terms with it, the way I looked. On some level, I'd even started appreciating the benefits. Like, sure, I'm a freakish monster, but I'm armored as hell with built-in defenses to match. She held a dark, chitinous hand up, extending the claws on her fingertips before retracting them again. Never been so deep in the denial sauce to actually see it as an improvement, but it saved my life more than once. The one thing I just couldn't take without getting nauseous, the face, is gone. As long as Charlotte's around, anyway. For the record, I never thought you looked like a freakish monster. Yeah. Say gave me a playful shove. There's something I need to talk to you about. Something we probably should have talked about earlier, but there just wasn't time. Kind of scary, but go ahead. I breathed in deeply and began. It helped that this was mostly familiar ground. I'd already told Say about Haster's pitch, along with the, at the time unidentified, potion and promise of an eventual second. Now it was just a matter of filling in the blanks. Throughout the retelling, Say was uncharacteristically silent, absorbing the information stoically. It was only near the end that she finally interrupted, revealing a growing annoyance. Helpline, can we skip to the part where you explain how this is all a bad thing? Getting tired of waiting for the other shoe to drop. Whatever reaction I'd expected, that wasn't it. I blinked. That is the bad part. I only have one, and Haster's stringing me along for the second. Okay. Say stared at me with growing disgust. Please tell me this isn't you struggling with whether to give the first one to your sister or take it yourself. No, because no one deserves it more than her. Say growled, surprisingly heated, putting aside the fact that she's your sister, and this would significantly improve her chances of survival right before an event that will absolutely put her in jeopardy if it happens. She's not like us. Just wait. What's that supposed to mean? I asked, getting a bit irritated at how dismissive the last comment sounded. Try looking around, Say said, equally annoyed. I have a lot of respect for you, Matt, but at least a part of the reason we work so well together is because we're the same. We're both great at breaking things, picking people apart, being as brutal as necessary to get the job done. If the last month has proven anything, it's that.
Not everything was a bloodbath, I hissed and leaned back on the couch, white leather creaking beneath me. We showed mercy when we could. Yeah, I'm sure Buzzcut and the rest of the targets you whisked away to interrogate further are all living happily on the farm upstate. Say rolled her eyes. Not exactly. She continued without waiting for a response. It doesn't make any difference to me. As far as I'm concerned, every member of the Order who wasn't shanghaied into the court is scum, fully deserving of whatever bad shit comes their way. But there lies my point. She jostled Iris gently, stirring her from another nightmare, waiting for a few seconds until she snored again. Your sister's a builder. In a time people actually trying to rebuild shit to make life better, and not as some method of ranking in Selve are hard to come by. Just look at the hospital. We need people like her, and we need them to survive. Whatever's coming. Yeah. I agreed, suddenly at a loss for words, hearing not one but several of the arguments I'd intended to make come out of Say's mouth because of the misunderstanding. So you agree? I snorted. If I say another goddamn word about clearing this up, you're going to actually hate me. Clearing what up? Read the description again, Say. This time I handed her the potion. She seemed as irritated with the obliqueness as always, but as she scanned it again, the sense of irritation faded. Item description. The residual tears of a false god, collected from her final prison in the aftermath of a failed insurrection. A universal palliative. Cures all lingering status effects, diseases, pre-existing injuries, impairments, or defects regardless of age, mental conditions, and unwanted alterations, so long as the recipient is still alive. Once imbibed, the secondary boon, Ashura's boon, is received. Ashura's boon. Once this boon is attained, the recipient claims an aspect of the divine. Base get immunity to all curses, status effects, and diseases is exponentially bolstered. Resistance to all damage types is amplified. Existing lifespan is extended by a magnitude of 5. Permanent XP multiplier of 2x. Additional class utility for specific classes. Divine aspect. Oh, Say said. Yeah. You were never considering using it, Say groaned. Not for a minute. Then her brow furrowed, and she looked up at me in shock. Wait, was this some dark psych setup to get me to argue against myself? Jesus, not even a little. It caught me completely off guard, and someone decided to lay into me before I could correct the assumption. You already said a lot of the things I was planning to point out. The only reason I was being circumspect at all was to present all the information and let you decide. I eyed the potion, feeling some degree of relief now that it was literally out of my hands. As much as it might seem otherwise, I don't actually know how you're doing. You mask too well, and tempting as it is to pry, I generally resist temptation. Generally? Say raised an eyebrow. Generally, I reiterated. But how you're handling things? How bearable or unbearable each day is? There's only one person who can really know that. Her mouth pressed tightly together. What happened in the tunnel wasn't your fault. My dumbass ran away into the worst possible place. I panicked. Big whoop, shit happens. The only reason I'm here is because you came back for me and fished me out of the dark. You've already helped plenty. So why do you keep trying to make it your problem? I thought back to the early days, from the first meeting at the Turkish coffee place onward, casting spells around Nick's backyard, strategizing against monsters, discussing system abilities and possible synergies. It felt like decades ago, even though in reality it was less than a year. Just feel really bad for breaking your nose. Carefully, so as not to wake my sister, Say cocked her arm and slugged me hard enough to leave a bruise. I stifled a laugh. Ow. Real answers only. Dunno. It's hard to explain. I breathed out, feeling more tapped out and exhausted with every exhale. The events of the day and the substances of the evening were catching up to me. For a cop,